Regarding the alien beasts of the winged god race, the Alliance of Five Emperors has been researching, and even captured many living individuals for research, but they still don't understand many things. The conclusions drawn from the Millennium research are not even as detailed as those recorded in Long Yu's Jade Slip. The content in this Jade Slip does not make it easy for practitioners to deal with the alien beasts of the winged god race, but it can deal with the alien beasts of the winged god race strategically and fundamentally. These materials do not affect the battle, but the strategy. It is self-evident how important this will be to the Alliance of Five Emperors. Just to give an example, for example, it is mentioned in this Jade Slip that although the winged gods control various space attribute divine scripts, the ice attribute divine script is their nemesis. Therefore, if the entire lair of alien beasts can be frozen, it can greatly limit the combat effectiveness of the winged gods' alien beasts. For another example, in the world of Xuanhuan, there is a fragrance called chestnut flower, which has a strong stimulating effect on the alien beasts of the winged gods, and can even limit the power of space divine script in their bodies, so that they can only exert half of their own strength. For another example, in the architectural style of the winged god clan's lair, there will be a weak point every 3 miles or so. If you attack from this weak point, it is easy to break through the wall of the winged god clan's lair. If more than 10 such weak points can be found and all of them are destroyed, the entire lair of the winged god clan will begin to disintegrate continuously. Morong Shozhen looked at the contents of this Jade Slip and fell into deep thought. He knew very well that if the contents of this Jade Slip were true, what changes would it bring to the Alliance of Five Emperors, which meant that the Alliance of Five Emperors would greatly reduce its losses when fighting against the alien beasts of the winged god clan. The value of this Jade Slip is absolutely immeasurable, but the matter is so important that Morong Shozhen cannot make an arbitrary decision. Brother Long, let's do this. Morong Shozhen thought for a while, and could only say in a deep voice, if the information in this Jade Slip is true, its value may be equivalent to 200 million alliance points. But with such a high amount, I can't make the decision. I can only give you 100 million, another 100 million, wait until all these materials are verified before releasing them to you, how about it? Hearing this, Long Yu nodded. He knew that these materials were very important, and also knew that the absolute value was hundreds of millions. Morong Shozhen's reward of 200 million was considered fair. And he also knew that the other party couldn't trust him right away, so getting 100 million alliance points in one performance was already considered pretty good. Yes, but I want to know how many first-class divine crystals are stored in the Five Emperors Alliance now. All the alliance points I have obtained will be exchanged for first-class divine crystals. Elder Morong, is this not too much to ask? Long Yu asked. In the inventory of the Five Emperors Alliance, there are not many first-class divine crystals, and there are probably more than 800 crystals left. Morong Shozhen was a little surprised. You can redeem all of them, but you need more than 80 million alliance points. Are you sure you want to redeem? So many first-class divine crystals seem to be of little use to you alone. I need to repair an ancient inheritance warrior, and I need 1,000 first-class divine crystals, so. Long Yu directly stated his purpose, which was also what he said to Chitty. Even if he didn't say it, Morong Shozhen would know after a little investigation, so there is no need to hide it. Understood. Morong Shozhen smiled slightly, then come with me. Now there are only 850 first-class divine crystals stored in the Five Emperors Alliance, and you need to consume 85 million alliance points. In this way, you 25 million league points left. The reward for over-completing the Long Yu mission is 10 million alliance points, and the reward given in advance is 100 million alliance points. If 85 million alliance points are deducted, there are indeed 25 million alliance points left. There are 25 million yuan, of which 3 million will be given to Yi Ziwei, and 5 million will be given to Emperor Tianxiang. Please Elder, please do it for me. Long Yu said with a smile. Morong Shozhen nodded, and then handed Long Yu an exclusive jade slip of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Among them, I have entered 17 million alliance points, all of which belong to you, and the tasks of Yi Ziwei and Emperor Tianxiang have been deducted rewards. Besides, I will go and fetch the bones of the ancient dragon elephant that you mortgaged here last time. Long Yu nodded, took the exclusive jade slip of the 5 Emperors Alliance, checked it, and found that there was only one number recorded in it, 17 million. As for the numbers in such jade slips, Long Yu could not change them by himself, only through the alliance of 5 emperors. Therefore, this kind of alliance-exclusive jade slips was used to record relatively large amounts of alliance points. Long Yu waited for a while in this luxurious room, and soon Morong Xiuzhen brought over what he needed. 850 first-class divine text crystals have various attributes, but to Long Yu, the attributes of the divine text crystals are irrelevant. With these first-class divine text crystals, it means that Long Yu can finally repair the ancient Tower of Dragon Bones. In addition, there were also the bones of the ancient dragon elephant that he had taken out as a mortgage, which was taken by Morong Xiuzhen. Long Yu took the bone, inspected it, and found that there was no damage, so he put it away. This task has been successfully completed. I wish you success in your cultivation. Morong Xiuzhen said with a smile to Long Yu, and took him away from here. After the task handover is completed, it's time for Long Yu to leave. He finally got enough divine crystals, and it's time for the preliminary restoration of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. When he returned to the mission hall, Long Yu saw Yi Ziwei talking to a young man in a blue shirt, so he didn't intend to go over and call her. Anyway, people from the 5 Emperors Alliance paid her escort rewards. But just when Long Yu was about to leave, Yi Ziwei and the young man noticed him, and Yi Ziwei quickly stopped Long Yu. Long Yu, wait a minute. Yi Ziwei hurried over, as if he had something to look for Long Yu. Long Yu didn't leave in a hurry, but frowned slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Your escort reward, the 5 Emperors Alliance, will give you." "Escort reward, I've already got 3 million alliance points, now I have other things." While talking, Yi Ziwei pointed to the blue-clothed young man who was talking to her just now. "Let me introduce, that is my third senior brother, Ji Bai. He wants to buy your ancient dragon elephant bone. I don't know if you would like to buy it." "Unwilling to give up love?" "Oh?" Long Yu was a little surprised. Yi Ziwei's third senior brother, that is to say, the blue-clothed youth was Lady's third personal disciple. And this person actually wanted to buy the bones of the ancient dragon elephant from Long Yu. Long Yu originally wanted to use this thing to refine the ancient supergrade pill, Longxiang pill, so he took it to strengthen his physical body, but now he has not found a good alchemist anyway. If this bid by the name of Ji Bai is right, Long Yu is still willing to sell. "How much is he prepared to bid?" Long Yu asked. "Talk about it yourself. I'll go first. Also, remember to call me when the mission is dispatched next time." Yi Zi smiled slightly, turned around and left, then greeted her third senior brother and motioned for him to come over. Lady's third direct disciple, Ji Bai, naturally needless to say about his martial arts talent, but his personality seemed a bit arrogant. He gave Long Yu a faint look, and then walked over. Yi Ziwei left, only Long Yu and Ji Bai were left. Ji Bai walked over and said directly, "I want to buy your ancient dragon elephant bones. How many alliance points do you want to sell?" 10 million, the price is fair. Long Yu said with a smile. He didn't care about Ji Bai's arrogant attitude. Anyway, it was a deal, and the character of the other party had nothing to do with him, as long as the deal was completed. 10 million is indeed the basic price of the bones of the ancient dragon elephant. Even if it is mortgaged in the 5 Emperors Alliance, it can still be mortgaged to 10 million alliance points. "I only have 1 million league points right now." Ji Bai said lightly, "Sell me 1 million, and I owe you a favor." 1 million is too low. Long Yu shook his head. As for Ji Bai's favor, what's the use? Long Yu didn't think this guy could help him. At least, Long Yu didn't think this guy's favor was worth 9 million alliance points. Don't make a mistake, I already think highly of you with this condition. Jibai glanced at Long Yu, seemed a little upset. An ordinary person wants to buy my favor with 10 million, but I may not even give him face. Long Yu glanced at him, then smiled lightly, without saying a word, squeezed a seal, and disappeared from the mission hall. Why is the other party only willing to offer 1 million alliance points to buy the bones of the ancient dragon elephant? How could Long Yu be willing? To be honest, even if it was sold for 10 million, Long Yu would feel a little pity. After all, this is a precious material that can be used to refine ancient supergrade pills, and Long Yu attaches great importance to physical strength. That guy only offered 1 million, how could Long Yu agree? Does he need the million? No shortage at all. He is just 100 million, and the Five Emperors Alliance still owes him 100 million. Will Gigi pay this million alliance points? Joke. Watching Long Yu's figure disappear directly, Jibai's handsome face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't expect that Long Yu, a newcomer, would not give him face. You know, he is Lady's third personal disciple, and now he is at the late stage of the Emperor's realm. It can be said that he has a bright future. You don't give face like this. Humph, Long Yu, you are really arrogant. I want to see what kind of achievements you can have. Jibai was extremely angry in his heart. He thought of the strongest king realm competition 2 years later. Didn't Long Yu just step into the kingly realm now? He wants to see what ranking Long Yu can get in the competition for the strongest king. The strongest king realm, there will be no place for your Long Yu. Jibai made up his mind in this way, to move some hands and feet when he was in the strongest king state, to trip up Long Yu sure. If Long Yu knew about this, he would probably be dumbfounded. How stupid is this Jibai? It's a pity that Long Yu didn't know about it, so he quickly put it behind him. Even if someone trips him up, so what? In fact, the current Long Yu didn't care much about the competition of the strongest king realm at all. Since he became the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, his vision suddenly became much higher. The strongest king realm is by no means his ultimate goal. Of course, if he can become the first in the competition of the strongest king, the Five Emperors Alliance will give a lot of rewards. Long Yu still wants to fight for it. Long Yu returned to the Dragon Realm, and immediately prepared to repair the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The Scarlet Emperor gave him 320 first-class divine crystals before, plus the 850 that the Dragon Queen exchanged with alliance points, and finally reached the condition of 1,000 for the initial restoration of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower. However, Long Yu didn't know much about how to repair the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, so he could only take the things to the ancient Shura temple outside the Five Emperors' holy city and ask the Death Envoy for advice. The two daughters, Qin Yashuang and Zissou, cultivated in the dragon realm with peace of mind. When Long Yu came back, the two daughters came out to greet Long Yu. When they saw Long Yu, they found that Long Yu had already been promoted to the early stage of King Realm. Same level. Needless to say, the two women were surprised in their hearts. In just a few days, Long Yu actually entered the early stage of King Realm from the realm of six-path supernatural powers. Rao lived in the holy city of the Five Emperors since childhood, and the two girls have never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. After a while, I plan to bring some friends here. There are not many people, about 7 or 8 people, and I can just make good use of the 10 Protoss circles. At that time, I need 2 more to take care of them. Long Yu said with a smile to the 2 girls. Since it's Mr. Long's friend, then it's our friend. Don't worry, Mr. Long. The 2 girls said quickly. Well, thank you very much. After Long Yu said this, he bid farewell to the 2 girls and left. He planned to repair the ancient Lonka pagoda first, and then use the teleportation circle to go back to the Beishua dynasty. He has been away from Beishua dynasty for several months, and it is about time to go back and have a look. 1 million teleportation, 2 million round trips, now Long Yu can easily afford it. Moreover, with his current strength, it is no problem to defeat the cultivators in the early stage of the ordinary imperial realm. If the ancient dragon bone tower is repaired, as long as it is attacked by a strong person who has not reached the emperor state, it is impossible to break through the ancient dragon bone tower. Defense. Soon, Long Yu disguised himself as a small bug, and left the holy tower without a sound. No one noticed. If not, Long Yu is sure that as long as he leaves the range of the holy city of the 5 emperors, troubles will definitely follow. In the ancient temple of Shura, the Death Envoy alone guards the ancient Shura temple and his own ancient Death Hall, hiding in the sky hundreds of miles away from the holy city of the 5 emperors, and has never been discovered by anyone. Even if it is the 5 emperors, if they don't specifically probe this place, it is absolutely impossible to find any clues. Long Yu returned to the ancient Shura palace, took out 1,000 first-class divine rune crystals and the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then asked the Death Envoy, Senior Messenger, how can I repair the ancient dragon skeleton tower? I'll teach you a tactic. This tactic is similar to the tactic that is integrated into the building with divine language crystals. It is similar to each other, but there are still some differences. You should remember it carefully. The figure of the shadow that became the incarnation of death kept flashing patterns one after another, showing Long Yu a way to cast the formula. Soon Long Yu mastered this formula, and began to integrate the divine text crystals into the ancient dragon bone tower. He had to integrate one divine text crystal after another. At that time, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda will naturally absorb the energy in it, and it will be repaired to become a top-quality ancient warrior, comparable to the nether dragon blade. One by one, even though Long Yu was very familiar with the seal after using it for a while, it still took him a day in total, which made Long Yu couldn't help but think that it took a day. If it was further repaired at that time, need to integrate 10,000 divine crystals, wouldn't it take 10 days? Of course, 10,000 divine rune crystals are still too early, and Long Yu is still far behind, so let's talk about the specifics at that time. After a day, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda shined brightly, as if the quaint aura from ancient times was completely released. Many cracks on the surface of the tower body were repaired and fused at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the entire ancient tower became a whole, and the ancient breath became more intense. Standing under this ancient pagoda, Long Yu could clearly feel his insignificance. Ancient level best warrior. Long Yu was shocked. It is also an ancient top-grade warrior, and the special design of the nether dragon blade is restrained and gloomy, because it is an assassin-like warrior. But the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is completely different. This ancient pagoda exudes a quaint aura, standing there like this, as if the ancient giant god descended, shocking the world. Finally, it has the aura of the past, but this aura is still not unique, and it is far from the heyday. The Death Envoy laughed and said, when you get 100,000 divine crystals, you will realize what it means to be a warrior beyond the ancient level. That's still too far away for me, but now I have some good news for you. Long Yu restrained his mind for a while, and then said to the Death Envoy, I have found a total of 12 winged god race alien beast lairs according to the mission of the 5 Emperors Alliance. I will tell Chi Di later that he should carry out the extermination plan. By then, I will use certain alliance points to exchange for a divine source stone for you. Well, that's right. With the information on the alien beasts of the winged god clan that I gave you, it is at least 10 times easier to deal with the winged god clan's lair. You have also gained a lot of benefits, right? Death made Jia laugh. There are a lot of alliance points, but after exchanging so many divine text crystals, the rest can only be exchanged for one divine text source stone. Long Yu shook his head and said, the alliance of 5 emperors is too stingy. That's natural, but the source stone of divine script is extremely precious and very important to this emissary. If you can get one source stone of divine script, it will be considered equal to the fallen dark star martial arts I taught you. If you get 2 source stones of divine script when you enter, I can continue to teach you other ancient and even immemorial martial arts. Death said temptingly. That's only if I have the ability to get it. Long Yu shrugged. The source stone of divine text is the core of a lair of strange beasts. It is not so easy to get it. Of course, this time the alliance of 5 emperors should launch an operation to exterminate the winged gods in the sky above the Longue Empire. That is, a total of 12 divine source stones. Long Yu will have more than 100 million alliance points by then. How can he exchange for 3 or 4? Of course, there is no need to tell the Death Envoy. At least I can get some benefits from the Death Envoy. Speaking of martial arts, now that you have finally stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, it's time to continue practicing the death realm. But before that, do you still remember what this envoy said before? The Death Envoy asked. Of course I remember. Before I continue to practice the body of the dead, I must find the elixir to restore the spirit. Long Yu nodded and said. That's right, I'll tell you now. Where the ancient ruins are located, you should go and find that kind of elixir by yourself. You will have many other gains in this trip, but the ancient ruins are quite dangerous. You must proceed carefully. The Death Envoy continued. The location of the ancient ruins is in the direction of the Northern Snow Dynasty, but it is within the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. This jade slip records its specific location and some information about the ancient ruins. Take it back and take a closer look. After you find the elixir to restore your spirit, you can come back to me, and I will continue to create the illusion of death for you, so that you can practice death and refine your body. Good. Long Yu nodded after a little thought. Death Realm Body Refining. This technique of body refining martial arts has greatly enhanced his physical body, and he has only cultivated to the Xiaoqing state before, which has increased the strength of his physical body by a large level. Before he stepped into the King Realm, his physical body was equivalent to a King Realm powerhouse. Now that he has entered the early stage of the King Realm, his physical strength is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the King Realm. If the body training in the Death Realm goes a step further, he will be able to beat the King Realm invincible with just his physical body. The location of the ancient ruins was within the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire, near the Northern Snow Dynasty. Long Yu happened to be going back to the Northern Snow Dynasty. It didn't matter if he took a trip to the Xuanhuan Empire, but he had to be careful. Long Yu still remembered the series of things he did in the Xuanhuan Empire before. He offended the general's mansion auction house and the daughter of the city lord, Situlioli, in the city of the Rage God. He had to be careful in this trip to the Xuanhuan Empire. Of course, with the Book of Shadows, no one will be able to recognize him, but he must be careful. If the people of the Xuanhuan Empire hear the news that he has returned to the Beishua dynasty, they may act preemptively and come to Beishua on their own initiative. Dynasty looking for him. This trip must be carried out in secret. Long Yu thought in his heart. After receiving the jade slip from the Death Envoy, Long Yu left the ancient Shura Palace again. The next action is very clear. Long Yu needs to go back to Beishua dynasty first, to bring Man Xian, Qihua, and others to the Holy Pagoda. If Shuchan is willing, he can also take her over. The speed of cultivation in the Holy Tower's Star Spirit Circle is definitely many times faster than staying in the Beishua dynasty. Then, Long Yu would not come with them, and had to go to the Xuanhuan Empire to explore the ancient ruins, find the elixir that can restore the spirit, and lay a good foundation for himself to continue to practice the Death Realm. Before taking action, go to Lin's commercial firm and Sue's pharmaceutical firm to buy some pills and strange beast crystals, and strive to step into the middle stage of the King Realm first, so it will be more secure to act. After Long Yu made a decision, he returned to the holy city of the 5 emperors and walked in the direction of another of the 3 major commercial firms, the Union Commercial Firm. Because he now has 17 million alliance points, but not many god coins, he does not recognize alliance points when trading outside. Therefore, he had to go to the alliance business first to exchange the alliance points into corresponding divine coins. The Alliance firm, Lin's firm, and Su's medicine firm are one of the three major firms within the scope of the Five Emperors' Holy City, accounting for the vast majority of transactions in the city, and of course they have the most types of goods. The three major trading houses, why do they have a lot of special crystals? 17 million, enough for me to step into the middle stage of the King realm. With such thoughts in mind, Long Yu stepped into the magnificent lobby of the Alliance firm. Acting in the holy city of the Five Emperors, Long Yu didn't need to pretend, he just appeared by himself, and this moment immediately attracted the attention of a large group of people in the Alliance business. Long Yu, but the hot spot in the city these days. Long Yu didn't care about other people's eyes at all, and walked straight to the counter in the Alliance business. Mr. Long, welcome to the Alliance firm. May I ask what you need? A young man in office uniform greeted Long Yu with a smile. Are there any special beast crystals for sale here? Long Yu nodded, stood still and asked, I want some special beast crystals, and I want to exchange some alliance points for some divine coins. Your needs are really special. When the young man heard this, he immediately put on a bitter face. Our alliance firm has special beast crystals, but there are not many in stock, and most of them will be auctioned at the end of month auction. Crystal, I can still take out some for you now. The special crystals at the level of the mystical powers are not very useful to me. Long Yu pondered, then you can help me exchange the god coins first. I have 15 million alliance points here, so it's okay to exchange 15 million god coins? 15 million? The young man frowned slightly, the amount is a bit large, and it will take about 2 hours to prepare it for you. Are there any other requirements? Not for now, that's all. Long Yu shook his head. The special crystals of the Alliance firm are all used for auction. This is understandable. Long Yu will not break the other party's rules. Anyway, he is just broken through to the King realm, and if he breaks through again in a short period of time, it is easy to lose his foundation. Stability will affect future cultivation. Since there is no one now, let's wait for the next auction. Long Yu is not in a hurry. Now that he uses any method, he only needs an interval of 10 breaths, which is usually enough to deal with most situations. What's more, now Long Yu still has a xuanhuan yang pill, and 3 Void Realm Ghost pills. These are powerful pills for life-saving at critical moments. The young man took Long Yu to a VIP room to rest, then turned and left to deal with the exchange of divine coins. After all, the god coins are entities, not a string of virtual numbers, so it will definitely take a lot of time to prepare 15 million god coins. While waiting, Long Yu practiced and comprehended Tianshu in training Qi, and he was a little bit short of Tianshu in training Qi to step into the realm of transformation. The reason why he was not in a hurry to buy special crystals and other ancient elixir was because Tianshu in training Qi had not yet broken through the realm of transformation, so it would be a waste to buy them now. Now he wants to obtain cultivation resources. There are 2 main ways, one is to buy them at the 3 major commercial firms, and the other is to exchange them within the Five Emperors Alliance. Inside the Alliance firm and the Five Emperors Alliance, the 2 sides are separated. Now within the Alliance of Five Emperors, Long Yu can be exchanged for some special crystals, but the price of things within the Alliance of Five Emperors is relatively expensive. For example, special crystals at the imperial level are rare, so the asking price is 5 million alliance points. As for the 3 major commercial firms outside, even if it was an auction, it would cost at most 3 or 4 million yuan. The advantage of the internal transactions of the Five Emperors Alliance is that you can get some things that cannot be obtained from the outside world, such as divine script crystals, divine script source stones, etc. For ordinary cultivation resources, even the direct disciples of the Five Emperors would prefer to buy them outside, because it is cheap. Of course, it is very difficult to buy the training resources needed by the disciples of the Five Emperors from the outside world. Even if they can be purchased, they have to wait for the month-end auction of the 3 major commercial firms. If you can't wait, you can only pay a higher price and buy it within the Five Emperors Alliance. Soon, 2 hours later, the young man from the alliance firm brought 15 million divine coins to Long Yu, and after counting them correctly, the transaction was considered complete. Long Yu put away the divine coins, left the VIP room, and was about to leave the alliance firm, when suddenly a young figure walked up to him. It was Lady's third personal disciple whom he met not long ago, Jibai. What is he here for? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't think much about it. He is also Lady's direct disciple, so it's okay to come to the alliance firm. Now Long Yu was too lazy to talk to him, so he didn't want to meet him, so he changed direction and wanted to leave directly. However, Jibai is still quite unhappy with Long Yu now, who made him refuse to sell him the bones of the ancient dragon elephant for 1 million. Junior brother Long, I never expected that we would meet again so soon. Jibai walked straight towards Long Yu, stopped in front of him and said with a smile on his face. If you still want to use 1 million to buy my ancient dragon elephant bones, I don't think there is anything to talk about. Long Yu stood still and said calmly. Hee, do you really think that I must buy your trash? Jibai said disdainfully, only you will take that thing as a treasure. But it's okay, I guess you haven't seen what is called a real treasure. After saying this, Jibai seemed to have found a sense of superiority, and strode towards the counter of the union firm, opened his mouth and said, Call your chief manager. I heard that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor sold an ancient grade supergrade elixir, Heavenly Prison Lightning Pill. Is there such a thing? Seeing that it was Jibai, the ordinary stewards of the Union Commercial Bank immediately notified the chief steward to come and speak. He was an old man at the peak of the Emperor realm, who was able to take charge of the Union Commercial Bank, so his prestige and strength were naturally impressive. It turned out to be Mr. Jibai. What brought you here? The old man in charge greeted him with a smile. The Heavenly Prison Thunder Pill sold by the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor at the trading firm, is it still there? Jibai asked directly. Naturally, it's still there. It's an ancient supergrade pill. After taking it, it can enhance the compatibility with the divine script of the element of thunder. The effect is very good. The firm plans to auction this product at the next month-end auction. The old man in charge nodded and said, If Mr. Jibai wants to buy this elixir, you should wait for the auction at the end of the month. Isn't the commercial bank using the elixir for the auction just to earn more divine coins? Jibai said indifferently, I will offer 10 million divine coins to buy that Heavenly Prison Thunder Pill directly. How about that? If you really want to buy it at a price, at least 30 million god coins, not a penny less. The old man in charge chuckled, and didn't give Jibai any face. If it is placed in an auction, many practitioners who understand the attributes of the thunder element will be very interested, and it will be able to fetch at least 20 million yuan, or even a high price of tens of millions. Jibai's face darkened. I only have 18 million here. I will use these transactions first, and then I owe seniors a favor. How about that? If seniors don't agree, I can only ask my master to come and talk to you. You owe me a favor, what's the use? The old man who was in charge shook his head. Even if Lord Lady came here in person, he wouldn't force this old man to do business at a loss. Mr. Jibai, please go ahead. All these conversations fell into Long Yu's ears, which made Long Yu quite worried about Jibai's IQ. Such a guy turned out to be Lady's third direct disciple, and it was too embarrassing for Lady Bar? Long Yu thought that when the 5 emperors were giving gifts, Jibai did not come with Lady. If this guy was there at that time, there must be some unpleasant things happening, right? But from this, Long Yu finally knew why this guy targeted him. Because of Yi Ziwei. Although Lady half-jokingly betrothed Yi Ziwei to Long Yu, that was said in front of the 5 emperors. Simply put, as long as Yi Ziwei and Long Yu don't object, the matter will basically be considered a success. Long Yu found out that when Jibai talked to Yi Ziwei earlier, his eyes were full of admiration. Obviously he loved his little junior sister very much. Now, the little junior sister has been betrothed to other people by the master. It is completely normal for Zibai to feel a little unbalanced. However, what Long Yu thinks most about now is not about Zibai, but the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor that Zibai said. What does the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor have to do with the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pond? What does it have to do with Lady? But Long Yu still remembers that his father, Long Zitian, broke into the Thunder Pond of Heavenly Prison 20 years ago. Not long ago, the Thunder Pond of Heavenly Prison exploded, and a strong man in the Imperial Realm came out of it like a thunderbolt. Is the powerful man in the Imperial Realm that Yuhan said in his heart the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Hell? Long Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He searched for so long, but couldn't find Long Zitian. Could it be that the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison is Long Zitian? Thinking of this, Long Yu stepped towards the direction where Zibai and the old man in charge were. Junior Long Yu, I have met the senior steward. Long Yu stepped forward and saluted directly. What's the matter with you? The old man in charge took a look at Long Yu. Of course he knew that Long Yu had exchanged 15 million divine coins just now, but this kid, like Zibai, was here to take the idea of the Heavenly Hell Thunder Pill, right? Junior, take the liberty to inquire about the Thunder Emperor of the Heavenly Prison. How much does the senior in charge know about this person? Long Yu asked respectfully. Oh? Are you interested in Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor? The old man in charge was quite surprised. He thought that Long Yu, like Zibai, was taking advantage of his status as a direct disciple of the 5 emperors to gain advantage. Long Yu didn't answer directly, but glanced at Zibai beside him, and said rather scrupulously, Senior Manager, can you take a step to speak? The news of the Thunder Emperor of Heaven Prison is very important to this junior. Then follow me. The old man in charge nodded, turned around and left, and actually agreed to Long Yu's request. After all, Long Yu was the direct disciple of Chitty, and the old man in charge was willing to save face when his own interests were not involved. But for a guy like Zibai who just wants to take advantage, the chief manager will not give him any face at all. Seeing Long Yu leaving with the old man in charge, Zibai was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that an ancient super-grade Heavenly Prison Thunder Pill would be so expensive that he couldn't afford it with all his assets, and he didn't even expect that Long Yu was also interested in the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Could it be that this kid also wants to get the Heavenly Prison Lightning Pill and dedicate it to Junior Sister Yi? Zibai felt a deep sense of crisis in his heart. Soon, Long Yu walked out from the union firm, with no expression change on his face. From the mouth of the old man who is the general manager of the Union Commercial Bank, I learned that the name of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is not Long Zitian, and the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor has been famous for hundreds of years, so it is impossible for him to be Long Yu's father. However, the old man who was in charge of the alliance firm suggested that if Long Yu wanted to find his father who had entered the Heavenly Prison Thunder Pool, he had to ask the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. No one knew where he had been lately. The general manager said that if the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor appeared in the holy city of the 5 emperors, he would notify Long Yu, and Long Yu was naturally grateful for this. It's time to go to Lin's firm. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu walked towards the direction of Lin's firm. Not far from Lin's business, Long Yu saw an acquaintance coming out of the door of Lin's business from a distance. He was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor's realm in a light yellow dress, an elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance, Emperor Tianxiong. Beside Emperor Tianxiong, followed a young man in a gray robe. Long Yu had also seen this person before. It was Lin Ruizai's distant nephew, Lin Feiyong, who said he brought the 5 Emperors Alliance to apprentice. Could it be that he was apprenticed to Emperor Tianxiong? Long Yu. Of course, Emperor Tianxiong also saw Long Yu, immediately smiled sweetly, walked over, and waved to Long Yu. I didn't expect such a coincidence. This emperor is just going to find you. Me too. Long Yu smiled slightly. Lord Tianxiong Emperor, I don't know if you can deduce who sent the people from the Shadow Pavilion to assassinate me? A lot of deduction information has been blocked, even this emperor can't deduce it, but can block the deduction of this emperor, so it can be seen that the person who makes the move must be stronger than this emperor. Emperor Tianxiang lowered his voice and said, Taiwu Yuan doesn't have that strength yet, and even the entire Taiwu Empire doesn't have such a strong man. I see. Long Yu's heart moved and he nodded. So, is it true that the Taiwu Empire is going to kill him? If this is the case, it is even more impossible to be the Gongsun family. Who is it that sent the entire Shadow Pavilion to assassinate Long Yu? Long Yu was lost in thought, but Emperor Tianxiang obviously didn't come to see Long Yu think. By the way, this thing is for you. The content inside is half of the assets of the Shadow Pavilion. This emperor promised to give it to you. Emperor Tianxiang threw a space ring to Long Yu. Long Yu subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch it, and subconsciously penetrated into it, and found that there were actually a huge amount of cultivation resources stored in it, from pills of various levels, to soldiers of various levels, to jade slips of various martial arts, everything that one expects to find. Among them, the most precious ones are only the level of the Great Wilderness Grade, the Great Wilderness Grade Top Grade Pill, the Great Wilderness Grade Top Grade Jianbin, the Great Wilderness Grade Top Grade Martial Skill, etc. Although the value of a single piece is not very high, it is better because of the huge quantity. If all of them are added together, they are worth at least 40 to 50 million god coins. A killer organization naturally has a lot of assets, but Emperor Tianxiang can give half of it to Long Yu decisively, so he thinks highly of Long Yu. Thank you, my lord. Long Yu put away the space ring and smiled slightly. He will not exchange these things for money, because it is too troublesome. After all, they are thousands of pill soldiers and martial arts. Therefore, Long Yu is going to bring these things back to Tianyu Manor or Shura Mansion. It just became a resource for everyone to practice. Anyway, cultivation resources are necessary for Tianyu Manor. Instead of buying them with money, it is better to give them these ready-made ones, and save the too cumbersome processes of selling and buying. The total value of these massive resources is as high as 40 to 50 million divine coins, which is an extremely huge asset even for Yu Hanqin, let alone for Tianyu Manor. Long Yu could foresee that with such a large amount of cultivation resources, the cultivation speed of everyone in Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion would become faster. Emperor Tianxiang wanted to find Long Yu, so he wanted to give him these cultivation resources, which was what she promised. Long Yu wanted to find Emperor Tianxiang, but he asked the employer of the Shadow Pavilion, but unfortunately he couldn't get any accurate information. The two of them were done, so they should leave separately, but at this moment, Lin Feiyang, the young man behind Emperor Tianxiang, suddenly made a sound. You are Long Yu, and you only have the cultivation level of the early stage of the King Realm. Lin Feiyang's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. If I have the opportunity to step into the fantasy world of the five emperors, I may not be much worse than you. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Emperor Tianxiang, and said bitterly, Master, I want to challenge Long Yu. Long Yu looked at Emperor Tianxiang with great interest, wanting to know how Emperor Tianxiang disciplined his newly recruited disciples. But to his surprise, Emperor Tianxiang just smiled slightly, then you go to challenge. With Emperor Tianxiang's approval, Lin Feiyang became excited all of a sudden, with extremely jealous and envious eyes. He said to Long Yu, I want to challenge you. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his arm, and subconsciously looked down, only to see that one of his arms was cut off by a flying dagger, and fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Ah! Lin Feiyang screamed out in pain. An arm is a lesson for you. Long Yu said lightly, your master is Tianxiang Emperor, it is not difficult to restore your arm, but this should teach you a little bit, let you know that being a human being should not be too proud. One move of space penetration directly crippled Lin Feiyang. For Long Yu, Lin Feiyang, who was only in the early stage of Qing realm, was not qualified to be his opponent at all. Once upon a time, he had already killed the young master of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Jiaxing, in the early stage of Wanjing with 2 moves. Now that his strength has soared, he doesn't even need a single move to kill Lin Feiyang. Challenge? It's just a waste of Long Yu's time. Since Emperor Tianxiang wanted Long Yu to help teach him a lesson, then Long Yu would just do it a little bit, and this should teach Lin Feiyang a big lesson. After taking the shot, Long Yu withdrew the Void Yulong blade, bid farewell to Emperor Tianxiang, and walked towards Lin's business. Of course Emperor Tianxiang would not blame Long Yu, in fact, that is exactly what she wanted Long Yu to do. Although she accepted Lin Feiyang as a disciple with affection, she didn't want to see a rebellious and unclear self-positioning disciple, so she asked Long Yu to teach him a lesson, but she never expected that Long Yu would be so decisive. Let's go back with the Emperor. Tianxiang Emperor looked at the back of Long Yu leaving with a smile on his face, then raised his hand and led Lin Feiyang directly towards the central tower of the 5 Emperors' holy city. Long Yu met Lin Ruizai at Lin's firm, and spent 7 million divine coins to buy 2 special crystals of the Imperial Realm, but that alone was still a little bit far from entering the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. For Long Yu, 1 special crystal of the Imperial Realm can increase the range of his inner world by 10 miles. Now 2 crystals can increase the range by 20 miles, which is still 10 miles away from 100 miles. But Lin's firm only has these 2 special crystals of the Imperial Realm, and Long Yu can't force it. Lin Rui saw Long Yu's teaching Lin Feiyang a lesson, but he didn't say much, and even thanked Long Yu. Because after coming to the holy city of 5 emperors, not only did Lin Feiyang not restrain himself, but he became even more arrogant. Even facing Emperor Tianxiang, he didn't put away his temperament, and he didn't have any respect at all. Lin Ruizai was thinking that someone could teach Lin Feiyang a lesson, and Long Yu just appeared. For Lin Ruizai, Lin Feiyang was a troublesome matter. Fortunately, it is now handed over to Emperor Tianxiang. With Emperor Tianxiang's character, he will definitely be able to teach Lin Feiyang well. He leads the way. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu left Lin's firm and went to Su's medicine store. He met the witch Su Ning'an. For this woman, Long Yu has never had a good impression of her. When he was still pretending to be Wang Tai, Su Ning'an even wanted to kill Wang Tai. Maybe Su Ning'an didn't know, but Long Yu remembered it. Of course, Long Yu would naturally not express his dissatisfaction if he wanted to make a deal with Su's medicine store. Our Su's medicine shop does not have special crystals of the Imperial Realm, but we still have many ancient-grade pills, and even high-grade ancient-grade pills, which contain more heaven and earth aura than the special crystals of the Emperor's realm. 2 or 3 times more. Su Ning'an extended a warm welcome to Long Yu's arrival, and directly released an ancient high-grade pill. How to sell? Long Yu asked. The original price is at least 8 million, so I'll charge you 5 million. Su Ning'an said with a smile. Make a deal. Long Yu knew that this Su Ning'an was for the sake of being the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, so he lowered the price so much in order to gain his favor, but it's a pity that Long Yu never had a good impression of Su Ning'an. After the transaction, Long Yu only had 3 million coins and 2 million alliance points left. This asset is quite rich for ordinary people, but for Long Yu, he suddenly became poor again. You know, he got 100 million alliance points at that time. However, the gains brought by spending these alliance points are also considerable. First of all, the ancient Dragon Bone Tower has been repaired, making it an ancient top-level warrior, which is at the same level as the Nether Dragon Blade. Moreover, since the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda is a defensive type of soldier, after it becomes the best warrior of the ancient level, its defensive ability is super strong, and even after casting the 9 Nether Sky Screen, it can resist the attack of any powerful emperor. Of course, the Jiuyo Tianping can only be used 5 times a day, but this has greatly enhanced Long Yu's survivability. With the Scarlet Emperor's cloak, even if the Emperor's powerhouse wants to deal with Long Yu, it is impossible to do it overnight. Long Yu was about to say goodbye to Su Ning'an, but Su Ning'an smiled slightly and said with great interest, Long Yu, maybe I should call you, Pretender? Oh? What do you mean? Long Yu's heart moved, but his face did not change at all, and he asked lightly. Wang Tai, Qin Yashuang. Su Ning'an came to Long Yu with a smile, and suddenly a burst of fragrance hit her. Actually, you are all alone, right? Hearing Su Ning'an's words, Long Yu was startled, but on the surface he smiled. You can see it, but I have never heard that Su's medicine store has any relationship with Rieoin. Long Yu said this, of course, not without a reason. He disguised himself as Wang Tai, a middle-aged man, and Qin Yashuang, to participate in the auction at Su's medicine store. He absolutely did not show any flaws. The only flaw from the beginning to the end was the Rieoin. Qin Yashuang has been staying at the Rieoin and has not left. But Long Yu also returned to the Sunshine Inn in the form of Qin Yashuang after participating in Su's medicine's auction, that is to say, only the people at the Sunshine Inn could draw such a conclusion. But Long Yu is not afraid of Su Ning'an leaking this matter at all. At most he wants to use this matter to threaten and use Long Yu. It's a pity, how could Long Yu be threatened by others? We have nothing to do with Rieoin. Su Ning'an said lightly. If it doesn't matter, then the reputation of Rieoin has nothing to do with you. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It seems that if I am going to tell the story of the Rieoin's disclosure of customer secrets and damage the reputation of the Rieoin, it has nothing to do with you. Goodbye. After saying this, Long Yu turned around and left. Why did Su Ning'an find out that Wang Tai and Qin Yashuang were disguised by Long Yu? There is only one possibility, and that is the leak of the Rieoin. As for saying that this is just Su Ning'an's guess, it's even more impossible. If it's just a guess, how could she use it as a tool to threaten Long Yu? Long Yu used the reputation of Rieoin to threaten Su Ning'an in turn. Although Su Ning'an denied her relationship with Rieoin, Long Yu didn't care. Even if she really made a mistake, it would have no effect on Long Yu. Seeing Long Yu turn around and leave, Su Ning'an couldn't help but smiled wryly. Master Long, the little girl should just compromise. If you just said it, the little girl will never tell anyone else. I hope you will do the same. As you wish. Long Yu didn't turn his head back, just smiled, and left Su's medicine store after speaking. Sure enough, Su's medicine store had a relationship with Rieoin, and it was speculated by Long Yu that he threatened Su Ning'an directly. Otherwise, if Su Ning'an reveals the secret that Long Yu can pretend to be someone else, although it is not fatal to Long Yu, it will cause a lot of trouble. The confrontation between Long Yu and Su Ning'an this time was extremely short, but Su Ning'an never dared to underestimate Long Yu from now on. After leaving Su's medicine store, Long Yu packed up his things and prepared to teleport to Baishiwa Dynasty to visit the people in Tianyu Manor. The ancient ruins. Originally, Long Yu wanted to explain this situation there to Chitty, but before Chitty came back, he directly shared the information about the strange beasts of the Winged God clan and the best way to deal with the 12 layers of the Winged God clan. Plus I wrote my request together in a jade slip and handed it to Qin Yashuang, asking her to hand it over to Chitty when Chitty came back. Qin Yashuang naturally obeyed Long Yu's orders completely. Long Yu made a plan for the extermination of the lairs of the 12 winged gods and alien beasts. Under the guidance of the Death Envoy, he came up with an excellent way to minimize the losses of the 5 Emperors Alliance. And Long Yu's request is to use the next 100 million alliance points to exchange for 3 divine source stones. This request is not too much, and I believe the Red Emperor will agree. After arranging these things, Long Yu directly paid the remaining 2 million alliance points, and added 1 million divine coins, and chose to teleport to Baishiwa Dynasty in the teleportation circle of the Holy Tower, and exchanged them for the space attribute alien beast crystal needed to be teleported to the Northern Snow Dynasty twice. The power consumed by the teleportation circle comes from the alien beast crystals of the space attribute. Every alien beast of the head-winged god race has one in its body. The Dragon Queen used 2 million divine coins to directly purchase tens of thousands of alien beast crystals with different levels of space attributes, which can be used by him back and forth to the Northern Snow Dynasty. The reason why it cost a total of 3 million is because he needs to teleport himself back to the Northern Snow Dynasty once, and he will select other people from the Tianyu Manor to come to the Holy City of the Five Emperors, live in the Dragon Realm, and quickly enter the Star Spirit Circle. Practice. Returning from the Beishua Dynasty to the Holy City of Five Emperors needs to be divided into 2 batches. Let other people come over first, and Long Yu himself has to go to the ancient ruins first, and come back after successfully obtaining the things he needs. The transmission fee of 3 million divine coins is almost unimaginable to ordinary people, but to Long Yu, it is within an acceptable range. After paying the money, Long Yu not only got a chance to teleport to Beishua Dynasty, but also got 10,000 space attribute alien beast crystals. He had to use the power in these alien beast crystals to activate the teleportation circle, from the Beishua Dynasty return to the Holy City of the Five Emperors. Northern Snow Dynasty, Northern Snow Emperor Capital. Long Yu's figure appeared in the depths of Beishua Palace, where he had never been before. The place where the teleportation circle was built was of course the most heavily protected place. Long Yu soon saw Yu Hanqin's mother. She was a young and beautiful woman, but her brows were full of sadness. It can be seen that the woman originally expected that the teleportation circle would light up, and someone else would appear, but unfortunately it was Long Yu who appeared, which greatly disappointed her. Long Yu knew that Yu Hanqin's father was the founder of the Beishua Dynasty and belonged to the Bingfeng clan, but it was a pity that Yu Hanqin's father died later, and her mother handed everything over to Yu Hanqin to manage. Don't ask about worldly affairs. Now, Yu Hanqin's mother naturally wanted to see Yu Hanqin, but unfortunately, Yu Hanqin didn't come back, and it was Long Yu who came back. I saw Miss Yu in the Holy City of the Five Emperors. She is fine, Senior, please rest assured. Long Yu said to Yu Hanqin's mother. Yu Hanqin's mother nodded, thank you, please. Escorted by many demon cultivators of the Beishua Dynasty, Long Yu left the Beishua Palace and came to the streets of the Baixuan capital after a long absence. Before leaving the palace, he had already disguised himself as Qin Yashuang, a woman in white, walking on the streets of Baixuanduangdu. The destination is Shura Mansion. No one knew that Long Yu had quietly returned to the Beishua Dynasty. When Long Yu disguised himself as Qin Yashuang and arrived near the Azura Mansion, he found that the atmosphere in the entire Azura Mansion turned out to be quite strange. The gates were closed and everyone stayed behind closed doors. Long Yu frowned slightly, stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, someone came to open the door, and the person who opened the door was one of General Hui Yuanbai's subordinates, and now he has entered the secret realm of the King's Way. The boy in the secret realm of supernatural powers in the past has now become a strong man in the early stage of the King realm. When there are enough cultivation resources, the cultivation speed of Hui Yuanbai's elites is naturally not slow. I am Lord Long Yu's maid. This is Lord Long Yu's identity card. He told me that you may need help here, so he sent me to come and have a look. Long Yu pretended inside the Northern Snow Emperor capital. From the back door of the Azura Mansion, a group of martial arts sneaked out. They were members of the Azura Mansion. The leader, Jiang Yixing, had already stepped into the early stage of the King realm. The young man left the Azura Mansion and went straight to a trading house in the city from the small road. One of them is Long Yu, but the current Long Yu is a young woman in white clothes, following Jiang Yixing to leave Shura Mansion, acting sneaky. Everyone like this is Long Yu's first plan, to lure the snake out of the hole. Since those people dared to make a move in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, the appearance of Yixing and others now would definitely attract those people to make a move, right? Long Yucai didn't bother to find the gathering place of those people, so he directly lured them out and killed them. Leading the crowd with Yixing, he chose to walk on small paths, as if he was trying to prevent others from being followed, but in fact, he was trying to attract dark enemies to appear, and it would be better to solve this kind of thing only on small paths with few people. It's just that Jiang Yixing and others are skeptical about whether the Dragon Maid can solve this problem. Regarding the remnants of the Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion who assassinated members of the Azura Mansion, Jiang Yixing and the others naturally gritted their teeth with hatred. Now that the Lady of the Dragon Palace has come to help, of course you have to trust her once. To this end, 1 star will go out in person. After walking for a long time, nothing unusual happened, which made people somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the people from Longfu and Liyufu didn't notice them? But soon, Longyu felt something was wrong. Stop it all, we're surrounded. In a small alley with few people, Dragon Royal Maid raised her hand and said softly. Jiang Yixing and others stopped immediately. At this time, from the 4 directions of the alley, front, back, left, and right, as well as the surrounding sky, a total of more than a dozen powerful martial arts appeared, and several of them have been surrounded. Jia, I never thought you would dare to come out, you really don't know what to do. One of the middle-aged men who led the team stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a sinister smile, the people of Shura Mansion have offended our Dragon Mansion, you just wait to perish. Even if our Dragon Mansion only there is a little power left, but it is enough to destroy you. A total of 12 martial artists from the Dragon Mansion dispatched together, surrounded Yixing, Long Yu and the others, and completely sealed off the space here. However, what disappointed Long Yu was that out of the 12 Dragon Mansion martial cultivators who came, the strongest ones were only in the late stage of the King Realm, and no one from the Emperor Realm appeared. Who are you? Dragon Maid raised her head, looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister smile and asked. Little Captain of the Dragon Mansion Guard, Long Zhua. The middle-aged man with a gloomy smile said contemptuously, for the sake of your dying, I will tell you my name. Next, you will die. After the words fell, Long Zhua raised his hand, his whole body shone with golden light, and a burst of light attribute divine script condensed into a whirlwind, whizzing towards everyone. Seeing this, Jiang Yixing and the others suddenly changed their expressions. It was the opponent in the late stage of the King Realm, Long Zhua, who seemed extremely strong. If the Dragon Maid has nothing to do, they all have to explain it here. Fallen Star. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, fallen dark stars emerged from around his body one after another. There were only 3 fallen dark stars, connected with each other, to form a wall of stars, firmly resisting the whirlwind of light released by Long Zhua. More fallen dark stars flew towards the surroundings, and exploded after a breath. Starburst. The powerful power of the ancient supergrade martial arts directly blasted all the 11 Long family children who were about to attack except for Long Zhua to pieces. Among the 11 disciples of the Long family, there were many martial arts experts in the middle stage of the King Realm, but they were defeated by Long Yu's simultaneous move, and they died without a place to die. The reason why I keep you is not because I can't kill you, but because I want you to lead the way. Long Yu said lightly, and then a white bone arm emerged from the void, grabbing Long Zhua directly. As long as Long Yu had a thought, he could crush Long Zhua immediately. 12 people from the Dragon Mansion besieged, but Long Yu broke their siege in just an instant, killed 11 of them, and even controlled the last team leader, Long Zhua. This scene happened too fast. Before Jiang Yixing and the others could react, the situation in the arena had completely reversed. This, so powerful. Looking at Yixing to the Dragon Royal Maid, small stars appeared in his eyes. She was like a goddess from heaven. On the surface it seemed that she was only at the early stage of the King's realm, but with a single shot, she restrained Long Zhua at the late stage of the King's realm up. It seems that to the Dragon Royal Maid, the late king stage is nothing at all. In comparison, even if Long Yu came back in person, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do this, right? Jiang Yixing and others suddenly thought in their minds, but unfortunately they didn't know that the Long Yu maid in front of them was Long Yu himself in disguise. The reason why Long Yu wanted to pretend was because he now knew that a strong man in the imperial realm could deduce his methods. If the strong man in the imperial realm of the Shenluo Empire or the Union Empire were to deduce that he was here, it would be troublesome. Cough. Cough. Long Zhuo's whole body was tightly grasped by the bone arm, and even breathing became extremely difficult. His eyes were full of fear. He never thought that the woman in the early stage of the king's realm in white in front of him was so powerful. The situation reversed in an instant, making Long Zhuo's brain unable to turn around for a while. Now he just wants to know, who is this woman in white? Take me to the gathering place of your dragon manor. Isn't there Prince Long Yao's uncle? Take me there to meet him. Long Yu said indifferently, with a heartbeat. The bone arms exerted even more force, almost crushing Long Zhuo to pieces. I'll take it, I'll take you there. Long Zhuo couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately begged for mercy. Only then did Long Yu loosen the bony arm slightly, making it dissipate in midair. He was not afraid of Long Zhuo's escape, since he could catch him once, Long Yu could catch him a second time. Miss Jean, could it be that Long Yu taught you the method you used just now? I remember that bone method seems to be an innate supernatural power of Long Yu. Jiang Yixing looked at the dragon maid and said in surprise. I'll talk to you later when I get back. Now you guys go back first. I'll kill all the people in the dragon mansion before I come back. Long Yu smiled, closed his eyes, and Long Zhuo led the way, and quickly left the alley. Inside the city, the Long family mansion. Long Yu didn't expect that the people from the Long mansion would still stay in the Long family's mansion, but this was also good, so that Long Yu could go straight to Huang Long and get rid of them all at once. Haha. You are too arrogant. No matter how our dragon mansion falls, there are still powerful people in the imperial realm. You dare to kill us. You are doomed, you are doomed. Long Zhuo, who was originally leading the way, burst out laughing wildly, wanting to use the space divinity to escape in an instant. It's a pity that before his figure was about to disappear, a pitch-black sharp blade directly slashed across his neck, and Long Yu directly attached the 9 nether divine runes to the nether dragon blade, beheading Long Zhuo in one fell swoop. Even the physical body of a martial artist in the late stage of King Realm can't resist the attack of Long Yu now, because now he is also in the early stage of King Realm, and he is not the same as when he was in the mystical ability Secret Realm. It would be extremely easy for him to face the so-called geniuses in the late stage of King Realm, such as Silver Fox King and Jing Tianxing. After killing Long Zhuo, there was a burst of furious shouts in the Dragon Mansion. Who dares to act wild in my Dragon Mansion? Do you really think that there is no one in my Dragon Mansion? Following this violent shout, a series of Dragon Mansion martial artists suspended from the Dragon Mansion, back and forth, quickly surrounded Long Yu in the center. The person at the head was an unshaven Imperial Realm expert, who looked like a middle-aged man, but was actually a middle-aged dragon monster. This person, named Long Yanghua, was the younger brother of the house master of the Dragon Mansion, the uncle of the Crown Prince Long Yao at the time, and when the house master of the Dragon House and others all died, Long Yanghua naturally became the mansion master of the Dragon House. The remnants of the Dragon Mansion are all here? If so, die for me. Long Yu glanced around. There were hundreds of people surrounding him, all of them gathered within a radius of 100 feet, eager to kill Long Yu. However, Long Yu was ahead of all of them. Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu's 9 nether divine mantra instantly spread out, covering all the martial arts practitioners of the Dragon House that appeared in the arena, and then launched the 9 nether blade without hesitation. Countless blades condensed and appeared in the Jiuyou skylight, and slashed towards the people of the Dragon Palace. In just an instant, hundreds of people died under this trick. Astral imprisonment. Long Yu condensed a dark star, directly targeting Long Yanghua, the master of the Dragon Mansion in the early stage of the Imperial Realm. Long Yanghua let out a cold snort, and instantly transformed into the body of the Flood Dragon. A long dragon attacked furiously, showing the imperial aura of the whole body, and completely dispelled the 9 heavenly lights around it. But then, a dark figure appeared out of thin air, completely imprisoning it. After one breath, Long Yanghua shattered the dark star's imprisonment, and was about to make a move, but Long Yu's 9 nether dragon's breath came to him. The pitch-black dragon's breath completely enveloped Long Yanghua, causing great damage to his body, but after all, he was a strong man in the Imperial Realm, so it was not enough to kill him at all. But Long Yu was not in a hurry. With a thought, the shadow-killing technique was activated instantly. In the Joyo skylight, countless shadows instantly condensed into pitch-black, sharp-edged swords, and began a brutal massacre of other Dragon House disciples. Long Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since you choose to be my enemy, I will slaughter you all. Otherwise, I will be at a disadvantage. Except for Long Yanghua himself, no one in the entire Longfu could resist Long Yu's lure. In the Joyo sky, it was almost a hell for the children of the Longfu who were shrouded in it. Soon, the Joyo Tianguang was completely dispersed by Long Yanghua and some late Qing realm powerhouses, but immediately after Long Yu raised his hand, another piece of Joyo Tianguang swayed out. When Long Yu's Joyo skylight continued to sway, covering the entire Long mansion, everyone except Long Yanghua died under the Joyo blade one by one. But in this way, the power in Long Yu's body was also consumed quickly. Fortunately, before he came back, he had exchanged a lot of power-recovering pills and shadow-attributed beast crystals in the 5 Emperors Alliance. They all came back. If you have entered the middle stage of the Qing realm, it will definitely be easier to clear up, but even now, it is not difficult. Long Yu thought in his heart that if Luoyue Mansion's mid-imperial realm mansion came later, he would definitely not be an opponent in his current state, so he took out the 2 special imperial-level crystals he had prepared earlier, and the ancient one. A top-grade pill. The former was bought from Lin's commercial firm, while the latter was bought from Su's medicine store. The 3 items cost Long Yu 12 million divine coins, but the effect is obvious. In the pitch-black sky of Joyo, Long Yu quietly returned to himself, no longer disguised, and then with the Void Dragon Blade, began to absorb the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth among the 3, and the inner world in his dantian began to expand again. The Tianshu stars outside the sky, a trace of the power of the stars merged into Long Yu's body, increasing the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed from the heavens and the earth. If it is an ordinary martial artist, absorbing these 3 things may only expand the inner world for 10 miles at most, but Long Yu has the Void Dragon Blade, which can completely absorb the aura of the elixir. 30 miles away from the remaining radius of the middle stage of Qing Realm, Long Yu is ready to break through in one fell swoop. Joyo Tianguang covered the entire Dragon Mansion, and soon, many people in the Dragon Mansion died. And even the corpses were not left behind, all of them were directly cut into pieces by Joyo's blade. Only Long Yanghua and some other martial artists in the late stage of Qing Realm are still in the process of resisting. Because they have the cultivation base of Qing Realm, it is not so easy to be killed by Long Yu. They just want to fight back against Long Yu, but it is fundamentally impossible. Who dares to cause trouble in the Northern Snow Emperor? At this moment, a group of law enforcement officers and horses flew over from a distance, and the leader was the Silver Fox King, who was wearing a silver sable fur, and was still at the late stage of the Qing realm. Beside the Silver Fox King, there is also the Silver Fox King's father, who is also a strong man in the middle of the imperial realm. He also flew over with the law enforcement team, obviously getting the news that the Dragon Mansion was attacked. Thousands of members of the Beishua dynasty's law enforcement team surrounded the entire Dragon Mansion, and also set up a space enclosing array to prevent the people inside from escaping. The black mist looks like Long Yu's method. The Silver Fox King's handsome face was indifferent, and he led some of his men to guard outside. He didn't rush in immediately, because since the opponent dared to attack the Dragon Mansion, he must have at least the strength of the Emperor's realm. The North Snow Dynasty's law enforcement team is almost useless in this situation. The only thing the Silver Fox King can rely on is his father, the Silver Fox King. If it's really him, today he must die without a place to bury him. The Silver Fox Emperor was a middle-aged man with a stable appearance, and he was looking at the dark sky and black mist with a gloomy face. Why was Silver Fox Manor banned? It is because of Long Yu. Now that the Silver Fox Emperor saw Long Yu, who had ruined his foundation for many years, how could he easily let him go? Of course, he never thought at all that the reason why Yu Hanqing banned Silver Fox Manor was entirely because they wanted to murder Long Yu and take away the Tianshu entrainment skill from Long Yu's hands. If it wasn't for their own greed, why would Yu Hanqing target them? Just asking for trouble. Of course, Silver Fox Emperor and Silver Fox King would not be aware of this. Even if they were aware of it, they would not admit that they did something wrong, they would only blame Long Yu. Soon, Jiuyou Tianguang was dispersed by Long Yanghua and others, and the figure that appeared in the center exceeded everyone's expectations. Long Yu, Long Yanghua, Silver Fox King, and Silver Fox King were all stunned. Silver Fox King and Silver Fox Emperor were okay, they were stunned only because they didn't expect Long Yu to come back and make trouble beyond his control, while Long Yanghua was completely stunned. Didn't they deal with a woman in white clothes just now? Why did he suddenly become Long Yu now? Could it be that the woman just now was just Long Yu in disguise? Think about it, otherwise, how could this person know Long Yu's martial arts supernatural power? Long Yu's figure appeared, and his aura was constantly rising. The inner world in his body soon reached a radius of 90 miles. He will be able to step into the King realm only after he absorbs the final ancient level pill aura. Midterm. But at this time, Silver Fox King and others obviously won't give Long Yu time. It's really God helping me, Father. This Long Yu actually took the initiative to cause trouble in the city. This is a great opportunity for us to get rid of him. Silver Fox King's eyes brightened. Good. The Silver Fox Emperor nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the great revenge was about to be avenged. What chance would a mere kid at the early stage of the King realm meet with a strong man in the middle stage of the King realm? Unless Yu Hanqing comes back now, but everyone knows that the probability of this is too small. The daring thief actually caused trouble in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital. Members of the law enforcement team obeyed the order and surrounded the entire Dragon Mansion to prevent anyone from escaping. The Silver Fox King yelled loudly, and was immediately echoed by thousands of members of the law enforcement team. Haha, when the people of the Dragon Mansion are making trouble, where are your law enforcement team members? Long Yu didn't expect that it was the Silver Fox King who led the law enforcement team to arrive first, but it doesn't matter, the Silver Fox King is only in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. If Long Yu breaks through, it's nothing to deal with the Silver Fox King difficult. The people of the Dragon Mansion are law-abiding, why have they ever caused trouble? The Silver Fox King replied lightly, then turned around and said, Father, I've left this thief to you. He wasn't stupid either, seeing Long Yu making a scene in the Dragon Mansion alone, even Long Yanghua couldn't stop him. He was only at the late stage of King realm, so he must have just courted death in the past. Therefore, he can only let his father step in, so that he can have a chance to completely kill Long Yu. Anyway, as long as Long Yu is dead, even if Yu Hanqing comes back, can they still be punished? Of course, no one knows that Long Yu is already the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, otherwise they would not dare to attack Long Yu if they were given 10,000 guts. A mere Dragon Mansion, even a large empire, could not bear the anger of the Red Emperor. It's a pity that they don't know Long Yu's current identity. and this gave them the courage to do it. The Silver Fox Emperor pretended not to know that it was Long Yu, moved his body, and shot directly. Long Yu was barely able to step into the middle stage of King Realm, and of course it was impossible to fight the Silver Fox Emperor now, so he just smiled softly, and then his figure flashed, and he disappeared like this. No one saw that Long Yu's figure directly turned into a speck of dust, which slowly fell towards the ground. Everyone thought that Long Yu used the means of invisibility, and many members of the law enforcement team used the detection means of the divine script of light. Countless holy lights illuminate the entire Dragon Mansion and the surrounding area, trying to find the invisible Long Yu. Of course, all of these people failed. Even the Silver Fox Emperor himself took out a silver mirror warrior and let the silver mirror shine all over the audience, but he couldn't find any trace of Long Yu. It was as if Long Yu had really disappeared from the world. Where did that kid go? The Silver Fox Emperor suddenly had a gloomy expression. He thought that he could kill Long Yu in an instant with his own action, but he didn't expect that Long Yu was so ghostly and could disappear under the noses of so many people. I don't know, but this kid is very evil, so be careful at all times. Long Yanghua brought the few remaining members of the Dragon Mansion, and came over with hatred on his face and said, even if they win this battle, the Dragon Mansion will be completely destroyed, and the entire Jiaoyao clan is almost dead net. What's more, they haven't been able to kill Long Yu yet. If he really wanted to give Long Yu a chance to make a comeback, Long Yanghua had no doubt that he would die in Long Yu's hands, so now he can only rely on the Silver Fox Emperor. The Silver Fox King immediately led the crowd to search the entire city, but he didn't know that Long Yu turned into a speck of dust and landed in the Dragon Mansion, while he himself was making a breakthrough in the Book of Shadow Space. 100 miles, it's a success. With the help of 2 Imperial Realm special crystals and an ancient high-grade elixir, Long Yu successfully expanded his inner world to 100 miles. This will be a transformation of his strength. Without hesitation, Long Yu began to temper his physical body with the power of his inner world within a radius of 100 miles, so as to further strengthen his physical body. The most important thing was to temper all the meridians in his body into steel and iron bones. Middle King Realm. From now on, Long Yu can use any method without restriction, whether it is martial arts or supernatural powers, it will become extremely smooth to use. The time Long Yu used to break through was not long, even only dozens of breaths. When he reappeared in the Dragon Mansion, the Silver Fox King had just led a team to search around. As for the Silver Fox Emperor, he and Long Yanghua wanted to enter the Dragon Mansion for a detailed discussion. It's a pity that when the two wanted to step into the hall of the Dragon Mansion, a sudden change occurred. A burst of divine power of the spiral of ghost patterns burst out from under the two people's feet instantly, enveloping the two of them at once. However, what followed was a mouthful of terrifying 9 nether dragon breath. No, not just 1 bite, but 2, 3, 7. Long Yu had just broken through to the middle stage of King Realm, so he didn't bother to talk nonsense with these two people. Anyway, talking to these people is a waste of time. If so, just kill them and finish the job. Therefore, he hid temporarily, and then launched a surprise attack, bursting out mouthfuls of 9 nether dragon breath one after another. There is no doubt about the destructive power of the high-level supernatural power, 9 nether dragon's breath, but when Long Yu stepped into the middle stage of the King Realm, the basic power was stronger, and the destructive power of this supernatural power increased several times again. A series of 9 nether dragon breaths came out suddenly, enveloping Long Yanghua and Silver Fox Emperor instantly. Long Yanghua at the early stage of Kaihuang Realm couldn't hold on first, even if he kept using defensive supernatural powers, he couldn't resist the continuous bombardment of 9 nether dragon's breath. As a last resort, he could only unleash the original power of his inner world, so that his speed increased sharply, like a golden streamer retreating towards the rear, leaving the range of Long Yu's continuous bombardment. At the same time, Long Yanghua has transformed into a golden dragon, shining brightly. However, Long Yu immediately realized that he wanted to escape, so he imprisoned the golden dragon in it with the Dark Star imprisonment move. Immediately afterwards, the spiral of ghost patterns bloomed under his feet, and the soul imprint siphon, the Nine Nether's hand. All kinds of means were bombarding and killing the past one after another. Long Yanghua found that he could not escape, and wanted to attack Long Yu himself, but unfortunately, Long Yu's continuous means made him overwhelmed, and he was completely suppressed. Long Yanghua's strength is not as good as that of the previous young master of the Shadow Pavilion. Long Yu was able to suppress him with ease, and after only a few breaths, Long Yanghua's dragon body was devastated and riddled with holes. The 9 nether divine runes have already eroded his whole body. Regardless of any means, any supernatural martial arts, they can't withstand Long Yu's bombardment. Court death. At this moment, the eyes of the Silver Fox Emperor in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm were about to burst, and he finally escaped from countless bombardments of the 9 nether dragon's breath. While Long Yu was dealing with Long Yanghua, he rushed towards Long Yu. His whole body was shrouded in Ice Divine Runes and Space Divine Runes, like a sharp blade that shattered space, trying to split Long Yu in half. Faced with the super powerful attack in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, Long Yu was almost indifferent. Only when the opponent was about to approach at that moment, he lightly raised his hand. Ancient Dragon Bone Pagoda. A gigantic, quaint and majestic ancient dragon skeleton pagoda appeared in the field in an instant, and immediately after, Long Yu directly activated a move that matched the apocalypse with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The dragon skeleton is broken. The entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda directly aimed at the Silver Fox Emperor who was raiding, and then began to spin at a very high speed, like a high-speed rotating drill, bursting out of the air. At this moment, the surrounding space was completely sealed, and Long Yu found himself even the path of the netherworld can't break through the space here. Fit with God. With a twitch in Long Yu's heart, he felt the aura emanating from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and finally reached a further step in matching with it, reaching the state of divine harmony. The change brought about by this is that Long Yu can rely on the ancient dragon bone tower to build an absolute space field. In this field, no one can escape. Not only can't use space divine means to escape, even flying stay home. This thought is only for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda collided head-on with the icy space blade incarnated by the Silver Fox Emperor, and the ancient top-grade soldier and the mid-stage powerhouse Silver Fox Emperor collided directly. As a result, as Long Yu did not expect at all, the Silver Fox Emperor had no ability to resist the impact of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the whole thing was torn to pieces. Undoubtedly, after the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is repaired and turned into a top-quality ancient warrior, the dragon skeleton breaking move will be the strongest attack method of Long Yu, bar none. Whether it is the 9 nether dragon's breath or the 9 explosions of the Yulong dragon, their destructive power is far inferior to that of the dragon bone. As the body of the Silver Fox Emperor was torn apart and completely died, Long Yu cast his eyes on Long Yanghua, who was not far away. Originally, Long Yanghua wanted to escape, but it was a pity that Long Yu happened to be in harmony with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, constructing an absolute spatial domain, so that Long Yanghua could not escape at all, and could only wander around the edge of the domain. After Long Yu solved the Silver Fox Emperor, Long Yu flew towards Long Yanghua. After absorbing 2 Shadow Beast crystals, Long Yu recovered most of his divine power, and raised his hand to cast a spell on Long Yanghua. Out of the spiral and 9 nether dragon breath. 9 nether dragon breath. 9 nether dragon breath. 9 nether dragon breath. After another 3 consecutive 9 nether dragon breaths, Long Yanghua finally couldn't hold on anymore, and wanted to beg for mercy, but just as he had such a thought, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade in his hand and stabbed him into the dragon. The heart of the body. The 2 strong men in the Imperial Realm died completely in the hands of Long Yu, and it took only an incense stick of time before and after. But at this time, the Silver Fox King, who had been scattered to search for Long Yu, finally found out something was wrong from his subordinates, and quickly led thousands of members of the law enforcement team back to the Long Mansion. What caught his eyes was his father's torn corpse and the scene where Long Yu stabbed Long Yanghua to death. "Surround him for me, and kill this rogue by any means." There was an instant chill in the Silver Fox King's heart. There is no doubt that the current Long Yu's strength is too strong, unimaginably strong. Although he is only in the middle stage of King Realm, he can easily kill his father and the Emperor of Long Yanghua, the Strong. After the Silver Fox King gave the order, he quickly backed away, trying to escape from here. This person actually wanted to hold back Long Yu with the lives of thousands of members of the law enforcement team so that he could escape. It's a pity, how could Long Yu let him get his wish? "Where are you going?" Long Yu's voice sounded from the Silver Fox King's ears like a nightmare, and then his figure appeared in front of the Silver Fox King. As soon as he raised his hand, Jiuyou Tianguang instantly covered the surroundings. Jiuyou Tianguang has reached the peak stage of comprehension, and it also has the function of enclosing the divine power of space, but it is different from the usage of the absolute space domain. In most cases, the existence of one of them is enough. As for Jiuyou Tianguang, it only seals the divine power of the space. If there are other powers in the martial arts society, it can dispel Jiuyou Tianguang. And the absolute space domain cannot be dispelled. Even Long Yu can only be completely trapped in it. Of course, if Long Yu wants to leave, he can cancel the closure of the absolute space domain at any time. This is the best way to trap the opponent. The light of Jiuyou sky spread and spread, completely trapping the Silver Fox King. After 3 breaths, the Jiuyou Tianguang quickly dissipated, but the body of the Silver Fox King in it was completely annihilated by Long Yu's attack and ruthlessly beheaded. This scene shocked the thousands of members of the law enforcement team who were just about to do something. This Long Yu is too strong, right? It only takes 3 breaths to deal with the Silver Fox King, who is 1 stage higher than himself. Members of the law enforcement team are listening. Long Yu looked around, looked at the group of members of the law enforcement team in the magical secret realm, the early and middle stage of the King Realm, and said calmly, "Do you choose to obey the orders of the Silver Fox King, or the orders of Yu Hanqin?" In the Northern Snow Emperor's law enforcement team, apart from the Silver Fox King as the captain, there are also quite a few vice-captains. These vice-captains are all martial artists in the middle stage of the King Realm, and originally wanted to swear to the death to defend Baixuanduangdu, but when they heard Long Yu's words, they subconsciously replied at the same time, "Of course I obey Lord Yu Hangxin." "That's enough, Yu Hanqin, you are now my senior sister," Long Yu said lightly. This sentence instantly shocked all the members of the law enforcement team on the spot again. Yu Hanqin, is Long Yu's senior sister now? So who do they want to listen to? What's more, both the Silver Fox King and the Silver Fox Emperor are dead, and this Long Yu's fighting power is terrifying. Even if they swarmed up, they would not be able to deal with Long Yu at all. Instead of dying in vain, why not go back and investigate first to see if Long Yu is really Yu Hanqin's junior? In other words, let's see if Long Yu is now Chidi's direct disciple. Disband. The vice-captains of the law enforcement team immediately ordered everyone to disband, and then several vice-captains came to Long Yu and said one after another, "The matter of the Dragon Mansion, we will solve it for you. Lord Han Xian's Jr., he deserves what he deserves." "Thank you, everyone." Long Yu smiled slightly, raised his hand, and threw out more than a dozen top-grade Great Wilderness-grade pills. "These are considered as a meeting gift. You have 3 pills for each of you, take it." Several deputy captains of the law enforcement team suddenly brightened their eyes. Great Wilderness-grade high-grade medicinal pills cost at least 10,000 god coins, and now Long Yu gave them 3 of them casually, allowing them to make a lot of money all at once. The effect of this bribery action was very obvious. and the eyes of several deputy captains of the law enforcement team immediately showed admiration for Long Yu. "Don't be sorry, Lord Long, we will rely on you and Lord Yu a lot in the future to develop our country," one of the vice captains said seriously. He knew very well that if Long Yu really became the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, then the Baishua dynasty would have two direct disciples of the Red Emperor. Which other country would have this kind of glory? It can be seen from this, that the development and growth of the Baishua dynasty is just around the corner. When that time comes, members of the law enforcement brigade will definitely get more benefits and more training resources, so as to climb to a higher level of martial arts. Long Yu went alone to Luoyue Mansion in northern Snow Emperor's capital, which was the allied force of Long Mansion. Before, like the master of Long Mansion, many people were framed to death by Long Yu's design in the area of chaotic stones. In the action against Azura Mansion, this Luoyue Mansion also took part. Unlike Tianqing Manor and Silver Fox Manor, Yuhanqing banned their forces, so Silver Fox Manor and Tianqing Manor no longer exist, and Luoyue Manor only has the main force died outside, Luoyue Manor itself still. Moreover, the master of Luoyue Mansion is not dead yet. Long Yu's trip is to wipe out Luoyue Mansion, at least to kill the master of Luoyue Mansion. When he was in Azura Mansion, Long Yu heard from Shu Chan that Luoyue Mansion and Long Mansion jointly targeted Azura Mansion, and killed more than 10 people in Azura Mansion, all of them died tragically. This made Long Yu already put the people from Luoyue Mansion on the must-kill list. It's fine if he doesn't have strength, but now that he has enough strength, of course he can't let go of the person who deserves to be killed. Among other things, if the Shura Mansion and Tianyu Manor want to develop steadily, they must not have such potential enemies. Therefore, Long Yu must destroy Luoyue Manor. When he came to Luoyue Mansion, he found that all the people in Luoyue Mansion, led by the master of Luoyue Mansion, greeted him at the gate of Luoyue Mansion, and they all looked a little trembling. Obviously, the news of the annihilation of the entire Dragon Mansion has already reached their ears. "Master Long, we at Luoyue Mansion pleaded guilty, please give me a lenient sentence." The master of Luoyue Mansion, that extremely beautiful woman, knelt down directly towards Long Yu, wanting Long Yu to forgive her. The members of Luoyue Mansion are mostly beautiful women, but Long Yu knows that these are demon cultivators, and they belong to the same ethnic group as the previous Yu Xinlan. Long Yu took a careful look at the master of Luoyue Mansion. The human figure he transformed into was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, Long Yu did not believe that she surrendered in good faith. "Since you pleaded guilty, then hand over all the cultivation resources in Luoyue Mansion to show your sincerity," Long Yu said lightly. "This?" The lord of Luoyue Mansion heard the words, stood up, hesitant. Luoyue Mansion had a lot of cultivation resources. If all of them were handed over to Long Yu, Luoyue Mansion's strength would be greatly weakened again. Originally, after experiencing the previous blows, Luoyue Mansion is no longer able to survive. If it suffers another blow, I am afraid that there will be no rising day in the future. One must know that the current period of time is the best time for the rapid development of many forces in the North Snow Dynasty. After 2 or 3 years, the North Snow Dynasty will become the North Snow Empire, and the many forces in it have basically been divided. If these 2 years are not seized, Luoyue Mansion will have no place in the Baishua dynasty. If you refuse to hand it over, then die. What the master of Luoyue Palace didn't expect was that when Long Yu saw her hesitate, he immediately chuckled and moved his hands. The Absolute Space Domain and Jiuyou Tianguang were displayed at the same time. However, Long Yu remembered that Yu Xinlan, who died in the rocky field before, was the daughter of this Luoyue Palace master. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to believe the head of Luoyue Palace, not to mention that when looking at her eyes, Long Yu felt a ray of killing intent from the depths of her eyes. It was this ray of killing intent that made Long Yu finally decide to kill the grass. Jiuyou Tianguang spread across the audience in an instant, and the Jiuyou blade condensed immediately, attacking and killing everyone in Luoyue Mansion. As for the master of Luoyue Mansion in the middle of the Imperial Realm, Long Yu personally did it, and once again urged the dragon bones break. This terrifying move will consume the power of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. It is the same as the defensive method of the 9 nether sky screen. It can only be used 5 times a day. Although there is a limit, it is still much easier to use than before. Not only has the destructive power been increased dozens of times, but the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda will not automatically disintegrate due to the use of dragon skeleton break. Because Long Yu and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda are in harmony with each other, the self-awareness in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has become more sensitive. With just a thought in Long Yu's mind, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda flew out and spun at a very fast speed to attack the master of Luoyue Mansion. Kill the past. The master of Luoyue Palace didn't expect Long Yu to attack directly after a disagreement, but she is also a strong person in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. An extremely thick ice wall was formed. The dragon skeleton came crashing down. The ice wall shattered. Immediately afterwards, the Yuan spiral bloomed under the feet of the master of Luoyue Palace, imprisoning her for a breathing time, and it was this breathing time that caused Long Yu's attacks to follow one after another: the Hand of Jiuyou, the Soul Seal Siphon, the Jiuyou Dragon Interest. What followed was the continuous 9 nether dragon's breath. No matter what defensive means the palace master of Luoyue Palace used, he couldn't escape Long Yu's bombardment, and his whole body was soon completely eroded by the 9 nether divine art. Almost, die. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the void dragon blade turned into a pitch-black sharp blade like a scythe for death's life, and quickly pierced towards the heart of the master of Luoyue Palace by means of space penetration. The master of Luoyue Palace didn't even have time to change his body, and was stabbed in the heart by the nether dragon blade 3 times in a row. The first 2 times she used the ice wall to resist, but finally couldn't resist the 3rd time, and was stabbed by the nether dragon. The blade directly penetrated the heart. Lord of Luoyue Palace, die. However, Long Yu discovered that after the death of the master of Luoyue Palace, the void dragon blade that pierced into his heart was completely frozen. This is the original power of the master of Luoyue Palace, endlessly frozen. Long Yu ignored it for the time being, because he was in a fierce battle right now. It stands to reason that Luoyue Mansion still has 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses left, a palace master in the middle stage of the Emperor Realm, and an elder in the early stage of the Emperor Realm, but that elder has disappeared. Long Yu frowned slightly, and didn't think much about it. Probably before he arrived, the elder left with some important people from Luoyue Palace. It seems that the annihilation of the Dragon Mansion is really a big movement, and the turmoil made Luoyue Mansion ready. In this way, Luoyue Mansion has not been wiped out. Now that he has started, Long Yu will never let anyone in Luoyue Mansion go. He quickly cleaned up all the demon cultivators in Luoyue Mansion, and then condensed 5 ancient afterimages, each disguised as the little bird flew around. Find the people from Luoyue Mansion, and follow them. Long Yu gave instructions to the 5 desolate ancient afterimages, then left Luoyue Mansion and headed back towards Shura Mansion. The matter was almost settled. As for whether he could find the person from Luoyue Mansion, Long Yu was not worried. It had only been a short time since the Dragon Mansion was wiped out, and the other party probably hadn't left Beishua Dynasty yet. Not everyone has mastered long-distance space transmission. It is impossible for Luoyue Palace to have the Qianquan scroll similar to that used by the Palace Master of Dragon Palace. Of course, if he really couldn't find the other party, he had no choice but to forget it. Long Yu knew that the escaped person must be trying to continue the blood of Luoyue Mansion, and then try to take revenge, and it is unlikely to appear in a short time. As long as you wait for a while, everyone in Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion will become stronger, and there is no need to fear the other party's revenge. Of course, it is best to find and cut the weeds and roots. Long Yu thought in his heart, and soon returned to Shura Mansion. The news that the remnants of the Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion were completely wiped out quickly spread throughout the entire Northern Snow Emperor's capital. At the same time, Long Yu's identity was also quickly exposed. The seventh direct disciple of the Red Emperor, Master Yu Hanqing's younger brother, has now returned, and completely wiped out the participating forces of the Dragon House and Luoyue House that threatened the Shura House and Tianyu Manor. He is extremely domineering. Long Mansion and Luoyue Mansion, together with Silver Fox King, Silver Fox Emperor and others, were all wiped out by Long Yu in this battle, which is unbelievable. Not long ago, Long Yu forced Long Yao to admit defeat at the imperial capital's grand meeting, and it took so long for Long Yu to kill the mid-stage powerhouse of the imperial realm. As expected of being the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. In the past, there were some forces that wanted to deal with Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion, but now they completely gave up their thoughts at the same time. Originally, the high-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, Tianshu Inchi, was very attractive to most forces. But now, Long Yu is the direct disciple of Chidi. What is a top-grade martial art at the Great Wilderness level? If you have a good relationship with Long Yu, you may have the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, if you want to have it. All of a sudden, countless people wanted to curry favor with Long Yu, but when they came to Shura Mansion, they found that Long Yu had already left. In fact, after the Luoyue Mansion was wiped out, Long Yu only went back to the Shura Mansion to tell everyone about the situation, and then flew back to Tianyu Manor with Shu Quan. Because Shu Quan told Long Yu that the situation in Tianyu Manor is also very bad now, because many backbones of Tianyu Manor have gone out to practice, so there are not many people suppressing the management. Planning to snatch the cultivation jade slips from Tianshu to entrain Qi. To Long Yu, this was naturally unforgivable, so he immediately flew back to Tianyu Manor with Shu Quan. The news of Long Yu's identity spread, but it was not as fast as that of Long Yu and Shu Quan. When the news that Long Yu was the seventh direct disciple of the Red Emperor spread back to Tianyu Manor, the two had already arrived. Arrived at the sky above Tianyu Manor. At this moment, the Tianyu Manor was really in chaos, as Shu Quan said. In the center of Tianyu Manor, on the top floor of the training tower, is where many great wilderness-level martial arts are placed, including Tianshu Qi Inchi. At this moment, there are two people guarding this place. Gu Weixian and Lao. Among them, Gu Weixian is the late King Realm expert of the Cracked Tooth Squad explained by Long Yu in the Yuanquan Tian Tower. Long Yu effect. At this moment, Gu Weixian and An Lao were standing guard at the entrance of the training tower, and outside the training tower, there were actually hundreds of martial artists gathered, and these people shouted some slogans, saying that they were going to hand over the training of Tianshu Inchi Jade Jane. After Long Yu won the first place in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, Tianyu Manor became famous and attracted a large group of Jianghu martial arts and foreign martial arts to join. Although Hongyue was extremely strict at the beginning, something went wrong in the end, because the Great Desolation level high-grade martial arts were so attractive to these foreign martial artists. Especially after some backbones of the original Tianyu Manor went out to practice, these Jianghu martial arts and foreign martial arts became even more intensified. Our Shura Mansion received a message from Hongyue, saying that foreign martial arts rioted and wanted us to help. We sent 12 people to set off first, but we didn't expect that all 12 people were captured by the Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion. The remnants were intercepted halfway. Shu Quan said in a cold voice, of course she didn't have any good feelings towards those foreign martial arts cultivators who made troubles. Fortunately, Long Yu has returned now, and with a very strong posture, he destroyed Long Fu and Liu Fu. This made Shu Quan feel relieved. With such a powerful Long Yu, Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion will definitely be fine. But seeing Long Yu becoming so strong now, Shu Quan was naturally dissatisfied in her heart. She also wanted to go to the holy city of 5 emperors to see why Long Yu could grow so fast. In the center of the entire Shenwu world, there must be a lot of cultivation resources there, right? It's just courting death. Long Yu came to the sky above Tianyu Manor, and when he looked down, he saw a chaotic scene. Since the building was reinforced with divine crystals by the Dragon Emperor, the people in the Tianyu Manor were not harmed. The Qinglong army, Xuanhuan army, etc. arranged by the Dragon Emperor before, all the original troops hid in the building. Jianghu martial arts and foreign martial arts cannot destroy buildings, nor can they hurt them. However, when Hongyue asked everyone to hide for the sake of everyone's safety, those Jianghu martial arts and foreign martial arts intensified and gathered together, wanting to attack the cultivation tower and directly snatch the cultivation jade slip of Tianchu's qi. These people obviously wanted to leave with Yujian directly after they got their hands on it. When the time comes, neither Yu Hanqin nor Long Yu will be able to find their traces. It's a pity that at this moment, Long Yu returned. None of the martial cultivators who caused chaos in Tianyu Manor knew that Long Yu had returned. In fact, these people would not be afraid even if they saw Long Yu before they got the news of all the things that happened in the northern Snow Emperor capital. On the surface, Long Yu is only in the middle stage of Qing realm. Although the speed of progress is astonishing, it is still nothing to them. In the entire Tianyu Manor, a total of more than 300 Jianghu martial arts and foreign martial arts joined after Long Yu left. These people followed the rules set by Hongyue at the beginning, but when they discovered that according to Hongyue's rules, it will take them at least several years to obtain the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level. So these people couldn't wait. They are making trouble at the same time. Since there are more than a dozen powerful people in the secret realm of the royal way among these people, Hongyue and the others are of course unable to resist. When these people join forces to make trouble, only Gu Yixian can stop them. Among the rebellious crowd, there were a total of 13 strong kings, including 1 late king, 3 middle kings, and 9 early kings. Their overall strength far exceeded the original strength of Tianyu Manor. A late-stage king realm expert, with a middle-stage king realm leader, is leading 140 or 50 people to confront Gu Yixian in front of the cultivation tower. Gu Yixian, I respect you for being a man, let me get out of the way now, otherwise we will all have to fight. The middle-aged man in the late king stage threatened Gu Yixian. Following his words, more than 100 people behind him shouted loudly. It's a pity that Gu Yixian was completely unmoved, just stood at the entrance of the cultivation tower, holding a high-grade long-sword soldier of the Great Desolation level, and treated him indifferently. As long as these people really dare to attack the cultivation tower, he doesn't mind beheading them all. It seems that he has never repented. It doesn't matter. When the 3rd and 4th children come back, we can start. The middle-aged man in the late Wangjing period said lightly. Obviously, for the time being, he didn't dare to rush up to deal with Gu Yixian, but was waiting for 2 other middle-stage king realm people to come over. In that case, it would be possible to deal with one Gu Yixian by gathering the strength of 4 people. As for now, the 3rd and 4th children in his mouth are leading a team to arrest Hongyue and others, and are constantly bombarding various buildings in Tianyu Manor. It's a pity, how could they be able to blow away the building reinforced by the Dragon Emperor with divine crystals? You guys are so courageous. Tianyu Manor is so good at recruiting you and providing you with a lot of training resources. I didn't expect you to rebel for a martial skill. You really are wolf-hearted. Beside Gu Yixian and Lao, who was invited by Long Yu, stared at those martial artists in front of him with a look of hatred. It's a pity that he has just stepped into the early stage of the King realm, and his inner world has not yet expanded, so it is impossible for him to be these people in front of him. Opponent. I think I've risked my life for Tianyu Manor and performed many missions, but the contribution value I got is only a fraction of the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level. The middle-aged man in the late stage of Wanjing snorted coldly, "Since the people in the manor don't trust us, we will take the initiative to take it." "I want to see, why do you stop me?" "It's up to me, Long Yu, to come back." At this moment, Long Yu's voice suddenly descended from the sky and reached the ears of everyone present. Eldarin was immediately excited. He and Gu Yixian raised their heads together, and saw Long Yu and Shu Chan's figures descending from the sky at a glance, coming to the cultivation tower. "It's you, Long Yu? Shu Chan?" Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the late King realm frowned slightly. Didn't it mean that the people from the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion had completely trapped the Shura Mansion? How could this Shu Chan come out? Moreover, after a few months, Long Yu's reappearance turned out to be a cultivation in the middle stage of King Realm, which is really surprising. However, it is only the middle stage of King Realm. A kid in the middle stage of the King Realm dares to stop me. I really don't know how to live or die. I will kill you first. The middle-aged man in the late stage of King Realm, the leader of martial arts in Jianghu, didn't pay much attention to Long Yu at all, and Shu Chan, who was at the 7-path supernatural ability realm, was even less regarded by him. As the voice fell, the middle-aged man's figure flashed, and what he had comprehended was the power of the divine script of space, and he condensed a space-sharp blade to shatter the void, and attacked Long Yu's face gate. "Young Master Long, be careful." Underneath, Mr. N quickly reminded, but Gu Yixian's eyes lit up, and he didn't have any worries about Long Yu. Gu Yixian knew very well that at that time, Long Yu, who was only in the realm of the 4 supernatural powers, could fight against the strong in the early stage of the King Realm, so now that Long Yu has entered the middle stage of the King Realm, what is it against the late King Realm? Sure enough, the next scene immediately caused confusion among everyone in the venue. "Stop for me, Ghost Pattern Spiral." As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the 7th grade divine chain, the Yuan Spiral, bloomed directly under the man, completely imprisoning his figure. The original power, break. A large axe condensed from the divine script of space bloomed from that person's body, splitting the spiral of Yuan in an instant, but before he was completely out of trouble, Long Yu's attack came again. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Ghost Pattern Spiral. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. It's just the continuous circulation of these two moves, which completely trapped the guy, and his body was continuously destroyed and eroded by the 9 Nether Dragon's breath. After the third mouthful of the 9 Nether Dragon's breath, the middle-aged man's whole body was roasted into pitch black. The coke fell straight onto the snow in Tianyu Manor without a sound. The leader of the rebellion, die. Escape. Seeing this situation, the rest of the martial arts cultivators panicked, and hundreds of people scattered and fled in all directions. The leader of the late King Realm is dead, and it is impossible for the rest of them to have the chance to win those great wilderness-level top-grade martial arts again. Therefore, they immediately fled and dispersed. It's a pity, how could Long Yu watch them escape? Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, Absolute Sky Realm. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he released the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda. A burst of simple black light flashed towards the surroundings, and then an absolute space field enveloped the entire space. Those people fled in all directions, and when they escaped a few hundred meters away, they suddenly found that there was an invisible space barrier in front of them, preventing them from escaping. No matter what method they use, they can't smash the space barrier. Die. Long Yu gave an order, and together with Gu Yixian chased and killed in 2 directions, instantly beheading the Jianghu wuxiu who made trouble one after another. Countless people began to kneel down and beg for mercy, but how could Long Yu forgive these rebels? Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, he kept harvesting the lives of those people. It only took a stick of incense, and all the more than 300 rebellious troops within the Tianyu Manor died in the hands of Long Yu and Gu Yixian, leaving no one behind. The entire Tianyu Manor was bloodbathed like the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Manor, and blood donations were everywhere, staining the snow-covered land in the matter red. When the rebel army was completely wiped out, Hongyue took the other people in Tianyu Manor away from the buildings where they were hiding, and looked at the field in shock. Long Yu is back. And as soon as he came back, he had stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, wiped out all the rebellious martial arts with a wave of his hand, and saved everyone in Tianyu Manor once again. Hong Yu, the manager of the manor, Qi Yun, the master of the Bingbing Pavilion, Zi Ling, the master of the alchemy hall, and the three women stood in front of Long Yu, obeying Long Yu's orders. At this time, Long Yu's face was full of puzzlement. You mean, the entire Tianyu Manor, the Xuanhuan army, the Qinglong army, the White Tiger army, and the leaders of the Death Army have all left the manor to go out to practice? When he came back this time, Long Yu originally wanted to find some people to go to the holy city of the five emperors together so that they could enjoy a better practice circle, but he found that most of the people he was looking for had gone out to practice. Greatly exceeded his expectations. Man Xian, Feng Yu Xian, Qi Hua, Impeller, Lu Yuan, Yan Huan Mo. Wait, many people Long Yu knew before all went out to practice and wanted to find their own way of martial arts, and Long Yu couldn't do anything about it. Even Hongyue didn't know where these people went to practice. Unless they came back by themselves, they couldn't be found at all. If Long Yu had a strong person in the Emperor realm by his side, he could know where those people are now, through deduction. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't have the help of a strong person in the Emperor realm by his side. Since this is the case, we can only select some other people to go there. Long Yu shook his head helplessly, and then said the names of some people. The current Death Army, Sunset Dance is still there, let her go to the holy city of the five emperors first, and take the other 7 people with higher cultivation bases by the way. Members of the Legion of Death. All the members of the Death Legion have comprehended the engraving-level death scriptures. Long Yu heard from the Death Envoy that if 8 people all comprehend the death scriptures, there will be a magic circle called Dead Binding Seal Magic Circle. Even if it is 8, even a king-level monk can trap a strong man in the early stage of the Emperor's level. If 8 monks from the Imperial Realm work together to build the Dead Man's Seal Circle, it will be able to trap everyone in the world of Shenwu. Since Monqin, Qihua, and Fenjiexin are all gone, Long Yu can only find other people. It is said that in the Army of Death, Sunset Dance has achieved good results in recent practice, so she was selected as the leader of the formation of the dead. When Long Yu saw Xiangwu, he found that the little girl from the past had grown up a lot, and had already possessed the cultivation base of the 3 supernatural powers. This speed was already quite unbelievable. Xiao Wu, you take this identity token, lead the 7 members of the Death Legion to the Holy Tower in the center of the Holy City of the 5 Emperors through the teleportation circle in the Beishui Palace, and then say that you are looking for Qin Yaxuan. I will arrange for you to go to the Star Spirit formation to practice, and before I come back, you can practice with peace of mind. Long Yu said to Xiang Wu. Well, can I take Grandpa there with me? Sunset Dance asked a little nervously. Seeing Long Yu again, she felt that Long Yu was different from before. After all, she was already a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way, so she was a little cautious when speaking. Of course. You can bring whoever you want, but I need 8 of you to practice quickly in the Protoss circle, you know? Long Yu smiled and patted her head. I will go back within a month. And then I will have to test your cultivation results. After hearing Long Yu's words, Sunset Dance happily left to select candidates. She has been practicing with members of the Death Army recently, and of course she is very familiar with the members of the Death Army, so she chose 7 of them to go with her. The holy city of the 5 emperors is not difficult. In addition, she also wanted to take away her grandfather Zisong, who now works in the Alchemy Palace, but in fact, Zisong's level of alchemy is nothing in the Alchemy Palace. In the Alchemy Hall of Tianyu Manor, Liao Leilei's talent is extremely brilliant. She learned alchemy from Zhenchenzong with Bai Lao, and after coming to Tianyu Manor, she made rapid progress under the guidance of Zi Ling. The current Liao Lei, who has just reached a level of supernatural powers, is already able to refine heaven-level high-grade pills. As long as his cultivation goes a step further, he can refine wild-level low-grade pills. On the side of the Bingbing Pavilion, Lu Guanming made rapid progress. He had never learned Bingbing before, but after coming to Beishua Dynasty, he learned a lot from Qi Yun and Hui Yuanbai. It is still one level higher, and has reached the level of 2 supernatural powers. At this time, as long as there are enough materials, one can refine heavenly high-grade soldiers. Similarly, it is still a little short of the Great Desolation level low-rank soldier. Whether it's a warrior of the wilderness level or a pill, if you want to refine it, you must have at least the cultivation base of the 4 supernatural powers, but if you have enough training resources, it should be fast for the 2 of them. Long Yu called Hong Yu and Shu Chan together, and arranged with them. He took out half of the property from the Shadow Pavilion that Emperor Tianxiang had given him, and handed it to Hong Yue and Shu Chan, about half of each of them. These cultivation resources are worth nearly 50 million god coins in total, and each of you has half of them. Strive to make the development of Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion faster. With so many resources, both Hong Yu and Shu Chan were stunned. Training resources worth 50 million divine coins. You know, whether it is Tianyu Manor or Shura Mansion, the monthly income is only about 10,000 to 20,000 divine coins, and it can only be obtained by working hard. But now, Long Yu gave them training resources of 50 million divine coins in one go. Even Shu Chan had to admit that Long Yu had already walked in front of her. All of this seemed to be because he went to the holy city of the 5 emperors once. It seems that I have to go to the holy city of the 5 emperors. Shu Chan thought in her heart, and directly raised it with Long Yu. If you want to go to the holy city of the 5 emperors, go with Sunset Dance and the others, and go to the dragon realm leading to the holy pagoda, which belongs to me. Long Yu nodded and said. While making arrangements, Long Yu suddenly frowned slightly, because he felt that one of his ancient remnants who went out to investigate had finally found the remaining elder in the early stage of the imperial realm in Luoyue Mansion. At this very moment, the elder of Luoyue Mansion at the early stage of the imperial realm was leading a young girl at the middle stage of the imperial realm to flee outside the Beishue imperial capital, and met a young man in a dense forest. That young man, whom Long Yu knew well, turned out to be Yun Chu Shui, the second son of the Emperor Realm Expert from Yunyun Empire. Yun Chu Shui, in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, his strength should be stronger than the palace masters of Dragon Palace and Luoyue Palace, but it doesn't matter, in front of me now, this person can only die. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu bid farewell to Hong Yue and Shu Chan, and directly prepared to kill Yun Chu Shui and the remnants of Luoyue Mansion. Cutting the weeds, without eradicating the roots, poses a great threat, so even if there are only one girl and elder left in Luoyue Mansion, Long Yu will not let any of them go. Long Yu was not worried that Yun Chu Shui and the others would run away, because his ancient afterimage detected that Yun Chu Shui came directly towards Tianyu Manor with the girl and elder of Luoyuegu. It seems that they want Yun Chu Shui to kill Long Yu directly, and avenge everyone in Luoyue Mansion. The two will eventually have a battle, and Long Yu naturally won't run away. Instead, he goes up to meet them. As long as another incense stick passes, the two sides will meet above a river outside Tianyu Manor. There is one thing that is quite interesting. Long Yu's ancient afterimage detected that the old and the young of Luoyue Mansion didn't want to deal with Long Yu at first, because Long Yu even killed their palace master in the middle stage of the imperial realm, and would be afraid of a Yun Chu Shui. However, Yun Chu Shui said that his strength is stronger than the ordinary mid-stage emperor, at least able to fight against monks in the late stage of the imperial realm, so let them rest assured. Naturally, the young and the old could only follow behind, because they could only rely on Yun Chu Shui now, and even paid the price for the girl to marry Yun Chu Shui. Within 100 miles, Long Yu directly opened the Eye of Shadow, and had a panoramic view of the situation within 100 miles. Naturally, he also fully grasped the whereabouts of Yun Chu Shui and Luoyue mansions young and old. He flew directly towards where the three of them were, alone. Coming. For experts at the level of Long Yu and Yun Chu Shui, the distance of 100 miles is only a distance of dozens of breaths. Long Yu was able to detect Yun Chu Shui, and of course Yun Chu Shui also detected Long Yu's location. The location of the two sides is approaching quickly. Originally, my father warned me that Long Yu had become the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, and told me not to provoke him, even let go of my younger brother's grudge, but I just can't let go. With infinite coldness in Yun Chu Shui's eyes, he said to Luoyue Mansion's young and old daughters, "What's more, now that he has wiped out my fiancé's family, I, Yun Chu Shui, will definitely kill Long Yu. I hope so. At critical moments, I will help you." Luoyue Mansion's early emperor elder, the old woman, said calmly. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed from above her head, turning into a jet-black sharp blade and slicing towards her neck. What? This scene was immediately noticed by Yun Chu Shui, which shocked him immediately. In his perception, isn't Long Yu still more than 10 miles away? Why did someone launch a sneak attack here? Moreover, this Long Yu launched a surprise attack without saying a word, and his methods were really ruthless. The old woman in Luoyue Mansion was attacked unexpectedly. She didn't show any panicked expression at all, she just raised her hand, the ice divine aura bloomed all over her body, an ice lotus enveloped her whole body, and the jet-black sharp blade directly crushed the ice lotus destroyed, but failed to hurt the old woman. Quietly, Long Yu's attack struck again, this time it was filled with sky light, instantly covering the whole river with a radius of more than 10 miles. What the hell, purify me! Yun Chu Shui yelled sharply, and a burst of light divine power erupted from his hands, like a small sun was born in mid-air, and even directly scattered all the light from the Joyo sky that filled the sky. It is worthy of being a mid-stage powerhouse in the Imperial realm. Long Yu's first wave of sneak attacks didn't work, but he was not in a hurry, and he had killed the strong ones in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. For him now, as long as he was careful, there would be basically no difficulty. One after another, fallen dark stars condensed from the mid-air above the river, but the three of Yun Chu Shui still failed to find Long Yu's figure. Yun Chu Shui and Long Yu entered into a state of battle. As for the elder and old lady of Luoyue Palace, they carefully protected the girl from Luoyue Palace. Yu's methods are extremely vicious, they must not be left alone. Soon, one after another, the fallen dark stars exploded as they approached Yun Chu Shui, but Yun Chu Shui snorted coldly, raised his hand, and the flame divine script blasted out, forming a wall of flames. The explosion power of the fallen dark star is completely blocked. Brightness, flames, two divine powers. Long Yu turned into a shadow, hid in the dense forest aside, carefully observed Yun Chu Shui's fighting style, and soon he found that dealing with Yun Chu Shui would never be as simple as before. Because Yun Chu Shui's basic strength far exceeds that of the previous Silver Fox Emperor and Luoyue Mansion Master, Long Yu's control methods will definitely be resisted by him. In this way, it is impossible for the attack method of 9 Nether Dragon Breath to hit the opponent. Hide your head and show your tail, what is it? Come out for me, Angel Avatar. Yun Chu Shui received Long Yu's 2 moves, but couldn't find where Long Yu was, and suddenly became extremely annoyed. The radiance of the whole body bloomed like the sun, and 12 angel figures with wings condensed around his body. The 12 angel figures, each of which looks like Yun Chu Shui himself, is completely condensed by the light divine script. Illuminate the sky. Yun Chu Shui shouted sharply, and the 12 angel figures immediately burst into infinite brilliance, causing all the shadows within a radius of tens of miles to disappear without a trace. Long Yu saw the opportunity quickly, and directly disguised himself as a small fish in the river. But at the same time, 12 black shadows gradually condensed from above the river, and each black shadow held a pitch-black scimitar in his hand. It was Long Yu's 6th magical power, summoning the 9 nether hunters. When he entered the middle stage of King Realm, he could use any method at will, and the 9 nether hunters could summon 12 at once. It's a pity that this summoning consumed all the power in Long Yu's body. After he disguised himself as a small fish, he began to take the Shadow Beast crystal in the Book of Shadow Space to restore his power. The 9 nether hunters, each looking for their opponent, killed the 12 angel clones in the sky. Endless light illuminates the earth, and the angel of light confronts the hunter of the 9 nethers, as if they were natural enemies. It's just the middle stage of King Realm, how is it possible? Yun Chushui was incomparably amazed by the fighting power of these 9 nether hunters, but what he really cared about was not this, but that he still hadn't found any trace of Long Yu. Even the angel avatar, shining the sky, has already been displayed. It stands to reason that no matter where Long Yu hides, he will easily find it. All the shadows within a radius of tens of miles have been forcibly dispelled, and Yun Chushui knows everything within the range, but he just didn't see Long Yu's figure. Of course he felt the small fish in the river, but he never considered that it would be Long Yu. Even if he did, which of the thousands of small fish in the river is Long Yu? Yun Chushui was confused. However, at this moment, Long Yu's real attack finally launched. After repeated tentative attacks, he figured out a way to deal with Yun Chushui. Now that Long Yu has stepped into the middle stage of King Realm and can uninterruptedly display any supernatural martial arts, his fighting style will become extremely flexible. Right now, he came up with a way to trap anyone. Infinite imprisonment. With a twitch in Long Yu's heart, he rushed straight up from the river, and the infinite 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed in midair. Yun Chushui reacted immediately, and wanted to launch an attack on Long Yu, but how could he compare to Long Yu's speed? One after another, dark stars condensed from around Yun Chushui's body, dark stars imprisoned, dark stars imprisoned, dark stars imprisoned. More than a dozen dark stars appeared around Yun Chushui's body, engulfing his entire body. Firmly surrounded by it. This move was called infinite imprisonment by Long Yu. If there was only one move to imprison the dark star, Yun Chushui might be wiped out in an instant. However, now the dark star confinement has increased to 12 floors. One chopstick is easily broken, but when 12 chopsticks are combined, the force required to be broken is hard to estimate. The dark star imprisonment is also similar. Long Yu directly stacked 12 dark star bodies layer by layer, and its thickness was directly increased by 12 times. To break through it, the strength needed is far more than crushing a dark star imprisonment. 12 times, or even hundreds of times, the required power. Even if it is Yun Chushui, if he wants to break through such infinite confinement, it is impossible to do it overnight, and it will take at least 3 breaths. And 3 breaths were the time Long Yu used to prepare to kill Yun Chushui. Layers of dark stars completely darkened the entire space, and the 12 angel clones were firmly held back by the 12 9 nether hunters, unable to attack Long Yu at all. Seeing this, the old woman of Luoyue Mansion in the distance immediately knew that the battle between the two had reached a critical moment. If she didn't make a move, Yun Chushui was likely to be killed by Long Yu. This son, it's too scary, we must kill him. The eyes of the old woman in Luoyue Palace shone with hatred, her whole body turned into a stream of light, countless ice sword chi fell from the sky, quickly condensed into a giant ice sword, and fell towards the top of Long Yu's head. Too slow. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly, he ignored the huge ice sword, and disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the shadow escaped in a flash. Immediately afterwards, the 6 ancient afterimages were directly condensed by Long Yu, and each of the ancient afterimages began to condense the fallen dark star at the fastest speed. With one breath, a total of nearly 200 fallen dark stars were produced, and they surrounded Yun Chushui, who was imprisoned infinitely. Thousands of miles frozen. Seeing that Long Yu was so flexible, the old woman of Luoyue Mansion burst out the mixed power of space divine runes and ice divine runes, and wanted to freeze the entire nearby space. Long Yu didn't dare to ignore such a large-scale method, turned around and erupted with a mouthful of 9 nether dragon's breath, directly opening a path from the thousands of miles of ice. The space around Long Yu was completely turned into ice, but only the place where he was burnt up by the 9 nether dragon's breath and could not be frozen. At this moment, the huge ice sword from before moved forward at an extremely fast speed in the frozen space, stabbing towards Long Yuji, icy cold, and its power was astonishing. 9 nether dragon breath, break it for me. Long Yu spewed out the breath of the 9 nether dragons again, and directly blocked the giant ice sword. At this moment, the infinite imprisonment finally persisted for 3 breaths, and then couldn't bear the bombardment of Yun Chu Shui. The whole body crashed, broken. However, Long Yu's 6 desolate ancient afterimages had gathered more than 500 fallen dark stars during this period of time and gathered beside Yun Chu Shui. As soon as Yun Chu Shui broke through the infinite imprisonment, before he had time to react, the more than 500 fallen dark stars exploded, and the terrifying power even spread to the frozen space on Long Yu's side, killing the cold space in the space. The ice is completely destroyed. With such power, Long Yu, who was within 100 feet away, had to temporarily evade the edge, and cast the Tianxian star shadow, leaving an afterimage of a star on the spot, but the main body had already moved to 100 feet away, and was heading towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. Fleeing away. Long Yu is very aware of the explosive power of 500 fallen dark stars, especially after he has stepped into the middle stage of the King realm. If he does not run far away, he may even be affected, and he will be seriously injured even if he is not dead. Compared to Long Yu, the old woman from Luoyue Mansion was not so lucky. She also wanted to kill Long Yu as soon as possible. Looking at Long Yu's Tianxian Xingying, she thought it was Long Yu's body and launched another attack. Unfortunately, when she found that Long Yu was just an afterimage at that time, it was too late to run again. The explosive power of more than 500 fallen dark stars not only completely enveloped Yun Chu Shui, but even the old woman of Luoyue Mansion was also bombarded by it, surrounded by the explosion of the pitch-black 9 Serenity's divine script. Not far away, as soon as the girl from Luoyue Mansion saw this situation, she knew something was wrong, so she quickly used her martial arts and turned around to run away. But soon, Long Yu caught up just at this time. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and don't let anyone go. Especially, the Luoyue Mansion girl in front of her is quite talented. Of course it is impossible for Long Yu to let her escape safely. When the fallen dark star exploded, it directly shattered all 12 angel clones in the audience. Not even the 9 nether hunters were spared, and the shadows once again recovered within dozens of miles nearby. The shade of the trees and the majestic shadow of the mountain all became Long Yu's best assassination props. Shadow killing technique. On the route where the Luoyue Palace girl turned and fled, suddenly many shadows condensed into sharp knives and stabbed towards the girl. The girl from Luoyue Mansion was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly raised her hand. Her left hand was flaming, her right hand was icy cold. The 2 divine powers rushed out at the same time, condensing into 2 layers of barriers, trying to resist Long Yu's shadow-killing technique attack. However, with the same level of martial arts and the same basic strength as Long Yu, she is completely inferior to Long Yu in any other aspects, so how can she escape Long Yu's pursuit? As the void dragon blade turned into a pitch-black sharp blade, piercing through the 2 layers of defensive barriers, the girl's heart was directly pierced. She lost her voice, and slowly fell to the ground. So far, the 3 people who originally wanted to deal with Long Yu had all died. As for Long Yu, he just consumed 10 shadow-attributed beast crystals. Long Yu now found that although his martial arts and supernatural powers could be compared with those in the middle stage of the Imperial realm, the power contained in his body was much weaker in comparison. After a battle, Long Yu actually absorbed 10 shadow-attributed beast crystals, which meant that the strength in his body had been exhausted more than 5 times. If he didn't have enough alien crystals, he would have died of exhaustion. However, as long as Long Yu has enough alien beast crystals, he will be able to fight against the strong in the middle stage of the Imperial realm, and he has surpassed a large realm. There is still a long way to go from the late stage of King Realm. Now in the middle stage of King Realm, the inner world has a radius of 100 miles. Only by expanding the inner world to 10,000 miles, can we withstand the process of fusing the true spirit and giving birth to the original power. Long Yu thought in his heart. Simply put, if you want to step into the late King stage, you need 1,000,000 times more aura than the early King stage to break through to the middle stage. When the inner world is bigger, the more spiritual energy is needed for each mile of expansion. From a radius of 100 miles to a radius of 10,000 miles, the total amount of spiritual energy required is equivalent to millions of times that of a radius of 1 mile to a radius of 100 miles. This is calculated according to the volume of the inner world. But correspondingly, Long Yu found that after he stepped into the middle stage of King Realm, all the meridians in his body were tempered to an extremely strong level, including other aspects of his physical body. The basic training speed has been improved by more than 100 times compared to before. If the Protoss formation is counted, as long as Long Yu practices in the Protoss formation for 1 day, it is equivalent to taking a top-grade Great Desolation grade elixir. Cultivating with great concentration is too slow for me. Although 1 day is equivalent to 1 high-grade wilderness grade pill, in this way, 1 year of cultivation is only equivalent to taking 3 different ancient grade middle grade pills. It's just an elixir, it's not as good as absorbing a special crystal of the Imperial realm. Long Yu shook his head. If he wants to cultivate faster than others, he must not rely on concentrating on cultivation. He must purchase more cultivation resources. The most important thing is the alien beast crystal, whether it is the alien beast crystal at the king level or the emperor level, can greatly enhance his cultivation speed. After a rough estimate, if Long Yu wants to break through to the late stage of King Realm in a short period of time, he needs 100 special crystals of King Realm level. This is probably the result of 100 years of ordinary people's practice in the Protoss magic circle. One can imagine how difficult it is to break through the kingly secret realm. He Knife and Yi Ziwei, who broke through to the late stage of the Imperial realm at such a young age, must have had extremely extraordinary adventures just like Yu Hanqin. The Death Envoy said that in the small world of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, the Shenwu world, there are supergrade and supergrade pills stored in many ruins. For example, a heavenly demon pill allowed Long Yu to approach the middle stage of the King Realm directly from the early stage of the King Realm. If there is an ancient top-grade pill, taking just 1 pill is enough to double the gap between Long Yu and the late King Realm. I hope that in the ancient ruins, there are some medicines that are useful to me. Long Yu thought to himself, then burned the body of the girl from Luiwei Palace, turned around and left this place. As for Yun Chu Shui and the old lady of Luiwei Mansion, they were blown to pieces by 500 fallen dark stars, leaving no trace of them. The plan to cut grass and roots is basically over, and next, Long Yu has to go to explore the ancient ruins in the Shenluo Empire. Since I heard from the Death Envoy, Long Yu is already quite familiar with the ancient ruins, the so-called wreckage of the small world of the sufferers. He knows where to enter and what is in it. But it is quite difficult to get everything from it. After Long Yu returned to Tianyu Manor, he sent the 7 members of the Death Legion selected by Xiangwu, Mr. Zixong, and Princess Xuchan to Beishiwei Palace. Then, he rushed towards the Shenluo Empire alone. So far, Xuchan is undoubtedly the person Long Yu trusts the most. After all, Xuchan knows many of his secrets, and even the ancient Shura Palace is jointly owned by him. Therefore, Long Yu wants Xuchan to go to the holy city of 5 emperors. She entered the fantasy realm of the 5 emperors once. During the battle of the Scarlet Emperor's illusory realm in the Beishiwei dynasty, the Scarlet Emperor must have noticed Xuchan, and maybe Long Yu didn't need to say more, he would give her a place to enter the five emperors' illusory realm. As for these, Long Yu could only deal with them after he came out of the ancient ruins. Now, he must put all his thoughts on the ancient ruins. Just as Long Yu was rushing to the Shenluo Empire, the powerful emperors of the Yunyan Empire and the Shenluo Empire began to deduce the whereabouts of Long Yu. For Emperor Yun, the death of his two sons was related to Long Yu, so of course it is impossible to let Long Yu go. As for the people of the Shenluo Empire, of course there are spies in the Baixue dynasty. Since there are spies, they must know the news of Long Yu's return soon. Therefore, Situlioli, the daughter of the city lord and the city of rage god, directly asked her city lord's father to help deduce the position of Long Yu. Long Yu took away 3 great wilderness-grade super pills from the trading house of the general's mansion, which caused Situlioli a great loss. She probably will never forget the humiliation that Long Yu brought to her that day in her life. After coming to this world, it can be said that this is the first time she has encountered a blow. Of course, she was deeply impressed by Long Yu. The emperor-level powerhouses can hardly make mistakes in their deduction of low cultivation martial arts, so soon, Long Yu's action trajectory clearly appeared in front of these emperor-level powerhouses. There are even some powerful emperors who have calculated the destination of Long Yu, somewhere in the Shenluo Empire. Thus, a large group of strong men embarked on the journey to kill Long Yu, but none of them dared to step into the territory of the Baixue dynasty to make trouble. After all, everyone now knows that Yu Hanqin is the leader of the Baixue dynasty, and she is the 6th direct disciple of the Red Emperor. Of course, to be honest, they were afraid of Yu Hanqin because they couldn't beat Yu Hanqin. As for Long Yu, it's only in the middle stage of King Realm. As long as he sends someone to kill him, can the Red Emperor slaughter them all in a fit of anger? When Chidi asked, they directly stated that they didn't know Long Yu's identity. What else could Chidi do? What's more, there seems to be many precedents of the 5 emperors' personal disciples being killed when they practiced outside. The 5 emperors have never been angry because of such things. The direct disciples of the 5 emperors were killed while practicing outside, which is a shame in itself. If the 5 emperors have to take care of such things, how can their direct disciples get real growth? It took Long Yu 3 days to arrive at the border between the Baixue dynasty and the Shenluo Empire, and then he directly disguised himself as a crow and flew over leisurely from the sky. During this period, Long Yu felt that many people were waiting on the border of the Shenluo Empire, obviously waiting to kill him, but unfortunately, no one knew that he had turned into a crow. Until Long Yu flew thousands of miles away at the fastest speed, half a day had passed, and finally a large group of people chased after the crow. There is no other reason. The strong man in the Imperial realm finally deduced that Long Yu is near here, but he couldn't figure out where Long Yu was. Soon, after all, someone still suspected that it was the crow. However, just when that person was about to kill the crow, Long Yu transformed himself and quickly rose into the sky, turning into a speck of dust. Not only that, but he also condensed 6 ancient remnants, all of which were disguised as crows, and flew away in all directions, attracting the attention of a large group of people. The speck of dust in Long Yu's incarnation was constantly blown forward in the high-altitude wind. Although the speed was slow, it also left this area very quickly. He slipped away from the eyes of many pursuers again. By the time the Emperor Realm powerhouse reached his position again, he had already flown thousands of miles away. In this way, relying on the Book of Shadows, Long Yu disguised himself all the way and moved forward, sometimes flying birds, sometimes turning into fishes and swimming along the river. Day after day, 3 days later, he was not far from his destination, where the ancient ruins were located. However, the Emperor Realm expert deduced his location 6 times, but failed to catch him. However, following these 6 deductions, everyone knew the secret of Long Yu's evasion from hunting, disguising himself as something else to confuse the public. Although they don't know how Long Yu did it, they firmly believe that if they continue like this for no more than 2 days, they will be able to capture Long Yu completely. Even, two powerful men in the imperial realm personally went to the destination of Longyu they had deduced, and were ready to wait for the rabbit. After another day, Longyu came to the sky above an extremely barren swamp. The entrance to the ancient ruins that the Death Envoy said is here, under a 1,000-year quagmire. Coming here, Longyu felt that he was not far from the ancient ruins, so he turned into a small snake and burrowed into the soil under the swamp floor. This kind of little snake is a group of monsters that have lived in this swamp for generations. It can walk on the ground in the swamp. It is extremely powerful. Longyu disguised himself as a little snake and moved forward, even faster than himself flying in the sky. When Longyu turned into a little snake and dived headlong into the swamp, many chasers finally came here. What about the kid? I don't know what it's disguised as again this time. Pay attention to everyone. No matter what is about to fly away, I will shoot it down. Not a single fly will be let go. It seems that the kid's destination is in this swamp. Shall we go down and search? There may be some treasures in this swamp. You, and you, go down with me, search, and see if you can find anything. Including the two strong men from the Emperor realm, they all came here, looking at a large swamp in front of them. Their brows were tightly furrowed. One of the strong men is an old man in the late stage of Emperor realm, not from the Shenluo Empire. His deduction ability is the strongest among all people. All the strong men in the Shenluo Empire respect this old man very much. Because this old man is the elder of the Taiwu Empire, one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, near the holy city of the 5 emperors. Compared with the Shenluo Empire, the Taiwu Empire is undoubtedly a colossus. Any elder from the empire will be welcomed by the entire Shenluo Empire. You must know that in the entire Shenluo Empire, there is no strong man in the late stage of the Emperor realm. At most there are only mid-stage Emperor realm. This is why they are afraid of Yu Hanqin, because even the strongest in the Shenluo Empire cannot beat Yu Hanqin, who is only in the late stage of the Imperial realm. But from this, Longyu thought of the Tianqin dynasty. A long time ago, Emperor Tianqin had fought against Yu Hanqin. Although he was beaten back by Yu Hanqin and suffered serious injuries, it was extremely difficult for him to survive under Yu Hanqin's command. That's why Longyu didn't go to Tianqin dynasty for the time being. Otherwise, he might have gone to the Tianqin dynasty long ago to avenge the Shura king and the like, and bring down the Tianqin dynasty by the way, so that he can get enough cultivation resources. Everyone, don't worry about having no place to practice. The scope of the Tianqin dynasty is not much smaller than that of the Beishua dynasty. As long as Longyu is sure to deal with the Tianqin emperor, he will immediately behead the Tianqin emperor and occupy the Tianqin dynasty, but not now. Soon, the elder from the late stage of the Taiwu Empire ended the deduction, and said lightly, I deduced for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally deduced his final destination. Everyone, come with me. So everyone followed the elders of the Taiwu Empire and came all the way to the central area of this swamp. In the middle of this swamp, there is a huge swamp pond, which looks no different from other places in the swamp. However, the elders of the Taiwu Empire pointed to this pond. This swamp pond is not an ordinary place. If the old man is not mistaken, it should be an ancient relic. There is no doubt that the destination of Longyu is here. Ancient ruins, I didn't expect that kid to bring us to a good place. Everyone in the Shenluo Empire suddenly became pleasantly surprised. Who wouldn't want to enter an ancient ruin? Everyone knows that there are great opportunities in every ancient ruin in the world of Shenwu. If they can be obtained, the strength of Wuxiu will undergo earth-shaking changes. Don't be too happy. The elder of the Taiwu Empire's face sank immediately. I just deduced it again and found that this ancient ruin can only be entered by practitioners below the Emperor's realm. The ruins are blocked outside and cannot enter. How could it be so? A mid-stage powerhouse of the Shenluo Empire, this person is the city lord of the City of the Gods. Situ Kong is Situ Liuli's father, because Long Yu bullied Situlioli, so he is very concerned about the arrest of Long Yu. Most attentively. Besides him, the general of the general's mansion of the Rage God City also participated in the hunt for Long Yu, but unfortunately, at this time, the powerhouses of the Emperor realm, were helpless. What about the Imperial realm? If you can't enter this ancient ruins, you can't go to catch Long Yu. But it doesn't matter. We have a lot of strong people in the late stage of the Imperial realm here. If you send some casually, you can arrest that kid and bring him to justice. Let's explore this ancient ruins by the way. The eyes of the general of the general's mansion in the city of Rage Gods were filled with anticipation, and he arranged his subordinates to prepare to enter the ancient ruins as quickly as possible. Among his subordinates, there are many lieutenants in the late stage of the Imperial realm, and army team leaders in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. These people are trustworthy. Even if they find something in the ancient ruins, they will definitely tell him. Maybe he will gain the most from this operation. The general was looking forward to it. Everyone in the middle stage of the Imperial realm should be careful. According to the news from Baishua dynasty, Long Yu can kill the existence in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. The elder of the Taiwu Empire said solemnly. Don't worry, our imperial soldiers are not as unbearable as those small families of the Baishua dynasty. Besides, we still have many late-stage emperors entering it, enough to catch that kid. The general didn't care at all, and with an order, the powerful men of the imperial realm under him rushed into the swamp pond below. A burst of light from the divine text of space flashed, and all those powerful people in the imperial realm disappeared. Presumably they had entered the ancient ruins. However, they didn't know that what awaited them in this ancient ruins was a complete trap. The ancient ruins that the Death Envoy told Long Yu were the wreckage of the suffering person's small world. As for who the suffering person was, Long Yu didn't know, but after a little guessing, he knew that it should be a person imprisoned here by the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Strong. Of course, he was once a strong man. At this time, this small world has become a wreck, and it is conceivable that the so-called sufferers have long since perished. If Long Yu hadn't used the seal taught by the Death Envoy to open the gate of this ancient relic, and the people of the Shenluo Empire would not have discovered this ancient relic in another 10,000 years. If there is a way to open it, then of course there is a way to close it, but after Long Yu entered, he did not close it, but opened the door to let others in. There is no other reason. Long Yu simply wanted to kill those so-called martial arts experts who chased in the ancient ruins. Don't you want to kill me? Let you have a taste. The Death Envoy taught Long Yu 5 seals, 1 to open the small world, 1 to close the small world, and 3 seals, all of which can control various magic circles in the small world. However, this small world has become a wreck now, and how many magic circles are left in it, even the Death Envoy doesn't know, so Long Yu can only rely on Long Yu to figure it out. Anyway, as long as it is a good magic circle, it can be activated by Long Yu. When Long Yu stepped into this small world from the pond in the middle of the swamp, the first thing he saw was a broken starry sky. Looking ahead, countless planetary wreckages were floating in the entire empty pitch-black void, and the space cracks visible to the naked eye were constantly showing up in the sky. In front of Long Yu's eyes, if he was not careful, he would be completely swallowed by those space cracks, and even the strongest in the Imperial realm would not be able to survive. This is indeed the wreckage of a small world, but there are still many good things in it. If Long Yu can get it, it will be very helpful to improve his strength. The Death Messenger said that the suffering people from beyond the sky are all natural alchemists. This is a very special group, and they all have great power outside the sky, because they have mastered the refining methods of many rare pills. As for the sufferers who were sealed in this small world of the Nine-Yu Dragon Emperor, Long Yu guessed that it was very likely that the Nine-Yu Dragon Emperor had arrested them to refine pills for them. So if you are lucky, Long Yu will definitely be able to find a lot of rare pills in the wreckage of this small world. The rare mentioned here means that they are extremely rare outside the sky. As for the world of Xuanhuan, it is only this one. No semicolons. After being taught by the Death Envoy, Long Yu was able to identify the authenticity of the space cracks in this ancient ruins. A real space crack is an irreparable shattering caused by the small world being subjected to a huge force. There is only a dead end to enter this kind of space crack. The fake space cracks are actually teleportation cracks. All the suffering people are proficient in the power of the space divine script. The small world is extremely vast. In their own small world, they will definitely set up some teleportation arrays, called it is a transportation crack. This kind of transmission crack looks exactly the same as a real space crack. Only by using a special method to detect it can it be detected whether it is true or false. This is one of the other 3 seals that the Death Envoy imparted to Long Yu. Long Yu entered the wreckage of the small world, almost without any hesitation, immediately cast this move, identified a fake space crack, and directly plunged into it. For the Death Envoy, he trusted enough. Sure enough, the next moment, he appeared in a place I don't know how far away. In this place, the number of space cracks is much less, at least not all over the entire space. Sure enough, in the wreckage of the suffering person's small world, the closer to the entrance and exit, the more serious the damage and the more space cracks. In fact, up to now, Long Yu still doesn't know what the Phelan is. In the Holy Pagoda, he can teleport to any floor as long as he holds the seal. In the wreckage of the small world of the sufferer, he can also rely on the sign to manipulate things in the small world. Long Yu had a guess in his mind. Could it be that the inside of the Holy Tower is actually a small world? In any small world, the creator of the small world can set some seals, so that other people can rely on these seals to control some things in the small world? Specifically, Long Yu didn't know. But he is very clear that whether it is the seal in the Holy Tower, or the seal in the wreckage of the small world in front of him, it is completely useless to use it in the world of Xuanhuan. These seals are special seals. In this case, the problem arises again. The world of Xuanhuan is just a small world. The difference is that this is the small world of the Dragon Emperor Joyo. Long Yu suddenly thought of this, and frowned slightly. As one of the 4 envoys of the Joyo Dragon Emperor, the Death Envoy should have mastered many seals of the world of martial arts, right? If the guess about the seals is correct, the Death Envoy is here in the world of Xuanhuan, one should be invincible. Forget it, go back and ask the Death Envoy. It is useless for him to guess here alone, it is better to explore the wreckage of the small world in front of him first. The Eye of Shadow spread instantly, but within a range of 100 miles that could be detected, it turned out to be empty, without anything, which made Long Yu's heart sink. The space for the wreckage of this small world is too big, right? The inner world of Wang Jing's late stage covers thousands of miles. If you step into the Imperial Realm, you will have a radius of 100,000 miles, a radius of 1 million miles, and a radius of tens of millions of miles. If you step into the Emperor's realm, it is at least 100 million miles in size. If you are at the peak of the Emperor's realm, your inner world is even 300 million miles in radius. Once it surpasses the Emperor realm and becomes a stronger existence, its inner world will transform into a small world, which is a real world that can breathe life, such as the world of Xuanhuan. It is conceivable that the size of the wreckage of this small world is truly as difficult to explore as the stars of the universe. Long Yu had no choice but to continue to approach one of the space cracks, holding the seal from a long distance, trying to activate the space crack, but found no response, so he gave up and flew to another space crack. Picking up the Dharma seal again, a white beam of light burst out from the crack in the space, covering Long Yu's body, and in the next moment, Long Yu was teleported to another place. Long Yu knew that he was constantly moving towards the depths of the wreckage of the small world. If there were any pills left by the sufferers, they must be stored in the depths of the small world. Relying on the seal taught by the Death Envoy, he kept moving forward. As for those who came in with him, the Imperial Realm powerhouses of the Xuanluo Empire, they were not so lucky. The wreckage of this small world is really too big. Long Yu picked up the seal and relied on the teleportation crack to teleport at once, which means that tens of millions of miles have passed. But for these powerful people in the Imperial realm, they don't know the seal and cannot activate the teleportation crack. After paying the price of the three of them, they finally knew that these space cracks were completely untouchable, and once they touched them, they would only end up being strangled. Therefore, they can only avoid these space cracks and fly quickly towards them. Fortunately, they are powerful in the Imperial realm, and their flying speed is not slow. After a day, they finally flew out of the distance that Long Yu teleported once. However, facing the boundless black void of the entire space, these people were extremely disturbed. The ancient ruins extend in all directions, they don't even know where Long Yu went. But to explore an ancient ruin, it would take less than 10 days and half a month, so they didn't pay much attention to it. They just left a small group of 5 people guarding the entrance, and the others explored in different directions. A total of hundreds of people entered this ancient ruins, but when they dispersed, it seemed as if no one came here at all. Compared with this ancient ruins, human beings are really small. Not to mention hundreds of people, even millions of people poured in, and it would be difficult for the ancient ruins to detect them after they were dispersed. The ancient ruins are very dangerous places. They just came in and tried the space crack, and 3 people died, so everyone was careful. But they didn't know that after they flew for a day, Long Yu had already directly advanced to the center of the wreckage of the entire small world. After teleporting more than 10 times in total, Long Yu found himself in a desperate place. In front of him, there was a gigantic crack in space that split the sky and the earth, as if splitting the entire small world in half. Long Yu didn't dare to push forward the teleportation rift anymore, because that huge space rift was like a tiger that would choose to eat someone, even if there was a teleportation rift. Once it was teleported out inside the giant space rift, Long Yu would not know how to die. He could only choose to retreat to the teleportation crack, ready to go another way. After teleporting 3 times, he faced this huge space crack again, his heart sank, and he backed away again. He kept trying to detour, but he didn't expect that the huge space crack was even as long as hundreds of millions of miles. He walked around for a long time, they couldn't go around. Finally, in the process of continuous teleportation, he came to the end of the huge space crack, and finally he was able to fly over slowly. As for directly teleporting there, Long Yu still didn't dare. It took Long Yu 4 days to bypass this giant space crack. This is because he has mastered the seal and can teleport it. When those powerful people in the Imperial realm come here, it may take 10.5 months to bypass it. Bypassing the giant space crack, Long Yu knew that his destination was approaching. A row of teleportation cracks appeared in front of him. This is the transfer station for the wreckage of the entire small world. Through these teleportation cracks, Long Yu can go to the real core of the small world, the alchemy room. Of course, only one of the 8 teleportation rifts leads to the alchemy room, while others lead to the storage room, some to the residence, and so on. Until now, Long Yu has not seen any living beings, even the remains of dead living beings. His heart sank, and he finally chose one of the space cracks, activated the seal, and shot a small white light beam from the space crack, hitting Long Yu, and teleporting Long Yu to the next place. Swish! What appeared in front of Long Yu turned out to be a vast and boundless prairie, but it was just a barren grassland. Just above Long Yu's head, in the distant void, there was a teleportation crack, which was the passage to return to the previous place. Long Yu's shadow eye was cast, and he looked around and found some dilapidated houses on this barren grassland. Long Yu flew towards the detected place. Anyway, the place detected by the Eye of Shadow would not exceed 100 miles, and for Long Yu it was only a few breaths away. When he arrived, what Long Yu saw was a pile of dilapidated buildings, which looked like a small city, but now only wreckage remained of this small city. Long Yufei went forward and found that there were many bones in the building complex. It seemed that some kind of creature had existed, but it was a pity that it had been dead for many years. This is a world, a small world like the Xuanhu world. Seeing this scene, Long Yu was finally shocked. Although there are countless ancient relics in the world of Xuanhu, most of them are small relics. Large relics like the wreckage of this small world of the sufferer, Long Yu has never heard of anyone detecting it. Now, he has come to this small world, a place for creatures to live. This continent has long been an endless ruin, without any life, and it is barren. But once upon a time, when this small world was not destroyed, this place is probably as prosperous as the current Xuanhu world. Long Yu moved forward all the way, and within less than 1,000 miles, he saw many such city wreckages, but without exception, these cities were all destroyed, and no living beings could exist. Long Yu remembered the huge space crack that he saw not long ago. It was hundreds of millions of miles away from this barren continent, but because of that giant space crack, the wreckage of the entire small world of the sufferers was shaken. Looking around, Long Yu saw huge underground cracks everywhere on this barren continent, the mountains were all cut off, and the rivers completely dried up. It was an apocalyptic scene. Long Yu wanted to know what happened back then, and thought of the current Xuanhu world. The small world of 9 Nether Dragon Emperor cannot be smaller than this small world, so it must be wider. Among the wreckage of this small world, this continent where living creatures live is only a small part of it. So in the small world of the Dragon Emperor Joyo, is the world of Xuanhu only a small part of it? Long Yu thought of the vortex of air flow that can be seen 10,000 miles above the world of Xuanhu. It is one of the 7 supernatural powers of Emperor Joyo Dragon. However, no one has ever been able to reach that place, and they can only be seen from a distance, just like the sun and the moon. How far is the air vortex from the mainland of Xuanhu world? The world of divine martial arts must be just one of the small worlds of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor, but knowing this does not help me at all. Long Yu shook his head, and started to go back the same way. There was nothing on this barren continent, which meant that he couldn't find anything useful from here. Even if there is, it will have to wait until he finds the alchemy room and storage room of the sufferer. Long Yu passed through the space crack and returned to the previous transfer station. He looked at the 8 teleportation cracks again, picked another one and picked up the seal to activate it. A white light beam hit and instantly teleported Long Yu away. Long Yu was startled when he opened his eyes this time, because there was a spatial crack in the void less than 100 miles away from him. From this spatial crack, there was a strong attraction, wanting to suck Long Yu in. Too close. Long Yu has never been so close to the space crack, and he never thought that the space crack would have such a strong suction force, so he gritted his teeth, quickly mobilized all his strength, and flew towards the distance. In the wreckage of this small world, the laws of heaven and earth mastered by Long Yu cannot be used, but he can use the divine script to resist the suction force of the space crack, allowing Long Yu to slowly move away from the space crack. So close. Long Yu's heart was pounding. If the teleportation appeared at a closer distance, he might not be able to escape the space crack. When he looked back now, the spatial rift was like a big open mouth, occupying more than half of his sight, but when he got far away, the spatial rift became smaller and smaller until it was the same as ordinary people. Space cracks and teleportation cracks are the same size. Long Yu was shocked in his heart. It turned out that in the wreckage of his small world, any crack in space was more spectacular than the Holy Tower, but he didn't think much of it when he looked at it from a distance. In this way, how big was the huge space crack that he bypassed before? I'm afraid it's even bigger than the entire Xuanhu world. But soon, Long Yu recovered from the shock, because he found that he had finally reached his destination. A storage room in the wreckage of this small world. What appeared in front of Long Yu was a huge palace floating in the void. This palace was bigger than any palace or even any city that Long Yu had seen before. It looks like a toothpick. Magnificent, magnificent. Long Yu couldn't find any suitable words to describe this huge palace. He only knew that he must have found a place, because this place was exactly as the Death Envoy said. However, what made Long Yu's heart sink was that right in the middle of the palace, a crack in space completely penetrated it and divided it into two halves. This place is the storage room of the suffering, where all kinds of elixirs are stored. But the middle part has been destroyed and penetrated by the space rift. It seems that many things in it have been annihilated in the space rift. Can you still find the ancient elixir you want? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu stepped forward cautiously, and condensed 6 ancient afterimages, flying towards the different entrances of the palace. In front of that palace, Long Yu and his desolate afterimages are like ants. No, even worse than ants, they are really too small. After entering from 7 different entrances, the first thing you see is 7 different halls. In the center of these 7 halls, there is an extremely exquisite stone platform. On the stone platform, there is a medicine bottle exuding a simple atmosphere. Found it, open it. With an order from Long Yu, Huanggu Remnanting stepped forward, trying to open those medicine bottles that exuded a simple atmosphere. However, at the next moment, 6 ancient afterimages faced the same scene at the same time. A beam of white light descended from the sky, directly covering the ancient afterimages, and then in just a moment, all the ancient afterimages were annihilated in the white light. Sure enough. Long Yu thought to himself, he was not depressed. He raised his hand, and a seal was squeezed out, and then he walked towards the simple medicine bottle in front of him. The white light that annihilated those ancient afterimages did not appear. Long Yu successfully came to the stone platform, and picked up the ancient pill. Take the pill seal. If you don't take the pill seal, it is impossible to get these pills, but it will be completely annihilated by the Guardian Circle. Unexpectedly, the entire storage palace was split in half by the space crack, and the Guardian Circle is still there operate. Long Yu was quite emotional, and then opened the medicine bottle in his hand. A burst of simple and fresh fragrance came to his nostrils. Long Yu looked at the medicine bottle and found that there was only 1 pill inside. Although he couldn't see what this pill was for, he could tell that it was definitely an ancient supergrade pill. The above pills. Ordinary ancient pills do not have such a strong medicinal fragrance. This pill has a similar level of aura to the heavenly demon pill that Long Yu took, but there are some differences. I can only take it back to the Death Envoy for identification. Long Yu put away the elixir, then continued to condense the afterimages of the ancient times, and walked towards the interior of the palace. Spatial cracks run across this hall, and there may be a suction force coming at any time. Long Yu must let the ancient shadow explore the way, otherwise I am afraid that he will die without knowing how. Following step by step, being cautious, Long Yu kept moving forward, and found that the further he went in, the stronger the aura of the elixir and the higher its quality. Even before he reached the 3rd hall, he had already obtained an elixir that was at least at the ancient level, which made him overjoyed. The harvest of this trip is really great. Just when Long Yu was going to the 4th hall, the 6 desolate ancient afterimages felt a burst of suction force almost at the same time, making their figure a little unstable, but the suction force was not very strong. They suck it up completely. In the palace where the elixir is stored, all the way through the door is smooth, and Long Yu can even see the cracks in the space beyond the 7 halls at a glance. The 7th hall has been completely destroyed by the space crack. With the building materials of this magnificent hall, it is only in the 7th hall that it can resist the suction force of the space crack. If it were Long Yu, he would definitely not be able to go that far. One hall is 100 miles away, and Long Yu is still 400 miles away from the 7th hall, but he feels that as long as he goes 100 miles further, he will not be able to resist the attraction of the space crack. Unfortunately, I can only get the pills from the 4 halls. It was a pity for Long Yu, but when he stood in the 4th hall, he found that the suction force of the space crack was already quite terrifying, and if he went any further, there would be absolutely no way out. He retreated cautiously. While opening the elixir in the fourth hall, he found that it was indeed a rare elixir with an infinite simplicity. At least it is a Taiku super product. Long Yu thought in his heart. It is quite good for other people in the world of Shenwu to explore the ancient ruins and get the ancient elixir. For example, He Dao and Yi Ziwei. It is because they explored a lot of ancient relics and obtained a variety of ancient elixir that their cultivation can be improved so much quick. But now, Long Yu casually got the ancient supergrade pill. In addition to the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in it, supergrade pills all have special effects, which are even more attractive to Long Yu. If I can fit the Shadow Divine rune to the 9th level, I will be able to cultivate the divine formation, and I will be absolutely invincible at the same level. Long Yu's heart became hot. He didn't leave just then, but exited the palace passage and entered another entrance of the palace. There are 18 entrances to the entire storage room palace. Among the 18 entrances, one path is clear. If Long Yu can get 4 pills from each entrance, Long Yu can get 64 pills in total. What kind of huge wealth is this? Compared with the 5 Emperors Alliance? What a joke! All the elixirs of the 5 Emperors Alliance added together are not as valuable as the elixirs that Long Yu can get now. After spending a whole day, Long Yutsai finally walked through the 18 entrances of the storage palace, and each entrance led to 4 halls. There were 64 pill bottles in total, but unfortunately some of them were empty. Long Yu finally got 51 pills, all of which were ancient grade, immemorial grade, even super grade, and there were a lot of top grade pills. But Long Yu doesn't dare to take it rashly now, so I'd better wait until I go back and ask the Death Envoy. Looking at the hall further back, Long Yu was very envious, but it's a pity that if he stepped further, he would be sucked away by the space crack that traversed the entire hall. If he lost his life, it would not be worth the loss. However, Long Yu looked at the 3 halls in the back, all of which were placed with pill bottles protected by the magic circle, and felt quite reluctant. It was too embarrassing for so many pills to be seen but not accessible. People wondered. The entire storage palace originally had at least tens of thousands of halls, which stored thousands of pills. Even if most of them were destroyed by space cracks, there are still hundreds of them that have not been destroyed. But now, Long Yu has just obtained 51 pills, so he is naturally not reconciled. It's not that he doesn't understand contentment, but that he knows very well that such an opportunity will never come again after this time. How can there be so many pills for him in other ancient ruins? Every sufferer is a natural alchemist, and the sufferer who was captured by the Joyo Dragon Emperor at the beginning must be the only one. Try to see if there are other ways. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking hard. The entire palace was pitch black, but as long as Long Yu pinched the seal, all the surrounding stone walls would light up, illuminating the entire palace. This Dharma seal is exactly the same as the Dharma seal that shuts off each pill, and suddenly Long Yu's heart moved. He pinched this Dharma seal, and extinguished all the light around him. The afterimage of the ancient times turned into a shadow and moved forward. Long Yu condensed a desolate ancient afterimage, and then turned the desolate ancient afterimage into a figure, and continued to move forward in the darkness. Soon he discovered that the space cracks really have no attraction for pure shadows. Anything else, even if Long Yu condenses a hand of the 9 serenities, will be taken away by the suction force of the space crack, but after being transformed into a shadow, it will not be subjected to any suction force. This solves the problem of the suction force of the space crack, but in this way, there is another problem in front of Long Yu, that is, after incarnation of the shadow, he cannot pinch the magic seal and close the protective magic circle of the elixir. How can he get it? Take the pill? Long Yu thought for a while, and let the ancient afterimage cancel the shadow of the avatar, and stood in the hall again, suffering from the strong suction force of the space crack in an instant. However, Long Yu immediately let the desolate ancient afterimage cast Jiryo skylight, covering the whole hall in the black mist of Jiryo skylight. The desolate afterimage that was originally affected by the suction force instantly stayed in place, which made Long Yu overjoyed. Sure enough, Jiryo Tianguang can shield all the effects of the Space Divine script within the range. Even if it is now facing the suction force of the space crack, it can stop it. It's a pity that Jiryo Tianguang can make the space within the range completely unaffected by the Space Divine script, but it will be sucked away by the suction force of the space crack, and the sucking speed is quite fast. This has already given Long Yu enough chances. If he can't get more pills like this, he might as well hit him to death. As expected of the ancient-level martial skill Jiryo Tianguang, this is the martial skill used by Jiryo Dragon Emperor, so it is naturally extraordinary, especially after he has cultivated to perfection. If one can step into the transformation realm, the effect of this move will be even more astonishing. The 9 nether sky light casted by the ancient remnants only takes 2 breaths, and all the black mist will be sucked away by the suction force of the space crack. Therefore, Long Yu had to constantly use the Jiryo skylight. The Jiryo skylight he cast could last for 3 breaths, but Long Yu had to leave time to make the magic seal, so he could only continuously gather the remnants of the ancient times and let the remnants of the ancient times shadow cast Jiryo Tianguang one by one. Fortunately, he stepped into the secret realm of the royal way, otherwise it would be impossible to do so. It is precisely because he can continue to display the Jiryo Tianguang, and approach the next hall little by little, the power in his body is constantly being consumed, and he must absorb a shadow-attributed beast almost every 20 breaths crystals. This cost him dearly. Even though he stored thousands of alien beast crystals in his void dragon blade space, he couldn't stand the consumption like this, but compared to the medicine pill he was about to get, these alien beast crystals were nothing to mention. When Long Yu came back, he spent 50,000 divine coins in exchange for the 1,000 alien beast crystals. But if you can get one more elixir here, then the value will reach more than 50 million. This is a deal that differs by 1,000 times, and anyone who comes here will be willing to do it. Feiyan, open! After going through hardships, Long Yu finally moved forward slowly for a distance of 100 miles, and arrived at the 5th hall. Then he pinched the magic seal, to cancel the protective magic circle that stored the pills, and then squeezed the medicine bottle in the hands. Since they are all here, the 6th or even the 7th hall must not be missed. Long Yu flew forward quickly while casting the 9 nether sky light, but this was too much consumption, and soon he found that he had consumed 10 strange beast crystals only by reaching the 5th hall. If this continues, the beast crystals on his body will not be enough for him to take away all the pills, not to mention, the closer to the space crack, the greater the suction force and the faster the power will be consumed. Long Yu thought about it and made a very bold decision. He gave up using the 9 nether skylight to cover his progress, but was directly exposed to the passage of the palace, and was quickly sucked by the suction force of the space crack. Although it was extremely dangerous, this move brought him quickly to the 6th hall hundreds of miles away, and it didn't cost a single beast crystal. When he reached the 6th hall, Long Yu's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. At that moment, he raised his hand and released the Jiryo skylight, covering the entire hall. The 9 nether sky light casted by the desolate ancient shadow here will be absorbed in just 1 breath, so the consumption of Long Yu in the 6th hall is twice as much as that in the 5th hall. Fortunately, it only took 3 breaths. Long Yu continued to let go, and walked quickly towards the 7th hall. He has already obtained the pill bottle in the 6th hall, and everything went smoothly. Next, he must be more careful, because the suction force of the space crack is getting stronger and stronger when he gets here. When it came to the 7th hall, Long Yu's desolate and ancient afterimage condensed into Jiryo Tianguang. Half a breath would be absorbed by the suction force, and Long Yu's consumption doubled again. In the 7th hall, there are only broken walls and ruins left, and there is an endless void further ahead. It may be thousands of miles away from the space crack, but the suction force is already very huge. Even the palace buildings that incorporate countless first-class divine language crystals can't resist the suction force of such a close space crack. If Long Yu goes further, even the condensed Jiuyou skylight can't stop being sucked into the space crack, yes, because the suction force is too strong. He can't hold on to Jiuyou Tianguang at his current level. Long Yu was not in the mood to observe the ruins of this palace. After getting the elixir in the 7th hall, he immediately turned around and flew back and forth. At this moment, he couldn't save his energy like when he came here. He had to constantly condense the divine rune crystals and condense the afterimages of the ancient times, so that he could walk back step by step to resist the tyrannical suction force of the space crack. Returning from the 7th hall to the 6th hall, it took a total of 40 alien beast crystals. Returning from the 6th hall to the 5th hall, another 20 alien beast crystals were consumed. In the end, he returned from the 5th hall to the safe 4th hall, and consumed 10 alien beast crystals, which means that he got 3 pill bottles during this trip, and he consumed 70 alien beast crystals. In this way, if I want to go through the other 17 entrances, I need a total of nearly 1,200 beast crystals to restore my constantly depleted power. I still have less than 900 crystals left, not enough. But even if it is not enough, Long Yu will not stop such behavior, because it is really a big profit. He opened the medicine bottle from the 7th hall, and there was a burst of simple medicinal fragrance from it. After just smelling it, Long Yu seemed to have gone to an endless battlefield, watching countless ancient beings constantly fighting on the battlefield. This is an elixir that surpasses the ancient level. Long Yu couldn't bear it now, and immediately capped the medicine bottle, and this made him even more determined to go to the 7th hall at the other entrance to get out the elixir. What level would an elixir that surpassed the ancient level be? Long Yu hadn't heard of the Death Envoy, but he knew that it must exist. An elixir that surpassed the ancient tier, and the aura of heaven and earth contained in it might even reach tens of thousands of times that of the elixir of the ancient tier. You know, the ancient level and the ancient level are already one level behind. And how much stronger will the elixir that surpasses the ancient level be compared with the ancient level? Not to mention, there is a high possibility that the elixir that surpasses the ancient level contains some special effects, which is not only impossible for the current Long Yu to know, even no one in the entire Shenwu world will know. An elixir that surpasses the ancient level is a priceless treasure to Long Yu. What is it worth to consume a mere 70 strange beast crystals? Long Yu continued to work, continuously entered other entrances, each of which went deep into the 7th hall, and took away the medicine bottle in it. After a full 7 days and 7 nights, Long Yu had gone through 10 entrances, and got 30 more medicine bottles, but unfortunately 6 of them were empty, leaving only 24 pills. Among them, only the one obtained by Long Yu for the first time was an elixir that surpassed the ancient level, and the other 7 halls placed either the super ancient level or the best elixir of the ancient level. In 7 days and 7 nights, Long Yu used Jiuyou Tianguang non-stop, and finally made another breakthrough in this martial skill. From a perfect breakthrough to a transcendent realm. When Jiuyou Tianguang was used thousands of times by Long Yu and finally got a breakthrough, his whole body was shocked, and he finally broke through. From a perfect breakthrough to a transcendent state, the stability of the Jiuyou skylight has increased tenfold again, that is to say, to dispel the current Jiuyou skylight requires 10 times stronger power than before. In other words, with the suction force of the space crack, it would take 10 times as long to suck away all of Jiuyou Tianguang, which gave Long Yu an excellent opportunity. If it was before, the elixirs on his body were not enough for him to go through the 18 entrances, but now, there are still 8 entrances left, and the total amount of alien beast crystals he needs to consume is only equivalent to one before. I still have 200 alien beast crystals on my body, and by spending up to 70 more, I can go through the 18 entrances and get all the pills in the 7th halls of each. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu acted faster. It took Long Yu 7 days and 7 nights to explore the 10 entrances before, but it took Long Yu a total of 3 days to complete the next 8 entrances. When he finally explored all the rest of the palace, he had already obtained 99 pills, at least all of them were ancient supergrade pills, each of which had a different nature, that is to say, these elixir Long Yu can be taken completely, and can absorb all of its aura. 99 pills, 70 of the ancient grade, 26 of the ancient grade, and a total of 3 pills beyond the ancient grade. This harvest is too rich, but if it is not for the seal provided by the Death Envoy, I would not be able to get these pills, not even a single one. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he flew a little further away from this palace, and continued to observe the palace where the pills were stored, and soon he thought of something. Since there are so many pills stored in the front of the palace, what about the back of the palace? A crack in space divides the palace into 2, with a total of 18 rows. There are only 7 halls left in the 18 rows in the front, but, what about the rear? It will take about 3 days to bypass the space crack and check the back of the palace. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Long Yu made up his mind and began to bypass the space crack as quickly as possible. He always kept a certain distance from the space crack, so he would not be affected by the suction force of the space crack, and kept going around the back of the palace. Sure enough, it took a little more than 2 days before he got around to the back of the space crack, and he found that compared with the relatively intact front of the palace, the back of the palace looked like a ruin. Due to the impact of space cracks, the entire rear of the palace became a piece of ruins, but in the void, there were quite a few relatively large parts floating. Long Yu flew directly to the first part, and found that it was indeed a hall for storing medicine pills, but only half of the hall was left, and the pill bottles that were supposed to be placed on the stone pillars had long since disappeared. If the protective circle of the elixir is destroyed, it will be difficult to keep it here. An elixir bottle is easily sucked away by the space crack. Long Yu didn't give up, and continued to search for the next large part of the palace's back building, but he found a total of more than 30 building ruins, but only one of them had the elixir intact. Sure enough, it's another elixir that surpasses the ancient level. The elixir stored in the back of the palace must be of higher quality than the elixir stored in the front. It's a pity that the entire back of the palace has become ruins. The elixirs have all been absorbed by the space cracks. Long Yu got the 100th elixir, and he was quite happy in his heart, because the aura of this elixir was even stronger than the previous 3 elixirs that surpassed the ancient level, and it was obviously of higher quality. As for the specific grade, Long Yu couldn't tell, because the pill of this grade was beyond his imagination, and of course it was difficult to distinguish something that he had never seen before. But Long Yu is not in a hurry. As long as he finds the Death Envoy, he can easily identify these pills. As for now, he can't take them casually to avoid any trouble. The entire storage palace was looted by Long Yu, and at this time, nearly a month had passed since Long Yu entered this ancient relic. Even if he possessed the seal taught by the Death Envoy, it still took so much time, because the wreckage of the small world of the ancient ruins is really too big. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu did not wander around, but stood at the gate of the storage palace and began to wait for the rabbit. What he has to wait for, of course, are those guys from the Shenluo Empire. This ancient relic, when Long Yu was first opened, had access restrictions, and only practitioners below the Emperor realm could enter. But Long Yu listened to the Death Envoy's introduction that there is a control core in the wreckage of this small world, where it can be manipulated to relax the entry conditions of the small world, so that the powerful in the Imperial realm can enter. Long Yu is like a fish in water in the wreckage of this small world. How could he be willing to deal only with those in the Imperial realm? What's more, if Long Yu didn't get rid of the powerful emperors outside, it would be impossible for Long Yu to escape back to the holy city of the 5 emperors alive, so all his actions were planned. Now, he is waiting at the gate of the storage palace, because he knows that many powerful people in the Imperial realm who have entered here can track his location. Sooner or later, those people will come to Long Yu's place. As for whether they will go to other places to mess around, Long Yu is not worried at all, because everything in the wreckage of this small world needs to be controlled by the seal. Without the seal, it is impossible to get anything in the wreckage of this small world. Apart from the elixir storage palace, the place Long Yu wanted to go was the alchemy room, but according to his calculations, those guys from the Imperial realm should come too. Wait. Long Yu was practicing xuanhuan while waiting. What surprised him was that in the wreckage of this small world, he could also sense the breath of xuanhu stars outside the sky, so he could practice xuanhuan. His martial skill of xuanhuan is about to step into the realm of transformation, but he still can't break through, and he doesn't know why. Once he steps into the realm of transformation, his cultivation speed will increase sharply again. After about 5 days, Long Yu finally felt the aura of several living beings coming from the distant sky, and it seemed to be the aura of a powerful person in the Imperial realm. Coming. Long Yu directly opened his eyes, stopped his cultivation, turned around to face the storage palace, pretended to be here just now, and directly stepped into one of the entrances of the storage palace. His figure flashed past, just in time to fall into the eyes of a few strong men in the Imperial realm who came here. They were 5 middle-stage and 3 late-stage cultivators, 2 of whom were monster cultivators. As soon as they saw the huge palace that was destroyed in 2 by space cracks from a distance, they felt a figure in the sky. The gate of the palace flashed away. "It's that kid, chase after him." The eyes of the 8 Imperial Realm practitioners suddenly brightened. They had been chasing after the wreckage of this small world for more than a month, and they had hated Long Yu to death long ago. Now seeing a magnificent-looking palace, just seeing Long Yu's figure, they lifted their spirits up at once. Finally caught up. Moreover, this place should already be the deepest part of the wreckage of the entire small world. If there are any treasures in this place, they will all be hidden here. The 8 people chased towards the palace at the fastest speed, and quickly chose the entrance where Long Yu had dodged to enter, and chased in cautiously. Although they have a great advantage in martial arts realm against Long Yu, who is in the middle stage of Kaiwang realm, they are still very cautious, because there are many ways in the ancient ruins, and Long Yu arrived here before them. Maybe it will set them up. What a trap. But soon, their eyes immediately brightened, because they came to the first hall and saw an extremely exquisite and simple medicine bottle placed on the stone platform in the center of the hall. Elixir. The 8 people became excited at the same time, but they didn't rush forward because they didn't see Long Yu's figure, and the scene before them was too weird. Long Yu came in first, but the person disappeared, and what appeared in front of them was a bottle of elixir. If this pill is so easy to get, why didn't Long Yu take it? So while they were delighted, they also had a kind of deep vigilance. It is absolutely impossible for those who can cultivate to the middle and late stages of the Imperial realm in this world to be reckless idiots. But soon they were relieved. Because they saw Long Yu appearing in the hall where the elixir was, and quickly ran to the back. Chase. 8 people make a decision at the same time. Because Long Yu appeared in that hall, it can be seen that there is no danger in that hall. They can safely catch up. As long as they kill Long Yu first, they can safely explore the ruins. But when the 3 of them chased after the first hall, Long Yu had already left the first hall and went to the passage between the first and second halls. Then, with his back to everyone, he pinched the seal in his hands. The elixir guard circle that had been shut down was activated again, and 3 white rays of light shot out instantly, shining on the 3 Imperial martial cultivators rushing forward. Immediately, a burst of incomparably terrifying force tore the 3 Imperial realm martial artists into pieces, leaving no room for resistance. The other 5 people who originally wanted to rush in with him stopped in their tracks, and looked at the place where the 3 martial artists were annihilated by the white light in surprise. All of them broke out in cold sweat. Of the 3 people who were annihilated, only one was in the late king stage, and the other 2 were in the early stage of the king stage. As for the other 2 later stages of the king realm, they were more cautious and deliberately slowed down, but they escaped unharmed. What happened? The remaining 5 people looked at each other in blank dismay, and then looked at Long Yu behind at the same time. They subconsciously felt that Long Yu must be playing tricks. However, when they looked at Long Yu, they found that Long Yu also had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face, obviously not knowing that such a thing would happen here. They saw that in the depths of Long Yu's eyes, there was also a layer of rejoicing, as if they were rejoicing that those light beams did not appear when he passed this hall. Of course, this was Long Yu's disguise. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. It was obvious that these 5 people were all deceived by Long Yu. The expression shown by Long Yu obviously made the remaining 5 people think that the white light beam that annihilated their teammates in an instant must not have been released by Long Yu, otherwise why would he be surprised and rejoiced? That being the case, the 5 people felt more at ease. If Long Yu could control such a terrifying white light beam, how could they fight against Long Yu? It would be pretty good not to be killed by Long Yu. So one of them condensed a phantom clone, and let that phantom clone enter the first palace. Long Yu frowned slightly, but he didn't pay attention to it, but turned around and fled further inside, as if he was afraid of these powerful people in the Imperial realm, and this was also Long Yu's normal reaction in the eyes of those powerful people in the Imperial realm. After all, it was Emperor realm. If they caught Long Yu, there would definitely be no way out. Without Long Yu, these 5 people would not be annihilated by the protective circle of elixir. They found that it was fine for the phantom avatar to enter the hall, and then they broke in together, flew directly towards the stone platform in the center of the hall, and quickly took the pill bottle on it in their hands. At least it's an ancient supergrade pill, but it's already empty. It seems that it was taken away by that kid. One of them turned pale. Ancient grade super pill. Others looked happy, feeling that they were about to develop. If there is an ancient supergrade pill stored in any temple, what about other halls? The entire palace adds up to at least a few hundred halls. But that kid is a bit evil. The middle-aged man with a gloomy face said, "Let's continue to chase and see the situation." The 5 nodded. When they found the pill bottle of this ancient supergrade pill, most of them couldn't hold back anymore, and ran towards the second hall one by one. Long Yu had already arrived at the second hall at this time, and walked to the center of the hall, pretending to take away the pill bottle on the stone platform. As a result, the 5 people who were chasing up all shouted, "Stop!" If Long Yu was doing other things, these 5 people would probably be more cautious, but seeing that Long Yu was taking the pill bottle, each of them didn't have time to think about it, so they rushed over with a stern shout. One of them raised his hand to seal the space of the entire hall to prevent Long Yu from escaping, then he dodged to Long Yu's side, and a spatial sharp blade instantly slashed towards Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu didn't dare to fight with this person in the late stage of Emperor Realm, and directly used the 7th supernatural power, the Path of 9 Nethers, to penetrate the space sealed by the opponent, and then a shadow escaped from the palace. Several other people also stepped into the hall one after another. The middle-aged man in the late stage of King Realm snatched the pill bottle left by Long Yu, opened it, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out instantly. It really is an ancient supergrade pill. The man was overjoyed, but at the next moment, several white lights flashed from around the hall again, covering him with a bang. After Long Yu left the second hall, he opened the pill protection circle again. 4 white lights appeared, instantly annihilating the 4 powerhouses in the Imperial realm, and that person was left, but he was the most cautious late-stage powerhouse in the Imperial realm. The white light came so fast that even the divine language of space was too late for the people inside to escape. The 4 people who entered the hall were completely annihilated, leaving no bones left. Seeing this, the remaining most cautious strongman in the late stage of the imperial realm was immediately terrified. Fortunately, he did not follow the others into the palace, otherwise he would be dead by now. He raised his head and saw that Long Yu was in the passage opposite the hall, looking greedily at the pill bottle that had fallen on the ground in the hall, but he didn't dare to go in to get it. Although I don't know why this kid is so lucky to have escaped 2 rounds of white light annihilation, but obviously this white light is not controlled by him. The strong man in the late stage of the imperial realm thought for a moment, then turned and left immediately. It is absolutely impossible for him to take risks in this kind of place, lest he die without knowing anything, so he is going to go out and call for help. As for Long Yu, he will leave a clone to watch and prevent Long Yu from escaping from this place. When he passed the first hall, he was terrified, and he didn't dare to step into the hall. He directly used the space divine script, and teleported forward for hundreds of feet, returning to the vicinity of the original entrance. Fortunately, I can teleport directly to skip these halls. The strong man in the late stage of the imperial realm had lingering fears. He was really afraid that the teleportation would attract white light attacks, but fortunately, he left the palace smoothly. He left a mirror image clone at the entrance of the palace, and then flew towards the entrance of the entire ancient ruins. He wanted to leave the ancient ruins and call for more people to come in. There are so many ancient supergrade pills, he is sure that he can find many people to come, even if they are all powerful in the imperial realm. It is enough to sacrifice. That's right, he went out to find someone. Of course he was looking for someone to sacrifice, in order to detect the mechanism of those white lights. Only by finding out the law of the appearance of white light, can he get those pills, otherwise, he would die without the pills, so he would not do such a stupid thing. So even if there were 17 other entrances next to him, he was not interested and instead left as quickly as possible. Long Yu watched the man leave and smiled with satisfaction. Obviously that guy is going out to call for people. Since he is going to go out to call for people, it is time to relax the entry conditions of the entire ancient ruins. The guardian circles in these pill halls, those white lights, are definitely easy for even the strong in the imperial realm. Annihilated, in this place, Long Yu is not in vain even in the face of a strong emperor. Of course, the other party can jump out of the palace with the divine script of space, and deal with him first, but Long Yu has already comprehended Jiuyou Tianguang to be transcendent, and can block any display of divine script of space. Long Yu had already dug the hole, and was waiting for others to jump in. He didn't know how many people would come, anyway, they would kill as many as they came, and none of them could be released. The Shenluo Empire is neither friend nor foe to Long Yu. In the city of Rage God, Situlioli, the daughter of the city lord, was so domineering that he wanted to leave Long Yu's arm behind. The two sides had already become enemies. Now that they are enemies, Long Yu will not let go of the opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. Moreover, maybe you can catch some unexpected big fish. If you want to relax the entry conditions of the ancient ruins, you must enter the control core of the wreckage of the entire small world. That place can only be controlled by using the seal. Long Yu must go to that place to really catch big fish. Practice first. Long Yu was cultivating on the spot in the storage palace, and he began to feel the aura of Tian Shuinqi, and the comprehension of this martial skill was getting closer and closer to the realm of transformation. He was not in a hurry, because it would take at least a month for the escaped late-stage emperor to leave the wreckage of this small world. Therefore, Long Yu has been practicing for more than half a month, and after 25 days, the cultivation of Tian Shuinqi has finally achieved a breakthrough, and he has stepped into the realm of transformation in half a step. It's still a little short of stepping into the realm of transformation, but Long Yu can't continue to practice now. He has to rush to the control core in the wreckage of the small world. It has been 2 months since he entered the wreckage of the small world, and within 2 months, only the wave of 7 Imperial Realm powerhouses came to him. Long Yu was surprised. Could it be that only these 7 guys followed in? Long Yu flew directly towards the entrance, and saw the mirror image of the late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse, guarding the entrance from a long distance away. The mirror image clone of a strong man in the late stage of the Imperial Realm. This may not be an opponent for an ordinary mid-kingdom martial artist, but it is nothing to Long Yu. He turned into a shadow and approached quietly. As soon as the mirror image reacted, the whole body was darkened. The stars are imprisoned infinitely. Immediately afterwards, 500 fallen dark stars condensed again and exploded. The mirror image clone in the late stage of the Imperial Realm, without any resistance, was directly blasted into the purest divine power and scattered. Although the battle location was inside the palace, Long Yu was not worried about destroying the palace at all. Sure enough, his 500 fallen dark stars exploded without hurting the palace at all. It is conceivable how powerful the space crack that can cut the entire palace in half has. As soon as the mirror image clone died, Long Yu directly picked up the seal, and prepared to go to the control core of the small world through the teleportation crack, and he was going to let the powerful Emperor Realm come in. When the mirror image clone was destroyed, the expression of the late Emperor Realm expert who was about to return to the exit of the small world changed, but he did not turn back, but flew towards the exit at a faster speed. It would be at least 25 days before he went back to that palace, and it would be impossible to find Long Yu. The best choice for him now is to leave the small world first and invite more reinforcements in. Within a few days, he came to the exit of the ancient ruins, but the situation in front of him surprised him. Unexpectedly, a strong man from the Imperial Realm came in and gathered at the entrance of the ancient ruins. So far, 10 strong men from the Imperial Realm have entered this ancient ruin together. A strong man in the Imperial Realm can enter? This person was startled. In this way, his cultivation in the late stage of the Imperial Realm is nothing. When he arrives at that palace, he is likely to be treated as cannon fodder. The person who will benefit in the end may not be him, but those powerful people in the Imperial Realm. But so what? He can survive among the 7 people, which means that he is extremely cautious. In this kind of ancient ruins, even a strong emperor may not live as long as him. After seeing those strong men in the Imperial Realm, this person immediately explained what he saw and heard, including the dangers encountered on the way. First, there were relatively small space cracks wandering around, sucking their 2 teammates into it, was torn apart alive by the Space Force. Then they encountered a huge space crack that traversed the entire ancient ruins, and they had no choice but to go around. Finally, relying on strong tracking skills, they found the Dragon Palace that entered first, and arrived at a magnificent palace. In that palace, every hall has a pill bottle, at least one of which is an ancient, supergrade pill. What this person said suddenly attracted the interest of those powerful people in the Imperial Realm. When the army of our Taiwu Empire arrives, we will set off immediately, and everyone will be on standby first. The elder of the late Emperor Realm of the Taiwu Empire said lightly, not in a hurry. The elder of the late Emperor Realm of the Taiwu Empire has notified the large army of the Taiwu Empire to go to this ancient ruins. It is definitely a team composed of many powerful emperors, and the fighting power is enough to sweep the entire Shenluo Empire. The elder just entered this ancient ruins a day ago, and felt the unusualness of this ruins. The breath in this ruins is much stronger than the ancient ruins he has entered before. It can be seen that there are very likely some excellent stuff. However, the Taiwu Empire still did not give up the idea of arresting Long Yu. Taiwayuan's order was to detect this ancient relic as much as possible on the basis of capturing Long Yu. In any case, capturing Long Yu was the main task. At this time, Long Yu had already wandered around the alchemy room in the wreckage of the small world, and then searched in other places, making sure to take away all the things that could be taken away, and then return to the storage palace. Wait for the big fish you catch with peace of mind. He believed that those big fish should have taken the bait now, no matter who is in the Shenwu Empire, as long as they come here, they will not be able to leave safely if they are tricked by Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu didn't know that the Taiwu Empire was involved in this matter, but even if he knew, it wouldn't change his current plan, and he would even applaud him even more. Compared with the Shenluo Empire, the Taiwu Empire is a greater threat to Long Yu. It would be great if they could cut off part of their power here. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to check the things he got from other places. The control core of the wreckage of the small world is a huge sphere, like a pitch-black fortress. Long Yu used the seal to enter it, and found that there was nothing in it except building materials. The Death Envoy also said that there is nothing to look for in the control core. Among the wreckage of the entire small world, the place with the most things is undoubtedly the storage palace that Long Yu had raided before. Unfortunately, this palace was cut into two sections by space cracks, and most of the things were gone. In other places, it is more or less the same. Long Yu rummaged through the alchemy room, and found that many of the things in it had been destroyed, and he could not find any medicinal materials. Obviously, most of the medicinal materials had rotted away due to the passage of time. In the alchemy room, Long Yu first found 4 strange stone eggs, showing 4 colors of blue, red, black and white, and he didn't know what they were, so Long Yu put them away. It can still exist after I don't know how many years, this thing must be extraordinary. In addition, Long Yu also found some alchemy materials similar to the bones of the ancient dragon elephant. Any of these things, if taken to the outside world of martial arts, would definitely not be inferior to the price of the bones of the ancient dragon elephant. Even here, Long Yu found a large bone of an ancient dragon elephant, which was more than 10 times thicker and longer than the one owned by Long Yu. If Long Yu's bones of the ancient dragon elephant were originally worth 10 million god coins, the value of this large piece of ancient dragon elephant found now is at least 100 million. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to sell this thing. How about keeping it for his own use? Whether it is refining soldiers or pills, they are all first-class materials that can be found in this world. Long Yu put away these things, and went to the void warehouse. This void warehouse is a pitch-black metal box suspended in the endless void. Each box is as big as a house, and they are connected by pitch-black chains. Link up. It's a pity that when Long Yu came to this empty warehouse, he only saw more than a dozen pitch-black metal boxes, which obviously didn't match the description of the Death Envoy. After Long Yu observed, he found that most of the black chains on these more than a dozen pitch-black metal boxes were broken. Obviously, there were more pitch-black metal boxes here before, but it's a pity that there are only so few left. There are no space cracks around here. Why are most of the boxes missing? When Long Yu saw this scene, he immediately thought that there might be many other dangers in the wreckage of this small world, such as moving space cracks. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, and directly pulled away the dozen or so pitch-black metal boxes and put them into the storage space of the Nether Dragon Blade. Although the storage space of the Nether Dragon Blade is far less than that of the wreckage of this small world, it is still more than enough to put in these pitch-black metal boxes. As for what was placed in it, Long Yu didn't know. It was very precious anyway, and then opened it in front of the Death Envoy. After the void warehouse, 2 other continents appeared. In the wreckage of the small world of the suffering, there are a total of 3 continents, which surprised Long Yu, and secretly speculated, could there be more than one continent in the world of Shenwu? This guess, Long Yu didn't know, because obviously even the 5 emperors couldn't leave the range of the continent of Shenwu world. It is rumored that at the edge of the world of Shenwu, there is an endless sea of dead energy, and anyone who enters it will only have a dead end. In the world of Shenwu, one of the 7 forbidden places is the air vortex in the sky, and the second of the 7 forbidden places is the sea of dead energy surrounding the entire world of Shenwu. Originally, Long Yu didn't think much about it. But now that he came to the wreckage of the small world of the sufferer, he couldn't help but think a lot. With the inheritance of the 9 Serenity Dragon Emperor, can he go to the Sea of Death Energy? What would it be like if you left the world of Shenwu and passed through the Sea of Dead Energy? It's also the same as this small world of suffering people. Is there an endless starry sky outside? A big question arose in Long Yu's heart. If given the chance, he would definitely go to the Sea of Death. The 3 continents in the small world of the sufferers have all come to an end. There are no living creatures on the 3 continents, only some architectural ruins and biological bones are left, which seems to express the original prosperity of this place, but now it is a complete ruin. Long Yu wandered around casually, but did not go deep into the 3 continents, because the Death Envoy did not mention any treasures on these continents. Then he returned to the magnificent palace where the pills were stored, and began to count the harvest of this trip. A total of 100 pills of at least ancient super grade, a large section of ancient dragon elephant bones, 4 stone eggs of different colors, a total of 12 pitch black metal boxes. Long Yu knew that the wreckage of the entire small world had been completely destroyed, and it was considered good that he could find these things. He could be sure that there would be nothing left in other places. The biggest goal of his trip, an elixir to restore the spirit, was between those 100 elixirs, but it was a pity that Long Yu didn't know which one it was, so he had to go back and talk about it. After taking that elixir, Long Yu can continue to practice death-level body training to make his physical body stronger. After returning to the Grand Palace, Long Yu found a random place and started to practice. With the move of Tianshu in training Qi, he has half-stepped into the realm of transformation, but there is still such an opportunity that prevents him from fully stepping in. No matter how much he cultivates now, it will be useless. Then he thought about it, felt that it was almost done now, and took out the gift from Qi Tianming, the chief direct disciple of the former Holy Emperor, Duankong Holy Spring. He asked the Death Envoy, if he absorbs the power from the Duankong Holy Spring, he will indeed be able to conform to the divine script of space, and directly comprehend a trace of the original level of the Duankong divine script. This is an extremely powerful attacking divine spell, but without the supporting martial arts, it can't exert much power, so Long Yu has not been interested. The Death Envoy actually said that if he had the opportunity to find the location of the super soldier of Duankong Holy Spring, he could take out the Duankong Holy Spring for him. Martial arts related to Kong Xuanhuan. But before that, Long Yu's comprehension of Duankong's divine script would not have any effect. Long Yu could only hee-hee about this. If nothing unexpected happened, the Duankong Holy Spring must be under the control of the Holy Emperor, and he wanted to take the Death Envoy to undo the seal of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. How easy is it to get that super soldier? As for now, Long Yu has nothing to cultivate, so he wants to absorb the power of the Holy Spring of Duankong while he is idle now, and then he will talk about matching with the divine script of space first. Long Yu is now compatible with the dual attributes of shadow and life. It is said that the real strong can match all the 8 attributes of the gods. After he sat down, he roughly estimated the time. Those powerful people in the Imperial realm would have to come here in 10 days at the fastest speed. He had enough time to absorb the power of Duankong Holy Spring. When those powerhouses from the Imperial realm arrive, it will be time for Long Yu to reap the rewards. Don't know how many big fish you can catch? Long Yu is looking forward to this. With such a mentality, he began to absorb the Holy Spring of Duankong. Relying on the Nether Dragon Blade, he was able to completely absorb the power in the Holy Spring of Duankong without any omission. The divine script of space attributes began to nourish Long Yu's whole body, covering his whole body's meridians, bones, blood vessels, and acupuncture points in the divine text of space. The small bottle of Duankong Holy Spring was getting less and less after being absorbed by Long Yu, and it was completely absorbed by him after only 1 day, and then Long Yu's whole body was bathed in the gentle divine script of space, and his whole body was in harmony with the divine script of space. Generate fit. The Duankong Holy Spring can only be absorbed after stepping into the King Realm, otherwise it will be almost useless, because only after stepping into the King Realm and the seeds of the world explode to form the inner world, will there be a ray of breath of the 8 attributes of the divine text in the inner world. The power of Duankong Holy Spring is only to make a ray of Space Divine Script grow stronger and grow up, and it has never allowed Wuxiu and Space Divine Script to reach a match. It doesn't feel too special to be compatible with the Divine Script of Space, just like Long Yu didn't feel that he was compatible with the dual attributes of Shadow and Life at the beginning. He felt that he had comprehended the source-level divine text of Duankong, and after using it a little bit, he found that its attack power was not as powerful as the explosion of his own fallen dark star, which was too weak. It's only the first level, so it's normal to not be able to exert strength. But just when he was in harmony with the divine script of space, the void dragon blade in his arm suddenly emitted a burst of light. When the void dragon blade emitted light, Long Yu immediately felt the power of the divine script of space in it, and his spirit was lifted immediately. The void dragon blade contained the power of the divine script of space from the very beginning. Long Yu knew this, but before that, Long Yu didn't match the divine script of the space attribute, so he didn't show it in particular. But now, when Long Yu and the divine script of the space attribute fit together, the power of the divine script of space in the nether dragon blade burst out, heading towards Long Yu's body. The divine script of Duankong is indeed of little use to Long Yu, but now the divine script of space in the void dragon blade is different. The same as the original level of space divine power, and it is pouring into my body in an endless stream. I can't miss this opportunity. Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately began to comprehend the space divine power pouring into his body. This original level of space divine power, he comprehended it was not jerky at all, probably because he had already matched the apocalypse with the nether dragon blade for the sake. Let's call you void divine text. Long Yu thought in his heart, knowing that the greatest function of this void divine rune is to penetrate space, and it is compatible with the space divine rune. After comprehending the void divine rune, the power of the space divine rune displayed by Long Yu has increased by more than 10 times. That is to say, now that he uses the martial skill of Tianqian Xingying, he can instantly teleport 10 times the distance before. This is still the beginning, and I have only comprehended 1% of the void divine mantra. If I continue to comprehend the void divine mantra, the effect will definitely be even more unimaginable. But now, the void divine script in the nether dragon blade keeps pouring into Long Yu's body, allowing him to continuously improve his comprehension of this source-level divine script. Long Yu practiced Tianqian footwork before, although he can move instantly and break through the space, but in fact he just borrowed the power of Tianqian stars and converted into divine power. Now that Long Yu has directly comprehended the divine text of the void, the effect it displays is naturally very different. Not only the teleportation distance has been increased by at least 10 times, it can even produce some special effect. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know what this special effect is, but he can be sure that it will definitely greatly enhance his actual combat effectiveness. The sacred texts of the void kept pouring into his body, and he also continuously absorbed the divine texts of the void, and his comprehension of them continued to increase. This process lasted for 7 full days. After 7 days, finally there was no void divine script gushing out from the nether dragon blade, because only after these 7 days, Long Yu had comprehended 30% of the void divine script. Long Yu felt that the nether dragon blade still had some reservations about him, perhaps because the two parties were compatible with Tianqi. If he could match Shenhe, or even match Wuxuang, he would definitely be able to directly comprehend 100% of the void divine script. The compatibility with the warriors is not urgent, so Long Yu can only let it go temporarily. He decided not to use the divine script crystal to promote the comprehension of the void divine script, because this divine script only needs to be more compatible with the void dragon blade to be able to automatically understood. Long Yu still has 170 divine script crystals on him, and he plans to accumulate more, and then directly comprehend the divine script of death to 100%. In that way, the effects of his death barrier and body training in the death realm will be greatly improved. Promote. Next, Long Yu experimented with the divine script of the void that he had just comprehended. He casually used the Tianxian footwork to perform short-distance teleportation, and found that his teleportation consumption had been reduced to a level that was almost negligible, and the teleportation distance had increased by 30 times, allowing him to travel 300 feet in one step. What surprised Long Yu the most was that when he performed Tianxian footwork with the divine script of the void, although this martial skill was not very suitable for the divine script of the original level, it also showed some special effects of the divine script of the void. At the start and end of his teleportation, 2 void vortexes will appear. These 2 void vortexes have strong suction. According to Long Yu's preliminary estimation, the control strength of their suction can be compared to half of that of the Yuan spiral. Long Yu will consume a lot of shadow attribute divine power when casting the ghost spiral, but now, he can create 2 void vortices as long as he teleports directly. The vortexes are overlapping, and their control ability is almost equivalent to that of the phantom spiral. After all, it's just a 7th grade god chain. Long Yu shook his head. It seems that he has to learn some new divine chains when he goes back this time. Of course, if the pills he got can allow him to break through and match the 9th level of the shadow attribute divine script, he can skip the divine chains. Go directly to practice the divine array. It is definitely not easy to obtain the cultivation method of the god formation from the hands of the Death Envoy, but Long Yu has already arranged it in advance at this time. The 12 beast layers of the winged god race have been wiped out by the Red Emperor and everyone. Did it drop? Then, the agreed 3 divine source stones can be obtained only when Long Yu returns to the holy city of the 5 emperors. One of them is used to exchange the seal and other information in the wreckage of this small world in advance, and there are 2 more, Long Yu. You can be used to exchange other things with the Death Envoy. Among them, of course, the cultivation method of the divine array is included. Void divine script, Long Yu has comprehended 30% of it, and it has such an effect. If he can comprehend it 100%, or has a martial skill that is more suitable for this divine script, its effect will be even stronger. Long Yu could even imagine that if he was strong enough, as strong as the Death Envoy when he was alive, he might be able to create these space cracks that appeared in the wreckage of the small world with a random teleportation. Isn't that incomparably powerful suction force, just like the nature of the void vortex? Of course, the void vortex created by Long Yu is still too far behind these space cracks. After mastering a new skill, of course, one must be familiar with it. Long Yu put away the nether dragon blade, and then vigorously used the divine script of the void for 2 days, and quickly memorized its characteristics by heart. At this time, Long Yu finally felt that there was a faint wave of power coming from the distant void. It was an extremely strong wave of power, at least it was brought about by the strong in the Emperor realm. Long Yu knew that the final moment had finally come, and he didn't know how many powerful people from the Emperor realm had been attracted. Long Yu began to prepare. He returned to the magnificent palace where the elixir was stored, quietly waiting for the arrival of the others, and squatted at the central entrance facing the back of the second hall. After another day, finally the strength of those powerful men in the imperial realm was very close, and they finally came to this magnificent palace. To Long Yu's surprise, at a glance, he found dozens of powerful men from the Emperor realm entering this entrance, running straight towards where he was. Dozens of powerhouses in the imperial realm. I am afraid that the entire Shenluo Empire has been dispatched, right? But soon Long Yu discovered something was wrong, because when those dozens of powerful men in the imperial realm entered the detection range of his shadow eyes, he quickly discovered that these dozens of strong men in the imperial realm were all wearing familiar white robes. That's the symbol of the Taiwu Empire. It turned out that the Taiwu Empire sent people here. I didn't expect to catch such a group of big fish this time. Long Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Not to mention being a strong man in the imperial realm of the Taiwu Empire, even if the 5 emperors came here and wanted to kill him, he would be right in the slightest. In the wreckage of this small world, he is absolutely invincible with all kinds of seals in his hands. Of course, it also needs to be used well. He's right ahead, get on, grab him. A total of 54 Emperor-level powerhouses broke into this entrance and rushed towards Long Yu directly. The momentum was simply appalling, and Long Yu had never seen it before. If it was in other places, Long Yu would definitely raise his hand and surrender. But here, Long Yu is not afraid at all. The figure of a strong man in the Imperial realm directly crushed the space, broke through a distance of more than 200 miles, crossed the first hall and the second hall, and came straight to Long Yu. A big golden hand shone with terrifying power. Coming towards Long Yu capture. The strong man in the Emperor realm was so fast that Long Yu almost didn't react, but fortunately he was prepared for this. Almost subconsciously, he dodged backwards, and then released Jiuyou Tianguang. Not only that, Long Yu also directly sacrificed the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, constructing an absolute space domain, covering the entire entrance passage. The two sides are fighting, there is no nonsense, because nonsense has no effect at this time. In the Jiuyou Tianguang, the figure of the strong man in the Emperor realm froze, but then the golden light raised his big hand, directly dispelling the entire Jiuyou Tianguang. Court death. The Emperor realm expert didn't expect that Long Yu could still block his steps, and suddenly became angry. 18 shadow chains shot out from his body, directly bound towards Long Yu. This is a technique of confinement. This person has comprehended it to the 8th stage. If he is hit by it, there is absolutely no chance for Long Yu to escape. Long Yu directly turned into a shadow, and at the same time condensed 6 ancient afterimages, and let those 6 ancient afterimages rush towards the strong man in the Emperor's realm, while continuously casting Jiuyou Tianguang. 6 of the shadow chains directly locked the 6 ancient remnants of Long Yu, and blasted them out with a little force. However, because the 6 ancient remnants all displayed Jiuyou Tianguang, they trapped the strong man in the Imperial realm one breath time. When he waved his big golden hand loudly and dispersed the Jiuyou Tianguang in the audience, Long Yu had already retreated into the 3rd hall. The majestic Emperor realm powerhouse was actually teased by a mere middle-stage King realm kid. The Emperor realm powerhouse was naturally extremely annoyed, but before he could make a move, the other 3 Emperor realm powerhouses chased after him, overtaking him. Overtake him, and chase towards Long Yu at the fastest speed. In the field of Jiwekong, even these powerhouses in the Imperial realm are unable to display the power of the divine script of space, unless they can destroy the ancient dragon skeleton tower. However, Long Yu naturally hid the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda well. How could they allow them to destroy it? The ancient tower of dragon bones, which is only now at the ancient level, must not be able to bear it if it confronts the strong in the Emperor's realm head-on. It is very difficult. In any case, it is impossible for Long Yu to take risks with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The 4 powerful men in the Imperial realm chased Long Yu into the 3rd hall. They didn't really care that the space divine script was blocked, because it meant that Long Yu himself could not use the spatial divine script. It's a pity they guessed wrong. The path of the 9 netherworlds. Seeing that the 4 people entered the 3rd hall, Long Yu directly used this move to break through the space, and left the hall with a move of Tianxian Xingying. Then, he pinched the seal, and the white light in the 3rd hall instantly flashed. When 4 white beams of light flashed in the 3rd hall, the 4 Emperor realm powerhouses reacted immediately. They have all heard the report from the powerful late-stage Emperor that a powerful white light being will appear in the halls of this palace to annihilate all intruders. At least it can instantly kill practitioners in the late-stage Imperial realm. As for whether the powerful emperors can resist, they don't know, but at this moment, they each displayed their defensive methods, and various divine barriers appeared around their bodies, trying to resist the white light. Those who are strong in the Emperor realm are indeed much more powerful than the Emperor realm. Facing these white lights, none of them were instantly annihilated, but obviously, they couldn't resist them either. After only holding on for half a breath, the faces of the two strong men in the early stage of the Imperial realm changed. Their defensive barriers had been shattered by the white light, and then it was their turn. Can't resist the blow of this white light. Shrouded in white light, easily annihilated. The remaining two mid-stage emperors and one late-stage emperor did not last long, at most 1.5 breaths, before they all died in the third hall. The strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm persisted the longest, and almost left the palace area, but Long Yu saw it from a distance, and raised his hand directly, and the Yuan spiral kept using it to seal him, so that he could not escape after all. With a pinch of the Dharma seal, Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he succeeded in obliterating the 4 strong men in the Emperor realm. These are the 4 powerhouses of the Taiwu Empire. They are absolutely capable of commanding the wind and rain on weekdays, and their status in the world of Shenwu is considered noble, but now, they are completely annihilated in the hands of Long Yu. This scene made the expressions of the remaining 50 or so Emperor realm practitioners not far away change slightly, and they suddenly became cautious. They still don't know whether the appearance of the white light was controlled by Long Yu. If not, then the kid is too lucky, right? Or, that kid has mastered the law of white light appearing in this hall. And that is exactly what they want, because as long as they master the law of the appearance of white light, they can ignore these white lights, and thus get the pill bottles in various halls. Obviously, they don't know yet that the pills in this palace have been looted by Long Yu long ago. Now, they just broke into the trap deliberately set by Long Yu. Long Yu, look at the trick. Suddenly, a female cultivator in the Imperial realm let out a coquettish scolding, and a burst of power that charmed the divine script landed on Long Yu's body. The power of the charming divine script, ignoring the space blockade, easily hit Long Yu. Long Yu's eyes instantly became dull. He looked at the beautiful female cultivator in the Imperial realm, and seemed to lose his ability to think for a moment. Then the female cultivator stepped into the third hall, trying to cross the hall and catch him. Long Yu. White light did not appear. This discovery made the remaining Emperor-level powerhouses happy. While Long Yu was being charmed, they could obviously cross this hall without being enveloped by white light. Immediately, the 7 Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't hold back. After all, if anyone captured Long Yu, Taiwayuan would have many rewards after returning. Don't want to be one step behind others. However, when the 7 of them stepped into the third hall, white light appeared again. Long Yu also came to his senses at this moment, and fled back. In such a short period of time, the 7 strong men who stepped into the third hall died under the white light again, and only one of them had a strong defense. The strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm managed to escape from the range of the palace under the bombardment of white light, and even survived. And the female cultivator of the Emperor realm who flew over first came very close to Long Yu. Long Yu didn't even think about it, turned around and threw an infinite prison, and the weight of the 12 dark stars overlapped, trapping the female cultivator in the Imperial realm. In just one breath, the female cultivator of the Emperor realm broke through the infinite confinement and continued to chase, only to find that Long Yu had already run to the vicinity of the 4th hall in an instant. Chase. She gritted her teeth and ran after her as fast as she could. The entire passage in the palace has been covered by the absolute space domain cast by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, making it impossible to use the divine power of space, but Long Yu can cooperate with the path of 9 nethers to directly cross the space. Escaped from the hands of the powerful emperor. The next moment, Long Yu stepped into the 4th hall, and then he didn't care what happened to the others, because he was going to implement a more vicious plan. Seeing that the late Emperor realm expert with super defense was not annihilated by the white light of the guardian circles, Long Yu knew that relying on these guardian circles alone was not enough. Therefore, next, he had to lure the enemy deep, relying on the suction force of the space crack in the distance to deal with these people. Long Yu didn't care too much about the female cultivator in the Imperial realm who was catching up, and continued to retreat towards the rear, and soon felt the suction force from the space crack, which made him gradually increase his speed. The female cultivator of the Emperor realm stepped into the fourth hall. Seeing that no white light appeared, she was relieved, but she didn't dare to stay in the hall at all, but flew straight towards Long Yu, trying to catch Long Yu. It seems that Long Yu is very aware of the law of the appearance of these white lights. If Long Yu is caught and threatened with his life, they can all get the law of the appearance of those white lights. In that way, each of them will earn at least 2 ancient supergrade coins during this trip. The elixir, earn big. One must know that the Heavenly Demon Pill is nothing more than an ancient supergrade elixir, and even the Devil Emperor regards it as a treasure, which shows the preciousness of the ancient supergrade elixir. And Long Yu now has 99 pills of at least the ancient level. If he wanted to take these pills, he had to wait until he went back to see the Death Envoy. As for now, he had to deal with those powerful men from the Emperor realm that came after him. 5th Hall. Long Yu quickly entered the 5th hall, and passed through the 5th hall, allowing himself to be sucked away by the suction force of the space crack. The female cultivator of the Emperor realm who came to the connecting passage between the 4th and 5th halls also felt the suction force of the space crack, but with her cultivation base of the Emperor realm, she could still hold on. Catch him! More than 40 people from the rear all followed, rushed through the 4th hall one after another, and sensed the suction force from the cracks in space, but they didn't think much about it, just relying on their cultivation in the Imperial realm. It was still difficult to resist these suction forces. Spare. As for Long Yu, that must not be let go, otherwise all of them will definitely punish Taiwu Yuan severely. As they got closer and closer to the 7th hall, the suction force of the space crack had increased by 4 times, and Long Yu was sucked away faster and faster, and it didn't take long before he was completely sucked out of the front of the palace and reached the broken wall. In the void beyond the ruins. Those strong men in the Imperial realm who chased him down relied on their high level of martial arts and felt that they could resist the suction force of the space crack, so they chased him with extraordinary confidence. They found that after leaving the ruins of the palace building, the absolute space domain set up by Long Yu was useless, which made them feel more at ease. As long as they can use the power of the space divine script, how can the suction force of the mere space crack become their hindrance? Little bastard, stop, don't you want to live? If you go any further, even we won't be able to save you. Among them, the strong man in the Imperial realm with super defense yelled loudly, trying to change Long Yu's mind. We arrested you but didn't kill you, why are you running away? If you run away, you will only die. Save me, save me. Long Yu pretended to be panic-stricken. He opened his teeth and claws and struggled, but found that he couldn't resist the strong suction force of the space crack at all. He seemed very flustered. The group of Emperor-level powerhouses were once again deceived by Long Yu's acting skills. Wait for me to catch him. One of them, a thin young man in the late stage of Emperor realm who had comprehended the divine text of space, had an evil light in his eyes, and wanted to get to Long Yu's side for a moment, but when he appeared, he took a look, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. He obviously wanted to teleport to Long Yu's side, but why did he only teleport half of the distance? It's space suppression. The closer you get to the space crack, the stronger the space suppression will be, and the more the effect of using the space divine script will be weakened. Immediately someone saw it from behind, and reminded him, catch him quickly, if we get closer, we might not even be able to escape. The thin young man with an evil light in his eyes nodded. He knew he had to act fast. With a dodge, he got halfway closer to Long Yu again, and with another dodge, he got halfway closer again. Soon he discovered to his astonishment that the distance he could teleport with the divine rune of space was getting shorter and shorter, and he was still unable to get close to Long Yu. Explode me. A look of madness flashed in the eyes of this skinny young man, and he took a great desolation grade supergrade pill, and the pill took effect, instantly increasing the strength of his whole body's space divine power by 3 times. The next moment, his figure flashed again, and this time he finally came to Long Yu's side, but he found that at this position, the suction force of the space crack was already extremely strong, and even completely suppressed the space divine script. Near the cracks in space, all the divine texts of space cannot be used, that is to say, even a strong man in the Imperial realm would have to expend all his strength to escape from the cracks in space. So no one thought that Long Yu would have a way to escape. They caught up at an extremely fast speed, but they didn't know that this was all just Long Yu's trick to lure the enemy to go deeper. "Great, you've come to me, but are you sure you can still leave here?" Long Yu watched the skinny young man approaching him, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he waved his hand to gather a small cloud of 9 nether sky light, enveloping himself alone. This made Long Yu instantly resist the terrifying suction force from the space crack. Because, in Jiuyou Tianguang, the power of sealing any space divine script, the suction force of the space crack is naturally also a derivative power of the spatial divine script, and it is by relying on this trick that Long Yu can take away all the pills in the palace. The reason why he lures the enemy deep, of course, is to use the cracks in the space to eliminate these powerful emperors. As for himself, he already has a way to escape. 1 chapter will be released today, I will go out during the day, and I will write 2 more chapters at night. Long Yu's whole body was shrouded in the light of Jiuyou Tianguang, and his figure, which had been quickly sucked towards the space crack, stopped instantly, and he even started to fly back with a slight movement. Immediately afterwards, he condensed 6 desolate ancient afterimages, allowing the desolate ancient afterimages to continuously condense the 9 nether sky light, protecting him and constantly retreating alone. He began to fly back slowly, although now he kept using the ancient afterimage and Jiuyou Tianguang. The consumption was terrible, but he was able to escape the suction force of the space crack. At the same time, he once again activated the absolute space domain of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, enveloping all the powerhouses of the Emperor realm, making it impossible for them to use the power of the divine text of space to escape. It is impossible for them to teleport even a little distance. The current Emperor realm powerhouses have all withstood the strong enough suction force of space cracks. Seeing Long Yu leisurely fleeing in another direction, they panicked immediately. They are powerful in the Imperial realm, but they can't resist the suction force of the space crack, and they are all sucked towards the space crack. Although due to their strong strength, the speed of being sucked over is not fast, but as they get closer to the space crack, their speed of being sucked over becomes faster and faster. Many people frantically bombarded Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang, and countless divine powers attacked Long Yu. They wanted to kill Long Yu directly and shatter the absolute space that enveloped them. However, they discovered in despair that in this place, even the supernatural powers and martial arts they released would be sucked by the cracks in the space, unable to reach Long Yu's body. Who would have thought that Long Yu would have such a means? In the Taiwu Empire, the remaining 46 emperor-level powerhouses were completely cheated by Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu didn't feel well either. If there were no accidents, if he wanted to escape from the suction range of the space crack by constantly using Jiuyou skylight, he might have to consume all the remaining beast crystals on him. This undoubtedly put him in a more dangerous state in the future. Without the additional consumption of the alien crystal, he would not be able to deal with even the powerful emperors who could defeat him before. However, Long Yu had no choice but to escape from this place by using the characteristics of Jiuyou Tianguang's forbidden space divine script. He was moving away from the space crack faster and faster. And those more than 40 famous Emperor realm powerhouses were all drawn closer and closer by the space crack. At this moment, the Jiuekong domain could no longer affect them. They moved away, but they found that their space divine power became extremely weak at such a close distance, and it was impossible for them to leave the suction range of the space crack. Long Yu returned to the ruins and looked back, just in time to see that the group of Emperor-level martial arts practitioners were all swallowed up by the cracks in space until they disappeared from his eyes and were completely annihilated. Long Yu was shrouded in the pitch-black sky, and entered the passage of the palace, but at this moment, he found another group of more than 10 Emperor-level powerhouses appeared in the passage of the palace in front of him. The strength of the strong is not very strong, all of them are in the early and middle stages of the Emperor realm. One of them, Long Yu, looked like Situlioli. He guessed that this person was the lord of the city of the desolate gods in the Shenluo Empire, that is, Situlioli's father, Situ Kong. He is from the Shenluo Empire. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't worry about it, instead the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He even managed a total of more than 50 Emperor-level powerhouses from the Taiwu Empire. Could it be that he can't deal with these Emperor-level powerhouses from the Shenluo Empire? Immediately, Jiuyou Tianguang was divided into 18 parts and flew towards the 18 entrances of the palace respectively. Each part of Jiuyou Tianguang represents Long Yu's desolate and ancient afterimages. Long Yu, who has stepped into the middle stage of King Realm, can of course condense desolate and ancient afterimages without limit, as long as the body has enough power. He walked in 18 directions, and there were only 11 emperors in the Shenluo Empire. The Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Shenluo Empire originally watched Long Yufei come back, and each wanted to stop him, but seeing that Long Yu was fleeing in 18 directions, their expressions changed slightly. Act separately, don't let anyone go. The Chancellor of the Shenluo Empire, an old man with white beard and hair, gave an order. Immediately, many Emperor-level powerhouses also separated into mirror images. The air mass chased after it. These powerful men in the Imperial realm chased and killed Long Yu outside the ruins. While chasing and killing, they also had to resist the suction force of the space crack, so they couldn't use their full strength, but it was easy to deal with a Long Yu. It's a pity, how could Long Yu let them succeed? His body returned to one of the unmanned passages of the palace as quickly as possible, but he felt a strong wind blowing behind him, and it was the old man with white beard and hair who chased him down. Give it to me. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, more ancient afterimages came out, and they used astral imprisonment on the old man one after another. However, facing the strong man in the middle stage of Emperor Realm, Long Yu's astral imprisonment could not last even a breath. Long Yu could only quickly absorb the alien beast crystals to replenish the energy consumed in his body, quickly condense the ancient afterimages to perform astral imprisonment, and stop the gray-haired old man from chasing and killing. Since Long Yu was shrouded in the 9 nether skylight, it was impossible for the opponent to teleport directly to Long Yu's side, but suddenly a flame shot out, instantly filling the entire passage. If he is enveloped by this flame, Long Yu will definitely die, and any means he can use will not be able to save him, except for one, the Scarlet Emperor's cloak. The Scarlet Emperor's cloak instantly ignited red flames, covering Long Yu's body, blocking the flames outside, and guarding Long Yu firmly. Arrive! Under the protection of the Red Emperor's cloak, Long Yu finally returned to the 7th hall. He flew forward at the fastest speed, and at the same time urged the absolute space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda again to prevent the Emperor's mid-stage. The old man crossed the hall with the divine script of space. It really is the Red Emperor's cloak, this thing will be mine. The grim old man with white beard and hair, with a hint of greed in his eyes, chased after him at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time condensed a flame again, trying to fill the entire passage and kill Long Yu. However, when the flame spread to the 7th hall in an instant, a burst of white light flickered, and the guardian magic circle was activated when Long Yu pinched the seal, and it even annihilated the full power of a mid-stage Emperor Yu invisible. The face of the old man in the Imperial realm instantly darkened. What's going on? Could it be that this kid can really control the guardian circle in this palace? He seemed to think for a while, and then continued to chase Long Yu, and stepped into the 7th hall. As expected, a white light flashed, directly covering the old man in the middle stage of Emperor realm. Almost without any ability to resist, the old man in the Imperial realm was completely annihilated by this white light, but Long Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. This time it was definitely not the old man's body that was annihilated. Sure enough, the next moment, the old man's figure appeared behind the 7th hall, and he looked at Long Yu with a sneer. Obviously, what Long Yu just eliminated was only his clone. Hey. The old man sneered, but the next moment, the white glow in the 7th hall flickered again, and a flash of white light directly illuminated an invisible figure. It is the body of the old man. Long Yu didn't dare to be careless, so he directly pinched the seal and activated the guardian circle of the 7th hall. Sure enough, that guy used a clone to attract Long Yu's attention outside, but he wanted to pass through the 7th hall quietly. Unexpectedly, Long Yu wasn't fooled, and cautiously launched the protective circle again, which just happened to count the old man. After a breath of resistance, the old man was completely wiped out by the white light, which can be heard from the screams before he died. That is indeed the real body of the old man without a doubt. The alien beast crystals are almost exhausted. It seems that next time I should bring more with me. At least 10,000 are enough. If not for the shortage of alien beast crystals now, I should really have fun with other people. It's a pity, if you continue to play now, I'm afraid you will play yourself to death. Long Yu was extremely calm in his heart. He knew very well that although he had killed a lot of powerful people in the Imperial realm, in fact, the distance from the powerful people in the Imperial realm was still very obvious, and any strong person in the Imperial realm could kill him with a single blow. Without the alien beast crystals to supplement his body consumption, Long Yu would really play himself to death. Of course he would not try to take risks like this. If it is not resolved now, it will be resolved later. After Long Yu dealt with the grim white-haired old man, he flew towards the entrance at the fastest speed, and soon he got rid of the suction force of the space crack, and then several Tianqian Xingying escaped from the palace. The afterimages of the ancient times that he had fled to other passages had long since been wiped out. He rushed out of the palace entrance, and what he saw were 10 emperor-level powerhouses from the Shenluo Empire besieging him, each with malicious expressions on their faces. Bye-bye. Long Yu rushed out of the entrance, and when he saw these people, he was not nervous, but smiled lightly, and then picked up a seal, which instantly activated the teleportation rift in the distance. A beam of teleportation shot over and enveloped Long Yu in an instant, teleporting his body away in only half a breath. It's almost time to go home. As for the rest of these people, Long Yu will certainly not let them return to the world of Shenwu. As long as Long Yu leaves the wreckage of this small world, he will immediately pinch the seal, close the entrance to the wreckage of this small world. Those people are closed here. They will never be able to leave here. When the powerhouses of the Emperor realm of the Shenluo Empire saw Long Yu pinching the seal with his hand, and then sent a beam of light from a crack in the distance to send Long Yu away, they immediately felt that something was wrong. This kid actually holds the seal of the wreckage of this small world. He has been playing them like monkeys all along. It doesn't matter if they are tricked. When they saw Long Yu's handprint, they immediately understood that if their speed was too slow, they would never be able to leave here. Immediately, one by one, frantically returned towards the entrance. They don't have the seal of this small world, and they can only fly for at least 10 days if they want to go back. This also requires them to consume a lot of strength and carry out uninterrupted space teleportation. Seeing these Imperial Realm powerhouses leave, those Imperial Realm martial cultivators in the distance who just wanted to besiege and try to capture Long Yu, at least hundreds of them, from the Taiwu Empire and the Shenluo Empire, were all stunned. Escape. They also immediately made the same decision as the remaining Emperor Realm powerhouses. However, the speed of the Emperor Realm powerhouses was at least twice as slow compared to the Emperor Realm powerhouses. Those who are strong in the Imperial Realm can return to the entrance in 10 days, while those who are strong in the Imperial Realm can take at least 20 days. and this is only when they are familiar with the route. And what about Long Yu? Constantly pinching the seal to activate the teleportation crack, as long as he is familiar with the path, he can return to the entrance in no more than 5 days. Ancient ruins, the remains of the small world of the suffering. In this dilapidated small world, Long Yu used the teleportation cracks without stopping to teleport himself towards the exit. During this period, he met many martial arts from the secret realm of the Royal Way, and they all came to the wreckage of this small world. I want to get some benefits from it. Among these martial arts, there are Emperor, and King realms, and there are even some Jianhu martial arts, who have no family, sect, or country, and they all come in to try their luck. For these people, Long Yu can only say sorry to them, he really didn't mean it, but, now he can only leave here quickly, and then seal the entire ancient ruins. It took a full 5 days for Long Yu to teleport from the depths of the wreckage of the small world to the entrance and exit. It was a rather distinctive teleportation crack, like a galaxy running through the void. Beside the teleportation galaxy, there are dozens of martial arts guards, among them there are even some powerful emperors. It's not easy for Long Yu to leave, but it's not impossible. Even such a situation has long been expected by Long Yu. It is absolutely impossible for such an ancient relic to say that no one is guarding the exit. If there are powerful people in the Imperial realm guarding this place, even mosquitoes cannot fly out. Even if Long Yu uses the Book of Shadows to disguise himself as a small thing or a small creature, it is impossible for him to escape the detection of these powerful people in the Imperial realm. But with a thought in his mind, he activated the Book of Shadows and directly disguised it as a gust of wind, or a gust of flowing air. The Book of Shadows really can disguise anything. In this case, the flowing air, or a gust of wind, might not be noticed by those powerful in the Imperial realm. It was also the first time Long Yu tried to pretend to be a wind, but unexpectedly found that it was successful, and he could freely control the direction of the wind. In this case, besides relying on the Book of Shadows, whether he is invisible or incarnate in the shadows, he will undoubtedly be discovered by the powerful Emperor, so if he wants to leave quietly, he can only rely on the disguise of the Book of Shadows up. A gust of wind blew quietly, and the dozens of martial arts masters guarding the entrance and exit of the ancient ruins didn't notice anything at first, but they were shocked soon. A gust of wind? They have guarded the entrance and exit of this ancient ruins for more than 2 months, and they have never felt the wind. Although being blown by the wind is an extremely common scene in the outside world, it is precisely because of this that they didn't notice anything at first, until the strong ones reacted one after another, and when they wanted to take some measures, they realized that it was too late. A burst of white light enveloped the gust of wind that was blowing past, and then the gust of wind disappeared from the perception of many strong people, and left. Everyone reacted instantly, one by one wanted to break into the teleportation crack and leave here, but soon they were horrified to find that the teleportation crack became smaller in an instant and then disappeared. The exit is gone. Oops. The faces of those martial artists who were guarding the exit of the ancient ruins suddenly darkened. If the exit is gone, does it mean that they will never be able to get out in this life? Long Yu came out, and the moment he came out, he pinched the seal, directly closing the entrance and exit of the entire ancient ruins completely. From then on, he believed that no one else could open this entrance and exit except him. After coming out, Long Yu was still a gust of wind, and found that there were more martial arts guarding the outside world, but their cultivation bases were much lower. All of them were king-level and emperor-level powerhouses, and there were only 2 emperor-level powerhouses. An old man in the late stage of Emperor Realm, and a general in the middle stage of Emperor Realm. Long Yu didn't see him when he came, but he knew at this time that the old man in the late Emperor Realm, wearing a familiar white robe, was probably from the Taiwu Empire, and that general should be from the Shenluo Empire. A general. I'm sorry, all the martial arts you sent into the ancient ruins can't come out. Taiwu Empire, 54 people, Shenluo Empire, 11 people. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he didn't stay here for too long, but flew towards the sky at the fastest speed, in the shape of a gust of wind. Almost 2 breaths after he came out, the people guarding outside suddenly realized that something was wrong. Originally they could feel the surging space power under the swamp pond, and feel an ancient ruin, but now, the surging force, the power of space, disappeared in an instant. The old man in the late stage of the Taiwu Empire immediately said, "Activate the Jiwekong magic circle immediately." Almost at the moment when he spoke, a magic circle originally arranged in the swamp suddenly lit up, emitting a burst of power to seal the space, covering the entire area with a radius of hundreds of miles, naturally including the current Dragon Yu. Although Long Yu was a gust of wind, when the Jiwekong magic circle was activated, even a gust of wind couldn't blow out, and they actually wanted to trap Long Yu to death here. But for Long Yu, this is not a problem. Absolutely empty domain. Long Yufei flew to a place hundreds of miles high, directly cancelled the state of pretending to be a wind, and then took out the ancient tower of the Dragon Bone, and activated the absolute space field to prevent others from attacking him. Immediately afterwards, he instantly condensed 10 remnants of the ancient times, each of which began to cast the 7th magical power, the path of the 9 seclusions, towards the same place. Facing the absolute space formation jointly launched by several strong men, Long Yu couldn't break through this space even if he used the path of 9 nethers once, but when 10 ancient ghosts used it together, the space instantly loosened. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu accelerated his speed, condensed 10 ancient afterimages again, and released the 9 nether path without hesitation, blasting towards the same place. At the same time, Long Yu absorbed the last alien beast crystal on his body to replenish his body's strength, and then heard a click, and the entire Jiwekong magic circle shattered near Long Yu. Almost at the same time that Long Yu started bombarding the Jiwekong magic circle, the surrounding martial artists sensed his presence and charged towards him one after another. Many people wanted to use teleportation to get close to Long Yu and catch him, but found that at most, he could only teleport to Long Yu 50 miles away. The Jiwekong domain of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda cannot be broken even by many powerful emperors from the inside, but it doesn't take much time to destroy it from the outside. The Jiwekong domain is mainly internal, not external. That's why he persisted for 2 breaths, and Long Yu's absolute space domain was shattered. But at this moment, Long Yu had already pierced through their absolute space array barrier, and with the help of the path of 9 serenities, this was able to penetrate the supernatural power of space barriers. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu disguised himself as a gust of wind again, and escaped from the Jiwekong magic circle. Seeing this, the other people immediately wanted to catch up, but found that the exit of the Jiwekong magic circle, penetrated by Long Yu, almost recovered immediately. After Long Yu fled, the Jiwekong magic circle became a barrier to stop them. Withdraw. Withdraw the circle. Immediately someone yelled, and as the Jiwekong magic circle was withdrawn, everyone found that there was no trace of Long Yu within their perception range. Some martial arts cultivators in the Imperial realm can perceive a range of thousands of miles, but within a range of thousands of miles, there is no trace of Long Yu. They all know that Long Yu is disguised as something else again, but the world is vast, who knows what Long Yu is disguised as? The next thing they can do is deduce. Only through the deduction of the powerful in the Imperial realm can it be possible to find the trace of Long Yu, but if you want to deduce the information of Long Yu, it is not something that can be done immediately, even if it is soon, it will take an hour. And an hour later, Long Yu had already flown thousands of miles away. The next destination of Long Yu can only be the Imperial Palace of the Shenluo Empire. He knows that the Prime Minister of the Shenluo Empire is dead, and the Emperor is trapped in the ancient ruins, so the defense force of the underground palace of the Shenluo Empire will not too strong. He wants to break into the Imperial Palace of the Shenluo Empire, find the teleportation circle in it, and teleport back directly to the holy city of the 5 emperors. After all, he was too far away from the Baishiwa dynasty, and it would be too dangerous if he wanted to rush back. It would take several days, and it was very likely that those people would deduce accurate information and catch him. But he was only a day away from the underground palace of the Shenluo Empire. This was the fastest and safest way for him to return to the holy city of the five emperors. As long as he returned to the holy city of the five emperors, would these guys still dare to attack him? A gust of wind turned into a gust of wind, flying towards the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire at high speed. The Shenluo Empire, within the imperial capital. This is an extremely prosperous imperial capital, the largest of the four big cities of the Shenluo Empire. At this moment, Situ Liuli, the daughter of the city lord from the city of the gods, and her maid Qian Yuexia are in a very luxurious restaurant in the city. Enjoy the bustling scenery outside the building. Opposite the two women, sitting is a young man wearing a royal robe, personable, gentle, and wise in his eyes. Liuli, it is said that last time, someone dared to make trouble in your auction house in the city of the rage god, and even took away your 3 great desolation grade supergrade pills? The elegant young man asked with a smile. Good. Situ Liuli frowned, that pariah deserves to die. Do you know who he is? The refined youth asked again. Of course I know. His name is Long Yu. After leaving the Shenluo Empire, he actually found a way to become the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. But this time, he returns to the Shenluo Empire to make trouble, and he must not be able to escape. A sinister look flashed across Situ Liuli's eyes. That's not necessarily the case. A trace of caution flashed in the eyes of the elegant young man. I heard that guy stepped onto the 30th floor in the Five Emperors' illusory realm in the holy city of the Five Emperors, which means that he has the qualifications to become the Five Emperors, and I am afraid there will be many ability. We even have the help of the great empire from the holy city. Can that kid still escape? Situ Liuli snorted softly, feeling a little dissatisfied with the elegant young man. It was unreasonable that the third prince would look so highly at the lowly man who robbed him of the supergrade elixir. This elegant young man is the third prince of the Shenluo Empire, and he has a pretty good relationship with Situ Liuli. It is said that the untouchable fled into an ancient relic. For this ancient relic, more than 70 emperor-level powers were dispatched. If the untouchable ran away, the emperor-level power would be too useless. Murderous aura flashed in Situ Liuli's eyes, but she didn't know that her father, Situ Kong, was completely trapped in the wreckage of the small world at this moment, and Long Yu, whom she said must die, was flying towards where she was. Liuli, follow me to live in the imperial palace for a few days, and let me show my respect as a landlord. The third prince smiled elegantly. Good. There was a smile on Situ Liuli's face. She still liked the third prince very much. If she could make a pair with the third prince, it would be a stronger alliance. Moreover, the refined temperament of the third prince was quite attractive to Situ Liuli. In less than a day, Long Yu saw the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire from a distance. Before he set off, he had inquired about the teleportation circle built by the alliance of 5 emperors in the Shenluo Empire, and one of them was located behind the empire of the Shenluo Empire. In the holy garden of the temple. The holy courtyard is so tightly guarded that ordinary people cannot enter it at all. Not only is there a teleportation circle built by the alliance of 5 emperors, but it is also a place where the emperors of the Shenluo Empire have always worshipped their ancestors. The destination of Long Yu's trip is the sacred garden in the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire. In an ordinary empire like the Shenluo Empire, there are no late-stage powerhouses in the entire empire. All the powerhouses in the imperial realm add up to only 20 or 30, and half of them are left in the wreckage of the small world. It is impossible to come out. Come. Long Yu thought about it for a while, and knew that in the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire, at least there would still be several strong men in the imperial realm guarding it. In the world of Shenwu, it is different from the wreckage of the small world of the suffering. In the wreckage of the small world of the Sufferers, Long Yu was able to play with those powerhouses in the Imperial realm as he wished, because he controlled the wreckage of the entire small world and had some tricks in the wreckage of the small world. But in the world of Shenwu, he doesn't know any magic seals, so if he wants to fight against the strong in the Imperial realm, he can only rely on practical means, which is a bit embarrassing for him. Even if it is only against the strong in the early stage of the God realm, it is impossible for the current Long Yu to deal with him, and even if it is only the emergence of the late Emperor realm, he can fight him evenly. What's more, all the strange beast crystals on Long Yu's body have been consumed now. If he starts to fight, he will definitely run out of strength after a long time. At that time, there will be no need to talk about the consequences. Therefore, when Long Yu came to the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire, he was extremely cautious. He disguised himself as a moth and flew into the imperial palace of the Shenluo Empire. The Shenluo Empire is a large empire, and the imperial palace is extremely prosperous and magnificent. Long Yu only glanced at it, turned his eyeballs, and came up with a way to fly to an extremely hidden place, and immediately showed his original shape, condensing 10 ancient remnants, and let these ancient remnants move towards the imperial palace. Sneaking around, under the shadow of the avatar, unless the powerful emperors pay attention on purpose, otherwise they will never find the traces of his ancient remnants. Immediately afterwards, he turned himself into a moth again and headed towards the holy garden behind the imperial palace. Everything was ready, and when Long Yu came to a back garden shielded by a magic circle, he saw several powerful warriors of the imperial realm wearing the Shenluo Empire's great desolation-level armored soldiers guarding the entrance of the back garden. That back garden is Long Yu's destination, which is also the location of the teleportation circle of the Five Emperors Alliance. There are a total of 3 guardians at the late stage of the imperial realm, and more than 10 middle stages of the imperial realm. If I fight recklessly, I will definitely not be the opponent. If this is the case, I can only make a fuss. Long Yu thought in his heart, he didn't dare to procrastinate here. You must know that the old man in the late emperor stage of the Taiwu Empire was still deducing his position, and he might appear in front of him in the next moment. He had to save even just one breath time. So when he saw so many people guarding the holy garden, he immediately had a thought, and those ancient afterimages hiding in various parts of the imperial palace attacked almost at the same time. Yulong 9 explosions, 9 nether sky light, 9 Yu dragon breath and other means suddenly erupted in 10 different places far apart in the imperial palace, instantly attracting the attention of the martial artists in the entire imperial palace. With Long Yu's means, it was not difficult at all to sneak into the Shenluo Empire's imperial palace quietly at this time. When he suddenly erupted, the entire imperial palace suddenly became chaotic. You know, there aren't too many emperor-level powerhouses in the entire Shenluo palace now, and the attacks of Long Yu's 10 ancient afterimages are each equivalent to a powerhouse in the middle stage of the emperor's realm, and they detonate instantly, causing everyone the patrolling imperial palace legion panicked a little. Although the imperial powerhouses who guarded the holy garden were not attracted away, their attention was all focused on the place where the battle broke out in the imperial palace, and the detection methods and magical powers all extended towards the interior of the imperial palace. But they didn't notice at all that an inconspicuous little moth flew past their eyes, bypassed the gate of the holy garden, and flew towards the side gate of the holy garden, which was not guarded by anyone. Arriving at the side gate of the holy garden, Long Yu jumped out of the Book of Shadow Space, transformed into his own body, and directly cast the 9 nether path towards the space magic circle covering the entire holy garden. If it doesn't work once, then twice, even Long Yu can condense more and more desolate ancient afterimages to help. Compared with breaking through the huge range of absolute space circles outside the wreckage of the small world, Long Yu now wants to the difficulty of entering the holy garden is not much lower. However, fortunately, no one noticed him at the first time, so that he successfully used the path of the 9 nethers more than 10 times, and broke through half of the space magic circle barrier in the holy garden. At this moment, two tyrannical auras in the imperial palace soared to the sky. Apparently the auras of two powerful men in the imperial realm erupted, and they went straight to kill the ancient afterimage arranged by Long Yu. These two strong men in the imperial realm thought that the imperial palace was under attack, and of course they first appeared to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, these two strong men in the early stage of the imperial realm did not know the target of Long Yu, they just wanted to enter the palace. Holy Garden. The two emperor-level powerhouses were attracted by Long Yu's ancient afterimage, but he destroyed the space magic circle barrier of the Holy Garden here, but he also attracted the attention of those emperor-level powerhouses who guarded the Holy Garden. Those people were still paying attention to the battles that broke out in other parts of the imperial palace, but when one of them sensed something unusual in the rear, he immediately turned his head and saw Long Yu and his more than 10 ancient afterimages at a glance. Dare to break into the Holy Garden of the Xuanhuan Empire, kill without mercy. More than a dozen imperial realm powerhouses wanted to kill Long Yu in an instant, but found that the power of space divine script in their bodies was all blocked, and they couldn't go to Long Yu's side quickly at all. There was a distance of more than 10 miles between the two parties. If they wanted to kill Long Yu, they would have to take at least 3 breaths. However, within these 3 breaths, Long Yu finally broke through the barrier of the Holy Garden space magic circle. It would be great if the Jiuekong domain and Jiuyo Tianguang could directly invalidate the space magic circle, but unfortunately, the objects of both of them are only the cultivator's space gods, and they cannot be used to deal with the space gods that make up the magic circle. Arts. Long Yu was a little bit sorry, but now that his goal had been achieved, he stepped directly into the Holy Garden, and the barrier of the space magic circle in the Holy Garden was about to return to normal. However, the moment Long Yu broke into the Holy Garden, a refined young man wearing a golden royal robe suddenly broke through the barrier of the Holy Garden space magic circle, and followed Long Yu into the Holy Garden. After the elegant young man came in, the cracks on the barrier of the Holy Garden space magic circle were completely restored, and the other dozen or so Imperial Realm powerhouses who were guarding the Holy Garden were all blocked from outside the Holy Garden. Third Prince. Those Imperial powerhouses guarding the Holy Garden were all shocked when they saw the figures inside. They knelt down quickly one by one, respectful and a little panicked. They didn't protect the Holy Garden well, would they be questioned? But obviously, the elegant young man in the golden imperial robe, the so-called Third Prince, didn't care about them at all, but cast his wise eyes on Long Yu. You are Long Yu? I never expected to meet you here. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Third Prince. He brought Sitilioli to the imperial palace to play. He didn't expect to see someone breaking into the Holy Garden, so he subconsciously followed him. After he came in, he realized that the person was actually Long Yu, a super genius in the middle stage of King Realm, the 7th disciple newly recruited by the Red Emperor. In the middle of the Imperial Realm, you want to stop me? Long Yu looked at the Third Prince, who appeared in front of him, and narrowed his eyes. Third Prince, kill him. Outside the barrier of the space magic circle in the Holy Garden, 2 beautiful girls appeared, and they were Sitilioli and her maid Qian Yuexia. Sitilioli looked at Long Yu, with a look of extreme hatred in her eyes. It was this person who directly snatched the 3 great wilderness-grade super-grade pills that she was about to get, causing her strength to be much lower than expected. Now only the Third Prince is in the Holy Garden, she naturally wants the Third Prince to help her deal with Long Yu. As for whether the Third Prince can deal with Long Yu, it has never been in Sitilioli's consideration. How could the Third Prince in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm not be a mere opponent of Long Yu in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm? You are a key criminal of this empire, please stay here, Your Excellency. The Third Prince was calm and composed, looking at Long Yu confidently. Even without Sitilioli's voice, he would not be able to let Long Yu go, because he knew very well what the current Long Yu meant to their Xuanhuan Empire. He was ready to capture Long Yu immediately after the battle started, but to his surprise, Long Yu raised his hands directly. I surrender. You surrender? The third prince was stunned for a moment. Isn't this person a direct disciple of the Red Emperor? How could it be so useless? However, Situlioli didn't think much about it. In her opinion, Long Yu, a brat in the middle stage of the king's realm, was stopped by the third prince in the middle stage of the emperor's realm. Apart from surrendering and dying in battle, what other options would he have? However, when the third prince was a little surprised, a cluster of blood suddenly sprayed out from his neck, and a pitch-black sharp knife appeared in front of his neck, cutting his neck open. You can't be distracted during the battle, third prince, goodbye. Long Yu's voice rang in the ears of the third prince, like the voice of hell urging death, and in the eyes of the third prince, the Long Yu who had just expressed his surrender to him was gradually turning into an afterimage and dissipating. Soldiers never tire of cheating. Long Yu never minded using any means to eradicate the enemy. If it was normal, Long Yu might have fought this person well. After all, he felt that the third prince's fighting power was not weak. Fighting with him would definitely give him a lot of gains. But now, Long Yu is at a critical moment of life or death. The most important thing is that the strength in his body has been exhausted. If there is a fight, he will definitely not last 3 breaths. Therefore, he could only use some strategies. The third prince was just a little dazed, but Long Yu cut his neck and died on the spot. The third prince was killed in an instant, and everyone who was watching outside the holy garden was instantly stunned on the spot. 2 beautiful girls, Situlioli and Xuanhuan, stared out their beautiful eyes in an instant. They never thought that the third prince, who was already in the middle stage of the emperor's realm, would be killed in one blow by Long Yu, who was in the middle stage of the king's realm. Shameless! Situlioli cursed angrily immediately, and the 3 divine symbols of flame, light, and ice surged all over her body, trying to smash the space magic circle barrier of the holy garden. However, how could she break the guardian of the holy garden with just this means the magic circle? Seeing this, her maid Xuanhuan also helped her. But it was a pity that the 2 girls were only in the middle and late stages of the king realm, respectively. When they bombarded the magic circle of the guardian holy garden, the barrier of the space magic circle remained motionless. Third prince. Those imperial powerhouses who guarded the holy garden also reacted one by one, and their eyes were splitting instantly. The third prince treated them very well, and he had a very high reputation in the Shenluo Empire. At this moment, the third prince actually right in front of them, in the holy garden, he was killed by a middle-stage kid from nowhere. Despicable means. They all felt that Long Yu was really too despicable, even pretending to surrender, but secretly launched a sneak attack, killing the third prince. Such a despicable and shameless person. If they let this person leave safely, what face does the Shenluo Empire have? Long Yu glanced lightly at those people outside the holy garden, turned around and walked towards the center of the holy garden. He will not be influenced by the other party's words. As long as the goal can be achieved, what means does it matter? What's more, in the situation just now, do you still want him to fight the third prince openly? That's a dead end. Long Yu will do whatever he can to survive. As for the corpse of the third prince, Long Yu mercifully stayed behind. Even though that guy was considered an emperor, the things he possessed on his body would definitely not be inferior to that of the previous Emperor Yun. However, for the current Long Yu, 100,000 divine coins is nothing, so there is no need to waste time running for this little money. Almost at the same time that Long Yu turned around and teleported to the center of the holy garden, the space magic circle barrier that originally covered the entire holy garden finally disappeared. The space law circle of the garden. Because if the space magic circle is still there, they can't get in. To prevent Long Yu from escaping, they had to cancel the space magic circle, and then went in to stop Long Yu. As for why Long Yu came to the holy garden, they certainly knew very well. Teleportation array. This teleportation array can be activated as long as you hold enough space attribute alien crystals. Even if Long Yu only has 100 space attribute alien crystals on his body, He can rely on this teleportation array to teleport at least hundreds of millions of miles away. Far. What's more, how do they know how many space attribute alien beast crystals Long Yu has on him? Once Long Yu activates the teleportation array, it is very likely that he will escape directly from the scope of the Shenluo Empire. At that time, the difficulty of catching Long Yu again will be like finding a needle in a haystack. Absolutely empty domain. Long Yu came to the center of the Holy Garden, saw the teleportation circle built in the center of a beautiful pond, and teleported directly to the teleportation circle. While opening the absolute space domain of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to prevent others from coming quickly, he took out tens of thousands of space attribute alien beast crystals that he had prepared when he left the holy city of the Five Emperors, and activated the teleportation circle. He felt that the space sealing magic circle, protecting the Holy Garden, had been cancelled. If he didn't use the absolute space domain, he might not be able to hold on to the moment when the teleportation magic circle opened. Fortunately for him, there were no other people in the Holy Garden, allowing him to reach the central teleportation circle smoothly. In the distance, more than a dozen Imperial Realm powerhouses guarding the Holy Garden came towards Long Yushi one after another, and after only 3 breaths, they smashed the Jiwekong domain from the periphery. However, what greeted them were more than a dozen ancient afterimages of Long Yu, each displaying the 9 nether sky light, trapping more than a dozen powerful people in the Imperial Realm. Long Yu spent 3 breaths to prepare. This time it directly delayed the 5 or 6 breaths of those powerful people in the Imperial Realm. However, the power in Long Yu's body has been completely exhausted at this moment, and he can no longer use any other martial arts or supernatural powers, and even the nether dragon blade of the void can no longer motivate him to emit space penetration. Destination: the Holy City of the Five Emperors. Fortunately, Long Yu is very familiar with the activation process of the teleportation circle. When the power of the more than 10,000 space-attributed alien crystals was all consumed, Long Yu's body was already bathed in a burst of bright white light. Those imperial martial arts practitioners completely dispelled Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang, but found that Long Yu was about to teleport away. They couldn't help being shocked, and one by one used space divine scripts to rush to Long Yu's side at the first time, and they even met Long Yu. Bathed in bright white light together. They wanted to move towards Long Yu one by one, but found that after being illuminated by this bright white light, they could not stimulate any power in their bodies, and could only let it transport themselves to unknown places. Where to go? The stern voice of a strong man in the early stage of the Imperial Realm came from far away in the sky. The real strong man finally came from other places in the Imperial Palace, but he didn't have time. The white light of the teleportation circle flashed and disappeared, together with the bodies of Long Yu and the 10 powerful men in the Imperial Realm. The strong man at the early stage of Emperor Realm flew over quickly, and wanted to see where Long Yu was teleported to. If the distance was not far away, he had to immediately organize his men to hunt him down. However, when he saw the densely packed alien beast crystals on the teleportation circle, these more than 10,000 alien beast crystals with space attributes, his face instantly turned pale. More than 10,000 space attribute alien crystals. This is exactly the number of alien beast crystals needed to teleport from the Shenluo Empire to the Holy City of the Five Emperors. It turned out to be the Holy City of the Five Emperors. The face of the strong man of the Shenluo Empire in the early stage of the Emperor's realm became extremely stiff. After an incense stick of time passed, a powerful old man in the late stage of the Emperor realm, and a general of the Shenluo Empire in the middle stage of the Emperor realm finally returned to the Imperial Palace with a large army. However, the news they got was that Long Yu broke into the Holy Garden and teleported away through the teleportation circle in the Holy Garden. The old man from the late stage of the Taiwu Empire turned pale with anger. He didn't expect that after working for such a long time, he still let Long Yu run back to the Holy City of the Five Emperors. Not only that, but the other 54 emperor-level powerhouses dispatched by the Taiwu Empire this time can be said to be a very important part of the power of the Taiwu Empire. Even failed to come out of the ancient ruins. Thinking of Long Yu's performance from the beginning to the end, the elders of the Taiwu Empire certainly understood that this was a conspiracy designed by Long Yu alone. This son, you really have infinite secrets in your body. Even those ancient ruins can enter and exit at will, open and close, and control the limits of the practitioners who can enter it. How could that elder of the Taiwu Empire not understand that all of this is under Long Yu's control? Although the loss was huge, it was obvious that the Taiwu Empire would be more interested in the secrets of Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to what the Taiwu Empire and others thought. Anyway, this time the Taiwu Empire had already suffered heavy losses, so it was impossible for this kind of matter to be put on the table publicly. In the dark, the Taiwu Empire originally wanted to arrest Long Yu, and now it made the people of the Taiwu Empire even more angry. Not even the guts dared to do it. To kill Chidi's direct disciple openly and aboveboard, if Taiwan did such a thing, just wait for Chidi to ban the entire Taiwu Empire. As for the loss of the Shenluo Empire, it is obviously even greater. The Prime Minister of the Shenluo Empire was played to death by Long Yu in the wreckage of the small world. The Emperor of the Shenluo Empire was directly trapped in the ancient ruins by the Dragon Yu. The 11 people dispatched were wiped out in the ancient ruins, and none of them survived. It is conceivable that after this battle, the strength of the entire Shenluo Empire will drop a lot, but will this have any impact on Long Yu? Not at all, and it even has a lot of benefits for him. White light flashed. Long Yu returned to a familiar scene, the 99th floor of the Holy City of the Five Emperors, the level of the teleportation circle. But soon he was a little surprised, because he found that he was not the only one who was teleported this time, and there were more than 10 powerful people in the Imperial Realm following him. These 10 Imperial Realm powerhouses are all guards of the Holy Garden of the Shenluo Empire. Not only are there martial arts realms in the forefront within the scope of the Shenluo Empire, but they have also practiced a lot of martial arts at the level of the Great Desolation, and they also have soldiers of the Great Desolation level. Extraordinary. Everyone, welcome to the Holy City of the Five Emperors. Long Yu smiled lightly, and before the dozen or so powerful people in the Imperial Realm could react, he heard Long Yu give an order. These people are chasing and killing me, help me control them. Before the 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses had time to observe the surrounding scene, a terrifying sealing divine power suddenly emerged, completely sealing the 10 of them, making them unable to even move. Thank you, Elder. Long Yu politely smiled and thanked an elder of the Five Emperors Alliance who made a move. Young man, that's right. You were able to escape after being chased and killed by so many powerhouses in the Imperial Realm. It seems that your life is quite long. It seems that Lord Chidi has received a good disciple. The elder had gray hair, a beard that reached to his waist, and an expression of appreciation on his face. This elder is the elder of the Five Emperors Alliance who guards the level of the teleportation circle, and his strength is not much different from that of Emperor Tianxiang. It is conceivable that it is extremely easy to seal 10 Emperor Realm martial arts in an instant. What are you going to do with these people? The elder pointed to the 10 Emperor Realm martial artists, and asked Long Yu. Seal their power first, and leave it to me. Long Yu smiled politely. I'm going to step into the late stage of the King Realm. When the time comes, my inner world will merge into my origin, so let them enter my inner world. Go. The elder nodded, and then closed his eyes. Those 10 Imperial Realm martial arts practitioners had no ability to resist at all. Their whole body strength was sealed, so they had no choice but to leave with Long Yu. Their hearts were bleeding. They never expected that when they caught up with Long Yu, their strength was completely blocked, and instead they became Long Yu's prisoner. The Holy City of the Five Emperors, the Holy Tower, and the Domain of Dragons. Long Yu returned to his territory with 10 Emperor Wuxiu, whose power had been sealed. Looking around, there were many buildings on a vast grassland, which were practical, but not luxurious. Largest base. Sunset Dance and the 7 Death Legion members she selected should have arrived long ago, and I don't know how they have been practicing in the past 3 months. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu walked towards those buildings with a smile on his face. Soon, he met 2 daughters, Qin Yashuang and Zisu, both of whom have entered the middle stage of the King realm. Obviously, their cultivation in the Star Spirit formation has improved their martial arts realm much faster than before. Many. Of course, if you want to compare it with Long Yu, that speed still can't be regarded as fast. If there is no accident, when Long Yu settles the matter here and sees the Death Envoy again, his strength will be improved to a higher level. It's time. The late King stage is the minimum level. Brother Long, you are back. When Qin Yashuang and Zisu saw Long Yu, their faces were overjoyed, and they quickly stood up from the hall, and at the same time, they caught sight of the 10 Imperial Realm powerhouses following Long Yu. The powers of these 10 Imperial Realm powerhouses were all sealed. They had to do whatever Long Yu wanted them to do, otherwise, Long Yu would be able to destroy them with a wave of his hand. So they followed Long Yu with their heads down one by one, feeling extremely uneasy, not knowing what Long Yu wanted to do for themselves. Of course, Long Yu would not arrange for them now, so he ordered, all 10 of you stay here, don't move around. Zisu, take care of them, if anyone dares to mess around, kill them immediately. Yes, Brother Long. When Zisu heard this, she nodded quickly. She has experienced many fights since she practiced, and she is no stranger to killing, so of course she will carry out Long Yu's request, without hesitation. Long Yu didn't doubt her methods at all. If she didn't have a strong enough mental quality, she would have died as early as when Qin Yashuang was practicing missions with Qin Yashuang. Then, Long Yu and Qin Yashuang went to the Cultivation Tower together. In the Cultivation Tower, Long Yu saw Xiang Wu and 7 members from the Death Legion. To Long Yu's relief, in the past 3 months, these people's martial arts realm has improved very quickly. Xiao Wu, I haven't seen you in 3 months, but you have already been promoted to the 6 Paths Divine Ability realm, amazing. When Long Yu saw the Sunset Dance, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This speed, increasing 1 supernatural power in 1 month, is almost unimaginable for everyone in Beishua dynasty. Of course, all this is due to the Star Spirit formation and part of the cultivation resources that originally belonged to the Shadow Pavilion, given by Long Yu. Most of the cultivation resources were left in Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion, but of course Sunset Dance and the others brought some over for their own cultivation. In addition to the Sunset Dance who reached the realm of the 6 realms of supernatural powers, the other 7 members of the Death Legion also stepped into the realm of supernatural powers, and the slowest one is now at the realm of the 4 realms of supernatural powers. Who else came with you? Long Yu then asked. There are also the princess, brother Duguijian, brother Feng Xiaofei, and brother Feng Haofeng. There are 4 in total. However, they did not practice in the Star Spirit formation, but went out to experience themselves. Sunset Dance replied. Long Yu nodded and didn't take it seriously. It's true that going out for training is dangerous, but Long Yu wouldn't even have to worry about this kind of thing for other people. The road of martial arts is taken by oneself, and Long Yu can at most provide some practice resources and a better practice environment. As for other people's ultimate martial arts achievements, the key still depends on themselves. Xiao Wu, get ready and bring everyone with me in 2 days. Long Yu gave Xiang Wu some instructions, and Xiang Wu naturally nodded without hesitation. Next, Long Yu went to see Mr. Shiha Songshi and Qin Yashuang's mother. The two met each other every day in the Dragon Realm, but they developed a relatively close friendship. Proficient, so I have a companion, and the 2 of them will not be too boring here. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu pinched the seal, left the Dragon Realm, went to the meeting hall of the Holy Pagoda, and asked an elder of the 5 Emperors' alliance in the meeting hall to see the Red Emperor, or someone under the Red Emperor's subordinates. That elder's job was to deliver orders, and soon, Nalin Jun, the 4th direct disciple of the Red Emperor, rushed over to see Long Yu. Long Yu had met Nalin Jun before. He was handsome, dressed in white clothes like the wind, but his height was flawed. Even though Nalin Jun is now a strong man in the imperial realm, he still can't change his height. If there is no accident, this will undoubtedly become a regret in his life. Of course, Nalin Jun is not inferior to this on the surface. He came with a smile on his face, saw Long Yu, and said, 7th junior brother, you are finally back. Master told me to wait for you for a long time. Come with me first. You have never been to senior brother and me the sight. Well, thank you, brother. Long Yu smiled and nodded. Hearing that it was Chitty who asked him to wait here, Long Yu knew that he must have a lot to say to him, and the conference hall is usually crowded with people, so it is really not a place to talk. Then, Long Yu followed Nalin Jun to the 1562nd floor of the entire Holy Tower. This is Nalin Jun's site, known as Nalanju. It turns out that senior brother lives in a place 2 floors higher than me. After Long Yu arrived, he suddenly realized. It's not. Nalin Jun shook his head and smiled. The entire Holy Tower looks like a tall tower from the outside, from low to high, from the 1st floor to the countless floors. But in fact, the whole Holy Tower is just a small world of a strong person. The layers we are talking about are actually just different areas in this small world. Small world? Long Yu was a little puzzled. Of course he knows about the small world, but this is obviously not something that martial artists at the level of the King's Dao secret realm know. Even if it is a strong emperor realm, the inner world and the body cannot be transformed into a small world. If you want to have a small world, you must go beyond the imperial realm. How did Nalin Jun know? The small world is said to be transformed from the inner world of a strong man who surpassed the emperor's realm. I just listened to what Master said about this. Nalin Jun smiled. It is said that only in the small world can you control some things, by pinching the seal. Don't ask me, I don't know which small world this Holy Tower belongs to. I don't even know where the strong man is now. Long Yu nodded and also smiled. The Holy Tower has been built for tens of thousands of years. Who knows which strong man left behind the small world to build it? For this, Long Yu has no desire to explore. What he was more concerned about was the words that Chitty asked Nalin Jun to explain himself. Long Yu followed Nalin Jun and walked towards Nalin Juli, which opened his eyes. He could see that the whole Nalanju was originally a prairie-like dragon's realm, but now, Nalanju has become a courtyard with elegant environment, among which pavilions, towers and pavilions, gurgling water, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It is actually a beautiful place of paradise on earth. Such a transformation also brings out Nalin Jun's elegance. It seems that his unrestrained temperament is not deliberate. Junior brother, sit down. Nalin Jun brought Long Yu to a courtyard and sat down leisurely among the pavilions. After he snapped his fingers, 2 beautiful girls came to them with a whole set of tea sets. The 2 poured tea. Senior brother is really enjoying it. Long Yu said with emotion from the heart. It's a long way to practice, so naturally I can't treat myself badly. Junior brother, come and drink tea. Nalin Jun laughed. If the tea is not to your liking, I'll ask them to replace it with some good wine. Don't bother, just drink tea. Long Yu shook his head, picked up a cup of tea, felt the refreshing fragrance of the tea, took a sip, and couldn't help but praise, it really is good tea. This is not Long Yu's compliment, but the tea is really good. It can be seen that Nalin Jun is really an elegant person, and he knows how to enjoy it while practicing. It's good that junior brother likes it. Nalin Jun smiled and said, by the way, the master read the jade slips you left last time 3 months ago. After reading them, he quickly organized a team of 100 strong men in the Imperial realm. Some of the plans you mentioned have completely destroyed the 12 winged god clan lairs. In this battle, our alliance of 5 emperors did not lose any strong men, but all the nests of the winged gods were wiped out. It can be called the most successful battle during the period of fighting against alien beasts. All this is thanks to your suggestion, junior brother. So the Red Emperor personally ordered that you can get 1/3 of the proceeds from exterminating the lairs of alien beasts this time. 1/3 of the proceeds. When Long Yu heard this, he was a little surprised. Originally, he only thought that it would be good to get 3 divine source stones, but now, he was actually given 1/3 of the total income. The 12 complete lairs of the winged gods, plus the 2 lairs under construction, were all wiped out by us. Nailin Jun continued to smile and said, "We have harvested a total of 14 divine script source stones. According to Master's instructions, 5 of them belong to you. There are also more than 4,000 first-class divine script crystals in total. You will get 1,400 pieces. The rest are the beast crystals. There are tens of thousands of ordinary beast crystals, and you will get tens of thousands of them. There are also dozens of special crystals. You will get 5 special beast crystals at the imperial level. Crystals, the total value of which accounts for exactly 1/3 of all special crystals. So much." Long Yu was really surprised this time. This harvest was more than what he expected. 5 divine source stones. Long Yu doesn't know what the use of this thing is, but to him, this is the bargaining chip he needs to get benefits from the Death Envoy. Naturally, the more the better. There are 1,400 divine script crystals, enough for Long Yu to fully comprehend all the divine script powers, including the original divine script of death, Shura divine script and Siphon divine script, which will greatly enhance his strength. As for the further restoration of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, 10,000 divine text crystals are needed, which is still far away, so there is no need to save all the divine text crystals. In addition to the divine source stones and divine crystals, the alliance of 5 emperors' operation to destroy the beast lairs also wiped out more than 50,000 winged god beasts of various cultivation levels, and obtained a total of more than 50,000 beast crystals. These ordinary alien crystals are not very useful. They can only restore the power consumed by the cultivator, and they are the power of space divine script, so they are basically useless to Long Yu. Ordinary beast crystals, exchange them for shadow-attributed beast crystals for me. I need shadow-attributed beast crystals more. Long Yu said to Nailin Jun with a smile. When he was in the ancient ruins, he carried more than 1,000 alien beast crystals of the shadow attribute, but it was not enough. Now that he directly obtained tens of thousands of alien beast crystals, he could save a fortune to buy alien beasts crystals. That's no problem. There are a total of 12,000 alien beast crystals, all of which belong to you. They will be exchanged for shadow attributes and then given to you. Nailin Jun smiled, clapped his hands, and called a maid from the late stage of the imperial realm. Under his command, the maid disappeared from the two of them with a flickering figure, and after a while, she brought a space belt warrior and handed it to Long Yu respectfully. Long Yu took the space belt warrior, took a look at the contents, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This maid is very efficient. In this space belt warrior, there are 5 space attribute divine rune origin stones, 1,400 space attribute first class divine rune crystals, 12,000 shadow attribute alien beast crystals, and 5 imperial level special crystal. Everything is inside. There is also the information submitted by the junior brother to the 5 Emperors Alliance, and the reward of 200 million points, of which 100 million points were originally sealed, but with the success of this operation, your information has been proven to be correct. 100 million points have been issued to your exclusive jade slip. Nailin Jun said again. Thank you, brother. Long Yu nodded. Originally, the condition he negotiated with Chitty was that if the action was successful, he would use 100 million alliance points to exchange for 3 divine source stones, but now, not only did he get a reward far exceeding expectations, but even 100 million alliance points did not matter at all. Phew. After all, submitting materials is a reward for submitting materials, and the plan to exterminate the beast's lair is another reward, and the two should not be confused. Then Long Yu bid farewell to Nailan Jun. He has gained a lot from this trip, and I am afraid it will take a long time to practice in seclusion. It just happens that there is still a year and a half before the competition of the strongest king. During this time, Long Yu, it should be possible to advance to the late king realm, and consolidate the cultivation of the late king realm, and prepare to compete for the title of the strongest king realm. This title is not very useful, but if you win this title, you will get a big reward from the 5 Emperors Alliance, which is quite attractive to Long Yu. The competition for the strongest king realm is held every 7 years. It is said that the reward for the first place is quite generous, enough to make anyone excited. Even Emperor Yan, one of the 5 emperors, has personally said that if he is still in the king realm, he will never, such a match will be missed. This is a competition for all king realm practitioners in the entire Shenwu world. Once you become the number 1, it means you are number 1 in the king realm level. This number 1 has a very high gold content. You must know that in the Northern Snow Dynasty, Jing Tianqing only stepped into the top 10,000 before, and he was already famous in the vicinity of the Northern Snow Dynasty. This can be seen. Long Yu left Nalanju and joined Qin Yashuang in the meeting hall. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu took Qin Yashuang to another floor in the Holy Tower. On this floor, he could use the alliance points and chitty points to exchange for anything he wanted, such as divine crystals and so on. Alliance points and Red Emperor points can be obtained by completing tasks. Among them, Red Emperor points can be exchanged for higher quality items, but these Red Emperor points cannot be exchanged for God coins. Long Yu completed a detection mission before, and received a reward of 10 million alliance points, and an additional 1 million chitty points. Then, Long Yu submitted a task of information about the winged gods and got 2 with 100 million alliance points. You will also get 20 million chitty points. 20 million Red Emperor points, even for the 4th direct disciple of the Red Emperor like Nailan Jun, is an extremely considerable wealth, and there are countless cultivation resources that can be exchanged for, and its value is basically equivalent to 200 million alliance points, and can be exchanged for some precious items, which cannot be exchanged for alliance points. On the level of item exchange, Long Yu and Qin Yashuang choose what they need together. The alliance points can be exchanged for God coins, and many cultivation resources can also be exchanged in the 5 Emperors Alliance, but now there is no shortage of Long Yu cultivation resources, so I am too lazy to look at it. Instead, he was more concerned about martial arts. Although he himself did not lack martial arts, the people in Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion did. The ancient and immemorial martial arts in him could not be passed on to others. In addition, he also wanted to see if there were any special martial arts similar to Tianshu Inchi. This kind of martial skill might not be very high level, but its effect was extremely heaven-defying. It can actually increase Long Yu's ability to absorb pills by nearly double, and more than double the speed of basic cultivation. After searching this time, he found quite a few special martial skills, at least those of the Great Wilderness level, but their special effects were rather strange, and they were of no great use to Long Yu. There is only one of the high-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, called King Kong Astral Body, which is a martial art for body training, and its training effect is to increase the strength of the practitioner's physical body in proportion. In other words, the stronger the practitioner's physical body, the better the effect of practicing this martial skill. Moreover, the Vajra astral body is not a pure body training martial art, it also has good attack and defense means, and will not conflict with other body training martial arts. It is exactly the type that Long Yu wants. Do you want to exchange for the Vajra star? The two elders who were in charge of managing the supplies of the Five Emperors Alliance were surprised by Long Yu's choice, King Kong Astral Body, this kind of body training martial skill that few people have been willing to practice for a long time. Because most martial arts in the world of Xuanhuan do not need to be physically strong to fight. After all, they have cultivated very good defensive martial arts. If the defensive martial arts cannot withstand the attack, then body training is not very useful. That's right, as long as 1 million Red Emperor points, or 10 million Alliance points. I'll exchange it with 1 million Red Emperor points. Long Yu nodded, expressing his affirmation. So he spent 1 million Chitty points and exchanged for the jade slip of the Vajra astral body cultivation. After he glanced at it, he immediately remembered the cultivation method in his mind. Since you have exchanged martial skills, there is one thing you must do, that is, you cannot teach this martial skill privately. If you want to teach this martial skill to others, you must come here to register and pay a certain amount of points. The elder of the Five Emperors Alliance, who managed the materials, said to Long Yu. I see. Long Yu nodded and said. He has no complaints about this, no matter what kind of power it is. After all, it is very important to martial arts. If it is spread casually, this power will be overtaken by other powers soon. As the strongest alliance of 5 emperors in the world of Xuanhuan, of course not, they are indifferent to the spread of martial arts. Moreover, the alliance of 5 emperors still allows the transfer of martial arts to other people. You just need to register. Simply put, it costs money, and the alliance of 5 emperors will review the identity of the person who is being taught martial arts. As for the number of points that need to be paid, it is not certain, but generally it is based on half of the exchange price of that martial skill. For example, Long Yu now has 1 million Red Emperor points exchanged for Vajra astral body. If he wants to pass it on to others, he must come here to register and pay about 500,000 Red Emperor points. After obtaining the Diamond Astral Body Cultivation method, Long Yu spent another 3 million Chitty points to exchange for a large number of Great Desolation grade and Ancient grade pills in the material reserves of the entire 5 Emperors Alliance. These pills were never taken by Long Yu. In other words, if he didn't take more than 3 pills, then he would still have an effect after taking it. It took Long Yu half a day to choose the elixir, and it was because Qin Yashuang was helping to sort it out. 3 million Red Emperor points are worth 30 million Alliance points, which is also equivalent to 30 million God coins. They are used to buy wild level and ancient level pills. You can imagine how much you can buy. And the alliance of 5 emperors didn't disappoint Long Yu. He actually found more than 100 kinds of pills that he had never taken before. But after this, in the entire Xuanhuan world, Long Yu probably couldn't find any other pills that he hadn't taken before, including some supergrade wilderness pills. As for the ancient supergrade pills, they are not even available in the materials of the 5 Emperors Alliance, because this kind of thing is too valuable, and it cannot be refined by the alchemists of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Whoever can get it from the ancient ruins will be his, so Long Yu's idea of exchanging 2 more heavenly demon pills is a waste of time. Then, Long Yu asked how many first-class divine crystals there are in the 5 Emperors Alliance, and the answer he got was that there were still 2,000 crystals left in the storage warehouse. 2,000 first-class divinity crystals. Long Yu exchanged all of them without hesitation. The value of each first-class divine crystal is at least 100,000 divine coins, which in conversion is 10,000 Red Emperor points. A total of 2,000 first-class divinity crystals will require 20 million Chitty points, and it is not enough to spend all of Long Yu's Chitty points on this. He thought for a while, and he could only spend 12 million Chitty points and 80 million Alliance points to exchange these 2,000 first-class divine crystals. Fortunately, for him, it was useful. Alliance points can be exchanged for the qualifications of divine crystals, and the identity of the Red Emperor's direct disciple is not a vegetarian. In this way, he got another 2,000 first-class divinity crystals, but he only had 5 million Red Emperor points and 20 million Alliance points left on him, and he became a poor man all of a sudden. Of course, this poor ghost is only compared to Long Yu just now. Compared with ordinary martial arts, the wealth left by Long Yu is still unimaginable. The two elders of the Alliance of Five Emperors were a little puzzled about Long Yu's move to exchange the divine text crystals, but since Long Yu wanted to exchange them, they would not ask any more questions. 3 days later, Long Yu called the 8 sunset dancers, took the 10 Emperor Realm martial artists whose power was sealed, and left the Holy Pagoda together, preparing to go to the ancient Azura Hall to find the Death Envoy. This trip is quite tricky for Long Yu, because he doesn't want anyone else to know about the existence of the Death Envoy. However, if he wants to learn the Death Envoy's seal formation, the only way is for Xiang Wu and the others to meet the Death Envoy in person. As for the 10 Emperor Realm martial artists whose power was sealed, Long Yu directly collected them all in the independent space of the Book of Shadows. When the Book of Shadows became an intermediate supernatural power, it created an independent space. Long Yu tried it out in the past 3 days, and it turned out that it could collect life forms, and the number of life forms was quite a lot. The 10 Emperor Realm martial cultivators were all taken into the Book of Shadow space by Long Yu, and at the same time, the 8 people from the Sunset Dance all disappeared from the real world without a trace. Only then did Long Yu set off with peace of mind. He wasn't worried about Sunset Dance and those 10 martial artists telling the truth, but he was worried about his whereabouts being followed, so every time he went to the ancient Shura temple to find the Death Envoy, he would pretend to be something else. This time, Long Yu directly disguised himself as a breeze just to be on the safe side, and he himself appeared in the independent space of the Book of Shadows together with 18 other people. Half a day later, the gust of wind from Long Yu's incarnation had already blown more than 300 miles away from the holy city of the 5 emperors, which was where the ancient Shura palace was located. But none of the 5 Emperors' alliance and the major forces in the 5 Emperors' holy city knew about Long Yu's whereabouts. After arriving under the ancient Shura Hall, Long Yu carefully probed the surroundings. This place is thousands of miles above the ground, and coupled with the powerful invisibility ability of the ancient Shura Hall, even the powerful late Emperor realm would not be able to discover its existence. However, he was still very careful, and did not enter the ancient Shura temple until he confirmed that there were no problems around him. After returning to the ancient Shura palace, Long Yu released all 8 of them from Xiang Wu. Regarding Xiang Wu, Long Yu had nothing to hide, and they would soon meet the Death Envoy in person, otherwise it would be impossible to learn the technique of binding the seal of the dead. Array. As for the 10 Emperor-level martial artists, Long Yu released them from the Book of Shadow space, and took the initiative to lift the seal on the power in their bodies. The 10 Emperor realm martial artists were taken aback, and then subconsciously wanted to resist and grab Long Yu, but then a different kind of sealing power enveloped them. This sealing power came from the sealing circle of the ancient Shura temple. Humans were still unstoppable, and were sealed again inhumanely, and trapped in the sealed space of the ancient Shura palace. Of course, the sealed space of these 10 martial arts is not the same space as the space where tens of thousands of ice god race beasts are sealed, otherwise, even if these 10 people are lifted from the seal, they will be torn into pieces by tens of thousands of ice god race beasts. Smash. Among the 8 sunset dancers, there were 4 dead girls in total, and each of them was younger than Long Yu, so of course they admired Long Yu immensely. Most of them are from Xintian sect, and 2 of them are from Ice sect. They both grew up listening to Long Yu's deeds from the very beginning. Where is this place? Sunset Dance looked around strangely, and what she saw was a large hall. The surrounding dark walls looked extremely strange, and there was a breath of Shura's divine script. This is the ancient temple of Azura. Long Yu directly explained with a smile. When I took everyone from the Tianqing dynasty to the Beishua dynasty, I relied on this ancient Shura palace, but I brought you here today not to let you see this ancient temple, but to let you know the ancient temple. You see a senior. A senior? The 8 sunset dancers were all taken aback. Senior Death Envoy, you can come out now, I brought them here, and please teach them the death-binding seal. Long Yu's voice grew louder and spread throughout the ancient Shura Hall. He doesn't know where the Death Envoy is, but he can be sure that the Death Envoy must be here, and has been watching him since he brought people here. Jia, not bad, boy, you haven't been here for more than 3 months, how have you gained during this time? Death caused a sudden burst of laughter, followed by a dark shadow with the divine aura of death appearing in the hall, in front of the 8 people Long Yu and Xiang Wu. The appearance of the Death Envoy startled the 8 people of Xiangwu, but they believed that it was impossible for Long Yu to bring him here to harm him. Down. Calming down so quickly, the Death Envoy gave them a high look, knowing that Long Yu didn't choose people randomly. If you want to cultivate the seal-binding circle of the dead, you must reach the secret realm of the King's Way and thoroughly comprehend the divine script of death. They still can't meet these 2 conditions. The Death Messenger glanced at the 8 people and said calmly, "That's why I brought them here." Long Yu said with a smile, Senior Messenger possesses the Source Stone of Death, which not only allows them to comprehend the origin-level death divine script, but also allows them to comprehend all of it as quickly as possible. This is the fastest way for them to meet the conditions. Now the 8 of them, Sunset Dance, comprehend the engraving-level death scriptures, which are far less powerful than the original level death scriptures, so Long Yu brought them here. The Death Messenger sneered, "Boy, you can't be the envoy or your servant, and you have to be responsible for training your subordinates?" Senior Envoy, first, they are not my subordinates, but my friends. Second, I am not instigating Senior, but want to make a deal with Senior. Long Yu had anticipated this situation, and took out a space attribute divine source stone from his body while talking. Using a divine source stone to let seniors train the 8 of them is just a trivial matter for seniors. Bar? When Long Yu took out the source stone of divine script, the Death Envoy said indifferently, "Before, you exchanged a source stone of divine script with me for the cultivation method of the fallen dark star, and I still owe you that source stone of divine script. So, I brought 2. Long Yu took out another divine source stone. This time, the Death Envoy was not calm after all. "Boy, this envoy has underestimated you. In just 3 months, I got 2 divine source stones. Could it be that the wreckage of the suffering person's small world contains divine source stones?" The Death Envoy was a little puzzled. It shouldn't be. That guy who suffers, Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor, is watching him closely. It is impossible to give him the source stone and crystal of the divine text. These are what I got from exterminating the lairs of alien beasts. Long Yu explained. Although the Death Envoy didn't believe it, since Long Yu had already taken out the source stone of divine script, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Actually, this envoy is more willing to exchange your divine source stone with an immemorial martial skill. After all, you have to teach these 8. This kid is too troublesome. Kid, what do you think? I don't need martial arts right now. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he said, "Oh well." The Death Envoy finally agreed, "I will teach 8 of them for you, until they all step into the secret realm of the King's Way and learn the seal of the dead. You have to be mentally prepared, it will take at least a year." "No problem." Long Yu nodded, then turned his head and said to Xiang Wu and the others, "You 8, follow Senior Death Envoy to practice from today until you step into the secret realm of the King's Way, and learn the magic circle of binding the dead." Yes. The 8 of them didn't know that this Senior Death Envoy, who exudes the aura of death, is definitely a strong man. Following such seniors to practice, the most important thing is not the speed of martial arts improvement, but that such strong people have many unique insights in cultivation. Moreover, these 8 people are all cultivators who have comprehended the engraving of the Death Divine Script, and have long felt the original level of Death Divine Script power on the Death Envoy. This senior must have a very deep understanding of the Death Script. Go and rest first, this messenger will come to you later. The Death Envoy waved his hand and sent the 8 people away. Since he wanted to train 8 people, of course he would not break his promise, and the training place could not be in the ancient Shura temple, it must be in the ancient Death Palace owned by the Death Envoy. Only in such an environment can the 8 of them comprehend the true meaning of the Death script as quickly as possible. After sending the 8 people away, the Death Envoy smiled bitterly, and asked Long Yu, "Boy, how did you gain from the group of the suffering people this time?" "You must have gained a lot," as the envoy said. "Plant a pill?" "Senior, this is exactly what I want to tell you next." As soon as Long Yu let go, he directly took out the 100 precious pills he had obtained, and placed them in front of the Death Envoy. A burst of extremely strong medicinal fragrance mixed with the aura of heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly filled the entire hall of the ancient Azura Hall. Anyone else in the Xuanhuan world would be shocked if they felt such a burst of medicinal fragrance and strong aura of heaven and earth. Long Yu believed that even an existence like Chidi would be the same. After all, among these elixirs, there are elixirs that surpass the ancient level. However, the Death Envoy looked at these pills, but the emotion in his voice did not change at all. He just said lightly, "There are still 100 pills left, you are lucky. This is the pill you want. Yes, Yangjing Xinghuan, an ancient supergrade pill, can restore your spirit and allow you to start practicing death-level body training again. There is also this one, Gushen pill, an ancient top-grade elixir, which also has a good effect on your spiritual recovery. Together, these 2 elixirs are enough for you to cultivate the body of the dead to a higher level realm. Of course, the premise is that you can bear the pain of death reincarnation. You have experienced it before, and the more advanced you practice with the death realm, the more intense the pain will be." Long Yu picked out the ancient supergrade nourishing pill and the ancient grade super solid pill. Either of these 2 is a super pill that is no less than the heavenly demon pill, but in the eyes of the Death Envoy, it's just barely usable. Long Yu collected the Yangjing pill and Gushen pill, and then glanced at the remaining 98 pills, especially the 4 pills with a particularly strong medicinal fragrance, surpassing the ancient grade pills. "Senior Messenger, what are the remaining pills? Can you introduce them to me?" Long Yu asked aloud. For Long Yu's request, of course the Death Envoy would not refuse. It was just a matter of lip service. It was extremely easy. "Let me introduce these 4 elixir to you first. Do you know what level is the ancient level, and the upper level?" Death made Long Yu feel a sense of accomplishment every time he taught Long Yu this knowledge, and asked very pretentiously. "I have no idea." Long Yu said very modestly. "It's endless." The Death Envoy's tone contained a hint of reminiscence. In the outer world, immemorial grade pills are already considered very good pills, and even geniuses of some powerful forces can only get primordial grade pills at best. The elixir that surpasses the ancient level is called the endless level elixir. The nature of this kind of elixir is completely different from the previous elixir. The endless level elixir, or warriors, or even martial arts, all have a big characteristics: the power contained in it is infinite. Simply put, the same endless level elixir, different people take completely different effects, and there may even be huge differences. Some people take an endless level elixir, which can only expand the inner world for thousands of miles, but some people take it, but it can expand a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. The specific effect of the pill is related to many factors. Before taking a pill, no one will know what effect it will produce. Similarly, if it is an endless level warrior, then theoretically, it can exert infinite power. The higher the degree of compatibility between martial arts and warriors, the more likely it is to explode a powerful force beyond its own. In the outer world, as long as you have an endless level soldier, you can say that you have the capital to leapfrog the battle. The Death Envoy talked so much, then glanced at Long Yu, chuckled and said, "Do you think that your leapfrog battle is too easy now? You are a genius in soldiers, so you have to be careful. Maybe they can kill you instantly with one move." Infinity level. Long Yu nodded with a solemn face. Now he finally knows that the level above the ancient level is the endless level. Whether it is pills, soldiers, or martial arts, they are all graded according to this. Endless level martial skills are even more rare. Even Lord Joyo Longdi only comprehended one move. As for the power of endless level martial skills, it is useless to tell you now. Now look at this elixir. The Death Messenger said, and then a burst of death divine power entwined on the best-looking endless grade pill. This pill is the best grade endless grade pill, but it doesn't mean that people who take this pill the effect will exceed the other 3 endless level supergrade pills. This emissary has just said that the effect of the endless level pills is completely random, and no one can predict and control it. Of course, this endless grade top grade pill has a special effect, that is, after taking it, it will greatly increase your basic cultivation speed within a year, so the name of this endless grade top grade pill is called the Endless Fountain. The Death Envoy handed the endless grade top grade pill to Long Yu. Of course, after taking this pill, how much your basic cultivation speed can be increased is also uncertain, and the specific effect depends on your luck. There are 3 other pills, all of which are ancient supergrade pills, each of which has a different special effect. The Death Envoy then introduced 98 pills to Long Yu. Since these pills are treasures stored by the suffering people for many years, even if they are placed in the outer world, they can cause a bloodbath if they appear. Long Yu listened carefully to the introduction of the Death Envoy, and found that among the 98 pills, each pill has its own special effect. There are a total of 98 pills, each of which appears in the world of Shenwu can cause attention to the powerhouses of the 5 emperors. It took the Death Envoy 2 hours just to introduce these pills. After listening to the introduction of the Death Envoy, Long Yu came back to his senses after a long time, and couldn't help but said, "These pills have various effects, according to what the Envoy Senior said. If I take all these pills, how can I? Isn't it possible to match all the divine writings of the 8 major attributes? And raise my divine writing compatibility with the 8 major attributes to at least the 5th level?" "That's right." The Messenger of Death answered without hesitation. "It's too bad." Long Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. He was already extremely surprised when he saw the powerful Longgui Empire who displayed the divine power of the 4 attributes, but he did not expect that some of the 98 pills in front of him now had such heaven-defying effects. There are a total of 38 pills related to improving divine runes, and several of them can improve the fit with shadow attribute divine runes, which makes Long Yu feel relieved. With these pills, he can definitely be with the shadow attribute divinity reached the 9th level of fit, and began to practice the powerful means of divine formation. These pills can be said to be priceless treasures in the world of Shenwu. You sure don't want to attract too many people's attention, right? Death made Jia Jia smile. If you take it in the outside world, taking the endless level pill will cause a series of heaven and earth visions. It can cover you up and block the deduction of other Emperor Realm powerhouses. "Trouble me, Senior Messenger," Long Yu said in a dumbfounded tone. "It's rare for the envoy to be so proactive. Why would he be unwilling?" "No trouble, this envoy only needs 1 more divine source stone." The Death Messenger said obviously, he has already sensed the other 3 space attribute divine script origin stones placed in Long Yu's nether dragon blade. As for the other 2 divine source stones, they belong to this envoy, of course. In exchange, this envoy will teach you a method of cultivating the divine formation, and create conditions for you to cultivate your body in the realm of death. Hearing the Death Envoy's words, Long Yu's face turned dark immediately. "Senior Messenger, isn't this too dark for you? Shouldn't you help me in the cultivation of the body in the death realm? Now there is a fee. Isn't it too much? The first 2 stages of body training in the dead realm do not consume much energy for this emissary, so it is natural to use it casually, but if you want to improve your body refining in the dead realm, this emissary will consume a lot of energy. If you don't have the source of divine text with sure supplement, this envoy will be at a great loss. As a senior, this envoy will not be at a disadvantage. Death kept his tone unchanged, and said calmly that thick-skinned simply refreshed Long Yu's cognition. Never mind. Long Yu shook his head. The Death Envoy is in a completely shameless state. It is obviously impossible to get any benefits from the Death Envoy. Since the Death Envoy wants it, then give it to him. Anyway, if the Death Envoy recovers smoothly, it won't do any harm to Long Yu. For Long Yu, the Source Stone of the Divine Rune is not very useful. It can only be used to comprehend the power of the original level of the Divine Rune. Now that Long Yu has comprehended enough Divine Runes, there is no need to comprehend more original level Divine Runes. Unless, when Long Yu has mastered all the Divine Scripts he has comprehended now, he will consider comprehending other Divine Script powers, otherwise what he has learned is miscellaneous but not perfect, and it will not help the improvement of combat. Moreover, if the Death Envoy does this, even if he agrees to Long Yu, he will teach Long Yu the cultivation method of one-stroke magic array, which is definitely a priceless treasure in the world of Xuanhuan. Understand? There are a total of 100 pills, 2 of which are used to restore the spirit and cultivate the body of the dead. 38 are related to the Divine Script. In addition to text, the degree of compatibility with other attributes of divine text can at least reach the 5th level. The remaining 60 pills have different effects. Long Yu roughly counted, and there are 60 pills left, which are very comprehensive for a cultivator. Among them are 25 pills, which contain the power source of supernatural power seeds. After taking them, they can improve the practitioner's understanding of innate supernatural powers. The 3 kinds of supernatural powers have been promoted to the level of kingship, surpassing the 9th heaven. One must know that these elixirs are either supergrade or supergrade, or supergrade or supergrade of ancient or immemorial, and their effects far exceed any other elixirs in the world of Xuanhuan. There are also 25 pills that are all healing pills, and the healing effect of each one can be said to be against the sky. With these healing pills, combined with the Death Realm body training that Long Yu will improve, in the world of Xuanhuan, he can almost it as an existence that cannot die. There are 10 pieces left, each with its own function. One of the ancient grade top grade pills can increase the degree of sensitivity between the practitioner and the outer stars in a short period of time, and it can even be said that the ability to sense the stars has increased dramatically. This elixir called Star God Pill is exactly what Long Yu wants now. You must know that his current understanding of Tianshu Yin Qi has just stepped into the realm of transformation. If he takes this Star God Pill, perhaps a breakthrough can be made in one fell swoop, allowing Tianshu Yin Qi to officially enter the realm of transformation. The other 5 elixirs are all elixirs taken during the battle. Their effects are similar to those of the Void Realm Ghost pills, which can instantly increase the power of Long Yu several times. However, they have different characteristics and can be taken in different situations. The elixir can definitely turn Long Yu's battle situation in an instant. Plus 4 endless level pills, a total of 100. The next year and a half will be a year in which I will greatly improve. Long Yu had already foreseen what kind of changes he would have in the next year and a half, and it would definitely be possible to advance to the late King Realm stage. The only question he faced was whether to participate in the strongest King Realm competition. For a year and a half, he believed that even if he wanted to hit the Imperial Realm, it would be very easy, but then he would not be able to participate in the strongest King Realm competition. Regarding this question, the Death Envoy rarely gave him a suggestion: participate in the strongest King Realm competition. As for the reason, the Death Envoy has not been idle during this period of time. He has inquired a lot of news, one of which is that the first place in the competition of the strongest king will get a chance to compete with the geniuses from beyond the sky. Chance. Hearing the news from the Death Envoy, Long Yu was stunned. Extraterrestrial genius. Apart from Concubine Yu before, Long Yu had never met other cultivators from the Beyonder world, but now, if he won the first place in the competition of the strongest king, he would have a chance to compete with the geniuses from the extraterrestrial. Doesn't this mean that the alliance of 5 emperors has in fact always been in contact with the great world beyond the sky? This can also explain why the building of the Holy Pagoda incorporates a lot of sacred crystals for reinforcement. The 5 emperors alliance must have obtained related methods from the outer world. What form is this opportunity in? Long Yu couldn't help asking. Break into one of the 7 forbidden lands of the divine martial world together, which is one of the pillars of the small world derived from one of the innate supernatural powers of Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor. The death envoy Jia Jia said with a smile. This envoy also knows that the pillar of the small world is also the pillar of the strength of Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor, and it contains the power of the endless inner world. Practitioners have a chance to enter it. Let your inner world become stronger, but this forbidden place has always been controlled by people from the outer world. There are only a few places for local practitioners in the world of Xuanhuan to enter, because the only way to enter the forbidden place is outside the sky. Talent has. I see. Long Yu was quite moved in his heart. He never thought that there would be such a place in the world of Xuanhuan. Among the 7 forbidden places, there is one that can improve the inner world of the cultivator, which must be of great help to the cultivator. Since this is the case, then I can't let go of this opportunity, the opportunity to become stronger, and the opportunity to contact practitioners from the outer world. Long Yu had a fighting spirit in his heart. He was going to leave the world of Xuanhuan after all, and Tianwei was his final stage, so such an opportunity must not be missed. Now, Long Yu has sorted the 100 precious pills he got into categories: 38 pills for improving divine text, 25 pills for enhancing supernatural power comprehension, 25 pills for healing, 5 pills for fighting, 1 one-star god pill, 2 pills used to restore the spirit, and 4 endless level pills, a total of 100 pills. Taking these elixirs will produce visions of heaven and earth, which must be covered by a death envoy. Otherwise, I am afraid that only 1 elixir of endless level will be taken, and all the people around the holy city of the 5 emperors will know about it. This, of course, is not what Long Yu Sua wants to see, so it is necessary for the death envoy to cover up. However, Long Yu didn't take those elixirs right now. Before taking the elixirs, there were still some things that he wanted the death envoy to introduce, and that was other things he got from the wreckage of the suffering person's small world. A 30-foot-long white bone of an ancient dragon elephant, so there is no need to ask. Long Yu knows what its function is. Other than that, what Long Yu doubts is the 4 stone eggs of different colors, and the 12 stone eggs. The thing stored in the black metal box. Long Yu took out the 4 stone eggs, showing 4 colors of red, blue, black and white, respectively, and then asked the death envoy, "Senior envoy, do you know what these are?" When the death envoy saw the 4 stone eggs, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "You got these from the wreckage of the small world of the sufferers?" "It's good luck, this thing is very valuable." This envoy vaguely remembers that when the final catastrophe came, before, Master Joyo Dragon Emperor obtained 7 rainbow stone eggs and gave them to the suffering person to make alchemy. These should be 4 of the rainbow stone eggs. These things are the materials for refining endless soldiers or elixirs. It is extremely rare even in the outer space, and its value is extremely high. It turned out to be alchemy and weapon refining materials. Although it is used to refine endless soldiers or elixir, but it is useless for me to use it now. Long Yu was slightly disappointed. Just be content with it, even Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor has only gotten this kind of thing once. If you don't need it now, it doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. The death envoy couldn't help but began to despise Long Yu. He was not satisfied after getting good things. This kid is too shameful. "Hey, that's right, what about these?" Long Yu chuckled, then took out 12 pitch-black metal boxes and placed them on the floor of the hall, just forming a circle around himself. These are the storage cabinets of the sufferers. Even this emissary cannot break through the shield of his spiritual sense and detect what is inside. If he wants to know what is inside, he must open it. The messenger of death took a look. and then explained, "The way to open it must be correct, otherwise the cabinet will explode. Fortunately, you didn't open it rashly. This envoy will teach you a little trick. You can use this little trick to open it." Long Yu nodded at the same time. He was a little thankful. If he wanted to open these storage cabinets in the wreckage of the small world, I am afraid that these things would have exploded themselves, and it would be fine if they were gone. The most feared that the power of the explosion would be too powerful and he would be killed. It would be ridiculous. After learning the little formula mentioned by the Death Envoy, Long Yu began to open the 12 storage cabinets one by one. It felt like opening 12 treasure chests. He didn't know what was in the treasure chests, but he knew there must be something extraordinary in it. With anticipation, Long Yu opened the first pitch-black metal box. A burst of golden light flashed, immediately illuminating the entire hall of the ancient Azura Hall like daytime, and a terrifying aura emanated from the pitch-black metal box. Endless soldiers. When the burst of golden light radiated out, the Death Envoy was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Long Yu was so lucky that an endless-level soldier was opened from the first storage cabinet. For the Dragon Emperor Joyo, endless-level soldiers are very rare. As for the sufferer, there is probably only this endless-level soldier in his body. It's a medicine cauldron. Long Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked into the pitch-black metal box, where a medicine cauldron emitting golden light was placed safely, with two simple characters "Sea of Bitterness" engraved on it. Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron, how is it possible? The Death Envoy was a little surprised. This thing is the treasure that the suffering person depends on for survival. Shouldn't it be placed in the alchemy room? Why did it appear here? Perhaps, he had a premonition that his small world would be destroyed, so he put this thing in the storage cabinet in advance. Long Yu guessed and said. He stared carefully at the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron, and could feel the strong medicinal fragrance wafting from it, even surpassing the fragrance of the endless top-grade pill. It is conceivable that this Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron has refined countless pills up. The endless-level Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron represents its endless possibilities. The Death Messenger laughed and said, "You're lucky." To put it simply, even if your own strength can only refine wild-level pills, as long as you use this medicinal cauldron, you may be able to refine ancient-level and immemorial-level pills. Even endless-level elixirs come out. Moreover, the higher the degree of compatibility with the medicine cauldron, the greater the possibility of refining high-quality elixirs. Listening to what the Death Envoy said, Long Yu thought of a candidate. Now the Alchemy Palace in Tianyu Manor is led by Zi Ling, but in the entire Alchemy Palace, Liao Lele is the one with the most outstanding talent. In addition to the people in the Alchemy Hall, Feng Yusen, the head of the Death Army, is also proficient in alchemy, but Long Yu will not let Feng Yusen specialize in alchemy. That would be a waste of her martial arts talent. It seems that this Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron has to be handed over to Liao Lele. Long Yu smiled slightly. Liao Lele's current level of martial arts is not very high, only a supernatural power level, and can only refine heaven-level pills, but if he uses this Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron, it is definitely possible to refine wild-level or even ancient-level pills medicine, but the success rate will not be very high. At least there is a possibility. As for Long Yu himself, of course he doesn't have that much time to refine alchemy, not to mention other things. If he wants to cooperate with the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron, he needs to refine pills for years and months. Where does Long Yu have so much time? He is good at alchemy, but he is not proficient and does not have much experience in alchemy. Thinking that even Joyo Dragon Emperor specially imprisoned a suffering person for Long Yu to make alchemy, Long Yu knew that it was okay if the strong couldn't make alchemy, as long as there were people who could do alchemy around him. So Long Yu almost immediately decided to hand over the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron to Liao Lele, and let her become the chief alchemist by his side. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu used the small method to open the second pitch-black metal storage cabinet, and found a gray-black jade slip inside. I've never seen such a jade slip before. Long Yu frowned slightly, and did not touch the jade slip for the time being. He was afraid of any danger. After all, the jade slip was gray-black. It was too weird. It should be the alchemy notes of the sufferer. The universal jade slips of the sufferer are all gray-black, said the death angel. Well, that's also handed over to Liao Lele. Long Yu nodded, wanting to check what was recorded in the jade slip, but found that his detection was blocked. He couldn't help being a little surprised. Can the jade slip block human detection? If you want to detect the universal jade slips of the suffering, you must practice the universal alchemy of the suffering. The death messenger Jia said with a smile, if you give this messenger another divine source stone, this messenger can teach you the general alchemy technique of cultivating suffering people. Hearing this, Long Yu ignored him and directly opened the third pitch-black metal storage cabinet. This time, what was hidden in it was a normal white jade slip. He just probed it and was overjoyed. Those who suffer can use alchemy. Long Yu laughed, Senior Messenger, it seems that I don't need to exchange the divine source stone with you. What is recorded in this jade slip is the universal alchemy technique. The Death Envoy's strategy failed, and he suddenly became depressed. Long Yu opened 3 storage cabinets one after another, and the items in them were all related to alchemy, which didn't help him improve his combat effectiveness, but they were extremely important to his future development. If Liao Lele can cooperate with the Kuhai medicine cauldron, then it will be much easier for everyone in Tianyu Manor to obtain the medicine than other forces in the future. There must be only such a cauldron for refining medicine at the endless level in the entire world of martial arts. This made Long Yu even more looking forward to the things in the next 9 storage cabinets. If there is an endless level soldier for combat among them, Long Yu will be very happy. It's a pity, as he opened those storage cabinets one by one cabinet, he found that the things in it were not very suitable for him. There are 3 warriors, even all of them are of the ancient level, but they are not the best or super, just the top of the ancient level. Soldiers of this level would surely cause a bloodbath in the world of Shenwu, but it was a pity that they were of no use to Long Yu himself. The level was still too low after all. 3 ancient high-grade warriors, a flute of the suffering man, a halberd of the berserk war god, and a lamp of suffering are useless to me, but if they are given to the people of Tianyu Manor, they will undoubtedly increase their combat effectiveness. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu handed the underworld lamp of suffering to the death envoy, and then said, Senior Envoy, please give this lamp of suffering to Xiang Wu for me. It should be quite suitable for her. No problem, you are very accurate. The suffering lamp is a warrior that can increase the power of various magic circles. In this way, it will make them more effective when they cast the dead man's seal magic circle. The death angel nodded. As for the berserker's halberd, Feng Xiaofei seems to have comprehended the divine mantra of berserk, so I'll leave it to him. There is also the flute of the sufferer, which just matches Feng Yusin. It is said that she has 1 or 2 innate supernatural powers related to rhythm. In Long Yu's heart, he quickly designated the masters of these 2 ancient high-grade warriors. Even for other direct disciples of the Emperor realm, it is extremely difficult, even close to impossible, to obtain an ancient high-grade soldier. However, Long Yu directly obtained 3 ancient high-grade warriors. To give them away, the key is that these warriors are useless to him, so it is better to give them to his own people to enhance their strength. There are still 6 items in the dark storage cabinets, all of which are jade slips, which record the refining methods and material formulas of many primordial and endless elixir, which are of no use to Long Yu, and will be thrown to Liao Lele at that time enough. If some forces outside the sky knew that Long Yu had obtained 6 ancient and endless elixir formulas so easily, and casually handed them over to an alchemist with supernatural powers, I am afraid they would want to die. I have my heart. Immemorial and endless level pill formulas can be sold at a very high price outside the sky. Of course, in the world of Shenwu, this level of pill formula is useless, because even if one has the pill formula, no one can collect all the materials and refine it. All 12 storage cabinets were opened, but Long Yu didn't get anything useful, which made him quite disappointed, but he soon adjusted his mood. It is very lucky to be able to get an endless level bitter sea medicine cauldron. It's not too late, I have to go back and call Liao Lele over so that she can practice as quickly as possible, and match up with the Kuhai medicine cauldron as soon as possible. Long Yu made a decision in his heart. Now that he has sorted out all the things he got from the wreckage of the suffering person's small world, the next step is the formal training plan. Before that, he has to hand over the bitter sea medicine cauldron to Liao Lele, and let Liao Lele come to the 5 emperors practicing in the holy city. Only then can the efficacy of the bitter sea medicine cauldron be brought into full play. Of course the Death Envoy would not interfere with Long Yu's decision. Then when you come next time, it's time to take these elixirs to improve your own strength, and by the way, improve your body in the realm of death. The Death Envoy left such a sentence, and then his figure disappeared. Long Yu didn't take it seriously either, and pretended to be a breeze, and left the ancient Shura temple directly, preparing to return to the holy city of the 5 emperors, teleport to the Beishua dynasty again, and call Liao Lele and others over. The holy city of the 5 emperors. Long Yu disguised himself as Breeze, no one could find his trace. He entered the city quietly, but just happened to see 4 acquaintances shopping, and happened to be in some trouble. Those 4 acquaintances were Shu Chan and others who came to the holy city of 5 emperors together with Xiang Wu. Shu Chan, Du Guijian, Feng Xiaofei, Feng Haofeng, the 4 of them were walking around the trading square in the holy city of 5 emperors. They seemed to have taken a fancy to something, but another group of people came and tried to snatch it forcibly. Walk. This shadow longsword soldier, we obviously fell in love with it first, and we have negotiated the price. How can you sell it to someone else? The 4 of Shu Chan were filled with righteous indignation. Among them, Feng Xiaofei stared at a middle-aged woman in the middle of the imperial realm and 7 young martial artists beside him with an angry face. The middle-aged woman in the middle stage of the imperial realm is the owner of this booth, and the 7 young martial arts are wearing the same kind of blue robes, all with long swords hanging from their waists, obviously from a certain sect of swordsmanship. After hearing Feng Xiaofei's words, the middle-aged woman in the middle stage of the imperial realm looked contemptuous, buying and selling things. Of course, the one with the highest price gets it. This shadow longsword soldier is a top-grade soldier of the wilderness level. You are only willing to sell it. 10,000 divine coins. But the geniuses of the Shueiyue sword sect are willing to offer 11,000 divine coins, so it goes to them of course. The middle-aged woman looked at the 4 of Shu Chan, and there was still a subtext that she didn't say, that is, look at the 4 of you, there is only one early king realm, and the others are all just supernatural powers. Geniuses compete? Although she didn't say it, but from her eyes, she can also see her disdain and contempt for Shu Chan and the others. What a swarm of flies, trouble. Among the 7 young martial artists in blue robes, a young man with sword-browed and star-eyed eyes looked extremely indifferent. Hearing Feng Xiaofei's questioning, he drew out the long sword in his hand and pointed at Feng Xiaofei. The shadow sword is mine now. If you refuse to accept it, how about we fight? This person is already at the late stage of King Realm, and he even challenged Feng Xiaofei, who only had 4 supernatural powers, to bully Feng Xiaofei. It couldn't be more common in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Okay, if you want to fight, fight. Before Feng Xiaofei could speak in the future, he was pulled behind by Shu Chan. The little beauty princess stood in front of everyone, looking at the young man of the Shueiyue sword sect with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. If you beat me, this long sword is yours. If you lose, how about giving up this long sword? This long shadow sword is a high-grade warrior of the Great Desolation level, which can just be used by Du Guijian. If you miss it, it will not be so easy to find another one. Therefore, Shu Chan and the others refused to give up. In fact, they had already searched many places, but they couldn't find a high-grade Great Desolation level longsword warrior with a shadow attribute oracle at a suitable price. You? Another green-robed young man next to him smiled contemptuously, and looked Shu Chan up and down. It's really reckless to dare to challenge Brother Izishur of our Xuanhuan sword sect, even at the early stage of the King realm. Of course, if you say you want to challenge our senior Brother Izishur on the bed, I believe senior Brother Izishur is still willing to show mercy. This person's cultivation in the middle stage of the King realm, and the Izishur, senior brother he said in his mouth, is obviously the young genius of the late King realm with sword eyebrows and stars. Among the 7 members of Xuanhuan sword sect, Izishur is not the most powerful, but he is the youngest, and his martial arts talent is obviously quite outstanding. Hearing others say this, Izishur showed a smile on his face. Yes, if the girl wants to compete with me on the bed, I will accompany you. So what if I give you this long shadow sword? The faces of Shu Chan and the others turned dark immediately. What kind of people from the Xuanhuan sword sect are so shameless? The conflict that happened here soon attracted many people to watch and point at everyone. Obviously, Izishur of Xuanhuan sword sect is still somewhat famous in the holy city of 5 emperors. It's a member of the Xuanhuan sword sect, one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. I didn't expect to meet here, and someone dared to provoke the Xuanhuan sword sect? That one is Izishur. This is one of the talented young men of the Xuanhuan sword sect, and he can be ranked among the top 100 in the Xuanhuan sword sect's young generation. That's right. It's said that next month, this Yazishi will take part in the 5 emperors assessment, and maybe he can win a place to step into the fantasy world of the 5 emperors. Do you know who those other 4 people are? A mere weak chicken in the early stage of the King realm, with 3 supernatural powers and secret realms, dares to provoke Izishur. I really think I have a long life. I think that little girl is deliberately trying to attract Yazishi's attention. We often see a girl like this in the holy city of the 5 emperors. If you can get Yazishi's favor, you might get a lot of them. The reward for less cultivation resources. People around watched the scene from a distance, pointing and pointing. No one was optimistic about Shu Chan and the others, and no one would come up to help them. Although they are reasonable about the whole matter, in this world, strength is the most important thing, and it is impossible to rely on reason alone. Hearing other people's discussions and the obscene words of the Xuanhuan sword sect, Shu Chan's pretty face turned cold, and she said coldly, "Your name is Izishur? You have so much nonsense, don't you dare to accept my challenge?" Izishur originally wanted to tease Shu Chan more, maybe he could play with this girl today, but when he heard Shu Chan being so provocative, he certainly couldn't remain indifferent. "Little girl, as you wish," Izishur said lightly, and directly agreed to Shu Chan's challenge. Long Yu watched quietly from the side, and was not in a hurry to make a move. Now that Shu Chan is only at the early stage of King realm, even if she loses to Izishur, there is no shame in it. It just so happens that Long Yu wants to see how strong Shu Chan is now. Maybe she can really deal with it. What about this Yitzi stone? He has never seen Shu Chan, who stepped into the King's realm fight before. Even if there is any accident at that time, with Long Yu's current strength, it will be easy to save Shu Chan. Shu Chan, who was in the early stage of King realm, faced Izishur, a genius of the Xuanhuan sword sect in the late King realm. The 2 sides engaged in a battle on the trading square in the holy city of the 5 emperors, attracting hundreds of people watching from afar. This kind of battle is not very attractive to them, but it can be adjusted and relaxed when they are nervous. No one thought that Shu Chan might be the opponent of Izishur, a genius of Xuanhuan sword sect. No one even knows who Shu Chan is. From their point of view, this woman is just a female cultivator who wants to take the opportunity to climb up the relationship with Izishur. There are 8 female cultivators in the holy city of 5 emperors. 10,000. This girl can't even catch Izishur's move. After all, the difference in martial arts between the 2 sides is too great. You don't know Izishur too well. This guy is notoriously cruel. No matter what advantage he has, he will never defeat his opponent with one move, but will use different methods to torture his opponent. That's right, making an appointment with Izishur will be the biggest mistake this woman has made. This way, not only will it be impossible to get Izishur's appreciation, but it will also embarrass herself. It is said that a female cultivator angered Izishur last time, and in the end, Izishur cut her whole body into pieces in public, and was admired by the whole city. That white body, TSK, TSK. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, but it didn't affect Shu Chan's mood in the slightest. Since she proposed a battle, she is not unsure. She has never heard who Izishur is, but she knows that Xuanhuan sword sect is one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms within the scope of the 5 emperors' holy city. He is a genius, and his strength is definitely very strong. What's more, this Izishur is still in the top 100 among the young generation of Xuanhuan sword sect, so his strength is even more unfathomable. With a long sword in his hand, Izishur was smiling, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, full of charm. He took a step forward and confronted Shu Chan in the arena. As the saying goes, good men don't fight with women, but since you offered to fight with me, I will fulfill you, and I will give you 3 moves, which is regarded as giving you a chance to praise your courage. Shu Chan's expression remained unchanged, and she raised her hand indifferently. The Shura divine script quickly condensed in her hand, condensing into a jet-black light beam, instantly enveloping Izishur. This move was so fast that even Izishur couldn't react. Innate supernatural powers, Azura's grip. Long Yu watched the battle from the sidelines and nodded secretly. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for such a long time, it was not easy for Shu Chan to comprehend this innate supernatural power into a high-level supernatural power. You must know that he broke through 3 high-level supernatural powers in it because he entered the 5 emperors' illusory realm. Shu Chan already possessed at least 2 high-level supernatural powers at this time, which is surprising. Azura's grip, after this innate supernatural power became a high-level supernatural power, it was cast at an extremely fast speed, almost equal to the speed of light, and instantly entangled Izishur. Immediately afterwards, Shu Chan did not hesitate to use another innate supernatural power, Shura Juiguang, who was also a high-level supernatural power. A beam of light condensed from Shura's divine script came crashing down, and the distance between Shura's grip was no more than half a breath. Yitzi Shijing was a little surprised that she had trapped herself, and was hit head-on by Shura Juiguang before he could react. The tyrannical force blasted away, blasting Izishur's entire body away. Thumb up. Izishur retreated 40 or 50 steps, and the wuxiu who was watching behind him quickly retreated, giving him a space. Haha, it's amazing. In the early stage of King Realm, I actually comprehended 2 high-level supernatural powers, which was unexpected. Izishur laughed. There is another trick. What other tricks can you play? Shu Chan's complexion changed slightly as the brilliance of Shura's divine script dissipated, as did the complexions of Duguijian, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Haofeng. The 2 moves just now can be said to be Shu Chan's strongest moves now. And Shu Chan has even defeated the strong in the middle stage of the King Realm by using such combos. But in the face of Izishur in the late stage of Wang Jing, these 2 moves are far from enough. Although Izishur was hit head-on by these 2 moves, he didn't suffer too much damage. His physical body has become extremely tough. Even if he stands there for Shu Chan to attack, he won't suffer any loss. Dish, kill him. The next moment, Shu Chan gritted her teeth, and out of her arms flew out a middle-grade Great Desolation rank warrior, which was the compass of the ancient cultivator, but this time the compass of the ancient cultivator was completely different from what Long Yu had seen before. It's actually compatible with Wushuang. Shu Chan and Huang Gushou's compass have reached the highest level. Long Yudu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was stunned for a moment. This scene was too surprising. Seeing Huang Guxia's compass flying towards Yazishi as if he had his own thinking, and launching an offensive against him. Long Yu remembered, this ancient repairing compass is a soldier that Xuan has acquired since she was a child. After more than 10 years of cooperation, she has finally made her match this soldier incomparably. If you want to cooperate with soldiers to improve, what you need is not just time, but a special understanding at a special moment. Even if it is only a middle-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level, the compass compatible with the unparalleled ancient cultivator is more powerful than an ordinary high-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level, such as the long sword in Izisher's hand. I saw countless black shura chains instantly extending from the remote compass, winding towards Izisher's body, looking like he wanted to lock Izisher's entire body. This is Xuan's unparalleled joint skill with Huanggushou Luopan. Even Izisher feels a strong threat from these dark shura chains. It's actually a soldier who fits Wushuang. I underestimate you. Izisher's complexion changed, and he didn't care about Xuan's 3 moves. The long sword in his hand danced instantly, and he used the Dahuang level top-grade swordsmanship belonging to the Xueyue sword sect in an instant. The translucent Xueyue sword chi flew horizontally, constantly blocking the jet-black shura chains, but even the Great Desolation level high-grade swordsmanship combined with the Great Desolation level high-grade warrior long sword, could not completely repel the desolate ancient Xiu compass, only able to withstand it. It can only be resisted. This scene fell into the eyes of the people around, and immediately aroused a burst of boos. Isn't this Shizishi not worthy of the name? Just now, the woman knocked him back 40 or 50 steps with just 2 random moves. Now, he is tired of dealing with a mere soldier. It's too low. What do you know? That Nizi obviously has some real talents, but there is still a big gap to deal with Izisher. Didn't you see that Izisher is just playing with her now? Hee, playing tricks. I remember that Izisher just said that he would let the other party make 3 moves. What about now? When the 3rd move came out, he actually made a move directly, regardless of what he said. How thick-skinned it is. Many people are quite dissatisfied with Izisher. These discussions made Izisher feel angry for a while, and the long sword in his hand finally broke out completely. Xueyue sword fury, shatters the sky, and chi pierces Chonghong. Tens of thousands of sword chi burst out in an instant, flying towards the surroundings, smashing all the black shura chains of the desolate ancient compass, and then, the tens of thousands of sword chi blasted towards Xuan, and condensed into a single mass in midair. A great sword. Supernatural powers, shadows turn into butterflies. Seeing this, Xuan immediately used her evasive powers to turn the shadow into a butterfly, and her whole body turned into a black and graceful butterfly, shattering the void and appearing tens of feet away in the next instant. The huge water moon sword chi blasted down, and instantly bombarded the hard ground of the trading square, but did not attack Xuan herself. She had already used the method of space blockade, but Xuan still escaped. This result made Izisher even more angry. This mere girl at the beginning of the King realm has so many tricky tricks? Water Moon Sword Fury, it turned out to be Water Moon Sword Fury. It is said that this move can only be performed after one has cultivated a high-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level to the transcendental state. It can burst out with extremely terrifying power in an instant. Not to mention an early king state, it is facing another late king realm, it will definitely cause great trouble. That girl easily dodges. What kind of method is that? Just now, I felt a strong space blocking force. The space around that girl must be blocked. Some supernatural powers can penetrate the blockage of space. Obviously, this woman has such a means. It's amazing. It's a pity that she only has the cultivation base of the early stage of the king realm. This time, she will be defeated. As most people guessed, Izisher missed the first hit and cast Xueyue Sword Fury again. Even though it cost a lot, this move can kill the opponent 100%. Xuan is only at the early stage of King Realm, facing the same move. She can't perform Shadow Transformation Butterfly again in a short period of time. At this moment, I'm afraid there is only one dead end. Xuanhuan sword fury shattered the sky, pierced Changhong. This time it did not condense into a giant sword, but attacked Xu Chan from all directions, and even sealed off all her vitality. Xu Chan's eyes were extremely calm, but under such circumstances, she really had no way to resist. Defensive means are definitely irresistible. Only the shadow of the butterfly, but she is not in the middle stage of the King realm, and cannot continuously display the same supernatural powers and martial arts in a short period of time. I surrender. Xu Chan stood where she was, and said calmly. The other party was much stronger than himself, and there was no shame in admitting defeat. However, Yizishur, who was launching an offensive, smiled ferociously when he heard this sentence. He heard Xu Chan's admit defeat, but he pretended not to hear it. When he raised his hand, countless sword chi surged down towards Xu Chan, intending to kill her completely on the spot. This kind of behavior immediately caused a burst of boos from around. This Yizishur is really a pervert. The other party insisted on beheading him after admitting defeat. Isn't it too shameless? In the holy city of the 5 emperors, duels often occur, but not many people are killed. After all, it is in the holy city of the 5 emperors, no matter who it is, it will be restrained. However, Yizishur insisted on his identity, but desperately wanted to kill Xu Chan. Anyway, it's a battle, so what if you kill him? The alliance of 5 emperors is not going to cause trouble for Xuanhuan sword sect because of a mere Jianghu female cultivator in the early stage of King realm. Seeing this situation, Long Yu was about to make a move, but he felt another breath coming from the side, so he stopped immediately. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Qin Yashuang and Zisu would catch up. Arrive. Long Yu held back and didn't make a move, because as soon as Qin Yashuang and Zisu appeared, a white storm blew into the field, and unexpectedly condensed into a wind field, protecting Xu Chan in the center. Xuanhuan's sword was furious with thousands of sword chi, but it was blocked by the wind field, unable to advance further. Who dares to spoil my good deeds? Yizishur's complexion changed slightly, and when he saw clearly that it was Qin Yashuang and Zisu, he said in a sullen voice, "It turns out that they are 2 women in the middle stage of the King realm. You destroy others' duel, but are you ready to face me? Prepare." In the holy city of the 5 emperors, martial artists can agree to a duel, but if the duel is sabotaged, the duelist can challenge the saboteur unconditionally, and the saboteur has no right to refuse. Therefore, as soon as Yizishur saw Qin Yashuang and Zisu appearing, he immediately wanted to attack the 2 girls. After all, the 2 girls were only in the middle stage of the King realm. It doesn't mean that Yizishi can be defeated. Even with 1 against 2, Yizishur did not have the slightest fear. Since Qin Yashuang and Zisu appeared, of course they would not be unprepared. Qin Yashuang snorted coldly. It's embarrassing for a powerful late-stage king to bully a weak woman in public. Zisu, let's go. Zisu nodded, raised her hand, and a white storm swept out, enveloping her and Qin Yashuang. The surrounding crowd became more interested, and many people recognized them. Aren't these 2 girls the same as the 2 girls related to Long Yu? These 2 girls were originally members of the Qin family, and they were going to marry the genius of the 9 Sons sect, Lan Shuyan, but 4 months ago, in the battle of the 5 emperors' illusory world, Lan Shuyan directly lost to Long Yu. It turned out to be Long Yu's person. So, the girl who was bullied by Yizishur just now has something to do with Long Yu. Maybe, but Long Yu hasn't shown up for a long time. Although he has become the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, he must be working hard to cultivate now, and he may not show up here to help. That's right. Although Long Yu is a genius, his martial arts realm is too low. He must be doing his best to improve his martial arts realm now. How could he appear here? These 2 girls are in danger. If they are killed in this duel, even the 5 emperors themselves are not qualified to punish this Yizishur. When xuanhuan, Zisu, and Izishur faced each other, the interest of the people around them became higher, and more martial artists surrounded them, including many members of the great forces in the holy city of the Five Emperors, such as the Nine Sons sect. Several young genius disciples of the group came here to observe the battle in the field. Lan Shuyan, the genius of Nine Sons sect, did not choose to join the alliance of Five Emperors after the battle of the illusory world of Five Emperors, but continued to stay in Nine Sons sect. Now he has broken through from the late king realm to the early emperor realm level. Extremely powerful. At this moment, Lan Shuyan led a group of 9 Yang sect disciples to observe the battle situation in the surrounding area. Brother Lan, I didn't expect it to be those 2 cousins. It's a surprise to see them here. It seems that they are going to clean up Izishur. These 2 cousins actually took refuge in Long Yu's subordinates. They really didn't take senior brother Lan seriously. Now that Long Yu is not around, they still dare to be arrogant. They are really seeking their own death. All the juniors were flattering Lan Shuyan while talking. Lan Shuyan was wearing a blue shirt, and looked at the audience with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. That's right, these 2 girls really don't know what is good and what is wrong, and they are against Izishur, even though Izishur is not a genius. But for these 2 women, they are already extremely powerful existences. If you want to defeat Izishur, it's a dream. Following Lan Shuyan's words, the 3 of them finally fought together. The 2 girls, xuanhuan and Zisu, had a white storm spinning around their sides, which not only had a strong defensive ability, but also had a good attack ability, and it could even increase the speed of the 2 girls. This is one of Zisu's innate supernatural powers, and she has already comprehended the high-level supernatural power, the Wind of Snow. The Wind of Snow White can be applied to anyone. After the application, a white storm will revolve around, increasing the speed and providing certain attack and defense capabilities. The 2 girls, xuanhuan and Zisu, were shrouded in the wind of white snow and spun, and their speed suddenly became extremely fast, no less than the speed of teleportation in a short distance. As for Izishur, he kept waving the high-grade long sword of the great wilderness in his hand, and the sword energy flew across the sky. He couldn't hit the 2 girls, xuanhuan and Zisu, which made him quite annoyed. Condensed, thousands of transparent sword energy enveloped the audience, making it impossible for the 2 women to avoid it. Seeing this, Zisu raised her plain hand, and directly condensed the power of the Ice Divine Script, forming an ice ball that enveloped herself and xuanhuan. The thousands of sword chi bombarded the ice puck, and the whole ice puck exploded, but the exploded ice puck also resisted all the thousands of sword chi. It actually blocked it? Izishur's face suddenly changed. Xueyue Sword Fury is a very powerful move. In terms of destructive power alone, it is definitely among the best of all the methods he has mastered, but now, it is easily blocked by the 2 women. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this scene. They didn't expect that the 2 girls could be so strong and easily resist Izishur's attack. It is obvious that the 2 sides are one level behind in martial arts. Only Long Yu, relying on the balanced control of the martial arts secret method, saw the clues. The defensive ice puck was not done by Zisu alone. After Zisu condensed the ice ball, xuanhuan injected her own strength into it, and when the 2 girls merged, the defense of the ice ball was 4 or 5 times stronger than before. It was because of this that they were able to resist easy stone attack. If it was a coincidence to protect Shu Chan in the first place, then xuanhuan and Zisu have shown their real power when they cooperate with Izishur again now. This combined attack technique is not bad, and the effect is so good. Long Yu had a slight interest in the 2 women. The 2 women have been training outside since they were young, accepting missions, exterminating bandits, killing alien beasts, and experiencing countless life and death hardships. If there is no special method, it is hard to believe that the 2 of them can survive to this day. Now, Long Yu finally saw the tricks of the 2 women. When the 2 girls teamed up, even against Izishur, who was 1 level above the level of martial arts, he would not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Yazishi decided to display his original power. The strong man in the late stage of Wangjing has already integrated the true spirit in his inner world, giving birth to the original power. Everyone's original power is different, and Yizishur, as a disciple of Shueiyue sword sect, the former true spirit is a sword, so its original power can be condensed into sword energy, which is attached to his soldiers, increasing the power of his soldiers 10 times. The origin of the sword. Yizishur yelled sharply, and saw a layer of white light attached to the surface of the long sword in his hand, which made the whole long sword a 3-pointer stronger, and its power was far greater than before. Come again, Shueiyue sword fury. Yizishur waved the long sword in his hand, thousands of sword chi condensed again. The same method is used 4 times, and you still expect it to be useful? Even if the power is enhanced, it's just such a method. But Qin Yashuang laughed softly at this moment, her figure flickered with Zisu, and even before the thousands of sword chi were fully condensed, she split into 2 directions and attacked Yizishur. Want to attack? It's a pity that Shueiyue sword fury's casting speed is much faster than you imagined. Yizishur sneered, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, thousands of sword chi flew towards the 2 women. The next moment, the figures of the 2 women were like illusions, and they became faintly visible in an instant. They did not use any defensive means, but passed Yizishur's side in an instant. The 2 women didn't do anything, they just passed by Yizishur. But that's it, the target of the thousands of sword chi was originally the 2 women, but at this moment, it directly attacked Yizishur where he was. The speed of Shueiyue sword fury was too fast, but the speed of the 2 women was even faster. Their whole bodies were covered with several layers of white snow wind, leaving only after images in Yizishur's eyes. Thousands of sword chi of Shui Yuijian's fury bombarded Yizishur himself, before he could turn around in time. Immediately, Yizishur was enveloped by sword energy, and the sword energy flew across the field, raising a large cloud of dust. After a breath, Yizishur stumbled back out, coughing continuously, and his clothes became ragged, immediately provoked boos from around. How stupid to be hurt by your own moves. As Qin Yashuang said, the same move was performed 4 times, could it be that she still couldn't find a way to break it? As long as he has a speed faster than those sword chi, he can easily attract the sword chi to Yizishur himself. Zisu's high-level supernatural power, Snow Wind, is simply a magical skill, which can be superimposed without limit, and the speed of the practitioner can be increased without limit. The triple overlap of Snow White Wind has made the speed of the 2 women completely surpass the thousands of sword chi of Shueiyue sword fury. It's a pity that there is a time limit for the superposition of this state. Each snowy wind can only last for 10 breaths. Even if Zisu can superimpose once with 1 breath, it can only be superimposed 10 times at most, but even if it is superimposed 10 times the speed is already extremely terrifying. Now, she superimposes herself and Qin Yashuang together at the same time, superimposing 5 layers of snow wind with ease, and the speed of the 2 women is as fast as lightning. There were not many people who could capture the figures of the 2 women, and without exception, they were all powerful at the imperial level. Even Lan Shuyan, the genius of the 9 Suns sect, could barely see the figures of the 2 women clearly. When Yizishur broke away from his own attack, he was faced with such a situation, which made his face completely gloomy. With such a fast speed, it is impossible for him to catch up to the 2 women. Among other things, at least Shueiyue sword fury is definitely ineffective. Frozen. Ice crack. The 2 women have cooperated for many years, and have experienced countless battles since they were young. They have long been very familiar with their respective fighting styles, and they displayed their mid-level supernatural powers almost at the same time. Frozen. The ice cracks. The 2 middle-level supernatural powers have completely different effects, but if they are used together on the same target, they can produce miraculous effects. Frozen. The infinite ice divine mantra condensed beside the injured Izishur, freezing his whole body into a large piece of ice. The ice cracks. The large piece of ice cracked immediately, and a strong tearing force applied to Izishur's body, creating scars on Izishur's body. Even the physical body in the late stage of the king realm couldn't bear the power of these two mid-level supernatural powers. The people around all pointed their fingers at the middle of the field. There is no doubt that Qin Yashuang and Zisu's explosive power shocked everyone. The most important thing is that the two women's martial arts and supernatural powers fit together so well that even people of the same level can't find any flaws in it. Come again. Frozen. Ice crack. The two women joined hands to perform actions, and the ice divine script swept the audience, and it seemed that Yuzishi was about to be frozen and torn apart again. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the side, and then a sword light descended from the sky, as if it wanted to tear the world apart, and directly cut off the infinite ice divine script that attacked Yuzishi. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a blue robe appeared in front of the two women and stopped Izishur. By bullying the few with the more, and bullying my junior brother of the xuanhuan sword sect, you two deserve death. There was a layer of gloom between the brows of this young man, looking at the two girls, Qin Yashuang and Zisu, gloomy and flickering. No matter who he was, he could feel his killing intent towards the two girls. In the middle of the imperial realm. This young man turned out to be a strong man in the early stage of the imperial realm, and his age is not very old. Obviously, this man is a real genius in the xuanhuan sword sect, and he is not the same as half-baked parallel importers like Izishur. And language. The gap between the imperial realm and the king realm is huge. Not only the gap in basic strength, but also the spirituality will be born in the inner world of the emperor's realm, so that his inner world can evolve by itself, and can continuously evolve into the sun, moon, stars, rivers and mountains, so as to have stronger power. Although it is said that the spirituality in the inner world of an ordinary strong person in the imperial realm is not too strong, they do have spirituality after all, and this ray of spirituality alone can suppress ordinary practitioners in the imperial realm. It turned out to be Jing'an. He is one of the top 10 young geniuses in the xuanhuan sword sect. It is said that his talent is quite terrifying. He once stepped into the fantasy world of the 5 emperors and stepped onto the 15th floor. Even Jing'an made a move, but this Izishur is too useless, and he is said to be a genius of the xuanhuan sword sect. He can't even deal with 2 ordinary chicks. It's really shameful. Now that Jing'an has appeared, these 2 girls have nothing to play with. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. In my opinion, Jing'an can suppress the 2 girls with just one random move. Furthermore, it is said that Jing'an is extremely ruthless, and it's not once or twice that he destroyed flowers with his hands. It seems that because he was betrayed by a woman before, he was very cruel to women and never showed mercy. The appearance of Jing'an, the strongman of xuanhuan sword sect, directly changed the faces of Qin Yashuang and Zisu. Against Izishur, who is in the late stage of the king realm, the 2 girls are still a little sure, but against Jing'an, who has already stepped into the emperor stage, the 2 girls definitely have no chance. As soon as Jing'an appeared, the sword energy surrounded him immediately, making his whole body fierce and extremely murderous. Long Yu knew that it was about time for him to appear, but just before he went out, he saw an unexpected person walking into the arena. Lan Xuyan of 9 Sun Sect. With disdain for Jing'an in Lan Xuyan's eyes, he stepped into the arena and said lightly, I, Lan Xuyan, have saved these 2 women. Your name is Jing'an, right? I've heard of your name before, but compared to me, Lan Xuyan, I'm still a lot worse, you know this too, right? When Lan Xuyan stood up, everyone in the arena was taken aback. Long Yu watched with great interest. He wanted to see what Lan Xuyan was up to, while Qin Yashuang and Zisu looked at each other, seeing doubts in each other's eyes. Obviously the 2 women, I don't even know what Lan Xuyan wants to do. As for the others, they are happy to see Lan Shuyan stand up. You know, Lan Shuyan has stepped onto the 19th floor of the Five Emperors' illusory realm, and he almost became the direct disciple of the Five Emperors. His talent is extremely high, definitely surpassing Jing'an. In addition, now that Lan Shuyan actually stood up to help Long Yu's people, could it be that there is some secret connection between Lan Shuyan and Long Yu? Jing'an saw Lan Shuyan at a glance, and his killing intent remained undiminished. This is a matter of our Shueyue Sword sect. If the Nine Suns sect wants to get involved, I will report it to the sect. As for now, Lan Shuyan, get out of the way. These two women, if they dare to attack Yizishur, the genius of my sect, they will definitely die. Hearing Jing'an's strong words, Lan Shuyan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Without turning his head, he asked Qin Yashuang and Zissou condescendingly, if you two women are willing to serve me, Lan Shuyan, today, I, Lan Shuyan, would rather offend Shueyue Jianzong and kill you. Keep it, otherwise, I will not care about this matter. You can also see that Jing'an is very happy to kill women. As soon as this statement came out, the people around were in an uproar. They finally knew Lan Shuyan's purpose. He was here to poach the wall, taking advantage of Long Yu's absence. He wanted to poach Long Yu's two women away. Under such circumstances, if the two women refused to agree, they would be torn to pieces by Jing'an of Shueyue Sword sect immediately, right? This scene is really exciting. Originally, it was just a competition for top-rank soldiers of the Great Desolation level, but now it has developed into a secret contest between Lan Shuyan and Long Yu. If the two women really agreed to follow Lan Shuyan and serve him, then it would obviously embarrass Long Yu, so writing a letter to Lan Shuyan would be considered a victory over Long Yu. Although Lan Shuyan lost to Long Yu once in the Five Emperors fantasy world, he never admitted that he would be inferior to Long Yu. He would definitely surpass Long Yu. Let the Five Emperors see who is the real genius. That's why he resolutely stepped into the Emperor realm, and didn't stay in the late King realm. You must know that he originally wanted to participate in the Strongest King Realm competition a year later in the late King realm. In the competition of the Strongest King Realm, Lan Shuyan is still very confident. Now that he has stepped into the Emperor realm, he can only participate in the subsequent competition of the Strongest King Realm. After the Strongest King Realm, there will be a competition for the Strongest King Realm, and the two will be held one after another. Compared with the competition of the Strongest King Realm, the competition of the Strongest King Realm is not so exciting, because it has only been 7 years since the last one, and the top 10 of the Strongest King Realm will basically not change. Although Lan Shuyan has entered the Imperial Realm, with his strength, it will be very difficult for him to step into the top 100 of the Strongest Imperial Realm a year later, let alone hit the top 10. Of course, the Imperial Realm is the Imperial Realm, and the top 100 in the Imperial Realm is better than the first in the King Realm. Lan Shuyan thought so in his heart. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense, and everyone turned their attention to the two girls, Qin Yashuang and Zissou, wanting to hear what the two girls would say. Will he seek refuge with Lan Shuyan from now on? Or will he follow Long Yu resolutely, even if he pays the price with his life? Zissou looked at Qin Yashuang, while Qin Yashuang stared at Lan Shuyan in front of her, opened her small mouth lightly, and 4 words came out clearly from her mouth. Here. Me. Get out. Get out. These 4 words clearly showed that even if Qin Yashuang died here, she would not be willing to serve Lan Shuyan. Hearing these 3 words, Lan Shuyan was so angry that his face turned livid. He turned his head and glared at Qin Yashuang. Smelly woman, you are looking for death. No one has ever dared to call me Lan Shuyan. Open, and you will definitely pay the price for it. Jing'an, do me a favor. You can seriously injure this woman, but don't kill her. I want her to know the fate of Lan Shuyan, who insulted me. Lan Shuyan immediately said to Jing'an. Jing'an's face was extremely gloomy. He listened to Lan Shuyan's words, and nodded slowly. Leave her to you. Yes, I will give you this face, but I don't want your favor, 10,000 god coins, in exchange for her life. The 10,000 divine coins have not yet been taken into consideration by Lan Xuyan, so he immediately nodded and said, no problem. After saying these 3 words, Lan Xuyan stepped back in a blink of an eye, and before leaving, he cast a contemptuous look at Qin Yashuang and Zissou, the meaning of which was obvious. As soon as Lan Xuyan left, Qin Yashuang and Zissou immediately became nervous. They were about to face Jing En, the genius of the Shueyue sword sect and a strong man in the early stage of the imperial realm. You guys, die. Jing En exuded a murderous aura all over his body, and the sword energy lingering all over his body flew up one after another, and he was ready to attack Qin Yashuang and Zissou in the next moment. However, at this moment, another figure stopped in front of Qin Yashuang and Zissou, which made Jing En's attack momentum stagnate. Who? Jing En yelled, and with a glance, what he saw was a young man in the middle stage of Qing realm, dressed in black, with a calm expression on his face. Even when facing him, he didn't show any panic. It's Long Yu. Suddenly someone around shouted out in surprise. Long Yu unexpectedly appeared at this time. When Lan Xuyan, who had just walked away, saw Long Yu's figure, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. There was no other reason, but he couldn't find that Long Yu was hiding aside. It was really embarrassing. It stands to reason that his probing powers have already detected the surrounding crowd clearly, and there is no Long Yu among them. Where did this Long Yu jump out from? Seeing Long Yu, Qin Yashuang and Zissou were overjoyed. Long Yu came back at this time. Together with Xu Chan, Du Guijian, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng, who retreated to watch the battle, they were all pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to see Long Yu here. This was the first time the 4 of them saw Long Yu after they came to the holy city of 5 emperors. Regarding Long Yu's safety, no matter Qin Yashuang, Zissou, or Xu Chan, they were not worried at all. How could Jing En, who was just an early emperor, be Long Yu's opponent? Now both Qin Yashuang and Zissou already know that when Long Yu returned to the Beishua dynasty, he had killed the strong in the middle stage of the imperial realm. Opponent. Regarding Long Yu's strength, Xu Chan, Qin Yashuang and the others understood it very well, but the crowd watching around did not know it. Their biggest impression of Long Yu was that they had stepped onto the 30th floor in the 5 emperors' illusory realm. Other than that, they knew nothing about it. Even the vast majority of people have never seen Long Yu make a move. Now that Long Yu suddenly appeared and stood in front of Qin Yashuang and Zissou, many people got excited immediately. It's Long Yu. That Long Yu actually appeared. This is the legendary Red Emperor's direct disciple. What kind of personal disciple, in my opinion, is nothing more than an ordinary martial artist in the middle of the king's realm. Now that he stands up to face a strong man in the king's realm like Jing En, is it possible that he can be beheaded? That's right. Although Long Yu is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, it is rumored that his level of martial arts has always been low. Looking at it now, it is indeed so. Jing En is not an ordinary early stage of the imperial realm. Even against some strong mid-stage emperors, Jing En can deal with 1 or 2, and even find a chance to kill the opponent. Such a strong person is by no means a mere middle-stage emperor. The kid can fight it. Look, this Long Yu is actually standing in front of those 2 women. He is definitely hated by Jing Enji. In such a battle, even if that kid is Chidi's direct disciple, it is useless. Killed, even the 5 emperors have no reason to punish Jing En. Hehe, you are all thinking wrong. Who knew that Long Yu came out to fight? Maybe he wanted to say a few big words, using the identity of Chidi's personal disciple, to suppress others, and let Jing En let his woman go. There was a lot of discussion among the people. All of them were not optimistic about Long Yu. So is Jing En, of course. He was dressed in green clothes, like a green pine, but his face was extremely gloomy, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He carefully looked at Long Yu's eyes. You are Long Yu, the direct disciple of the Red Emperor? It's me. Long Yu looked indifferent, said casually, then waved his hands, let Qin Yashuang and Zi Su retreat to the side first. Since they want to fight, they have to fight hard, at least they have to establish a certain amount of power within the scope of the holy city of 5 emperors. Wei Xin, otherwise, wouldn't Shu Quan and others be bullied often when they come out in the future? Long Yu was not able to happen to be present every time. Jing Yan is the first object of Long Yu leeway. You want to save those 2 women, unless you replace them in this battle. Jing Yan had a grim expression on his face. Women are not good things. Today, I, Jing Yan, will kill these 2 women. Even if you use the name of Red Emperor to plead for mercy, it will be useless. Who said I asked for love? Long Yu was a little surprised, and said bluntly, appointment, life and death, how about it, dare you? As soon as these words came out, there was a turbulent wave in the surroundings. Battle, life and death battle. Many people remembered that before Long Yu stepped into the Qing realm, he once had an appointment with the young master of the Gongsun family. It was also a life and death battle. Was instantly killed by Long Yu's 2 moves. However, this time is different. The young master of the Gongsun family is only at the early stage of the royal realm, but the current Jing Yan has already reached the early stage of the imperial realm, which is not an ordinary early stage of the imperial realm. No matter what Long Yu said, he was only in the middle stage of Qing realm. The difference in cultivation base was so big. The difference in basic strength between the 2 sides was at least 20 or 30 times. Why did Long Yu fight Jing Yan to the death? A battle of life and death. There was a sneer on Jing Yan's face. Only you dare to fight to the death with Lao Tzu? How naive. But since you dare to bring it up, there must be something wrong with you. As Chitty's direct disciple, I'm afraid you have many good stuff, right? As far as I know, everyone in the Chitty faction has a Chitty cloak. The Chitty cloak you own can at least withstand the attacks of the powerful emperors. If you want to fight me to the death, you have to promise not to use the Red Emperor's cloak. Whether I use the Red Emperor's cloak or not, is it up to you? Long Yu was even more surprised. Jing Yan, you people of the Shueyue sword sect can't be so cowardly. I am 2 levels lower than you, and the difference in basic strength is 20 or 30 times. Your inner world has already been born in addition to spirituality. The power of the inner world is also stronger than mine. Now facing the life and death battle I proposed, you still have to ask for conditions? As soon as these words came out, the people around immediately burst out laughing. What Long Yu said was right. Now that the difference in martial arts realm between the 2 is so great, Jing Yan still wants to raise conditions, obviously because he is afraid of Long Yu. A strong man in the early stage of the imperial realm, afraid of a kid in the middle stage of the imperial realm? Even if this person is the direct disciple of Chitty, isn't that too much? Hearing the ridicule of the people around, Jing Yan was unmoved at all. If you don't agree to this condition, I will give up gambling today. Long Yu, anyone who is related to you, I, Jing Yan, will definitely kill them one by one. You can't stay in the holy city of the 5 emperors forever, right? As he spoke, he swept his eyes aside, and glanced at Qin Yashuang, Zi Su, Shu Quan and others in turn, with a strong sense of threat in his eyes. Hearing Jing Yan's words, Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this guy was so difficult to deal with. If he didn't solve it now, the danger would indeed be great in the future, and Long Yu couldn't achieve his goal of establishing his prestige. This Jing Yan is not a guy who only knows brute force. Obviously, this person acts extremely cautiously. He didn't take it seriously, and insisted that Long Yu promise not to use the Red Emperor's cloak. Perhaps Jing Yan felt that the basis for Long Yu daring to propose a life-and-death fight with him was the Red Emperor's cloak, so he did everything possible to restrain Long Yu, so as to make himself invincible. The Red Emperor's cloak, I don't need it. Anyway, in Long Yu's eyes, this Jing Yan is not considered a very strong person. At best he can be dealt with as someone in the middle stage of the imperial realm, and Long Yu killed more than one strong person in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. Very good. Hearing Long Yu's words, Jing Yan nodded in satisfaction. His eyes became more murderous. Since this is the case, do you still dare to fight to the death with me? You step aside now, let me kill those two women, and I will kill you. I won't embarrass you. You think too much. Since you want to fight, stop talking so much nonsense and start. Long Yu interrupted the other party's nonsense with a word. His eyes became extremely calm, and the afterimages of the ancient times began to condense from the side, and in just one breathing time, there were more than 10 afterimages of the ancient times in the field. Now that Long Yu has made a move, Jing Yan will naturally not stand still. He acts extremely cautiously. Since the war has started, it is impossible for him to show mercy. It's the same even if Long Yu is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. This is a fair fight, a life and death battle. Even if he killed Long Yu in this battle, the Red Emperor would not dare to do anything to him. You must know that the 5 emperors seem to be superior, but they still restrict each other. The infinite sword energy surrounding Jing Yan rolled towards Long Yu's ancient afterimages in the field one after another. He knew that these were just the afterimages of Long Yu, but he still launched an attack because he defeated these afterimages. What was consumed was the power of Long Yu. In the early stage of the Imperial realm, the total energy in the body is more than 100 times higher than that in the middle stage of the Imperial realm. If it is a war of attrition, Jing Yan is absolutely invincible. Although Long Yu has the alien beast crystal to restore the power of the divine script, doesn't Jing Yan have it? However, only a fool would engage in a war of attrition with Jing Yan. From the very beginning, Long Yu's idea was to kill with one blow. With the strength and means that Long Yu now possesses, there is no need to try to deal with a cultivator like Jing Yan. He just condensed more than a dozen ancient afterimages to attract Jing Yan's attention a little bit, and then he was ready to launch a fatal blow. Space penetration. Long Yu's nether dragon blade appeared directly behind Jing Yan, stabbing towards his back. Jing Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he immediately spotted the powerful soldier who was sneaking up. With a flicker of his figure, he turned into a sword light, and flew to the side, easily avoiding the attack of the nether dragon blade. Sneak attack. Small tricks, huh? Jing Yan avoided Long Yu's sneak attack, and was just about to fight back, but suddenly found that a burst of dark divine power bloomed under his feet, imprisoning his whole body. No, it's not that these powers are blooming from under his feet, but it seems that he took the initiative to fly into this dark divine script spiral. Long Yu unexpectedly predicted his trajectory. Break! The sword energy flew across, and Long Yu's 7th grade god chain Yuan helix was directly shattered, but there was such a momentary delay, and 12 layers of dark stars appeared from all around Jing Yan, imprisoning him in it. Dark star imprisonment, infinite imprisonment. After Long Yu used this move, he immediately began to condense the fallen dark stars, and one after another the fallen dark stars directly appeared and gathered around the space where Jing Yan was currently imprisoned. After 2 breaths, Jing Yan broke through the infinite imprisonment, and his powerful aura instantly swept over the audience, as if he was about to perform some terrifying moves. However, at this moment, more than 500 fallen dark stars exploded in an instant. Fallen dark star, an ancient supergrade defensive martial skill. Now Long Yu has cultivated it to the transcendent realm, and its explosive power is also extremely terrifying, especially when 500 fallen dark stars explode together. The power generated can easily kill the middle stage emperor. The strong will blow up cultivators at this level into ashes. Jing Yan just wanted to make a big move, but before he could react, he was completely enveloped by the explosion of the fallen dark star, and the cyan sword energy danced wildly in it. Obviously, Jing Yan also used defensive means to resist these corruptions, the explosive power of the dark star. However, he soon discovered that it was futile. With the power of Jing Yan's level, the explosive power of 500 fallen dark stars cannot be resisted at all. Although there was a big difference in basic strength between the two sides, the gap in divine power and martial skill level was also huge. Putting it all together, Long Yu easily killed Jing En in seconds. As for the predicted position just now, Long Yu just relied on the first layer of martial arts secrets, balanced control, and captured Jing En's divine power trajectory in advance. A violent explosion resounded, and Long Yu waved his hand, urging the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to condense out of the absolute space domain, confining the power of the explosion within the field and not spreading to the surroundings. When the smoke and dust cleared from the field, Jing En had disappeared, not even his bones remained, only a high-grade longsword soldier of the Great Desolation level that was blown into several pieces remained on the ground. Everyone around was stunned by the scene. The duel between Long Yu and Jing En lasted less than 10 breaths, and it was over. The result of the duel was beyond everyone's expectations. How could Long Yu even have any intention of using the Scarlet Emperor's cloak? Immediately cast extremely strong means, and completely blasted Jing En to death on the spot. The trading square, which was still very noisy, became quiet in an instant, no one spoke, and everyone looked at Long Yu and Jing En, who had disappeared, where he was standing in shock. In the middle stage of the King Realm, almost instantly killing the early stage of the King Realm? Ordinary people have never seen such a thing. What's more, Jing En is no longer the ordinary early stage of the Imperial Realm, but close to the level of strength in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. Even so, Jing En was still easily killed by Long Yu. There was no need for the Red Emperor's cloak at all. Sure enough, Long Yu will not disappoint everyone. Shu Chan looked at the field, although she was mentally prepared, she was still surprised by Long Yu's current strength. Once upon a time, she could still fight against Long Yu, but now, the gap between the two sides seems to be getting bigger and bigger. What kind of efforts has Long Yu put in these days? Qin Yashuang and Zi Su's eyes were full of splendor. It was not the first time for the two women to see Long Yu fighting, but the result of any battle would surprise the two women. Instantly kill the early stage of the Imperial Realm. With this kind of strength, he can at least step into the top 3 in the previous competition of the strongest King Realm. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to see such a strong man make a move. You know, the whole world of martial arts is so vast, how can they just see such a genius make a move? In addition, even if it is the 5 emperors, not many people have seen them make a move, but everyone knows that the 5 emperors are the strongest. The Shenwu Emperor meeting held once every 50 years is the competition for the new 5 emperors. However, the current 5 emperors have not been changed for hundreds of years, and no one would think that someone will become one of the new 5 emperors this time. Brother Long is really fierce. Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng laughed loudly. When everyone thought that Long Yu would be defeated, Long Yu used the facts to give everyone a heavy blow. From the very beginning, when he was on Tianyu Island, Long Yu had always been like this. Even now in the holy city of 5 emperors, he is still like this. Du Guojian didn't speak much all the time, and it was the same at this time. He just looked at Long Yu with a look of admiration in his eyes. Originally, Du Guojian had some ideas about catching up with Long Yu, but after seeing the scene where Long Yu was killing the emperor in an instant, he knew that the gap between himself and Long Yu would only grow wider. When you can never catch up with the other party, there will undoubtedly be admiration deep in your heart. Compared with the joy in Shu Chan and Qin Yashuang's hearts, the moods of other people in the field were not so good, especially those of Xueyue Sword sect. Yi Zisher, who had been rescued by Jing En before, was full of shock, looking at Jing En's longsword warrior in the field that had been broken into several pieces. A moment ago, he was still looking forward to seeing Jing En General Long Yu beheaded, but now, Jing En was so bombarded that he couldn't even find his body. Bold. Xueyue Sword sect had a total of 7 youths on this trip. Apart from Jing En and Yi Zisher, there were 5 others, but they were all Yi Zisher's juniors. They were all ordinary young martial artists, and the strongest were only in the middle stage of the King Realm. Of course they dare not attack Long Yu, but who are they? They are disciples of Xuanhuan sword sect. Jing Yan, the genius of Xuanhuan sword sect, was killed by Long Yu outside, and they Xuanhuan sword sect will never let it go. How dare you kill the genius disciple of Xuanhuan sword sect? Our sect elders will definitely not let you go easily. One of the boy-faced disciples of Xuanhuan sword sect said threateningly. It's really strange. But Long Yu ignored that person, and just said indifferently, isn't this battle just an appointment at the beginning? Moreover, I have already agreed that it is a life and death battle. Now, Jing'an's strength is weak, and he was killed by me. There will still be cats and dogs jumping out to threaten me. If you want to seek revenge from the elders of Xuanhuan sword sect, I welcome you at any time, as long as you are ready to pay the price. Arrogance. The little boy with a white face from the Xuanhuan sword sect was furious when he heard the words, a mere kid in the middle of the king realm, how dare you speak nonsense? Do you know that there are hundreds of elders in my Xuanhuan sword sect? Living. This son seems to have a good relationship with Jing'an. Jing'an was bombarded and killed by Long Yu, which made him hate Long Yu very much, and wished he could kill Long Yu on the spot. Is that so, the Emperor Realm powerhouse? Hearing this, Long Yu suddenly chuckled. Is he afraid of the strong in the Imperial Realm? Although he is not an opponent of the powerful Emperor in the frontal battle outside, but the number of times he has played with the strong in the Imperial Realm is not once or twice. When the small world was in ruins, he killed 70 people with his own strength. A strong man in the Imperial Realm caused the Shenluo Empire and the Taiwu Empire to suffer extremely heavy losses. Others are afraid of the strong in the Emperor Realm, but Long Yu is not afraid at all. After all, he has killed more than 70 people, and he has no psychological fear of the strong in the Emperor Realm. Moreover, would a strong man in the Emperor Realm really dare to make a move against Long Yu? Although Xuanhuan sword sect is one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, compared with the Red Emperor, one of the 5 emperors, it is still a lot worse. How dare the powerful emperors of their sect fail to do anything? If you want to come, they will come, don't talk nonsense with me here. After Long Yu said this, he ignored the group of people from Xuanhuan sword sect, but turned around and looked at the genius disciple of Nine Sun sect, Lan Shuyan. This person just jumped out to want to protect Qin Yashuang and Zissou, which surprised Long Yu, but soon he knew that this person just wanted to use the 2 women to attack Long Yu. How could Long Yu tolerate such behavior? Lan Shuyan, a genius of the Nine Sun sect, I, Long Yu, propose to you a battle of life and death, dare you or not? Long Yu didn't talk nonsense, he just gave a contemptuous look. As soon as he said this, the audience exploded again. Everyone looked at Long Yu in astonishment. They didn't expect that he had just killed a genius of the Xuanhuan sword sect, and now he also wanted to challenge the genius of the Nine Sun sect, and it was a life and death battle. There is no doubt that Lan Shuyan is much stronger than Jing'an, but in the face of Long Yu, who can instantly kill Jing'an, will this Lan Shuyan really be an opponent? Everyone raised their attention, wanting to see if Lan Shuyan dared to take on the challenge. The people of Xuanhuan sword sect were originally very angry at Long Yu's ignorance of themselves and others, but when they saw that Long Yu turned to provoke Jiuyang's sect, they all secretly rejoiced. Long Yu, you are really trying to die. You must know that Lan Shuyan is a genius who has stepped onto the 19th floor of the 5 Emperors' illusory realm. He is much stronger than Jing'an of Xuanhuan sword sect. Although Long Yu has stepped onto the 30th floor of the 5 Emperors' illusory realm, he is only in the middle stage of the King realm of martial Dao, and the difference in cultivation and basic strength is enough to make up for the gap in talent. Long Yu's talent is very high, but Lan Shuyan is not weak, and is even praised as one of the candidates for the future suzerain of the Nine Sun sect. With such a genius, how can Long Yu beat him? Lan Shuyan was also taken aback by Long Yu. Originally, Long Yu killed Jing'an, which made his face a little gloomy, and he thought that if he could get off in person, he would definitely be able to kill Long Yu, but now, Long Yu took the initiative to ask him to fight, a life-and-death battle. If he didn't have any confidence, how could Long Yu propose a fight? Lan Shuyan's heart suddenly became vigilant, but since he was a child, he has lived in an environment surrounded by stars and moons. He is the favored son of heaven and has always been the focus of everyone. His martial arts talent has also been proven to be extremely strong. Even in battles with people of the same realm, Lan Shuyan has never lost, let alone facing Long Yu, who is 2 levels lower than himself now. I, Lan Shuyan, accept the contract, a battle of life and death. With strong self-confidence, Lan Shuyan accepted Long Yu's challenge after a little thought, but Long Yu saw his expression in his eyes. This Lan Shuyan still thought about it for a while. Since he thought about it, it means that he is afraid, it means that he may have a flaw in the battle. The two stood in the arena, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. No one expected that today they could see Long Yu's 2 battles in succession. In one of them, he killed Jing'an, a genius of Shueiyue sword sect, with lightning speed. In the second round, Long Yu faced Lan Shuyan, who was also a strong player in the early stage of the Imperial realm. The current Lan Shuyan can persist for a long time even against the existences in the late stages of the ordinary Imperial realm, and even defeat them. Facing such opponents, can Long Yu really do it? If it was before Long Yu killed Jing'an, everyone would definitely feel that Long Yu had no chance of winning. But now, Long Yu killed Jing'an first, and took the initiative to make an appointment with Lan Shuyan. There is no doubt that this Long Yu is very confident in his own strength. Now no one thinks that Long Yu's self-confidence is due to stupidity. Can someone who can easily kill Jing'an be a stupid person? Impossible. Today, I want to wash away the shame of losing to you before, and let you know that stepping to a higher level in the illusory realm of the 5 emperors is nothing. Lan Shuyan stepped into the arena, and the power of the blue flame divine script began to coil around his body, making him look like a blue fireman. Lan Shuyan is very confident about whether he can defeat Long Yu, but he is also extremely afraid in his heart. He had no choice but to fight Long Yu's appointment, because if he backed down, it would cast a shadow in his heart, and cast a shadow that he was not as good as Long Yu. As long as he retreats, he will never be able to surpass Long Yu. But now that he has accepted the challenge, as long as he defeats Long Yu, or even beheads Long Yu in the duel, then his state of mind will have a great breakthrough, which will be of great benefit to his martial arts path. As you said, the achievements of the 5 emperors' illusory realm are really nothing. Long Yu glanced at Lan Shuyan, and said lightly, I have never felt how strong I am, but you just jumped out to persecute my friend, trying to hit me with this. That's why I made an appointment with you, War. Long Yu's words were very clear. He didn't feel how strong his grades in the 5 emperors' illusory realm were at all, but this Lan Shuyan was obsessed with it, and even took the initiative to trouble Long Yu. This was the root of Long Yu's attack. When these words came out, Lan Shuyan's face suddenly turned purple. He regarded the achievements of the 5 emperors' illusory world very seriously, but he didn't expect that this was not worth mentioning to Long Yu. For Long Yu, Lan Shuyan is a good opponent. Although Lan Shuyan, like Jing'an just now, is at the early stage of the Imperial realm, in fact, Long Yu knows that Lan Shuyan is much stronger than Jing'an. If you still use the same method to deal with Jing'an, to deal with Lan Shuyan. Long Yu wanted to see what method Lan Shuyan could use to crack it. When Long Yu and Lan Shuyan engaged in a battle, the other people around each retreated farther away, giving them an open space with a radius of 300 feet. There is an air-forbidden circle in the holy city of the 5 emperors, and no one can fly. So anyone can only fight on the ground, but cannot fly into the sky. Everyone is looking forward to the battle between Long Yu and Lan Shuyan. This is a battle of life and death. A duel between 2 geniuses of the younger generation. Before the battle between the two officially started, the air had already started to heat up. Blue flames rose from Lan Shuyan's body, surrounding him into a blue fiery man with a menacing aura. Long Yu stood on the spot without any movement, but everyone knew that once Long Yu made a move, he would be astonishing. He could kill Jing An, the genius of Xuanhuan sword sect, in an instant. This Long Yu must not be underestimated. At this time, the news spread here, and soon attracted many forces to observe. Nine Sun Sect. Lan Xuyan's master is an old man with red hair. Although he is old, his cultivation level is extremely deep, and he is considered to be among the best in the late stage of the Emperor realm. Lan Xuyan's master rushed over immediately after hearing the news, brought more than 10 people from Nine Sun Sect, pushed away the crowd, and easily reached the edge of the battle circle. Su Yan, this battle is very important to you. If you win, your future will be limitless. Even if you miss, my teacher will take action at the critical moment to save you. The red-haired old man watched the confrontation between the two in the field, and thought faintly. For him, whose life was about to come to an end, inheritance was everything, and Lan Xuyan was the most gifted disciple he had ever received, so it was definitely impossible for him to watch Lan Xuyan get killed here. On the other side, Xuanhuan sword sect. The elders of the Xuanhuan sword sect finally rushed over. One of them was a burly middle-aged man with an arrogant expression and a gloomy face. After he brought a group of Xuanhuan sword sect disciples to the field, he raised his hand and smashed Xing'an's hand. The wreckage of the long-sword soldier in several pieces was received in his hand. My disciple Xing'an was killed by that kid? The burly middle-aged man was carrying a huge sword on his back. At this moment, bursts of murderous aura full of verve and charm emanated from the giant sword, permeating the audience and immediately attracting everyone's attention. That's right, it's that Long Yu. Izisha ran over and hid behind the burly middle-aged man, pointing at Long Yu at the same time, with a vicious look in his eyes. Today, he must die. The burly middle-aged man's eyes glowed coldly, with a murderous intent, but since he is going to fight against the kid from Nine Sun Sect, let's wait until this battle is over. Uncle, but if Long Yu is defeated by Lan Xuyan, doesn't it mean that senior brother Jing An is inferior to that Lan Xuyan, our Xuanhuan sword sect's face? Izisha couldn't help but said. Face? The burly middle-aged man lowered his head, looked at Izisha coldly, and felt that this kid was extremely stupid. Long Yu, he must die. But what about after he dies? If it is as you said, I will directly kill Long Yu right now. Don't you want the entire Xuanhuan sword sect to face the anger of the Red Emperor? When Izisha heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He almost forgot that Long Yu was still the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. With such an identity, no one dared to kill him openly in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Unless it's a battle of life and death. That's why this burly middle-aged man hoped that Lan Xuyan would kill Long Yu, so that he wouldn't have to make a move, and there wouldn't be any follow-up troubles. Otherwise, once the burly middle-aged man makes a move, it will be a big deal. After all, the 5 emperors are involved. In other directions, besides the Nine Sun Sect and the Xuanhuan sword sect, the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms also sent some representatives. Among them, more than 10 people from the Taiwu Empire came to the field wearing white robes. The leader among them is a middle-aged bald man, wearing a bamboo hat, looking at Long Yu with hatred in his eyes. This middle-aged bald man wearing a bamboo hat is a strong man in the late stage of the Emperor realm. The reason why he hates Long Yu so much is because one of his younger brothers followed the team to the ancient ruins of the Shenluo Empire, but never again. Being able to walk out of the ruins, even the entire ancient ruins have disappeared. The only one who came out of the ancient ruins was Long Yu. It is said that Long Yu has the ability to control the ancient ruins, so all the strong people who entered the ancient ruins fell into the ruins, and could no longer come out alive. Regardless of whether this news is true or not, the younger brother of the middle-aged man in the hat did not survive the ancient ruins, which made the man in the hat hated Long Yu for a long time. So, as soon as he heard the news that Long Yu appeared nearby, he immediately brought people over. If Long Yu can win this appointment, the man in the hat will not let Long Yu go, even if he is buried with Long Yu. The forces of the other 6 sects and 10 kingdoms have no grievances with Long Yu, but they also attach great importance to this battle, because no matter which side wins, it is enough to affect the situation in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Deep blue divine flame, dancing snake. Seeing that Long Yu was motionless, Lan Shuyan showed a cautious look in his eyes, and took the lead in launching the offensive. Deep blue divine flame is an ancient martial skill of Nine Suns sect. Nine Suns sect, as one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, naturally has its tyrannical background, and this deep blue flame is an ancient low-grade martial skill. Compared with the martial arts cultivated in the Dragon Palace, this dark blue divine flame is nothing, but to ordinary people, the ancient level means the strongest. Yes, the strongest. Coupled with Lan Shuyan's cultivation in the early stage of Emperor Realm, this move can definitely explode with terrifying power. The former Jing'an hadn't been able to practice the ancient level martial arts of Shueiyue Sword sect, and he was completely blasted to scum by Long Yu before he could even use the means. But now, Lan Shuyan made the first move, allowing the people around him to see the power of the deep blue divine flame. Dark blue divine flame, dancing snake. Countless dark blue flames emerged in midair, swimming towards Long Yu from all directions. Just like snakes, the temperature of each dancing snake was extremely high, and even distorted the surrounding space, and the speed of these dancing snakes was extremely high. Quickly, he came before Long Yu in an instant. It's a pity that Long Yu, who has practiced martial arts secrets and balanced control, is best at dealing with such small-scale attacks. Fallen Star. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, countless fallen dark stars appeared from around his body, and each fallen dark star appeared in front of the continuously attacking dark blue dancing snakes with great precision, blocking them. After practicing the martial arts secret technique of balancing and controlling, Long Yu was very sensitive to the free forces around him, and easily predicted the trajectories of those dancing snakes. Thus, he accurately used the fallen dark star to completely block this batch of hundreds of dancing snakes. Lan Shuyan frowned slightly, as if he was quite surprised by Long Yu's method. After all, Long Yu was already very good at blocking his attack, but now he was still so precise and easy to resist the snake dance, which surprised him very much. But he didn't stop, but the dark blue divine flames all over his body rose again, forming 3 dark blue flame dragon heads above his head. Deep blue divine flame. Tinglong. The snake dance that Lan Shuyan performed just now was a small success method of the martial skill of deep blue divine flame, while the current Tinglong is a great success method. 3 dark blue dragon heads gathered from his head, each releasing a terrifying aura. Tinglong, kill. Lan Shuyan gave an order, and the 3 dark blue flame faucets on the back instantly rolled towards Long Yushi, and the surrounding temperature instantly increased by more than 10 times. 9 Nether Hunters. Without hesitation, Long Yu condensed 6 9 Nether Hunters, and directly let the 6 9 Nether Hunters fight against the 3 dark blue flame dragon heads, with 2 against 1, just enough to block those 3 dragon heads. However, at the next moment, the dark blue divine flame rose from Lan Shuyan's body again, and 3 dragon heads gathered from behind him, roaring towards Long Yushi. Long Yu used Tianxuan's footwork to teleport to the side, but the 3 dragon heads turned around in an instant, roaring towards him again. It seems that evasion will not work, so there is only a frontal confrontation. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, when he raised his hand, 6 9 Nether Hunters gathered again, and went up to them. The 9 Nether Hunters are only elementary supernatural powers, so they are not very strong, but now Long Yu can only rely on this to resist those for the dark blue Tinglong. The most important thing is to deal with it in such a way that it saves the most energy in the body. I want to see if you have more strength in your body, or if I have more strength. Lan Shuyan snorted coldly, raised his hand, and 6 dark blue flame faucets rose up behind him again, instantly raising the temperature of the audience tenfold again. The terrifying high temperature made it difficult for some martial artists around who had not reached the king level, not to mention Long Yu, who was facing Lan Xuyan's attack head-on. 12 dark blue divine flame dragons in the audience roared all over the sky, surrounding Long Yu in the middle. Even if Long Yu resisted 6 of them, the other 6 could easily kill him. As expected of a genius of the Nine Suns sect, there is such a fierce offensive. Long Yu's heart was calm, his face was expressionless. Although he was quite afraid of Lan Xuyan's offensive, he still believed that he would win in the end. Another 12 nether hunters appeared, directly blocking all the dark blue divine flame dragons. However, at the next moment, with Lan Xuyan raising one hand, all the dark blue flame dragons flew towards the sky in an instant, and the 12 dark blue flame dragons instantly condensed into one head, and then with infinite power and high temperature, attacking directly towards Long Yu. The power of this dark blue divine flame dragon far exceeds the total power of the previous 12 dragons. After the fusion of this thing, it has undergone a qualitative change, becoming hundreds of times stronger than the previous single dragon. When such a powerful and swift attack appeared, everyone around was taken aback. Such a terrifying power, I am afraid that even martial arts in the late stage of the Imperial realm cannot bear it head-on. But now facing this trick, it is Long Yu who is only in the middle stage of King realm. The giant dragon formed by the condensed 12 dark blue divine flame dragons was 100 times the size of Long Yu, and dark blue flames rose from the whole body and descended from the sky, as if to burn Long Yu to ashes. At this moment, a burst of sky blue flames condensed from around Long Yu's body and emerged, forming 4 walls of fire that shot straight into the sky, and these 4 walls of fire also contained the power of the divine script of space, preventing Long Yu from moving towards the surrounding area. Escape path. These 4 walls of fire are Lan Xuyan's innate supernatural powers, a high-level supernatural power. Originally, it was only a supernatural power of the flame attribute, but later, he added the space supernatural power to it and developed it into a fusion of supernatural powers. The name of Lan Xuyan's genius comes from this. You must know that in the entire world of martial arts, there are not many geniuses who can fuse supernatural powers. Lan Xuyan's ability to fuse supernatural powers shows that his talent is amazing. Long Yu tried it, even if he used the path of the 9 serenity, he couldn't break through the 4 walls of fire. Being unable to break through the fire wall meant that he couldn't escape from this cage. Could it be that it can only resist the Tinglong bombardment of the dark blue divine flame above its head? Long Yu frowned slightly, but he didn't have time to think about it. The dragon with the dark blue divine flame swept down instantly, covering Long Yu's whole body in it, and the surrounding fire walls instantly turned into a sea of flames. Bingo! Following the attack of the deep blue divine flame, Tinglong, everyone in the field shuddered. They really did not expect that this battle would be so simple. Lan Xuyan only performed 2 moves, and Long Yu was bombarded by terrifying martial arts bingo. With Long Yu's current physical strength and defense level in the middle stage of the King realm, it might be difficult to resist such a bombardment, right? You know, Lan Xuyan's move is equivalent to a blow from a strong person in the late stage of the Imperial realm. In fact, the attack launched by Lan Xuyan can be even stronger. He is now only a fusion of 12 dark blue flame dragons. If he wants, he can even gather hundreds of dark blue flame dragons to fuse together. In that case, even the strongest in the Imperial realm may not be able to resist it. Now it's just a mid-kingdom realm. Lan Xuyan looked at the blue flames burning in the arena, and there was already a smile in his eyes. He is only a middle-stage king, and he still wants to fight with Lan Xuyan? That's ridiculous. It seems that I still think highly of you, and even of Shuiyue Jianzong. Lan Xuyan thought in his heart, but he didn't carelessly, but focused on looking at the place where the dark blue flames were burning. Before he saw Long Yu's body, he would not take it lightly. But the onlookers didn't think so. A group of people came quickly from a distance, and the Qin family headed by Qin Changyue, a total of more than 10 people, quickly came to the edge of the battle circle, and found Qin Yaxuang and Zissou. When Qin Changyue arrived, he happened to see Long Yu being hit by Lan Shuyan's blow and buried in the sea of flames. Even Qin Changyue was startled by such an attack. He was sure that a kid in the middle stage of the Qing realm in Longyu district would never survive such destructive power. That monstrous young man, who once made Qin Changyue and the Qin family feel ashamed, now died in front of them. Haha, why is that kid dragging? He is still the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, isn't he dead? Qin Changyue's eldest son laughed loudly, turned his eyes to the two daughters Qin Yaxuang and Zissou who were standing in the crowd watching the battle, and immediately laughed out loud. My sister, Yaxuang, how about it? Now it's time to return Qin family, right? Without that kid protecting you, how dare you leave our Qin family? Oh, Yaxuang, we've had enough trouble, it's time to go home. Qin Changyue sighed, shook his head and said, just now, Mr. Lan Shuyan stood up to give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it yourself. If you repent now and decide to follow Mr. Lan Shuyan, you will definitely forgive me. Shut up. Qin Yaxuang said coldly. She had long been used to the Qin family's brazenness, but now hearing Qin Changyue and his eldest son stand up and say such words still made her feel sick. It's disgusting. Zissou also frowned at the side. The two women did not believe that Long Yu would die like this. They had considerable confidence in Long Yu. Don't go too far, you are a mere maid, how dare you gossip here? When Qin Changyue heard Zissou's words, he was instantly furious. I can see the power of Mr. Lan Shuyan's move just now, and even I have to use more than half of my strength to defend against such a move. Is it possible for that kid to survive? Don't be stubborn, the only ones who suffer from being stubborn now are you. We have left the pianist and have nothing to do with you disgusting fellows. Qin Yaxuang frowned even more, pulled Zissou, and moved a few big steps aside. She didn't want to have any contact with Qin Changyue at all. Humph, it sounds nice to be separated from the piano family. After raising you for so many years, you ended up betraying the family. Do you know that you will be infamous for the ages after all? Qin Changyue snorted coldly. When this matter is over, I will bring you back to Qin's house. When Qin Changyue said this, he thought that the two girls would be afraid, but he found that no matter whether it was Qin Yaxuang or Zissou, the faces of the two girls showed a completely mocking look. Forcibly bring back the pianist? With Long Yu around, Qin Yaxuang and Zissou didn't worry at all that Qin Changyue would attack them, unless Long Yu was gone, but how could something happen to Long Yu? The dark blue flames in the arena continued to burn, and the temperature in the arena only rose, but never dropped. Long Yu's figure never appeared, but Qin Yaxuang and Zissou trusted Long Yu very much. In other directions, there is also the Gongsun family, and the head of the family also brought many people. The young master of the Gongsun family was killed by Long Yu. Of course, the patriarch hated Long Yu to the core. However, Long Yu was still alive, which made him very angry. Now that Long Yu provoked trouble again, how could he miss it? In addition to the Gongsun family, there are other family forces in the holy city of the Five Emperors, including the three major commercial houses, who have sent people to watch the development of the situation. It was originally a trivial matter, but because of Long Yu's participation, it has now become a sensation. Major events in the city. A full 10 breaths passed before the dark blue flames in the field finally began to go out. Whether it was the burly middle-aged man from Shueiyue Sword Sect, the red-haired old man from Nine Suns Sect, or the middle-aged man in a bamboo hat from Taiwu Empire, they all stared at the field intently. They were one of the strongest in the field, but they felt a little bit of Long Yu's breath of life. It was obvious that Long Yu was not dead, but even if he was not dead, he must have suffered serious injuries. All three of them hoped to see such a situation. Of course, what they want to see most is Long Yu sure. Sudden. Su Yan, be careful where you step. The red-haired old man's expression changed, and he sent a voice transmission to Lan Shuyan. The next moment, a shadow appeared under Lan Shuyan's feet, and the dark divine power instantly enveloped Lan Shuyan's whole body, and a thick fog of dark shadow spread instantly, covering the entire battle scene. Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu passed through the ground, and unexpectedly came to Lan Shuyan's feet quietly, and when he made a move, Jiuyou Tianguang blocked all the space divine scripts within the range. Immediately afterwards, infinite imprisonment struck, instantly covering Lan Shuyan in it. The change in the field happened in an instant, and all the onlookers around were shocked on the spot. No one expected such a change to happen suddenly. Even most people in the arena thought it was an emergency. Someone broke into the arena and attacked Lan Shuyan. But seeing that the people on Zhu Yangzong's side hadn't moved yet, the others were relieved. It seems that the change in the field was because Long Yu started to fight back, not because other people made a move. Otherwise, Lan Shuyan's Master Zun has already started. But in this way, many people were very surprised. They never thought that Long Yu could survive the terrifying martial arts just now, and even launched a counterattack quickly. This battle is getting more and more interesting. In Jiuyou Tianguang, Long Yu imprisoned him infinitely as soon as he made a move, imprisoning Lan Shuyan's entire body. Facing the bombardment of the deep blue flame dragon just now, he couldn't avoid the front, rear, left, and right sides, so the only thing he had to do was his feet, and his feet were the ground of the holy city of the 5 emperors. They were all made of special materials, let alone a mere king realm martial artist, even the emperor realm martial cultivator. It is impossible to destroy it. Because of this, Lan Shuyan didn't set up an interception at Long Yu's feet, because there was no need for it. However, Lan Shuyan didn't know that Long Yu possessed the means of the Book of Shadows. He used the Book of Shadows to disguise himself as an extremely fine grain of dust, and then went underground. The ground of the holy city of the 5 emperors could completely resist the attack of Lan Shuyan, who was comparable to the emperor, but Long Yu disguised himself as a tiny speck of dust and entered it. No one could have imagined how tiny a speck of dust could penetrate deep into the ground of the holy city of the 5 emperors. In this way, through deduction and perception, other powerful people in the imperial realm could feel that the vitality of Long Yu still existed in the field, but it was very weak, and they thought he was seriously injured. But he didn't expect Long Yu to enter the ground and completely dodge Lan Shuyan's attack. Long Yu's movements in the ground were quite slow, and within a short distance, he took more than 10 breaths before finally reaching Lan Shuyan's feet, and rushed out in the form of a shadow, instantly cast the 9 nether sky light, and started a counterattack. Although he knew very well that he couldn't deal with Lan Shuyan in the same way as Jing'an, but after confining Lan Shuyan, he began to condense the ancient remnants, and let the ancient remnants condense and degenerate at the fastest speed. Dark Star. It's time to race against the clock. However, after only one breathing time, Lan Shuyan blasted through the 12 layers of infinite imprisonment from the inside, and a cluster of deep blue flames rushed out violently. At this time, Long Yu gathered 200 fallen dark stars, but he still chose to detonate them all. In an instant, the blasting power of the fallen dark star collided with the dark blue flames that rolled out, forming a strong shock wave that almost blew away Jiuyou Tianguang. Fortunately, Long Yu had comprehended the Jiuyou Tianguang to the transcendental realm. These Jiuyou Tianguang were extremely stable. Even after encountering such an energy shock wave, they were not blown away, they just became a little sparser. 200 fallen dark stars detonated at the same time. Of course, they still couldn't kill Lan Shuyan. Facts have proved that Lan Shuyan's strength is indeed much stronger than that of Jing'an before. Hand of 9 Serenities. Hand of 9 Serenities. Hand of 9 Serenities. Long Yu didn't wait for the energy shock wave to dissipate, and directly used 3 high-level supernatural powers. 3 bone arms appeared from the void almost at the same time, and surrounded Lan Shuyan. Didn't know the danger was coming. He could feel Long Yu's position and the general situation of the surrounding energy, but just now the martial arts of the two sides collided and erupted too violently, causing a mess around them. If Long Yu hadn't practiced martial arts secrets and balanced control, he would be blind in such an environment. However, although Lan Shuyan couldn't detect anything strange around him, he still used defensive means. The dark blue flames were like a cloak, covering his whole body, making him a completely blue burning man, illuminating the surrounding area. Within 3 feet of the surrounding space. At this moment, Lan Shuyan suddenly realized that from his left, right, and top of his head, a bony arm suddenly jumped out of the black mist, less than 3 feet away from him. With such a short distance, it was too late to deal with it. Almost in a flash, the 3 bone arms had already caught him. Each bone arm is extremely huge. The first bone arm easily grasped Lan Shuyan's whole body, as easily as a big hand grabbing a chicken, and the power of the 9 nether divine rune penetrated into it instantly. Boom! A burst of dark blue flames erupted where Lan Shuyan was, protruding from the cracks between the fingers of the bone arm, and then, the arm was gradually burned by the dark blue flames and became scorched black, and even cracks appeared on the surface. However, if one bone arm fails, there will be another bone arm. As soon as the first bone arm was burned, the second one came up and continued to grab Lan Shuyan. However, this bone arm lasted even shorter, and the deep blue that had been infiltrated within half a breath, the color flame burns out. However, the white bone arm seems to be endless now, and it keeps grabbing towards Lan Shuyan. The 9 nether divine mantra becomes more and more dense in the nearby space, but it fails to erode into Lan Shuyan's body. His dark blue flame cloak protected him extremely well, and it seemed impossible to win with the hands of Jiuyo alone. Moreover, the more Long Yu used the same method, the easier it would be for Lan Shuyan to crack this move, so Long Yu had no choice but to use other methods. Shadow killing technique. Long Yu directly controlled all the shadows in the Jiuyo skylight, together with the Jiuyo blade, formed an infinite sharp blade flying all over the sky, and swept towards Lan Shuyan. However, Lan Shuyan is very clear about what he should do now. The lava core, blast me. A burst of golden flames erupted from Lan Shuyan's body in an instant. The surface temperature and power of this golden flame surpassed that of the dark blue flame by more than 10 times. At this moment, all the shadow blades that Long Yu condensed were annihilated by this burst of golden flames, and then, the golden flames exploded, blowing away the Jiuyo skylight completely. Long Yu, you are nothing more than that, haha. Lan Shuyan laughed loudly. I can decipher any move you use, and it doesn't require much strength. If you continue like this, you will only die. Jiuyo Tianguang was blown away by the burst of golden flames, and the figures of Lan Shuyan and Long Yu appeared in front of the others again. Now everyone is sure, Long Yu is indeed not dead. It is unexpected that in the situation just now, Long Yu cannot die. How did he escape? Few people knew what happened in the Jiuyo Tianguang just now, but everyone saw it. The golden flames scattered the Jiuyo Tianguang in the audience. It was obviously Lan Shuyan who suppressed Long Yu. The red-haired old man of Jiuyang sect, the burly middle-aged man of Shuiyue Jianzong, and the middle-aged man with a bamboo hat of Taiwu Empire all showed satisfaction in their eyes. As long as Long Yu is suppressed, there will be no problem. Today, it should be, there is no need for them to make a move. The next moment, Long Yu cast the Jiuyo skylight again, intending to cover the entire audience. However, before the Jiuyo skylight fully emerged, the golden flame exploded again, blowing away the unformed Jiuyo skylight. The power of this golden flame is really too strong, and even some powerhouses in the early stage of Emperor Realm can only display the power of this level. However, the shortcoming of this golden flame is also obvious. Although its explosive power is great, its duration is too short, and it is not flexible enough. It can deal with Jiuyo Tianguang, but if it is used in ordinary battles, it is useless. Long Yu cast Joyo Skylight again, and Lan Shuyan erupted with golden flames again, which made Long Yu sure that he could no longer use Joyo Skylight when facing Lan Shuyan, or in other words, temporarily unable to use it. It is obviously not a wise choice to fight against someone who is stronger than himself, so Long Yu immediately changed his strategy, raised his hand and continued to condense infinite imprisonment. 12 dark stars condensed and appeared, wanting to imprison Lan Shuyan in. However, the corners of Lan Shuyan's mouth curled up slightly, and with a flash of his figure, he escaped from the conglomeration of the dark stars, which is the divine script of space. In Joyo Skylight before, the space divine script was completely banned, and neither side could use it, but now, Lan Shuyan broke through the Joyo Skylight, so he can naturally use the space divine script to dodge space. Seeing this, Long Yu was unmoved at all, and raised his hand again, ready to condense the stars to imprison him. Seeing this situation, the surrounding onlookers couldn't stop laughing. Although this Long Yu is powerful, he is nothing more than that. When he meets Lan Shuyan, he will give up completely. How can the same move be used differently for a genius at Lan Shuyan's level? At this time, a dark star appeared above Lan Shuyan's head again. Lan Shuyan sneered, his body flickered, and he came behind Long Yu in an instant, holding a flame knife formed by condensed golden flames in his hand. Long Yu chopped down. But at this moment, 12 dark stars appeared directly around Lan Shuyan, imprisoning him in it. Imprisoned. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Now they all saw clearly, before Lan Shuyan teleported behind Long Yu began to condense the dark stars behind him, as if waiting for Lan Shuyan to jump in by himself. This is the effect of balanced control. Before Lan Shuyan teleported over, the space behind him had already changed a little. These small changes could let Long Yu predict that Lan Shuyan would teleport to this position, and thus prepare in advance. It's like using a bird cage to wait for the bird to fly in by itself. Long Yu's 12 layers of infinite imprisonment directly imprisoned Lan Shuyan in it. But this time, the infinite imprisonment couldn't last even 2 breaths. Lan Shuyan held the golden flame knife, and even split the 12 dark star imprisonments with just one blow. Immediately afterwards, the flame knife slashed down, directly cutting Long Yu in half. This scene immediately made the people around scream out, but they soon discovered that it was not Long Yu who was cut in two, but just Long Yu's clone. The real Long Yu has disappeared from the field. Lan Shuyan stood alone in the field, holding the golden flame knife, frowning slightly, and had no choice but to put the golden flame knife away. Before he found Long Yu, it was impossible for him to continuously condense the golden flame knife. This method consumed too much power. Even in his prime state, he could only maintain the golden flame knife for 10 breaths. Now, his whole body strength was almost exhausted, but he still couldn't kill Long Yu, which made him feel a little tricky. Of course, Lan Shuyan firmly believed that he was invincible. Thinking of this, he directly began to absorb the flame-attributed beast crystal in his arms, trying to restore the consumed power in his body. In this kind of life-and-death battle, it was normal to absorb the beast crystals to restore strength, and it was even normal to take elixir. After all, it was a matter of life and death. As long as no one was allowed to help, then no matter what method was used, it would not be an exaggeration. Hot Heaven Pill. Immediately afterwards, Lan Shuyan directly took a flaming red elixir, and the power of the flame divine script all over his body suddenly soared, which surprised everyone around him. Lan Shuyan, isn't he already in an advantage? He had already beaten Long Yu until he hid himself and did not dare to show himself, but he still took the Fire Explosion Heaven Pill, which is a super-grade pill of the Great Desolation grade. After taking it, his power of the Flame Divine Script would be tripled. For Lan Shuyan, this elixir directly made his strength truly reach the point where he could fight against the early stage of Emperor Realm. No one said he was despicable or shameless, but everyone was very puzzled as to why he chose to take the pill at this time. If you don't come out, I will force you out. Lan Xuyan snorted coldly, and after taking the explosive heavenly pill, the golden flames all over his body instantly exploded and spread towards the surroundings in an instant. Golden flames spread throughout the audience. He used his probing powers, but he couldn't find any trace of Long Yu, but he believed that Long Yu must be in this field, otherwise, if he left here, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Facing the golden flames spreading across the audience, Long Yu had no choice but to show up. But showing up also requires skill. It is impossible to show up like this to head on the golden flame. Success or failure depends on one move. Long Yu only has one chance. The power of Lan Xuyan after taking the explosive heaven pill is so terrifying that it is impossible for Long Yu to confront it head-on. Not to mention the current Lan Xuyan, even the previous golden flame, Long Yu couldn't resist it. Therefore, he had only one means to use, and that was the Scarlet Emperor's cloak. Rely on the Red Emperor's cloak to resist the opponent's golden flames, and then take the opportunity to kill the opponent. As the golden flames engulfed the audience, everyone felt that Long Yu was definitely doomed this time. Even Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others became nervous. Originally, they had great confidence in Long Yu, but in front of them, Lan Xuyan had swallowed the explosive heaven pill, and the entire field was filled with a sea of golden flames. Even the strong in the early stage of the Emperor realm are among them. It is difficult to walk, let alone Long Yu who is only in the middle stage of the King realm. Under such circumstances, can Long Yu really win? Even Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others began to doubt, not to mention the others. Almost everyone believed that Long Yu would definitely die this time. If it is considered to admit defeat, it also loses face. It seems that that kid chose to run away. If it was me, I would have chosen to do so. After all, Lan Xuyan, who is in the state of taking the explosive heaven pill, is simply an irresistible existence. That's right, not to mention that Long Yu is only in the middle stage of King realm. Even if he is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, it is impossible to go against the sky to this extent. This appointment is finally over. Long Yu will either die or flee. The result is set. Everyone was discussing, not even one person was optimistic about Long Yu. However, at this moment, when the golden flames were covering the entire audience, a red shadow suddenly appeared from Lan Xuyan's side. This red shadow unexpectedly blocked all the golden flames, unable to penetrate even a single bit of it. This is the Red Emperor's cloak. Many people quickly recalled that when Long Yu and Jing'an were about to fight, one of Jing'an's requests was not to allow the use of the Red Emperor's cloak. But now, there is no such agreement between Long Yu and Lan Xuyan for a battle. Long Yu used the Scarlet Emperor's cloak to resist the fatal blow, but most people are still not optimistic about Long Yu, because it is well known that the Red Emperor's cloak can only be used once a day, and the duration does not exceed 5 breaths. During these 5 breaths, Long Yu is invincible compared to Lan Xuyan, because with the protection of the Scarlet Emperor's cloak, no attack by Lan Xuyan can hurt Long Yu. But with these 5 breaths, could Long Yu be able to kill Lan Xuyan? It's delusional. When Long Yu appeared wearing a red cloak, Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others' eyes lit up. They knew that Long Yu was starting to fight back. As long as Long Yu still had the heart to fight back, the outcome would not be certain. But Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others had great confidence in Long Yu. Lan Xuyan was also taken aback by Long Yu's actions, but he didn't panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. He had long thought that Long Yu would definitely use the Scarlet Emperor's cloak in a critical moment. And this is Long Yu's last resort. The time for these 5 breaths is the time for the Red Emperor's cloak to show its power, and Lan Xuyan can only avoid it. His figure flashed 100 feet away. However, Long Yu arrived at that place one step earlier. With the balance control, he was able to clearly grasp the place where Lan Xuyan was going to teleport, and then started to arrange it in advance. In the sea of golden flames, Long Yu was wearing a red cloak, like a small boat in a storm, crumbling, but this small boat carried the hopes of Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others. Long Yu was the first to teleport to 100 feet away, and the 5 rainbow magic spells burst out instantly. At the same time, he opened his mouth to take a pill. Void World Ghost Pill. In order to definitely kill Lan Shuyan in this short period of time, Long Yu swallowed the Void Realm Ghost Pill. At this moment, the power of the Shadow Divine Script in his whole body tripled. Not only that, when he communicated with the Tianshu stars, the power of the Tianshu stars strengthened the efficacy of the Virtual World Ghost Pill, which fully increased the power of Lan Yu's Shadow Divine Script by more than 5 times. Compared with Lan Shuyan, whose strength has been tripled after taking the Hot Sky Pill, the basic strength of both sides has actually shrunk. Almost, die for me. Long Yu opened his mouth, and spewed out a mouthful of terrifying 9 nether dragon breath. Lan Shuyan seemed to be bumping into him on his own initiative, his whole body teleported over, and fell into the breath of the 9 nether dragons. At the same time, he was enveloped by the 5 rainbow-absorbing divine mantra, imprisoning the power in his body. This confinement was only for a moment, and the most frightening thing was that at the same time as the confinement, the 5 rainbow-absorbing divine mantra began to absorb Lan Shuyan's soul imprint. Lan Shuyan had to bear the terrifying blow of the 9 nether dragons' breath, to urge his strength to resist the 5 rainbow-absorbing divine mantra. However, Long Yu would not give him any time at all. Although it took only a short time for Lan Shuyan to crack the soul seal siphon, it was the first time he faced this type of method, and it still took him 2 breaths, and during these 2 breaths, Long Yu spit out 4 mouthfuls in succession. 9 nether dragon breath. If it weren't for the golden flame sweeping the audience, Long Yu would have gathered the afterimages of the ancient times to cast the 9 nether dragon's breath together, and the destructive power would be even stronger. It's a pity that now that the golden flames are covering the audience, Long Yu's ancient afterimages will definitely be completely annihilated once they appear. Gathering the ancient afterimages is a waste of time and energy. 5 9 nether dragons breathed down one after another, and the blue flame cloak on Lan Shuyan's body was directly destroyed, and then the 9 nether dragons' breath finally applied to Lan Shuyan's body. As for Lan Shuyan, all his thoughts are on resisting the soul seal siphon. Lan Shuyan had just used 2 breaths to break the soul seal siphon, and Lan Shuyan was almost unable to bear it, but immediately after the 5-colored divine text came all over the sky, it turned out to be another move. The power of 5 rainbows absorbing the divine text instantly eroded into his body, making him use all his strength to resist again. Lan Shuyan couldn't figure out why he bumped headfirst into Long Yu's attack, and it didn't seem like this was the first time such a thing happened. Could it be that Long Yu had some predictive ability? Lan Shuyan really wanted to use the divine script of space and teleport away from here, but he couldn't help thinking, even if he teleported to another place, would he still be in an ambush by Long Yu? The first time I deciphered this weird script, it took me 2 breaths. The second time I only needed 1 breath, and the third time I only needed half a breath. I want to see if you can do it in such a short time. Can't you kill me? After Lan Shuyan stepped into the Emperor's realm, his physical strength increased again. He did not believe that Long Yu, who was only in the middle of the king's realm, could completely kill him in a short time. And as long as he doesn't die, Long Yu will die at that time. In the sea of golden flames, the two fell into hand-to-hand combat. Long Yu continued to cast the 5 rainbow magic spells, and spewed out the breath of the 9 Serenity Dragon. However, at this time, Long Yu spewed out a total of 10 mouthfuls of 9 nether dragon breath, but he still couldn't completely kill Lan Shuyan, only slightly injured him. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that. I have taken the elixir refined by the ancient dragon elephant, and the strength of my body is far beyond that of ordinary people. Lan Shuyan laughed loudly, seeing that the 5 breathing protection times provided by the Red Emperor's cloak were about to pass, but his body was almost intact. Lan Shuyan knew that he was in sight of victory. However, at this moment, a burst of majestic power suddenly erupted from Long Yu. Lan Shuyan, who was overwhelmed with complacency, was only stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. The power of the space divine script was activated instantly, and the whole person teleported 200 or 300 feet away. It's a pity that no matter where he teleports to, it will be futile for Long Yu. From the very beginning, he used the 9 nether dragon breath to attack. It was purely to deceive people. He never thought that he could kill Lan Shuyan with the 9 nether dragon breath. His real trump card is the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. Dragon. Mukuro. Broken. Long Yu sacrificed the huge monster, and the ancient dragon bone tower spun at a high speed, instantly shattering the void, reaching the place where he teleported almost at the same time as Lan Shuyan. Long Yu once again predicted the location where Lan Shuyan's teleportation would appear. Then, the gigantic ancient tower of the dragon skeleton came crashing down, its whole body glowing with the black light of the 9 nether divine inscription. This is the defense with the 9 nether sky screen attached to its surface, and it was able to walk unimpeded in the golden sea of flames. The next moment, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda bombarded Lan Shuyan from the front. Lan Shuyan couldn't even make a scream, and was completely annihilated by the impact of the ancient dragon bone tower, leaving no bones left. The situation in the arena changed too fast, and everyone was still thinking that Long Yu might just die in that golden sea, but within a breath, there was an explosion in the arena. The gigantic giant, the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton, appeared, directly occupying the sky above the entire trading square, spinning at top speed and crashing towards the ground. Some people who reacted quickly were still surprised. Why didn't this thing hit Lan Shuyan, but hit an open space more than 200 feet away? However, the next moment he discovered that Lan Shuyan had actually teleported to that place, and thus happened to be hit by the top of the giant tower, and his whole body instantly vaporized, disappearing from this world without a trace. The shock came too fast, and many people hadn't reacted yet. Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan, and the others were already prepared, knowing that Long Yu would definitely counterattack, so they were not too surprised, but the joy in their hearts could not be concealed at all. However, before most people in the field could react, a sudden change occurred. Disciple. In the direction of Nine Suns sect, Lan Shuyan's master, the red-haired old man, suddenly let out a cry, filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Lan Shuyan was killed by Long Yu. Even if he tried his best, he would kill Long Yu. As soon as the red-haired old man made a move, the temperature of the audience soared. This is a strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm, and he is one of the best super strong men in the entire Nine Suns sect. Swish. However, when he made a move, a burst of red light and shadow floated from the side, blowing out all the flames emitted by the red-haired old man in an instant, and a figure with the same flame all over his body appeared in front of him. The aura emanating from this person is even stronger than that of the red-haired old man. The chief disciple of the Red Emperor, Punishment. Everyone around looked at it, and they were all taken aback. The punishment is coming. The old man of Nine Yang sect can't kill Long Yu even if he's crazy, so today's appointment is finally over, right? However, the next moment, what everyone didn't expect was that the red-haired old man's eyes were red. Even after seeing the punishment, his anger did not ease at all. Today I will kill this son, who dares to stop me. Even in the face of punishment, the red-haired old man was full of fighting spirit. The death of disciple Lan Shuyan made him a furious person. Because Lan Shuyan was killed by Long Yu, his master, the red-haired old man, was furious instantly and wanted to kill Long Yu. However, the punishment stood in his way. Penalty, the chief direct disciple of the Red Emperor, a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm, is definitely much stronger than this red-haired old man. If a fight is fought in the holy city of 5 emperors, the penalty can easily kill the red-haired old man without what responsibility. After all, everyone has seen it now, and it was the old man who made the first move. But even so, the red-haired old man was still unyielding, and launched an offensive against the penalty without even thinking about it. This surprised the punishment a bit. He didn't expect that the red-haired old man cared so much for his disciples. The death of Lan Shuyan made him lose his mind, but this is also good. It happened to be an opportunity to eradicate the grass. Now that the old man made a move like this, the punishment would be able to kill him openly. It's better than this old man hiding himself and attacking Lan Yu quietly in the future, that way he is hard to guard against. The terrifying power of the red-haired old man was completely released, causing the surrounding people to recede towards the distance. Fortunately, while defending against the offensive of the red-haired old man, the penalty can also take care of the safety of the surrounding people, and has gathered a layer of red defensive barriers to protect others lived around. It can be seen from this that, facing the red-haired old man, the punishment is completely easy. In the arena, Lan Yu put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and heaved a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he felt a sense of danger again. Anyone else? Lan Yu frowned slightly, and only then did he know why the red-haired old man desperately wanted to fight the punishment, because secretly there were other people who wanted Lan Yu's life. And what the red-haired old man did was just delaying the punishment. As long as he delayed the punishment for a few breaths, Lan Yu would definitely die. He is a middle-aged man in a bamboo hat from the Taiwu Empire. The younger brother of the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat died in the ancient ruins. He blamed everything on Lan Yu. At this moment, he even made a desperate move to kill Lan Yu. But at the next moment, a translucent sword light cut down from the side, directly forcing the middle-aged man in the hat to retreat towards Lan Yu's figure, and then, a figure also wearing the Scarlet Emperor's cloak appeared in front of Lan Yu. In front of you. Dao Sidam. The second direct disciple of the Red Emperor, who has always been inseparable from the punishment, also appeared at this moment, protecting Lan Yu and repelling the middle-aged man in the hat from the Taiwu Empire. I want to avenge my brother, no one can stop me. The middle-aged man in the hat was not at all surprised by this, because everyone knew that Dao Jingtian and Xing Xing would act together in most cases. Bloodlust appeared in his eyes, he glanced at Lan Yu as if he was looking at a dead person, and then he focused on dealing with Dao Jingtian, and fought fiercely with Dao Jingtian. Even if he can only support Dao Jingtian for a while, his next arrangement is enough to make Lan Yu die thousands of times. Just when Dao Jingtian stopped the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat, several figures suddenly appeared from the crowd beside him. All these figures directly attacked Lan Yu, and each of them possessed the cultivation base of the late stage of Emperor realm. These are the killers sent by the Taiwu Empire, and they are about to kill Lan Yu on the spot. Because of the Battle of the Ancient Relics, the loss of the Taiwu Empire was too great. In the entire country, a small half of the powerful emperors all died in the Ancient Relics, and all of this was because of Lan Yu. If Lan Yu is not killed as soon as possible, the Taiwu Empire will definitely decline more and more in the future. Now that they have been offended, of course the Taiwu Empire can't expect Lan Yu not to trouble them in the future. The only way is to kill Lan Yu as soon as possible. It's a pity that they wanted to kill Lan Yu, how could it be so easy? A fat figure jumped out from the crowd, and with a big wave of his hand, a giant divine net appeared, blocking 4 of the killer figures. The 4 killer figures launched an attack at the same time, and killed the fat figure. After all, the fat figure was only at the early stage of the Emperor realm. It stands to reason that they would be able to kill him in one move, and then continue to kill Lan Yu. However, the facts were beyond their expectations. He only heard the obscene smile of the fat figure, and then his whole body inflated in an instant, turning into a big balloon. The 4 killers each exerted their powerful means, and bombarded the big balloon. Immediately afterwards, they saw that the big balloon bounced all 4 of them away, and fell heavily to the ground one by one. The defense power of this early-stage powerhouse in the Emperor realm is so strong. 5th Senior Brother, Yu Linfeng. Long Yu recognized the fat man at a glance, but he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the fat man was so insignificant, but his strength was so tyrannical, and he knocked away 4 strong men in the late stage of Emperor realm with one move. You know, Yu Linfeng himself is only at the early stage of Emperor realm. This defensive power is really scary, and it really has a lot to do with his body shape. The 4 killer figures on the other side were stopped by another figure. It was a relatively short swordsman. Although his steps were extremely chic and elegant, they couldn't cover up his shortcoming of height. 4th senior brother, Nayland Jun. Long Yu was quite familiar with him, and the beautiful and elegant decoration of his Nalangil left a deep impression on Long Yu, but this was the first time Long Yu saw Nayland Jun show his strength. Nayland Jun's lack of height does not mean that he is not strong enough. The ancient and high-grade red long sword in his hand is extremely elegant. When he swung it, there were countless red sword shadows walking in the space. The killer easily resisted it. I didn't expect so many people to come. Long Yu was a little touched at this moment. This matter was just a small contract between him and other people at the beginning, who knew that it would trigger the actions of the powerful emperors. But, even so, Xing and others had already come to the side to protect Long Yu secretly. Long Yu believed that even if he lost to Lan Shuyan, his life would not be in danger. At most, Xing and others broke in and forcibly surrendered. In that case, of course Lan Shuyan and the others had nothing to do. But no one expected that Long Yu would kill Lan Shuyan all at once, and attract Lan Shuyan's master, and act like crazy. Die. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the side, and the target was Long Yu. Long Yu felt a burst of cold aura locking him. It was obvious that this was another strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm, and wanted to take his life. My life is not so easy to take away. Long Yu smiled lightly, and then he pretended to be a gust of wind, and disappeared from the field completely. In fact, even without punishment and Dao Jing Tian, Long Yu could hide for a while relying on the disguise of the Book of Shadows. By the time they figured out where Long Yu was, Long Yu had already returned to the Holy Tower. Of course, in this way, what Long Yu Sua needs to worry about is Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan and others present. Anyway, Long Yu himself is definitely not in danger. The appearance of Xing and Dao Jing Tian made this process a little easier. Originally, Xing and Dao Jing Tian were startled when they found out that the 9th killer had attacked Long Yu, but when they saw that Long Yu disappeared all of a sudden, even they couldn't feel its existence, they were immediately surprised. Unexpectedly, the 7th junior brother has such a god-defying supernatural power. Losing Long Yu's trace, the 9th killer did not show up, but he could no longer find the target to strike, so he could only continue to hide and wait for the opportunity. However, the opportunity is fleeting, and it is obvious that Xing and Dao Jing Tian will not give them this opportunity. Just 5 breaths. The whole body of the punishment was glowing with red divine light, which condensed into a beam of divine brilliance, which directly pierced the heart of Lan Shuyan's furious master, the red-haired old man. As for Dao Sidam, a translucent sword light cut down instantly, directly splitting the middle-aged man in the hat in half from head to tail. No matter whether it was Sun Xing or Dao Jing Tian, they were all murderers, without blinking an eye. They only had 5 breaths, and even some people in the field didn't understand the situation. They had already beheaded their opponents. Immediately afterwards, the two returned to defense and went directly to help Yu Linfeng and Nayland Jun. After another 10 breaths, the 8 killers were all dead. Then, Xing's eyes turned crimson, and then he reached out and grabbed a figure in the late stage of Emperor realm from the crowd. You are the last killer who attacked my 7th junior brother. Xing said lightly. No, it's not. The man suddenly became terrified, and his whole body kept struggling in the hand of the punishment. However, the next moment, the red divine power in the hand of the punishment spread out, wrapped the whole chest of the man, and then eroded into his heart, strangling him instantly. The last killer, die. The punishment was decisive, and in just over 10 breaths, more than a dozen strong men in the imperial realm had already died in the field, and they were all strong men in the late stage of the imperial realm, which made everyone around them terrified in an instant. Who are these people? The elder of Zhuangzong, the master of Lan Shuyan, such a tyrannical existence, was punished with 5 breaths of punishment. A general of the Taiwu Empire, who was also a middle-aged man in a bamboo hat in the late stage of emperor realm, was also cut in half by Dao Sidam within 5 breaths. At the level of the emperor's realm, many people would kill without any blood, because the blood could not resist the erosion of various divine powers, and it would easily vaporize. But now, no matter whether it's a punishment shot or Dao Jingtian shot, it's bloody. Is this the direct disciple of the Red Emperor? Red Emperor, isn't he the great emperor of blood? Anyone who has obtained the true biography of the Red Emperor must comprehend a kind of source-level life attribute divine script, that is the blood-colored divine script. As for the penalty, Dao Jingtian and the other 2 took action, beheading all the troublemakers. The tragic situation of the red-haired old man and the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat made Zhuangzong and the rest of the Taiwu Empire completely terrified, and they never dared to take any action. He gave up the idea of avenging his disciple, Xing'an. First, Xing'an's status in his heart is of course not very good. It is impossible for him to die like the red-haired old man, to avenge Lan Shuyan. Second, this burly middle-aged man is not old yet, he has plenty of time. If you make a move now, the result is nothing but a dead end, why bother? The field fell silent. Only then did Lan Yu's figure slowly appear beside Xing, and he took a look around. Many people felt a chill in their hearts after seeing him. The audience was silent until Xing said in a deep voice, "This massacre was not what I wanted. However, my 7th junior brother killed Lan Shuyan. It was a fair battle of life and death. Someone wanted to break the rules of the battle. Revenge, these people, can only die. Not only that, we will also investigate the sects and empires of the killers, including the origins of these killers. This matter is not over yet." After Xing said this, he turned his attention to the place where the Taiwu Empire, Zhuangzong and others were, making the hearts of those powerful people even colder. In Nine Sun's sect, a senior brother of Lan Shuyan mustered up his courage, took 2 steps closer, and said sharply to the punishment, "One person does something and one person is responsible. This matter is entirely Lan Shuyan and his master's own fault, and we can't blame others. You can't attribute this bad name to Nine Sun's sect." Really? However, isn't Lan Shuyan from your Nine Sun sect? The crimson color in Xing's eyes flashed, and he looked at the man. Well, I can go back and report to the sect, and let the elders of the sect announce that Lan Shuyan and his master will be expelled from the Nine Sun sect. Let's see if this is feasible. The man was frightened by the punishment, couldn't help but retreat 2 steps, and then said tremblingly, "Not enough." Xing said coldly, "I heard that Lan Shuyan has many senior brothers who have been passed on directly, and it may also be related to this matter." Hearing the words, the man said cautiously, "Then what if we expel Lan Shuyan's faction from Nine Sun's sect? Kill them and leave none behind, and the Nine Sun's sect will be safe." Xing was too lazy to go around in circles with the other party, so he said it bluntly, and this request made the man swallow his saliva. Let them kill their own people? This is too much. However, the punishment was standing in front of him, he dared not bow his head, he could only say, "In this case, I can only go back and discuss with the elders of the sect, and I cannot give you an answer for the time being. Within 3 days, I am waiting for your reply from Nine Sun's sect." Xing said in a cold voice. "The same goes for our Taiwu Empire." On the side of the Taiwu Empire, someone also mustered up the courage to stand up and said, "There is only one person who broke the agreement and took action. The others have nothing to do with this matter. That person is dead. Taiwu Empire, will not accept any investigation. You are different from Nine Suns sect. Dao Jingtian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, after all, you are not a sect, but an empire. Those who died must have a huge family in your empire. How can you guarantee that the members of that family did not participate in this? It is very likely that these killers were all invited by that family. The people from the Taiwu Empire were stunned. Indeed, the empire and the sect are different. For the Nine Suns sect, it is enough to expel Lan Xuyan and his master's faction from the sect, and there are only a dozen or so people, so the relationship can be ignored, but the Taiwu Empire can't. Because, in the Taiwu Empire, there is still the family of the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat. How huge is a big family in the empire? There are at least 1,000 people in this big family. Within 3 days, I want to see the sincerity of the Taiwu Empire, otherwise don't blame us for investigating it ourselves. Dao Jingtian said lightly, but anyone could hear the threat in his tone. Yes, we must report to Emperor Taiwu when we go back. The person from the Taiwu Empire nodded quickly and said, then turned around and left with everyone. There were only 3 days left to deal with it, and they had to hurry up. Obviously, what Dao Jingtian said actually gave the Taiwu Empire a step down. In fact, Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian and others all know that this matter may have been completely planned by the Taiwu Empire, but as one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, the Taiwu Empire is quite troublesome to deal with. At least a year and a half can't handle it internally. The Shenwu Emperor Association is about to start, and now the 5 Emperors Alliance will not have the energy to deal with the entire Taiwu Empire. If this is the case, then narrow the scope. As long as all the families of the troublemakers are cleaned up, it can be regarded as the end of this matter. Even Dao Jingtian doesn't need to do it himself. He believes that under such a threat, the upper echelons of the Taiwu Empire will definitely handle things beautifully and uproot that family from the Taiwu Empire. Long Yu stood aside quietly, watching Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian handle this matter. He had to say that he had really seen the methods of the 2 senior brothers. Not only strong, but also very wise. Based on today's incident, it is not enough to destroy Zhuangzong or Taiwu Empire, but to reflect the majesty of the 5 emperors and the holy city of the 5 emperors, then a group of people must be dealt with. These people are commonly known as sacrificial offerings and cannon fodder. In Nine Suns sect, the faction of Lan Xuyan and his master is cannon fodder. It is conceivable that other people in Nine Suns sect must be very dissatisfied with the trouble they caused, and they will be expelled from Nine Suns sect. There will not be much resistance. In the Nine Suns sect, there are also factional struggles. Now that Lan Xuyan's line is obliterated, it is also good for others. In fact, the only thing that Nine Suns sect wants to consider is the sect's face. Is it reasonable to bow to the punishment like this? At least you have to bow your head to Chitty to be decent. No one would say anything if they bowed their heads to the 5 emperors, but if they bowed their heads to the punishment, the meaning would be different. As for Dao Jingtian's treatment of the Taiwu Empire, it is the same. If the punishment is 1 sentence, let the Taiwu Emperor obliterate a large family in the empire. What is the majesty of the Taiwu Emperor? Only the 5 emperors can issue this order. Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian also knew this, but what they said now could almost completely represent Chitty, and they were not worried at all about the disobedience of Zhuangzong and Taiwu Empire. Within 3 days, there will be news from Nine Yang sect and Taiwu Empire. I believe it will never disappoint. Long Yu thought in his heart that the punishment and Dao Jingtian's handling of this matter have been quite in place. Considering various factors, it can be seen that their wisdom is definitely not low. But Long Yu is not satisfied with this. The Nine Suns sect and the Taiwu Empire are initially resolved, but there are other forces in the field. As long as Long Yu saw it, there were 3 forces, the Qin family, the Gongsun family, and the Shueiyue sword sect. There was no doubt that they were all staring at him. Long Yu doesn't want to be missed all the time. Although he has the means to escape, who wants to be hunted down all the time? Therefore, he must solve this matter once and for all. After the Taiwu Empire and the Nine Suns sect left, Long Yu stood up. He looked around, and first turned his gaze to the direction of the Qin family, and at the head of the Qin family, Qin Chongyue. Qin Chongyue led the Qin family to appear just now, bullying Qin Yashuang and Zi Su. Of course Long Yu felt it. This old guy, with a wicked heart, always wants to use Qin Yashuang to hook up with Lan Shuyan. Long Yu originally thought that the last time he went to Qin's family, he had made this person understand the situation, but he didn't expect that Qin Chongyue was still so stubborn. Long Yu must give such a guy a good beating. Qin Chongyue. Long Yu looked at Qin Chongyue and called out his name. This startled Qin Chongyue. Now Qin Chongyue, how dare to say more to Qin Yashuang and others? Can't wait to leave now. What happened in that short period of time just now almost confused him. Long Yu killed Lan Shuyan. Long Yu's senior brothers joined hands to kill more than a dozen strong men in the late stage of Emperor realm. Before Qin Chongyue could react from the shocking scene, Long Yu clicked on his name. How could he not be startled? Qin Chongyue quickly bowed his head respectfully. Of course, based on his character, it was definitely not because Long Yu bowed his head, but because of punishment and Dao Jingtian. If it wasn't for the punishment and Dao Jingtian, Qin Chongyue would probably be kneeling and licking the soles of Zhu Yangzong's shoes now. I, Long Yu, make an appointment to fight with you Qin Chongyue, a life and death battle. The time is set after the meeting of Emperor Shenwu. Do you dare? Looking directly at Qin Chongyue, Long Yu asked in a faint voice. Qin Chongyue is a cultivation base in the early stage of the Emperor realm, and is considered a very weak category among the cultivators of the Emperor realm, so the Qin family is just a small family in the holy city of the five emperors. But no matter what, he is still at the early stage of Emperor realm, and he has already comprehended a little deduction ability. A strong man in the imperial realm who has the ability to deduce is definitely much stronger than the current Lan Shuyan, and with a single move, he can reach the power of the golden flame of Lan Shuyan just now, and even slightly exceed it. But now, Long Yu actually made an appointment to fight against a strong man in the early stage of Emperor realm, Qin Chongyue. Qin Chongyue was stunned. He never thought that Long Yu would dare to propose a fight to him, or a life and death battle. Although the time was a year later, after the Shenwu Emperor meeting, but in just 1 year, this dragon, how much progress can you make? Step into the imperial realm at most. Immediately, many people around laughed, and they all felt that Long Yu was too arrogant to challenge the emperor-level powerhouse. Don't they know how big the gap is between the king-level martial arts and the emperor-level martial arts? However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Chongyue did not agree. He is cowardly. Having underestimated Long Yu many times, which put him in an embarrassing position, Qin Chongyue's estimation of Long Yu now definitely exceeds most of the others. Hearing Long Yu's appointment to fight, he thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Long Yu, you are a junior, and I am an elder. It is not appropriate for a junior to make an appointment with an elder, and it is a battle of life and death. As soon as these words came out, many people around were speechless. How cowardly is the master of this piano player? He didn't even dare to accept Long Yu's appointment. Don't rush to refuse. Long Yu smiled faintly. If you beat me in the duel, I guarantee that my senior brother will not trouble you, and I will also give you 100 million divine coins as a bet. What do you think? 100 million divine coins. When Qin Chongyue heard this, his breathing became short of breath. To be honest, he was quite afraid of Long Yu, so he didn't dare to agree to Long Yu's appointment, but the fear was not very strong, he just habitually didn't want to take risks. But that is without benefit. Now, Long Yu actually offered a bet of 100 million divine coins to make him agree to a fight. 100 million divine coins, what is this concept? If Qin Changyue now has 100 million divine coins, he can completely improve the realm of martial arts quickly, and even step into the late stage of the Emperor realm. At this moment, Qin Changyue's face changed, becoming expectant and greedy. Since you are so persistent, then I promise to make an appointment. When Qin Changyue said these words, he was immediately booed by a large group of people around him. The owner of the Qin family has such an ugly face, no wonder the Qin family has not been able to develop for so many years. The two daughters, Qin Yaxuang and Zixu, stood by the side without speaking. When they heard that Qin Changyue agreed to Long Yu's life and death battle, they were completely disappointed in Qin Changyue. Such a shameless person agreed to fight Long Yu just because of 100 million divine coins. It's really a shame. Most of the martial arts practitioners in the field expressed their disdain for Qin Changyue's shameless face, but Qin Changyue didn't notice it at all. He is now thinking about the 100 million divine coins. For the appointment with Long Yu, Qin Changyue felt that his chance of winning was as high as 90%. A plump figure came to Long Yu's side, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. "Shachi, I never thought you would be so bold and unrestrained. You are only in the middle stage of the King realm, and you dare to fight with your life and death against a strong Emperor realm. You are amazing. Fifth senior brother is the best, one hit 4 just now, haha." Long Yu laughed. The obese Yu Linfeng smiled, obviously feeling very proud of it, but Nailan Jun suddenly said, "It's just 4 slags, you can be proud of being able to block the attacks of 4 slags for so long. Really makes people laugh out loud." Nailan Jun and Yu Linfeng have always been at odds, and this time is no exception. Before the matters in the arena were dealt with, the two started bickering again. Long Yu's face darkened, he ignored the two of them, but turned around and looked to the other side. Gongsun family. Long Yu glanced at the patriarch of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Rong, a powerhouse in the mid-emperor realm, then squinted his eyes, and said, "Patriarch Gongsun, I know you hate me too. Gongsun Rong has just seen the punishment and the cruelty of Dao Jingtian and others, how dare he show his hatred for Long Yu?" He quickly put on a smiling face, and said, "Hee, where is it? Mr. Long is very talented, even if he kills my son, it is because I am not up to date, and I have eyes but don't know Mount Tai." Gongsun Rong hurriedly explained that he really wanted to show that he didn't hate Long Yu. How could Long Yu believe it? You must know that he killed this man's son. Long Yu was not afraid that Gongsun Rong would make a direct attack, but he was afraid that he would make some small moves secretly, so he had to stabilize this person today. "Patriarch Gongsun Rong, I will give you a chance to take revenge now, and you don't need to be hypocritical." The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, and he said directly, "I, Long Yu, make an appointment with you, a life and death battle. The time is the same as before, after the meeting of Emperor Shenwu, do you dare to accept it?" As soon as these words came out, everyone around immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at Long Yu and Gongsun Rong, and they couldn't believe it. Long Yu had just made an appointment with Qin Changyue, who was in the early stage of the Emperor realm, and now he even offered to challenge Gongsun Rong, who was in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. The Gongsun family is considered a good force in the holy city of the 5 emperors. There is a patriarch in the middle of the Emperor's realm. The cultivation resources of the young generation in the family can be said to be quite rich, and Gongsun Rong's own strength is of course beyond doubt. The middle stage powerhouse of the Emperor realm. If it is said that Lan Xian's Golden Flame offensive could barely reach the early stage of the Emperor's realm, then facing a strong mid-stage emperor like Gongsun Rong, it would be nothing deterrent. Although the date of the battle is set to be 1 year later, but what level can a martial artist in the middle stage of the King realm advance to in 1 year? Upgrading by 2 layers, reaching the early stage of the Imperial realm, is already the maximum estimate, and this is the fastest record in the history of the holy city of 5 emperors. The current Long Yu, with the strength in the middle stage of the Qing realm, can kill Lan Xuyan and Jing En in the early stage of the Qing realm. Then when Long Yu himself stepped into the early stage of the Emperor's realm, he should be able to deal with the existence of the late stage of the Emperor's realm. At most, he was evenly matched with the ordinary early stage of the Emperor's realm, and it was impossible to deal with the strong ones in the middle stage of the Emperor's realm. Undoubtedly, everyone present felt that Long Yu was crazy and too arrogant to challenge Gongsun Rong. On the other hand, the four senior brothers Xing Xing and Dao Jing Tian looked at Long Yu in surprise, but they were quite interested in these engagements proposed by him. Obviously, from the life and death appointment with Lan Xuyan, it can be seen that if Long Yu is not sure, it is impossible to propose such an appointment. So, how sure is he? Long Yu, what is there to rely on, so that he can reach the level of fighting against the strong in the middle stage of the Emperor realm within this year? When Long Yu made an appointment with Gongsun Rong himself was taken aback for a moment. He really didn't expect that Long Yu would dare to initiate an appointment with him, and it was still the same life and death battle. After the martial emperor meeting. Is this kid trying to kill himself? But Gongsun Rong is not an idiot, he said with a chuckle, young Master Long, you are joking, it is not suitable for the situation between you and me, right? Besides, you have already made an appointment with the head of the Qin family. In the hands of Qin Changyue, what's the point of our life and death engagement? As long as you agree to the appointment, then when the appointment is over, as long as you can survive, 100 million divine coins will be given to you. Long Yu was not at all worried that the other party would not agree, and continued to throw out temptations. I doubt it, how can you get so many god coins? Gongsun Rong was not dizzy, but squinted his eyes and asked. I do. If you don't believe my words, you should always believe my seniors? Long Yu smiled slightly. That's right, I will vouch for the seventh junior brother. Xing Xing said blankly, don't say 100 million, I can even get 1 billion. Well. Gongsun Rong's face darkened. I, Gongsun Rong, promised you a battle of life and death. I hope you can survive the master of the Qin family. Don't let me down. Rest assured. Long Yu said lightly. At this time, Qin Changyue, the patriarch of the Qin family, who had just agreed to the appointment with Long Yu, seemed a little trembling. He really did not expect that Long Yu would even invite the patriarch of the Gongsun family to fight. Gongsun Rong is a strong man in the middle stage of Emperor realm. The reason why the Qin family is weaker than the Gongsun family is because of the different strengths of the patriarchs, and there is a huge difference. If Gongsun Rong plays Qin Changyue, he may be able to beat 5 of them. Now, Long Yu actually made an appointment to fight Gongsun Rong. Even if Long Yu was not sure of winning, at least he could contend with Gongsun Rong. Where did he get his confidence? No matter what, Qin Changyue was a little scared in his heart. It was hard to imagine that he, a majestic and powerful man in the imperial realm, would be afraid of a kid who was only in the middle stage of Qing realm. However, he still became uncontrollably afraid, because what Long Yu did was so confident that it was hard to doubt. Could it be that there is something powerful that Long Yu cannot rely on? That's right, Patriarch Gongsun agreed, so there is more. Long Yu then turned his gaze to the other side, looking in the direction of Xueyue sword sect. The burly middle-aged Xueyue sword sect showed a smile. This smile made the burly middle-aged Xueyue sword sect's heart skip a beat, and he guessed a possibility. This kid, shouldn't he want to challenge himself? Immediately, the burly middle-aged man shook his head, secretly thinking that he was too delirious. You must know that he is a strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm, and he can become Jing'an's master in Xueyue sword sect. Can Rong's generation be compared? Although a strong man of his level is not as good as Lan Xuyan's master, it is absolutely extremely easy to deal with guys like Gongsun Rong, and he can kill one with a single flip of his hand. This Long Yu's appointment with Gongsun Rong is already the limit. How could he come to make an appointment with him? But then the burly middle-aged man froze. The xuanhuan sword sect, the uncle with the huge sword behind his back, the uncle who exudes murderous aura all over his body, what's your name? Long Yu said with a smile, by the way, I'm really sorry for killing your disciple. But no matter what your name is, I, Long Yu, will make an appointment to fight you, life and death, can you agree? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the audience exploded instantly. Is this Long Yu looking for death? He actually made an appointment to fight against the powerful existence of the xuanhuan sword sect in the late stage of the Emperor realm. The burly man, with a huge sword on his back, was full of murderous intent, but when he heard Long Yu's words, his expression froze. He couldn't believe that Long Yu really asked him to fight. He wanted to avenge his disciple Jing'an, but he never thought it would be this way. Haha, didn't Long Yu seek death by himself? Only in the middle stage of the King realm, he actually challenged the powerhouses in the late Emperor realm. You must know that someone like Long Yu can slap him to death with a single slap. Now, this Long Yu actually proposed a challenge to him, a life and death challenge? My name is Ji Haokong, one of the 18 elders of xuanhuan sword sect. The burly middle-aged man was disdainful, and said in a cold voice, you propose to fight me to the death, is it the same as the previous two guys, after the Shenwu Emperor meeting? Good. Long Yu nodded and said. Oh, you only said after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, but you didn't say how long after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting. Ji Haokong sneered, I know you are very talented. Do you want to practice for 10 years and then challenge me after you step into the Emperor realm? Forgive Ji Haokong for not being able to wait for such a long time. This guy is pretty smart. Long Yu's eyes lit up, but he still smiled, don't worry, our engagement will begin within 3 days after the Emperor Shenwu meeting ends. Which time will Emperor Shenwu meet? Ji Haokong asked persistently. This time the Emperor Shenwu will be held 1 year later. Long Yu said with certainty. Then I, Ji Haokong, accept your appointment, Long Yu. I hope you can live long enough to make an appointment with me. After Ji Haokong thoroughly confirmed, he laughed, turned around, and strode away. His disciple's revenge was avenged, and it was only a year later. Of course he was very happy. He hadn't thought at all that Long Yu would have the strength to deal with him after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, because the gap between the two sides was really too big, and the time left for Long Yu was only 1 year. In this year, Long Yu will definitely improve a lot, but he, Ji Haokong, won't. Everyone's strength is constantly improving. As for Ji Haokong, as a late-stage powerhouse of the Emperor realm, he might be able to step into the peak of the Emperor realm sometime, and go a step further. At that point, it is even more impossible for Long Yu to be Ji Haokong's opponent. Seeing that Long Yu proposed a fight, and Ji Haokong actually agreed, everyone in the field was stunned, this time even Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian were shocked. Make an appointment with Ji Haokong, a strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm. Such a person, even if Xing Sun personally takes action to deal with it, it will take 3 breaths to solve it. After 1 year, Long Yu will be able to reach the level of fighting Ji Haokong? Isn't this kid a little too arrogant? Everyone in the audience was stunned by Long Yu's actions, including Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian and other senior brothers, who were also shocked. A life and death battle with the head of the Qin family, the strong Qin Changyue in the early days of the Emperor realm. A life and death battle with the patriarch of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Rong, the strong mid-emperor realm. Finally, Ji Haokong, one of the 18 elders of the xuanhuan sword sect, who is a powerhouse in the late stage of the Emperor realm, will fight for life and death. These 3 rounds of appointments brought people more and more feelings. Even after Ji Haokong left with disdain, everyone was vaguely thinking, would this Long Yu want to find someone else for an appointment? Fortunately, Long Yu looked around, but he didn't seem to find any opponents for a fight, and finally he didn't continue to make a fight. A good show came to an end like this, but the hearts of the people did not calm down, but they were even more excited than at the beginning. What Long Yu did just now was already extremely shocking. He easily killed Jing'an, killed Lan Shuyan by surprise, and finally avoided the assassination of a late-stage killer in the Emperor realm. And when he made 3 appointments in a row, the hearts of all the people in the audience boiled up, and countless people began to look forward to the arrival of Emperor Shenwu even more. Before the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, there will be a competition for the strongest king realm, and a competition for the strongest emperor's realm, followed by the Shenwu Emperor's meeting. Originally, many people present were looking forward to the Shenwu Emperor's meeting the most, but now, they were faintly looking forward to the 3 battles with Long Yu after the Shenwu Emperor's meeting. The crowd dispersed without further ado. And Long Yu's battle finally began to spread. Countless people talked about Long Yu's first public display of his strength. There is no doubt that Long Yu can kill the genius Lan Shuyan with his cultivation in the middle stage of the King Realm, and his strength is definitely second to none among all King Realm martial arts. If a year later, Long Yu has not stepped into the Emperor Realm, then the top 3 in the strongest King Realm competition must be Long Yu. The reason why he is not the first is because there are always capable different people, born with countless talents. No one knows where a genius will emerge and overwhelm everyone. People have always guessed who will be the number 1 in the strongest King Realm, but generally no one will guess right, because there are too many King Realm powerhouses in the entire Shenwu world. Young Master Long, are you alright? The 2 girls, Qin Yashuang and Zisu, hurried over to check if Long Yu was injured or not. It's alright, don't worry. Long Yu smiled, and then said, it's time for us to go back. Qin Yashuang was very sweet in her heart. Before today, she had never thought that Long Yu would be so powerful. Even though she stepped on the 30th floor in the 5 Emperors illusory realm, Long Yu's own martial arts realm was still too low. However, what if the realm of martial arts is low? Still blasting Lan Shuyan to nothing left. Brother Long, you are so awesome, haha. Feng Xiaofei, Feng Haofeng and others also ran over, and they were extremely shocked by Long Yu's current combat power. It seemed that the gap between them and Long Yu was getting farther and farther. However, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng did not envy Long Yu, because Long Yu was so good from the beginning, and was regarded as an idol by Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng. If they all need to be jealous, they will probably die of jealousy sooner or later. Xu Chan and Du Guijian also approached, but they didn't say anything. Long Yu's performance today was so amazing that Xu Chan felt that she would never be able to catch up with Long Yu. This made her feel depressed, but it was not very serious. When I followed Long Yu to the holy city of 5 emperors, I was already mentally prepared. Everyone returned to the holy tower, the domain of dragons. Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian and others also followed, and they were very kind to Long Yu. After returning to the dragon realm, they finally revealed the purpose of looking for Long Yu this time. Gift? Long Yu was a little surprised. Yes, it stands to reason that our seniors should have prepared this meeting ceremony for you a long time ago, but it was delayed until today to investigate what you specifically need. Xing Xing smiled heartily, so, the few of us gathered together a bunch of divine crystals for you. You seem to need this thing very much. It is quite necessary. Long Yu nodded with a smile. He now has 3,570 first-class divine language crystals on his body. This amount is shocking, but it is not enough for him. He wanted to restore the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and upgrade it to become an ancient soldier. That would require 10,000 divine crystals. Therefore, as for the divine rune crystals, the more Long Yu is, the better, and all comers will not be rejected. Now punishing them to take out the divine script crystal and give it to Long Yu as a meeting gift, of course Long Yu would not refuse. After all, the other party is his senior brother, and he finally prepared the meeting gift. He would not give face if he refused. A total of 6,000. Xing Xing said with a smile, during the half a year you were away, each of us wiped out almost all the divine crystals on the market. Later, I heard that as soon as you came back, you replaced the batch of divine crystals just obtained by the Five Emperors Alliance. Wen Jingjing knew that we were not wrong. 6,000. So many? Even if he was mentally prepared, Long Yu was taken aback. This is simply against the sky, 6,000 first-class divine language crystals? This is the number of divine crystals that can only be obtained by destroying 20 alien beast lairs. Not many, in fact, the 6 of us prepared it for you together, and each prepared 1,000 pieces. Xing smiled and said, your third senior sister came back from her experience and wanted to see you, but it's a pity that you didn't come back for so long, so she went to retreat. I still don't know the name of third senior sister? Long Yu was a little curious. Yu Xiaoyin is Fatty's older sister, said the penalty. Long Yu was stunned when he heard it. Yu Xiaoyin? Yu Linfeng? These are 2 siblings? It is really shocking that both siblings have become the direct disciples of Chitty. Long Yu didn't know it before, but now that he knew it, he was shocked. Anyone who hears this news will be as startled as you are, haha. Punishment laughed. Immediately afterwards, Xing Sun placed a total of 6,000 first-class divinity crystals of various attributes in a space ring warrior, and handed them to Long Yu. Thank you, brothers. Long Yu couldn't help being a little excited. Even though he is very rich now, it is still difficult to collect 10,000 divine crystals. Unexpectedly, Xing and the others collected 1,000 crystals, but they even collected 6,000 for him. Adding these 6,000 pieces, Long Yu has 9,500 divine language crystals, which is a little short of 10,000. This gave Long Yu confidence. If the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can be repaired into an ancient-level top-quality soldier, then this soldier will become Long Yu's absolute defense. It's crushing. Of course, it's just difficult to smash it for a while. If the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda wants to have the strongest defense, it must activate the 9 nether sky screen, but the 9 nether sky screen can only be used 5 times a day. Without the protection of the 9 nether sky screen, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was still unable to withstand the continuous attacks of the powerful emperors. Thank you, sisters, too. Xing smiled. Long Yu nodded. Next time, if the master has a new direct disciple, then you will have to help arrange gifts together, haha. Xing patted Long Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile. That's fine. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It was extremely easy for him to choose a gift. Although he does not have much wealth now, he has many treasures that ordinary people have never seen. Of those hundreds of pills, any one that comes out is a priceless treasure. If it's my junior or younger sister, it's no big deal to send a pill. Prepare well. There is still 1 year left, before the competition of the strongest king realm. If you can break through to the emperor realm, then hold on first. Don't break through, otherwise you will miss an opportunity. The punishment said to Long Yu meaningfully. Long Yu remembered what the death envoy had investigated before, and couldn't help asking, Elder brother, I've heard about this, and I want to ask, have you ever entered the 7 great masters together with Tianwai Genius? One of the forbidden places? If you get the first place in the strongest king realm, you are eligible to enter one of the 7 forbidden places in the world of Shenwu together with the geniuses outside the sky. It was the pillar of the small world before the Joyo Dragon Emperor, and it contains extremely strong inner power. Entering it can enhance one's own inner world, which is an excellent opportunity. Long Yu wanted to know, just how talented is the genius outside the sky? When Xing heard Long Yu's question, he frowned slightly, and then said, I have been there, but I didn't get much benefit. Those geniuses beyond the sky are too strong, and there are even warriors who surpass the ancient level. Martial skills, elixir. The martial arts in our Shenwu world are not their opponents at all. In the 7 forbidden areas, most of the resources have been robbed by them. I only got a little inner world power in it, But even in this way, the improvement of my strength is also very obvious. One can imagine how powerful those geniuses from beyond the sky will become after going through such a line. Endless level. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Endless level fighters may erupt extremely terrifying power, and their power is endless. Even the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor doesn't have many things of this level. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is one of the endless level warriors, but it has been damaged now, and it is still far away to fully repair it. As for the martial arts of the endless level, it is even more rare. Even the Joyo Dragon Emperor has only learned one move, which shows the horror of the endless level. Those extraterrestrial geniuses actually possess endless level soldiers and martial arts. It can be seen that the power behind those extraterrestrial geniuses is definitely no less than that of the Joyo Dragon Emperor in its heyday. For a long time, Long Yu has relied on the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor Joyo to a certain extent, so it is going smoothly in the world of Shenwu, and there is almost no big threat. But if you encounter these extraterrestrial geniuses, the situation will be different. The Joyo Dragon Emperor is dead. And the powerhouses behind these extraterrestrial geniuses are still alive, and they will be passed on to judge. However, of course, Long Yu would not just admit defeat like this. On the contrary, facing the stronger opponent, Long Yu would be more interested in fighting, even if he was a genius outside the sky. So what? Concubine Yu, I don't know where you are now. Long Yu thought of that hazy woman wearing a veil again, and he wanted to know more and more who this woman was and what relationship it had with Joyo Dragon Emperor. Maybe, when I meet Tianwai Genius, I will be able to see Concubine Yu again? Afterwards, Long Yu went back to Beishua Dynasty again, and this time he brought many people, including 2 young girls, Liao Lele and Feng Yusin. Liao Lele was summoned by Long Yu to be an alchemist, and there were also several women who were originally from the alchemy hall of Tianyu Manor, who followed Liao Lele to help. As for Feng Yusin, Long Yu gave her the ancient high-grade soldier, the suffering man's flute. If her martial arts realm can be improved rapidly, then she can also occupy a place in the competition for the strongest king with this soldier. Another ancient high-grade soldier, the god of war god's halberd, was given to Feng Xiaofei, because Feng Xiaofei was already compatible with the god of war, so it was more suitable for this soldier. As for the others, Long Yu didn't have so many fighters anymore. He just told everyone that he could accept more missions issued by the major forces in the holy city of the 5 emperors, so that he could get more cultivation resources. Even if they only practice hard in closed doors in the dragon realm and only rely on the Protoss formation, everyone's cultivation speed will be many times faster, which is not the same as when they were in Tianyu Manor. Long Yu registered all the main characters of Tianyu Manor on the roster of the Dragon Realm in the Alliance of 5 Emperors. As long as other people come, they can be led to the Dragon Realm, and their actions will be much more convenient. The reason why these arrangements are made is because Long Yu is going to undergo a 1-year retreat, and he will not appear in front of anyone before the start of the Strongest King Realm competition. When he reappears, he will be in a brand new state. Because of this, he will kill Lan Shuyan in the holy city of the 5 emperors, and show off all his means in a grand manner, because after a year, he will become the strongest king. At the beginning of the competition, all of Long Yu's methods will become stronger, and even have many more methods. The current strength exposure is harmless, and it will even cause everyone to have wrong guesses about Long Yu's strength. 3 days later, Nine Sun Sect and Taiwu Empire sent a reply to the previous incident. Because the faction of Lan Shuyan and his master violated the rules set by the 5 emperors and tried to kill people in the holy city of the 5 emperors, the Nine Sun Sect punished all the remaining 12 members of this faction by abolishing their danshans. 12 crippled people were handed over to Chidi's chief direct disciple, and the penalty was punished instead. The punishment involuntarily killed these 12 people. As for the Taiwu Empire, it is much simpler. The family of the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat, because of his participation in this incident, Emperor Taiwu expressed his anger at this and ordered the whole family to be executed. There were more than 1,000 men and women in that family, including servants, all of whom were slaughtered. Rao Longyu was used to killing, and he felt a little unbearable for this kind of unilateral family slaughter, but this is the world of martial arts, the world where martial arts are respected. The middle-aged man in the bamboo hat just wanted to avenge Longyu, which resulted in the destruction of his entire family. It was extremely sad, but if you want to find out the root cause, you can't blame Longyu. After all, Longyu is just a victim. The real culprit is undoubtedly the current ruler of the Taiwu Empire, who issued an order to capture Longyu in the ancient ruins of the Shenluo Empire, which caused the Taiwu Empire to suffer heavy losses. The family of the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat is nothing more than a victim brought out by the upper echelons of the Taiwu Empire. With these two pieces of news, plus the fact that Longyu had made an appointment with Qin Chongyue, Gong Sun Rong, and Ji Haokong, it was impossible for anyone else in the holy city of the five emperors to be interested in Longyu for the time being. Similarly, people of Longyu's line will no longer be intentionally bullied by others in the holy city of the five emperors, because once they offend these people, they may lead to Longyu, which in turn leads to Xing and others. Isn't the lesson of Lan Shuyan from the Nine Sons sect not enough for those who want to deal with Longyu to recognize the situation? As for Longyu himself, after receiving these two pieces of news, he embarked on his journey, planning to meet the Death Envoy again and ask him to help him in his cultivation. What is the main direction of Longyu's cultivation in the future? Point. First of all, of course, he had to take that Star God pill first, and try to impact the training martial skill of Tian Shu Inchi to the transformation realm, and then he practiced or took other pills. The effect would increase sharply, so that he could get twice the result with half the effort. Second, taking all the common pills exchanged from the Five Emperors Alliance, plus the special crystals at the imperial level, Longyu is going to attack the late stage of the king's realm. The true spirit of the dragon is integrated into the inner world, so that the original power is born in the inner world. At this level, Longyu will be able to put all the tens of thousands of ice god race alien beasts that were previously sealed in the Shura ancient palace into his inner world, including the 10 guards of the Emperor's realm Holy Garden, who followed him from the Shenluo Empire. They will all become part of the power of Longyu's inner world. The third is to take 38 elixirs of divine scriptures. These elixirs are all supergrade elixirs of ancient times, and their effects are extremely terrifying. 8 attributes. After taking these elixirs, Longyu's compatibility with the divine script of the shadow attribute can definitely reach the 9th level, and thus start to practice the divine formation. Although he didn't know what magic formation cultivation technique the Death Envoy would teach, Longyu was certain that it would definitely bring his strength to a higher level. In addition, among the 38 elixirs of divine rune bonding, the improvement of divine rune fitting is only a side effect, and it also contains countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Longyu only intends to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to expand his inner world, close to a radius of 100,000 li, that is to say, to reach the peak of the king realm, but not step into the emperor realm. In the competition for the strongest king realm, Longyu has to participate no matter what, and if there is any remaining spiritual energy in the world, Longyu intends to use it to comprehend the secrets of martial arts and control the balance. Before, it was only the first level of balance control, so let Longyu try it. When it comes to the sweetness, if you can cultivate it to a higher level, you will definitely be more handy in battle. The fourth is to take 25 supernatural power seed pills. These 25 supernatural power pills are also supergrade and ancient level supergrade pills. It cannot be refined, because one of the raw materials cannot be found in the Shenwu world, and this kind of raw material can only be found in the source of the divine text. And the source of divine writing, of course, does not exist in the world of divine martial arts. With these 25 pills, Long Yu's 3 high-level innate supernatural powers can definitely be upgraded to become the real kingly way. After achieving the kingly way, not only the single supernatural power is stronger, but also the strength of Long Yu's inner world can be enhanced. After all, Wuxiu's inner world is based on the 7 innate supernatural powers. And just like before, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in these 25 pills, it can be used to practice martial arts secrets and control them in balance. So far, there are still 4 endless level pills left, and Long Yu doesn't plan to take them now. These 4 endless level medicines are for him to attack the Imperial Realm, and they can even directly attack the late stage of the Imperial Realm. You know, this is an endless level elixir. If an ordinary martial artist at his level, even if he got the endless pill, he would not be able to absorb it, because the aura of heaven and earth in it is too strong, and the King Realm martial artist might explode and die if he forcibly absorbs it. Dragon Blade, there is no such problem. After completing the first 4 steps, Long Yu's cultivation is considered to be on the right track. Although he has only raised 1 level of martial arts realm, his overall strength has increased by at least 10 times. The next 5th step is to continue to practice the body of death with the assistance of the Death Envoy. This ancient-level top-grade body training martial skill is very useful for Long Yu, and has saved his life many times. If he continues to practice death-level body training, then his physical strength will reach a level that is difficult for ordinary Emperor-level powerhouses to achieve. Degree. At the peak of the King Realm, one can have the physical strength of a powerhouse at the peak of the King Realm. It is shocking to say this. Before Long Yu left, he had already left all the alchemy materials such as the ancient dragon elephant to Liao Lei. I hope that after a year, her alchemy technology will make a breakthrough, and it will be compatible with the bitter sea medicine cauldron. A lot of pills came. After taking the elixir refined by the ancient dragon elephant, Long Yu's physical strength will be greatly improved again, reaching an unimaginable level, and he can even kill all martial arts at the imperial level with his physical body alone. The 6th step is related to the 9,500 divine crystals on Long Yu's body. He doesn't plan to restore the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to the ancient level so soon, because there is no need for that for the time being. He plans to select 3,000 divine language crystals from it for transformation, so that he can understand the Death divine language and Shura divine language. Complete comprehension of the 3 original level divine texts and siphon divine texts. According to the Death Envoy, if he fully comprehends both the divine script of Death and the divine script of Shura, there is a move that can be used to fuse the divine array, and the Envoy of Death can teach him for free, which is quite attractive to Long Yu. The total of the above 6 aspects is what Long Yu wants to improve in the next year. The time is very tight, and he doesn't know if he will have time to complete these steps. In the battle, Long Yu's goal must be number 1. When he leaves the customs, although he is still only at the peak of the King Realm, he will definitely be able to deal with an ordinary early Emperor Realm expert like Qin Chuanyue, because most of the things that Long Yu has mastered are beyond the existence of the world of Shenwu, so the exaggerated leapfrog battle is not too exaggerated when you think about it carefully. Long Yu's current goal is not in the Shenwu world, but in those geniuses from beyond the sky. As for Qin Chuanyue, Gong Sun Rong, and Ji Haokong, who proposed a life and death battle before, they were completely regarded by Long Yu as stepping stones. And even, Long Yu's goal was not only the number 1 in the strongest King Realm competition. Even the strongest emperor, Long Yu wants to try it. 7 days after each competition of the strongest King Realm, there is the competition of the strongest Emperor Realm. During these 7 days, Long Yu can use the endless level pills to improve the realm of martial arts, participate in the competition of the strongest Emperor Realm, and get acquainted with those who belong to the Emperor Realm. After laying the foundation, the strength can be improved again. What if he wins the first place again in the strongest Imperial Realm competition? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. I'm afraid no one would have thought that his ambition would be so great. 1 year, neither long nor short. During this year, many things happened in the holy city of the 5 emperors, but these things have nothing to do with Long Yu. This year, Long Yu disappeared and completely retreated. Even Qin Yaxuang, Xu Chan and others did not see Long Yu. Not to mention other people, but most people know that Long Yu must be practicing in seclusion, striving to become a blockbuster at the grand meeting of the strongest king. It's not just Long Yu, in fact, many people have been preparing for the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association during this year. Whether it's the King Realm or the Emperor's Realm, or even the powerhouses of the Emperor's Realm, they all attach great importance to the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association, because there is a big gathering of powerful people in the Imperial Realm only once every 50 years. As for the competition between the strongest king and the strongest emperor before the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association, it is at best an appetizer. The top powerhouses in the Xuanhuan world only care about the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association, a grand event for competing for the title of 5 emperors. Just half a year before the start of the Strongest King Realm competition, more and more people came to the holy city of 5 emperors from all over the world of Xuanhuan. Will do. Today, there is still 1 month before the start of the Strongest King Realm competition. At this time, the 5 emperors' holy city is already full of foreign kingly secret realm martial arts and demon cultivators. As long as the cultivators who have broken through the mystical realm of supernatural powers and stepped into the mystical realm of the royal way are eligible to participate in this grand event. Many King Realm and Emperor Realm martial cultivators from places like the Baixua dynasty have longed for the holy city of the 5 emperors for a long time. Normally, they would not come here at all, but this time, the strongest King Realm, the strongest Emperor Realm, the competition and the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association were all gathered together, so this time there were many more people than usual. In the previous competitions between the strongest King Realm and the strongest Emperor Realm, less than 1/10 of the people from the entire Xuanhuan world came to participate, because most people knew that they had nothing to do with this kind of competition, and it was impossible for them to participate in the competition. Ranked in. In other words, if there are a total of 1 million King Realm powerhouses in the world of Xuanhuan, at most 100,000 King Realm powerhouses will participate in the strongest King Realm competition. These 100,000 King Realm powerhouses will all be in the late King Realm stage, and rarely appear in the middle stage of the King Realm. Martial arts, as for the early stage of King Realm, there are even fewer. As for the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association held once every 50 years, there are a lot of people participating, and at least half of the martial arts above the king level who come to participate in the Xuanhuan Emperor's Association from the Xuanhuan world will come. This year, with the combination of the three, more than 70% of the people will come to participate, which is a total of millions of people. Whenever this happens, the scene in the holy city of the 5 emperors becomes spectacular. It is true that the emperor's realm is everywhere, and there are as many kings as dogs. If you pick 10 people randomly on the road, 9 of them will step into the palace. The existence of the kingly secret realm. It is conceivable that the holy city of the 5 emperors will be quite chaotic under such circumstances. Fortunately, a total of hundreds of people have entered the city, which is not too much for the holy city of the 5 emperors. It can be accommodated, but it is much more difficult to manage. On the streets of the holy city of the 5 emperors, there will be conflicts almost every moment. Once a conflict occurs, the 5 emperors' alliance will dispatch strong men to arrest the troublemakers, and kill those who cause serious troubles on the spot. Even so, the conflicts on the streets are still repeated. There is no way to do it. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. What's more, the current 5 emperors' holy city has gathered strong people from the entire world of martial arts. The strong have their own arrogance. If there is any conflict, it is easy to fight. This is the stage where the powerhouses of the entire Xuanhuan world gather together. In the holy city of the five emperors, in a certain courtyard of an inn in the west of the city, there lived a group of more than 70 famous emperors and kings from the distant Tianqing dynasty. The leader among them is the Emperor Tianqing, who is wearing golden armor all over his body. Including Emperor Tianqing, there are a total of 10 imperial realm powerhouses in this courtyard. Among them, Emperor Tianqing is at the late stage of the imperial realm, and the other 10 are all at the middle or early stage of the imperial realm. A total of more than 70 people from the Tianqing dynasty came to participate in the Xuanhuan Emperor meeting this time. It can be said that they almost came out in full force. The Alliance's teleportation circle is free to use. If there is any problem with the Tianqing dynasty, he can go back and deal with it immediately. This undoubtedly shows the wealth of the Five Emperors Alliance. The storage of space attribute alien beast crystals is almost endless, and there is no worry that it will be exhausted. Report to Royal Father, everything about Long Yu has been found out. A young man in a golden robe strode in from outside the courtyard. He was the eldest prince of the Tianqing dynasty. This person also had a mid-imperial realm cultivation at this time, and he could be alone in the Tianqing dynasty. Emperor Tianqing sat on the main seat, and asked lightly, "Have you found out? What is Long Yu's cultivation level now? Has he really become the direct disciple of the Red Emperor?" "Father, this rumor may be true." The eldest prince of the Tianqing dynasty darkened his face, and said, "Long Yu, it is said that he came to the holy city of the five emperors more than a year ago, entered the illusory realm of the five emperors, and stepped on the 30th floor. A year ago, in the holy city of the five emperors, with a cultivation base in the middle stage of the king realm, he forcibly killed a sect genius at the early stage of the king realm, and proposed a life and death battle against 3 strong emperor realm masters." What? Emperor Tianqing guessed that the rumor that Long Yu was the direct disciple of the Red Emperor was probably true, but he did not expect that Long Yu a year ago was able to kill the strong in the early stage of the imperial realm. Not only that, but Long Yu actually proposed a life and death pact, with the targets being 3 powerful men from the emperor realm. The first Prince Tianqing told the Emperor Tianqing about the details, and the Emperor Tianqing frowned slightly, lost in thought, and said after a long time, "Let's put it down, now we can't do anything to him anymore." Hearing Emperor Tianqing's words, Prince Tianqing's heart sank. Father, this Long Yu is the murderer who killed the 6th younger brother. How can you let go like this? Even if this person is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, but this person's martial arts realm is not very high. After a year, it must be difficult to step from the middle stage of the king's realm to the emperor's realm, right? As long as this Long Yu is still in the king realm and meets the 3rd brother and 2nd sister in the competition for the strongest king, the 3rd brother and 2nd sister will definitely kill this son and avenge the 6th brother. Emperor Tianqing is not young, and has not been able to break through to the imperial realm for many years. His Majesty in the Tianqing dynasty is not as good as before, especially in the previous battle with Yuhanqing. People, but the first Prince Tianqing and others vaguely knew about it. Therefore, the first Prince Tianqing also began to dissatisfy the Emperor Tianqing. Emperor Tianqing said he would let go, regardless of Long Yu, but the eldest Prince Tianqing would never let go. In another corner of the holy city of the five emperors, a young man with a beard was drinking with an old man. This young man had a late-stage cultivation base of the king realm, and there was a faint sign of breaking through the king realm. The old man opposite him had a pair of big ears like cattail leaves. Looks benevolent, but he is a strong man in the imperial realm. The old man with big ears was wearing a gray robe, and his martial arts realm was extremely concealed. Even some powerful people in the imperial realm drank here, and they couldn't see through his exact cultivation. Master, I found out that Shu Chan, Long Yu, and the others are all in the holy city of the five emperors now. The unshaven young man said to the old man with big ears, calmly. The old man with big ears rolled his eyelids, but there was no response. Long Yu, the last time he appeared was a year ago, in the middle stage of the King realm. Now, a year has passed, and he should be around the late King realm like me. Besides, he is now the seventh direct disciple of the Red Emperor. As soon as the bearded young man mentioned Long Yu, a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. Many years ago, I was hunted down by that Long Yu, and I managed to escape by using Star River Turn. This time, as long as he dares to show up, I will definitely deal with it. This person turned out to be Tian Xinghe. Many years ago, when Long Yu and Xu Chan returned to the attacked Shura County and escaped with the Shura sacred tree, they chased and killed Tian Xinghe, but Tian Xinghe used Xinghe to escape. Unexpectedly, Xinghe is wandering outside this day, and he is apprenticed to an old man with big ears in the imperial realm. It seems that this old man with big ears is extremely powerful. If you face him alone, how sure are you of winning? The old man with big ears asked lazily. This time the strongest King realm competition, I came with the intention of winning. As long as he is still the King realm, I will win him 100%. Tian Xinghe exudes strong self-confidence, although he is the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, but the strength of the master is not inferior to that of the Red Emperor. Nothing is 100% in the world. The old man with big ears smiled. Your state of mind is still not peaceful enough, so it's not appropriate. But this time, Master will help you deal with that Long Yu together. Presumably as long as you get rid of this person, you will be able to deal with it in the future. Let's practice with all our heart. Good. Tian Xinghe took a sip of wine, closed his eyes, and said lightly, there is also Xu Chan, that little girl, I will definitely make her my woman. Regarding this, the old man with big ears was non-committal. He drank his wine to himself, raised his head, and looked at the towering holy tower outside the window. At the gate of the holy city of the five emperors, a few powerhouses of the emperor realm led a group of hundreds of powerhouses to this city located in the center of the entire Shenwu world. Judging from the costumes of this group of people, they should all come from a distant empire, called Shenluo Empire. Among this crowd, there were two extremely beautiful young girls, both of whom were in the late stage of the King realm, and were even about to break through to the Emperor realm. They were quite good at this age. These two people are Situliuli from the Shenluo Empire, the city of the desolate god, and her maid Qian Yuexia. Finally reached. Situliuli's face was covered with frost, and anger and hatred kept flashing in her eyes. She raised her head and looked at the city gate, but what appeared in her mind was the scene in the holy garden of the imperial palace. The third prince of the Shenluo Empire, so elegant and handsome, was attacked and killed by a trick called Long Yu. It's not just Situliuli, there are hundreds of people in this line, and everyone's face is a little dark, because now, the strength of the Shenluo Empire has dropped drastically, and it is even only a little bit stronger than some dynasties. The fundamental reason is that more than a year ago, Long Yu went to the Shenluo Empire to explore an ancient ruin, and that ancient ruin actually buried more than a dozen strongest emperors in the Shenluo Empire, including the emperor of the Shenluo Empire, the prime minister of the Shenluo Empire, etc. It also includes the city lord of the City of the Gods, Situ Kong. That incident almost wiped out the entire Shenluo Empire. If it weren't for the eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire, who had a middle-stage cultivation base of the Emperor realm and calmed down the scene in time, it is not certain whether the Shenluo Empire will exist now. In addition to the people from the Shenluo Empire, there are also many former enemies of Long Yu gathered in the holy city of the five emperors, such as a large group of martial arts from the Yunyan Empire. Unlike the Shenluo Empire, the enmity between the Shenluo Empire and Long Yu is unforgettable. Although they committed their own deaths, they certainly would not admit that it was their own mistake. Even if they were wrong, the big mistake has been made now. It is not over until Long Yu is beheaded. As for the Yun Empire, the hatred towards Long Yu was almost the same as that of the Emperor Tianqin. The third and second sons of Emperor Yundi all died at the hands of Long Yu, and the third son died a long time ago. After investigating for a long time, he found out that it was Long Yu. He wanted to take revenge, but was blocked by Yu Hanqin. Unexpectedly, not long after, the second son Yun Chushui died in the hands of Long Yu again, and died in the Beishua dynasty. Yundi naturally wants to kill Long Yu and then quickly, so he is prepared for a long time for this competition of the strongest king. Regarding these things, Long Yu knew very well in his heart that in the competition for the strongest king, he would definitely encounter many enemies from the past, but, even Long Yu did not expect that he would encounter so many enemies. Corresponding to these people, many of Long Yu's friends also came of course. Everyone in Longue Empire feels extremely happy now. Why? Because the 12-winged god clan lairs that had troubled them for many years were finally wiped out by the alliance of 5 emperors. It is said that the plan to destroy the 12-winged god clan lairs was proposed by Long Yu after the detection. The 5 emperors alliance defeated the 12-winged god clan lairs without losing anyone. Detailed. Prime Minister Heng Yi of the Longue Empire, General Zhang Tianyuan, and the Great Elder, that is, the gray-haired old man, had personally witnessed Long Yu's rampage and finally killed the young master of the Shadow Pavilion who was originally impossible to kill. Long returned to the empire as a matter of course, and regarded Long Yu as a friend. In addition to the people from the Longue Empire, there were also people from the Beishua dynasty who came to the 5 emperors' holy city for the first time, which surprised them all. The people of the Beishua dynasty were divided into 2 groups, one of which was based around Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion, and some forces that were closer to Long Yu, such as Yu Shuawu, the head of the Shuawu Legion, and Ruoshui from Ruoshui County. The county king, the county king's nephew, Si Kongi, etc., are all Long Yu's friends. The other group is people from Shuali Manor, Kunyao Manor, Lingyan Manor, Tianxiang Manor, etc. These forces do not want to make friends with Long Yu, but the previous conflicts have already been settled. Even if they work hard to repair, it was also difficult to get into Long Yu's circle, so they had no choice but to come alone. All in all, the entire Shenwu world is now mobilized, and more than half of the kingly secret realm powerhouses have gathered in the holy city of 5 emperors, waiting for the start of the strongest king realm competition. Everyone is waiting for the start of the strongest king realm competition. This is the beginning of all grand events this year, and many forces are very concerned about the competition for the strongest king realm. After all, which force does not have young juniors in the King's Way secret realm? Who wouldn't want to see their juniors shine in such a large-scale competition? This is a highly anticipated event. In such a grand event, the proportion of people who have been paying attention to Long Yu now is not very large. Although Long Yu is very famous in the holy city of 5 emperors, it is not a big deal in the entire world of Shenwu. Because the things that Shenwu pays attention to are naturally different in different parts of the world. Most people only pay attention to the things around them, and what Long Yu did before is still far away from the vast majority of people. However, as long as Long Yu stands out among the strongest kings, then the entire Shenwu world will know his name. That's why so many people will come to participate and pay attention to this competition. The closer to the start of the strongest king realm competition, the fewer and fewer disturbances and conflicts in the entire holy city of 5 emperors, because most people have already heard the news they want to know, and are now preparing nervously. Some people are fighting for all the time to improve their own strength, but others are thinking about some other purpose, just like those enemies of Long Yu. They are all thinking about how to kill Long Yu in the strongest king realm competition. What's interesting is that even though the time for the opening of the strongest king realm competition was getting closer, Long Yu didn't show up. In this year, he seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no one had seen him. Some people think that Long Yu may have died while training outside, but some people firmly believe that Long Yu cannot die, and his current strength must be strong enough to break through the sky. There are still 3 days left before the opening time of the Strongest King Realm competition. On days like this, even the 5 emperors have all returned to the holy city of the 5 emperors. In this kind of scene, the 5 emperors must be gathered together, including the emperor who has been training outside. However, everyone still can't see the 5 emperors now, and they can only see the 5 emperors gathered 3 days later, when the Strongest King Realm competition finally opens. At this moment, outside the Holy Tower, countless people are queuing up, preparing to enter the Holy Tower. Whether it is the competition of the Strongest King Realm, the competition of the Strongest Emperor Realm, or the Xuanhuan Emperor's meeting, the venue is on the 10,000th floor of the Holy Tower. It is a space with special functions that can accommodate tens of millions of people. Even if hundreds of thousands of people compete, they can be arranged easily and quickly. As long as you are a strong person in the secret realm of the King's Way, you can enter it after registering with the 5 Emperors Alliance. Whether you want to participate in the Strongest King Realm competition or want to watch the battle, you can enter the 10,000th floor of the Holy Tower, which is the best platform to accommodate so many people. Most importantly, that space was originally designed for large-scale competitions. And it is said that only in that space can the Strongest King Realm competition with more than 100,000 participants be held. Qin Yashuang, Xu Chan and others are lining up to enter the 10,000th floor of the Holy Tower. The 2 women felt a little uneasy, because Long Yu hadn't appeared until now, so it's possible that Long Yu forgot the time, right? Xu Chan was better. She knew that Long Yu was practicing in seclusion in the ancient Shura temple, but Qin Yashuang didn't know, so she had a lot of bad guesses in her mind. In Qin Yashuang's mind, if Long Yu wanted to retreat, the best place would be in the star spirit formation of the Holy Pagoda. Since he wasn't there, he probably went out to practice, otherwise why there was no news for so long? Now there are 3 days left in the Strongest King Realm competition, and Long Yu has not returned yet. Could it be delayed by something? You guys, don't worry, even if Mr. Long misses the Strongest King Realm competition, it's fine. On the contrary, Zissou was more open about this, and said carelessly, 1 year is enough for him to step into the Imperial Realm, maybe he will come back in a month, and directly participate in the Strongest Imperial Realm competition? Right. Xu Chan nodded with a smile. If he stepped into the Emperor Realm, there is no need for the Strongest King Realm to participate. He has always been very measured. We don't have to think about him, we should think more about ourselves. Qin Yashuang silently nodded. Now, whether it is Qin Yashuang, Zissou, or Xu Chan, they have all entered the late stage of the King Realm, and they all want to participate in the competition for the Strongest King Realm. They want to know what level their strength has reached. Soon it was their turn. Together with Tianyu Manor, Azura Mansion, and some people from the North Snow Dynasty who are pro-dragon guards, they stepped into the Holy Tower, and under the guidance of the members of the 5 Emperors Alliance, they were directly teleported to the 10,000th floor of the Holy Tower. This place is called 10,000 Layers of Space. Not only because this space is located on the 10,000th floor of the Holy Tower, but also because this space already has 10,000 floors. The top and bottom floors are the spectator floors, and all the floors in the middle are competition floors. Even Qin Yashuang, who grew up in the holy city of the 5 emperors, came here for the first time, because she hadn't stepped into the King Realm before the last Strongest King Realm competition, so of course she was not qualified to come here. At this time, she came with Xu Chan and the others, and she felt that all of them came to a large courtyard with pavilions, terraces, flowers, and pavilions, where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. This courtyard is one of the courtyards on the spectator floor of the 10,000-story space. There are a total of hundreds of thousands of such courtyards in the 10,000-story space, and each courtyard is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Every powerful person who comes here will be arranged in such a courtyard. Because the entire Strongest King Realm competition lasts for 1 month, and everyone will spend this month in this courtyard, so of course an excellent residence and viewing place will be arranged. The courtyard is very large, and the entire courtyard seems to be built on a floating island in the void, and the surroundings of the floating island are completely dark voids. Nothing can be seen in the void, and there is no end in sight. I've been here before. From the Northern Snow Dynasty, Yu Xiuwu, the head of the Xiuwu Legion, came to the side of Qin Yashuang and Xu Chan, and said with a smile, "In this courtyard, everything is well prepared for food and use, enough for us to use for a month. As for the dark void around the courtyard, it is a place to watch the battle." A place to watch the battle? Could it be that the strongest king realm competition is a battle in the void? Qin Yashuang was a little strange. No. Yu Xiuwu shook her head. The place of the battle is on other levels of the 10,000 layers of space. At that time, we only need to look at these dark voids, and we will be able to see many people fighting in real time. After all, participating in the strongest king realm battle, there are too many strong players in the game. It is impossible to come one by one. When the time comes, you want to watch someone's game, just enter it through the King's Life card. The King's Fate card? It was another word that she didn't understand, and Xu Chan asked it directly. When the strongest king realm competition begins, everyone will get a King's Fate card with their name recorded in their hands. This King's Fate card is your identity certificate in the 10,000 layers of space. Yu Xiuwu explained with a smile, and in the competition, the King's Fate card can activate a powerful shield to save your life in a critical moment. Of course, once the King's Life card's shield is activated, it is considered to have surrendered. The King's Fate card is the general voucher in this grand event. Whether it is the King Realm, the Emperor's Realm, or even the Emperor's Realm, everyone will get a King's Fate card after the opening ceremony. This is a special jade slip. The King's Life card represents the respective identities of the practitioners, and through the King's Life card, they can place bets, enter and exit the 10,000 layers of space, save their lives during competitions, and so on. The King's Life card is the basis for the smooth and orderly progress of the entire grand event. The Alliance of the Five Emperors gave 3 days for the powerful participants in the event to enter the 10,000 story space of the Holy Tower. The advanced cultivators can not only enjoy delicious food, beautiful scenery, but also practice magic circles, although the effect is not as good as that of stars. The Spirit Circle, but it can also reach 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Star Spirit Circle. This is also the reason why many people come to participate in this grand event. The strongest King Realm, the strongest Emperor Realm, and Emperor Shenwu will last for 3 months together, and the speed of cultivation in 3 months will increase by 70 or 80 times. It is extremely precious to ordinary martial artists. As time passed, the opening of the grand event was getting closer and closer, and millions of people had already entered the 10,000 story space of the Holy Pagoda, each resting and preparing in one of the courtyards of the 10,000 story space. All the courtyards in the 10,000 story space are separated from each other, and you can go to other courtyards if you want to, but you have to wait until the opening of the grand event and get their respective king cards. Although it sounds like 1,000,000 king is amazing, in fact, this number is not too scary. How many people are there in the entire Shenwu world? It is absolutely inexhaustible. You must know that just one Tianyu Island has a population of tens of billions, and the entire world of Shenwu has hundreds of thousands of floating islands similar to Tianyu Island. Not to mention, even if the population of 108,000 floating islands is probably less than 1% of the population of Shenwu world, the number of million kings is very small. It can also be seen that in the world of Shenwu, it is not so easy for practitioners to step into the secret realm of the kingly way. For example, in the Northern Snow Emperor capital, there are tens of millions of martial arts, and the number of people who have reached the kingly realm is less than 1,000. The vast majority of practitioners will be stuck in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Firstly, the world seeds are relatively rare, and secondly, the cultivation resources are limited. Long Yu gave him a chance. The cultivators who can come to the 10,000 layer space of the Holy Tower are all leaders in the world of martial arts. Even if it is just a mere cultivator in the early stage of King Realm, he stands out from countless others, and it is not easy to come here. Tianyu Manor, Shura Mansion, and other forces close to Longyu were all divided into one courtyard. Among them, a total of more than 10 people came from Tianyu Manor, including the 4 members of the Cracked Tooth Squad, and the 3 brothers and sisters Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Haofeng, plus Man Xian, Qi Hua, Hua Meyer, Impeller, and Yan Huan. Mo, Lu Yuan, and Liao Lele are 7 people. Although there are a lot of training resources provided by Longyu, the foundation of Tianyu Manor is too poor. In this year, not many people can step into the king's realm. As for Hongyue, Xiling, Qiyun, and an old man, although they all stepped into the king's realm, they chose to guard Tianyu Manor to prevent some accidents. There were also quite a few people from the Azura Mansion, except for Shu Chan. Those who were originally Shu Chan's subordinates were not bad, they all came. Among them, Shu Chan has become a strong player in the late King realm, Du Guijian has also stepped into the middle King realm, and Xing Wu, Jia Banxian, Xiao Zhu, Xu Weiyan, and Ren Pingfan are also in the early King realm. Those in the early stage of King realm don't need to participate in the strongest King realm competition, because they are likely to be eliminated if they can't win a game, and they have to pay a large fee. There is no need for that, they just come here to see the world. Now that there is a large-scale cultivation circle in the courtyard, which can speed up the cultivation speed of hundreds of people by 70 to 80 times at the same time, everyone is excited immediately. It seems that this time is not a loss. General Yixing, who has always had a good impression of Shu Chan, is now in the middle stage of the King realm, but he also chooses to participate in the strongest King realm competition. In addition, there are Sihanshan and Yueqing in the middle stage of the King realm. Love 2 people. Sihanshan and Yuqingsha's martial arts talents are still slightly inferior to Shu Chan's. In addition, Shu Chan has practiced in the holy city of 5 emperors this year, so it is normal for her cultivation speed to exceed the 2. To be honest, it is already very good that Sihanshan and Yuqingsha can enter the middle stage of the King realm now, and it is thanks to Longyu's blessing. After all, Longyu brought back half of the cultivation of the entire Shadow Pavilion to Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion resources. That is not a small amount. In this courtyard, Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion are considered the core, but they are not the strongest forces. For example, the head of the Shiwawu Legion, Yu Shiwawu, has reached the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, which is definitely stronger than Tianyu Manor and Shura Manor. Everyone else in the government is stronger. However, the hundreds of people in this courtyard are all connected with Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion as the core link. The forces including the Shiwawu Legion, because they have a good relationship with Longyu, have gained a lot of benefits. Including the Great Wilderness level high-grade martial arts, Tianshu in training Qi, they have also been traded. Yakshu and Tianyu Manor bought the cultivation method of Tianshu in training Qi in the name of an individual, and other people are similar, they are all friends with Tianyu Manor. Tianyu Manor's current strength is not very good, but its cultivation resources are extremely rich, far surpassing any other forces in the Beishua dynasty. Moreover, the background is strong, and it can be predicted that the future development will definitely be very fast. There will be no harm in making friends with Tianyu Manor. In addition to Yu Shiwawu, the other 3 army chiefs from the 4 major armies of the Northern Snow dynasty also came together, and all of them stood on the side of Tianyu Manor, not with other forces. The commanders of the 4 major legions, including Yu Shiwawu, are all strong in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, but they all treat Qin Yashuang, Shu Chan and others with great respect. I just don't know where Longyu is now. Now many people in this courtyard think so. 3 days will pass quickly. Just before the opening, many uninvited guests suddenly came to the courtyard where Tianyu Manor was located, which shocked everyone. Didn't it mean that no one can escape the door before the opening? But after seeing who was coming, everyone was relieved, because it was not someone else who came, but the little girl Xiangwu who had disappeared for a long time like Long Yu, and the other 7 members of the Death Army. The 3 brothers and sisters Feng Yin Zi Chen, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Haofeng came out to greet them together. When they saw Xiangwu and the 7 people, their eyes suddenly showed shock. "You are all late King Realm." The 3 brothers and sisters were almost dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation speed is this? However, it has only been a year since they disappeared, and now all 8 of them are in the late stage of the King Realm. This is really scary. You must know that among the 3 brothers and sisters, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng are only at the middle stage of the King Realm except Feng Yin Zi Chen, who is in the late King Realm. Although they participated in the competition for the strongest King Realm, they have little chance of winning. The little girl Sunset Dance nodded slightly with a smile on her face. During this year, it was the Death Envoy who personally trained them. Not only did they make rapid progress in martial arts, but he also taught them a lot of things, especially Sunset Dance, whose character was so loved by the Death Envoy that the Death Envoy directly accepted it. 4 disciples. At this moment, the strength of each of the 8 people brought by the Sunset Dance is very terrifying, because they even took some precious medicines that the Death Envoy treasured. However, the 8 Sunset Dancers have also suffered a lot in this year, and the most terrifying thing is to practice the Death Realm. Since the 8 people have comprehended the original level of Death Scriptures, of course the Death Envoy will not let them go. All of them taught the practice method of body training in the Death Realm, and let them experience 2 rounds of 14 fake deaths just like Long Yu before. Even though the willpower of these 8 people is also very strong, they are still a little weaker than Long Yu, so when they practiced the Death Realm, they had bumps and bumps along the way, and even everyone almost died. The situation arises. In the end, although he reached a small success in cultivation, he was still a lot worse than Long Yu. In this regard, the Death Envoy was not disappointed at all. He knew very well how difficult it is to cultivate the ancient martial art of Death Realm body refining. It was not easy for these 8 people to survive. "Brother Xiaofei, Brother Haofeng, why are you not in the late stage of King Realm?" Xiangwu saw Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng at a glance, and saw that they were only in the middle stage of King Realm, and giggled. "Brother Long asked me to come over and have a look. If any of you have not reached the late stage of King Realm, take these things." After finishing speaking, Xiangwu took out a bunch of training resources, which turned out to be a lot of wild level and ancient level pills, as well as many special beast crystals. This made Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng's eyes brighten. So many training resources. Although they have worked very hard this year, they still have insufficient cultivation resources. Even with the Protoss array, it is still very slow compared to Long Yu's violent promotion method. But now, Long Yu brought them a bunch of cultivation resources, and they felt that they owed Long Yu even more. However, since it was Long Yu who wanted to give it to them, of course they would not refuse it. They knew very well that if their martial arts realm became stronger, it would make Long Yu feel more at ease, and it would also allow him to go further with peace of mind. "Thank you very much," Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng said seriously. "Everyone is their own person, why are you being polite?" Sunset Dance shook her head, smiled and asked, "By the way, Big Brother Long asked me to ask, is there a way for Sister Lele to refine the body refining pill refined from the bones of the ancient dragon elephant?" Hearing this question, Feng Yin Zi Chen nodded confidently, and replied with a smile, "She has been working hard on research recently, and has collected all the materials. At the end of this month, she will definitely be able to refine it. At least it will also be an ancient elixir. After all, the effect of her bitter sea medicine cauldron is too powerful. Although she is only at the early stage of the King Realm, she has successfully refined an ancient elixir, which is shocking. By the way, Xiao Wu, you said Brother Long asked you to come, so where is he now?" Feng Yin Zi Chen asked, curiously. She hadn't seen Long Yu for a long time, and she missed him a lot in her heart. Of course Sunset Dance knew where Long Yu was. She smiled and said, Brother Long should be with Lord Chitty now. These words made the three brothers and sisters of Feng Yin Zi Chen silent. That's right, Brother Long Yu, now he is the direct disciple of Lord Chitty. Before the strongest king realm competition is about to start, of course he will be with Lord Chitty. Now, Big Brother Long Yu has surpassed their current level, and the people that Big Brother Long Yu associates with on weekdays are probably at the level of Chitty's direct disciples, that is, Yu Hanqin's level. Although Feng Yin Zi Chen and the others had expected it a long time ago, they were quite disappointed that Long Yu didn't come to see them. Sunset Dance glanced at the expressions of the three of them, and suddenly she was a little funny. Where are you going? Brother Long just went to meet Lord Chitty, and then he will come over. At that time, he will watch this strongest king realm with us. Let's try it out, don't worry about it. Hearing this, the depressed expressions of Feng Yin Zi Chen and the three brothers and sisters were swept away. So this is It seems that I misunderstood Big Brother Long Yu. In this way, everyone is in a good mood, because they will soon be able to see Long Yu, and see what level of martial arts Long Yu is now. We're going to inform everyone to come out to meet Big Brother Long Yu. Feng Yin Zi Chen was overjoyed. She turned around and ran to other parts of the courtyard to inform others of the news, and the news of Long Yu's upcoming arrival suddenly made the atmosphere in the entire courtyard heated up. Who in this courtyard has not received the favor of Long Yu? Not a single one. The commanders of the four major armies, including Yu Xuewu, even the strong ones in the middle stage of the imperial realm, have practiced Tianshu in training Qi, and Tianshu in training Qi, but Long Yu tried his best to win it from the illusion of the Red Emperor. It is conceivable that if the training jade slips used by Tianshu to entrain Qi fall into the hands of other forces, such as the Silver Fox Manor where the Silver Fox King is located, or the Tianqing Mansion where Jing Tianqing is located, these two forces will definitely not use it. Tianshu entrains Qi and hands it over to outsiders. The so-called outsiders are those who are allies with them, and they are all from the circle of the Northern Snow Emperor capital. As for the four major armies, no matter how much they pay, they can't even think of getting Tianshu's enticement. Therefore, Yu Xuewu and other four army commanders certainly admired Long Yu. Although Long Yu is lower than their martial arts realm, but now that Long Yu is a direct disciple of the Red Emperor, they completely regard Long Yu as another Yu Hanqin. In front of Yu Hanqin, they had no choice but to obey orders. So in front of Long Yu, they will do the same. Not long after, hundreds of people gathered in the entire courtyard and came to the garden in the center of the courtyard, chatting while waiting for Long Yu's arrival, speaking with anticipation. You know, everyone hasn't seen Long Yu for a long time now, and they can't wait to know what kind of martial arts realm Long Yu has now. In this regard, Yu Xuewu smiled and said, even if Long Yu has surpassed me now and reached the late stage of the imperial realm, I am not surprised at all. Thinking about the rise of Master Yu Hanqin back then, the word progress, by leaps and bounds, is not enough to describe. Leader Shui Wu may have guessed wrong. Xiang Wu on the side covered her mouth and giggled, don't be disappointed later. Hey, Brother Long is here, and Master Yu Hanqin is here too. In fact, before she uttered these words, everyone in the garden saw two figures suddenly appearing in the middle. Long Yu. Yu Hanqin. The two actually came together, but everyone just glanced at it and were immediately a little stunned, because they found that Long Yu had only the cultivation base of the late king realm, while Yu Hanqin still only had the cultivation base of the late king realm. The cultivation bases of the two have not changed much. Could it be to participate in the strongest king realm competition and the strongest emperor realm competition? Everyone thought in their hearts, but with Long Yu's talent, it would be a pity if he only became king in the strongest king realm. Everyone was thinking that Long Yu could also get the ranking in the strongest king realm, otherwise, how would Long Yu face the 3 engagements after the Shenwu Emperor meeting ended? My subordinates see Lord Yu, Lord Long. Many cultivators of the 4 major legions, including Yu Shuewu, squatted down directly at this time, and saluted Yu Hanxin and Long Yu. There is no doubt that the identities of the 2 are very special now, precisely because they have with the 2 of them, the entire Beishua dynasty had the possibility of rapid development, and their personal strength was also improved. Yu Hanxin was used to this, but Long Yu was not used to it. He has been practicing in seclusion for a whole year. During this year, except for the 8 of them, Death Envoy and Sunset Dance, he hardly saw anyone else. After the later stage, he brought tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts and the 10 guards of the Holy Garden of the Imperial Realm of the Shenluo Empire into his inner world. All were sealed in Long Yu's inner world, becoming the provider of the power of Long Yu's inner world. How strong is Long Yu now? Even Long Yu himself didn't know. He was looking forward to this competition for the strongest king, and the most important thing was to get familiar with the various methods he had cultivated now. What he didn't expect was that when he saw the people of Beishua dynasty again, they would salute him and call him Lord Long. Long Yu glanced at the crowd, and felt the power of Tianshu and stars from everyone present, and he knew it clearly. It turned out that everyone had practiced Tianshu Inchi. No wonder such a situation happened. You are welcome, the 5 emperors have gathered, and the event will begin soon. Yu Hanxin smiled and waved his hands and said, the next month's competition for the strongest king, everyone can work harder, we still have a lot of late kings here, try to get more rankings back, the 5 emperors are very happy about this. There are many rewards. Following Yu Hanxin's words, the slightly tense atmosphere in the venue immediately dissipated. When Long Yu saw many friends he hadn't seen for a long time, he greeted them with a smile. Being able to participate in such a grand event with friends made him feel very good. Yusin, it's the late stage of the King Realm, it's not bad, this time the strongest King Realm competition, you have to work hard. Long Yu saw Feng Yusin at a glance. With the soldiers given by Brother Long, I can't lose so quickly. Feng Yusin said a little shyly. Xiaofei, Haofeng, the 2 of you are still in the middle stage of the King Realm, didn't you tell you to practice quickly and strive to enter the late King Realm? Long Yu turned his head to the side and saw Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng standing there giggling. He couldn't help knocking on the head of each of them. We haven't seen Brother Long for a long time, and we want to see Brother Long before going to practice. Feng Xiaofei scratched the back of his head and laughed. Have you seen it now? Let's go quickly. The competition for the strongest King Realm will start soon. As long as you absorb these pills, you should be able to enter the late stage of the King Realm, and your chances of winning will be even greater then. Long Yu said solemnly, the rewards for the top 1,000 in this competition are very good. You must fight for it. You still have one night. When the grand event opens, the competition for the strongest king will start early tomorrow morning. You have to hurry up. Yes. When Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng heard Long Yu's words, they didn't dare to neglect, turned around and went to practice. Long Yu looked at the others. Of the 4 in the cracked tooth squad, Gu Weixian is still in the late King Realm, Gu Wenshan, Xiao Ziying, and Nan Meningxia are all in the middle King Realm, Man Xian, Qihua, and Hua Meyer are all late King Realm, with good strength. The other Yeluan, Yan Huanma, and Lu Yuan are all in the middle stage of the King Realm. The last Liao Lele is only at the early stage of King Realm, but it doesn't matter, Liao Lele's main job is alchemy, and the competition for the strongest King Realm is basically not attractive to her. Brother Yeluan, Elder Yen, Lu Yuan, you can also go to practice together with Xiaofei, Haofeng and the others. The cultivation conditions in this 10,000 layer space are not bad, and you may be able to step into the late King stage. Long Yu said to Yi Luan, Yan Huanma, and Lu Yuan. The 3 of them were looking forward to this competition for the strongest King Realm, but they had not been able to break through to the late stage of the king realm, because they needed too much spiritual energy from heaven and earth. But now, with the return of Long Yu, they brought a lot of precious cultivation resources, and they have the possibility of breakthrough. Yan Huanma was dressed in a black dress, and he was puzzled by Long Yu's address. Why is it that it has been so long, and you still call me Elder Yan? I am not an elder now. Haha, my fault, my fault. Long Yu hurriedly changed his words with a smile. Sister Yan, if you step into the late stage of the king realm, you will be able to fight in this strongest king realm competition, and you still have one night to spare, so come on. Yan Huanma smiled. She didn't really care about what Long Yu called her, but she always felt that the name Elder Yan was quite unfamiliar. Now that Long Yu changed his mouth, she knew that Long Yu's personality was still very peaceful, not the kind that became fierce. It becomes the cold type. Gu Wenshan, Qiao Ziying and Nan Meningxia, who were also in the middle stage of the king realm, were also called to practice by Long Yu. After all, they were Long Yu's cultivation resources. If Long Yu didn't say anything, they would not dare to use them indiscriminately. In Long Yu, he still took care of everyone in Tianyu Manor. As for the people in Azura Mansion, Long Yu also directly said that anyone who wants to practice can go together. Anyway, the cultivation resources he brought back this time are quite a lot, and they can still satisfy so many people. Before Long Yu came back, he asked Xiang Wu to accept a mission to exterminate the bandit gang in the Five Emperors Alliance, and then went directly to kill the bandit gang, so he got so many cultivation resources. Tens of millions of god coins, very good. The strongest of that gang of bandits was just an ordinary late-stage emperor. He was directly attacked and beheaded by Long Yu, killing the leader, and the rest of the matter was much simpler. When everyone is practicing, preparing, and chatting, this grand event that has affected the entire world of martial arts is finally about to begin. In the pitch-black void outside the floating island where the courtyard is located, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. They were the projections of the 5 emperors projected from the center of the 10,000-layer space. The 5 emperors gathered together, and even Long Yu saw this scene for the first time. In the past, he had seen the Red Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Yen Emperor, but he had never seen the Holy Emperor. According to rumors, the Holy Emperor was a woman, but Long Yu had never seen her. At this moment, everyone gathered in the garden of the courtyard, looked into the dark void ahead, and saw 5 majestic silhouettes projected in the void. It is the 5 emperors. Of course, Long Yu first turned his attention to the woman in the white robe in the center, and was taken aback just by looking at her appearance. He didn't expect the Holy Emperor to be so young. He looked only about 20 years old, right? But in fact, everyone knows that the Holy Emperor is over 300 years old this year. The reason why she maintains the appearance of 20 years old is because her martial arts realm has improved too fast, resulting in a slow age change. Besides, the Holy Emperor is a woman, and the most powerful woman in the world of Shenwu. The Emperor can naturally get a lot of miraculous pills that can beautify her face, and it is not too unusual to maintain her 20-year-old appearance. The appearance of the 5 emperors represented the beginning of this series of events. The Holy Emperor has snow-colored long hair fluttering, and his eyes seem to contain the entire universe. When he saw her for the first time, Long Yu felt that her martial arts realm seemed to be higher than the other 4 emperors. However, this feeling is obviously, it doesn't make sense. Because, the strongest in the world of Shenwu is only the Emperor realm, and the 5 emperors are all existences at the peak of the Emperor realm. If they break through, the world of Shenwu will not be able to accommodate them. The strongest king realm competition will start tomorrow morning. For the specific arrangement, you can check your King's Life card. Now, the King's Life card is here. After the Holy Emperor finished speaking, he and the other 4 emperors pinched a seal, and immediately everyone in the courtyards of the 10,000-layer space felt a jade slip appeared in their hands out of thin air. This is the King's Life card. Long Yu took a look at the King's Fate card in his hand, and found that it contained some information about himself, mainly name, gender, and martial arts realm. In addition, he found that through the King's Life card, he could also make for other operations, such as entering and exiting the 10,000 layer space. Wuxiu can freely enter and exit. As long as he has the King's Order card in his hand, his freedom will not be restricted at all. There are several options in the King's Life card, which are grayed out now, which should mean that they cannot be used now. One is the betting option. In order to add interest to the entire Strongest King Realm competition and to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience, the Five Emperors Alliance is open to betting. After the start of the battle, practitioners can place bets through the King's Life card, and the final win or loss will be settled after the Strongest King Realm competition is over. All spectators can participate, and if they are lucky, they can earn a lot of extra money. The second is the barrier option. This function can only be used in the Strongest King level competition. In the process of confrontation between two King level powerhouses, the opportunity is fleeting, and it may not be too late to admit defeat, so there is this barrier option. Once activated, a barrier will appear immediately to kill yourself, thoroughly protect it, while saving your life. It is considered an admission of defeat. After all, the Strongest King Realm is just a competition, not a life and death battle. If there are too many casualties, it will not be suitable. Long Yu studied the King's Life card for a while, and then began to check the general information of the participants in the Strongest King's Realm competition through the information in the King's Life card. There were more than 260,000 people participating. Long Yu was a little surprised. This number was more than double the 100,000 people in previous years. It can be seen that the competition for the Strongest King Realm competition this year is very fierce. The rules are rounds of elimination. Long Yu then checked the rules. In fact, the rules of the Strongest King Realm competition are the same every year. Although Long Yu knows it, it's better to read it over to avoid any omissions. A total of more than 260,000 people participated in the competition, and all participating King-level martial artists will draw lots automatically in accordance with the rules of this 10,000 layer space, completely randomizing their opponents. In the first round, everyone will randomly draw 3 opponents. If they win 2 games, they can enter the next round. In this case, the probability of elimination is still relatively high, but the rules are fair, and if 3 opponents are randomly drawn, they can better display their true level. If eliminated in the first battle, if the strongest and the second strongest meet first, wouldn't the second strongest be eliminated directly? This is naturally inappropriate, so everyone has 3 battles, and if they win 2, they will be able to advance. In addition, everyone will know their opponent before the battle, and in each round, they have the right to reselect once, that is, they can choose to re-randomize when encountering an opponent that they are definitely unable to defeat. In this way, fairness is ensured to the greatest extent. Under this rule, no one knows exactly how many people will advance to the next round. Maybe 260,000 people and only 60,000 people will advance to the next round. Maybe there will be 120,000 people. This is an uncertain number. Because, once someone wins 2 games, there is no need to fight a third game. Once someone loses 2 games, there is no need to fight a third game, so the total number of battles is also uncertain. It is this uncertainty that ensures maximum fairness. Everyone plays 3 games, wins 2 games, and advances to the next round. Usually, when there are more than 100,000 people participating, there will be a total of about 10 rounds to determine the top 32. This time, we need to play an extra round. In the 10,000 layer space, no one needs to manage these specific details. The rules of the 10,000 layer space will automatically arrange the list of battles. After the 5 emperors announced the start of the event, the projection in the dark void disappeared. And all the millions of strong men in the secret realm of the royal way in the 10,000 layers of space are all excited, and finally it is about to start. sleepless all night. Early the next morning, all the people in the courtyard where Long Yu lived gathered together, waiting for the start of the strongest king realm competition. With the appearance of two large and simple characters in the dark void outside the courtyard, the competition for the strongest king realm has finally officially begun. At this time, everyone's king's life card began to work. This is the 10,000 layers of space to determine the order of the game according to the contestant's king's life card. Since only 10,000 battles can be fought at the same time in the 10,000 layer space, not everyone will be assigned to fight at the beginning. At the first moment, Long Yu was not drawn, but Feng Xiaofei and Huimeyer, who were beside him, lined up as opponents. An opponent I've never heard of, late King Realm. Feng Xiaofei glanced at the opponent's information in the King's Fate card, raised his head and looked at Long Yu. Brother Long, my opponent is Zhang Yiba, have you heard of it? I haven't heard of it, let's fight. Long Yu shook his head and smiled. Fortunately, you made a breakthrough last night, and you are now at the late stage of the King Realm. Work hard in this battle. The most important thing is to familiarize yourself with your own power now. Your inner world has been integrated into the original power. It was difficult to control at first. Well, don't worry. Feng Xiaofei chuckled. He had the ancient high-grade soldier, the god of war halberd, gifted by Long Yu, and his chances of winning against an opponent of the same level were definitely not small. Huimeyer's opponent is only in the middle stage of King Realm, so it must be no problem for her. The two each chose to accept the battle, and immediately saw a white light appearing at their feet, which turned out to be the power of the divine script of space, teleporting them away. Immediately afterwards, all the people present chose among the king's cards. Watch the battle between Feng Xiaofei and Huimeyer. Immediately, a battle scene between Feng Xiaofei and Huimeyer appeared in the pitch-black void outside the courtyard. The battlefield where Feng Xiaofei went was a forest, and Huimeyer was on an ice field. These two terrains are not very good. Especially for Huimeyer, what she is good at is the power of flame divine script, but fighting on the ice field, the power of her divine script will be weakened a lot. Fortunately, her opponent is only in the middle stage of King Realm, and participating in the strongest King Realm competition is just a C&C. As for Huimeyer, she has cultivated the Great Desolation level martial arts, Tianqian footwork, Tianquan star shield, and Tianji star fist. The three wild level martial arts rewarded by the Scarlet Emperor combined attack, defense, and speed, and their combat power was extremely powerful. Huimeyer, in particular, had comprehended all three moves to a perfect state and performed them with ease. However, within 10 breaths, the opponent was defeated by Huimeyer, the barrier of the King's Fate card on his body lit up, and the person was teleported back immediately. Huimeyer, win. In fact, if Huimeyer shot with all her strength, she might be able to defeat her opponent in 3 breaths, but she played more cautiously, so she delayed for a while. And the battle on Feng Xiaofei's side will be much more intense, because both sides of the battle are cultivators in the late stage of King Realm. Feng Xiaofei's opponent is named Zhang Yiba. This name is very common, no one has heard of it, and his strength is indeed not very strong. Feng Xiaofei has already suppressed this Zhang Yiba by relying on his basic strength and the god of war halberd. When Feng Xiaofei got acquainted with the power he had just stepped into the late stage of the King Realm, the power of the berserker halberd in his hand suddenly increased several times, and the momentum of opening and closing was extremely intimidating, and he directly suppressed Zhang Yiba. 1 move. 2 strokes. 3 strokes. The berserker halberd broke through Zhang Yiba's defensive moves in one fell swoop and pierced Zhang Yiba's face. Zhang Yiba's face showed panic, and he subconsciously opened the barrier of the king's life card to save his life. In this way, he took the initiative to admit defeat. In the first battle, Feng Xiaofei and Huimeyer both won. As the two of them returned to the courtyard, the words "first round, 1 victory" had already been written on the record of the two King's Fate cards. Immediately afterwards, there was news of Long Yu's King's Fate card, and it was his turn to play. But before he checked who his opponent was, he was dumbfounded. His opponent directly chose to reselect his opponent, that is to say, as soon as he saw Long Yu, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he used his reselect opponent's rights. How could I be so famous? Long Yu was stunned for a moment. What puzzled Long Yu was not limited to this. 3 times in a row, all the opponents matched for him chose to abstain. No one wanted to fight Long Yu. Obviously, before the battle, many people investigated the overall situation of the strongest King Realm competition. The odds are extremely low. Under such circumstances, no one is willing to fight Long Yu. After all, everyone has a chance to abstain, and the first abstention is not considered a loss. Most people used this opportunity without hesitation when they met Long Yu. This made Long Yu quite puzzled, extremely boring. But there is no way. Although not so many people know his name, Long Yu, but on the remark of his King's Life card, it is written, the 7th direct disciple of the Red Emperor. With such a remark identity, who would dare to challenge him casually? He saw Feng Yin Zi Chen, Duguijian, Man Xian and others all played once, and the situation was pretty good. All 4 of them won in the end, only Duguijian had a hard time winning. When Man Xian finally unleashed the demon extinguishing 7 knives and slashed his opponent to the point where he urged the King's Life card to defend, Man Xian won the victory. At this moment, Long Yu finally started his own battle. After being abstained 4 times in a row, there was finally one person who dared to fight Long Yu. When Long Yu saw the name, he laughed immediately. That person's name was Xuanhuan, and the note came from the Shenluo Empire. This girl, Long Yu, has a bit of an impression. Xuanhuan is the maid of the daughter of the city lord of the Shenluo Empire's rage god city. She once wanted to cut off Long Yu's arm under the order of the city lord's daughter. Things like this girl must have done it many times. So for Xuanhuan, Long Yu doesn't have any good feelings at all. Since the other party did not abstain, but chose to confirm, then Long Yu doesn't mind using this person to practice first. Long Yu felt a burst of space divine power enveloping him, and then his whole body was transported to another layer in the 10,000 layers of space. This layer of space is full of yellow sand. Looking around, countless tornado storms are raging everywhere. The whole natural environment is extremely harsh. If some martial arts who have not reached the king state come over, I am afraid that the yellow sand can kill them. But for Long Yu, these yellow sandstorms are just a little troublesome. After teleporting to this space, the positions of the opposing parties are random, and the entire space has a radius of 100 miles, so Long Yu can easily detect the entire space. Therefore, the battle in this strongest King Realm competition is multifaceted, and the comparison is the comprehensive actual combat strength, not the pure combat power. Just imagine, if a person is very powerful in frontal combat, but still can't find the enemy, isn't it very helpless? Even being directly attacked by the opponent leads to failure, and it is not impossible to lose to someone who is weaker than himself in frontal combat. Long Yu's Eye of Shadow was mobilized. At this moment, his Eye of Shadow is already a high-level supernatural power of the 7th heaven level. If he uses it casually, he can detect the situation within 1,000 miles. He quickly discovered where his opponent Xuanhuan was, and he was still more than 30 miles away from him, and then flew towards where Xuanhuan was. In other resting courtyards in the 10,000 layer space, Situlioli, the daughter of Xuanhuan's servant and the daughter of the city lord of the original wild god city, was nervously watching the battle scene between Xuanhuan and Long Yu. Besides Situlioli, other members of the Shenluo Empire were also paying attention to this battle. I didn't expect to see that kid so soon, but it's a pity that it's Xuanhuan, not us. A young strong man in the late stage of King Realm stood beside Situlioli, looking at Long Yu's figure in the picture, with a look of incomparable hatred in his eyes. This person is the son of a general of the Shenluo Empire. That general, like most other emperor realm powerhouses, was left by Long Yu in the ancient ruins and never came back. So of course this son hates Long Yu very much. It is worth noting that this son of a general explored an ancient ruin by himself last year, obtained ancient martial arts and soldiers, and his combat power is extremely amazing now. Although Long Yu defeated Jing En and Lan Shuyan in the early stage of the Imperial Realm, this son also defeated the seniors in the early stage of the Imperial Realm. Although it was not a life-and-death battle but a competition, the seniors of the Shenluo Empire showed that this son's combat power is definitely no less than that of the ordinary early stage of the Imperial Realm. This made this person full of confidence. He firmly believed that it was impossible for him to lose to Long Yu. As for Long Yu, who once beheaded the third prince in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, Situliuli had already said that it was the boy who relied on despicable means to sneak attack. In the competition for the strongest king, such despicable means would definitely not be used. Wei Ming, we don't need to worry. Situliuli also had a look of hatred in his eyes, but he was very calm, and said, Qian Yuexia can test that kid first to see how strong he is now. No matter what, Qian Yuexia will not the weak, who can win against the vast majority of people in the late king stage. The son of the general named Wei Ming nodded, looking at Situliuli with longing in his eyes, but he knew that Situliuli belonged to the eldest prince, and the eldest prince was a strong man in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. Even if he obtaining the inheritance of ancient relics is not something that can be contended in a short time. Situliuli, don't move. But Qian Yuexia is different. Qian Yuexia is just Situliuli's maid, and even Situliuli has the heart to betroth Qian Yuexia to Wei Ming. Wei Ming is quite happy about it. After all, Qian Yuexia's her beauty and figure are all top-notch, worthy of being his concubine. Wei Ming looked at the battle between Qian Yuexia and Long Yu in the arena, his eyes darkened again. Long Yu, this person is definitely not easy to deal with. The reason why Wei Ming is sure is because he has a trump card. Of course, if he can kill Long Yu without using a trump card, that would be great. After all, his trump card can only use once. As for the absolute protection of the King's Fate card, Wei Ming is not worried. He just needs to use words to stimulate Long Yu so that he does not dare to use the protective barrier of the King's Fate card. Kill. They saw that in a desert scene, Qian Yuexia couldn't find where Long Yu was, but Long Yu was constantly flying towards Qian Yuexia with an extremely fast figure. This made Situliuli and Wei Ming a little strange. Qian Yuexia's supernatural powers of detection can logically detect a range of 50 miles, and it is a life detection. The easiest thing to detect is life. But now, Long Yu is less than 50 miles away from her. Didn't detect the other party's appearance? Situliuli frowned slightly watching Long Yu flying in the arena. Maybe she's setting up an ambush, but that's not necessarily the case. Wei Ming thought for a while, and then said, then Long Yu has always liked sneak attacks, so he must use sneak attacks. Qian Yuexia pretended not to know what the opponent was doing, but when the opponent attacked suddenly, the effect should be very good. Anyway, I hope she will be careful. Long Yu's sneak attack killed even the third prince. Situliuli was quite worried. But fortunately there is the King's Life card. As long as Qian Yuexia senses danger and directly activates the King's Life card, there will be no danger of life, so Situliuli can feel a little relieved. What the two of them didn't know was that the current Qian Yuexia was not pretending to prepare for an ambush, but that she really didn't sense Long Yu's constant approach. That's because the current Long Yu has cultivated the martial arts secret method, balanced control to the 5th level, and has the means to shield his own energy fluctuations. If you want to rely on detection means, then even if Long Yu is right in front of the other party, it is impossible for the other party to feel Long Yu's existence. This is the heaven-defying feature of martial arts secrets. Cultivating balance control to the fifth stage consumes Long Yu's innumerable heaven and earth spiritual energy. So much heaven and earth spiritual energy is even enough for Long Yu to break through from the late king stage to the late emperor stage. He took more than 60 ancient and immemorial super pills, and when he improved his supernatural powers and divine texts, he also had innumerable auras of heaven and earth. However, even so, it is only to cultivate the balance control to the fifth stage. When the balance mastered the second level, he was able to cover up his own energy fluctuations a little bit, but now at the fifth level, Long Yu can cover up his own energy fluctuations to the extreme. Now, unless he is a strong man in the imperial realm, it is impossible to rely on the detection of supernatural powers to feel his presence. If Long Yu's martial Dao realm is raised to the Emperor realm, then even the Emperor realm experts will find it extremely difficult to find Long Yu, but for the time being he doesn't need to improve, it will have to wait until the strongest King realm competition is over. Until Long Yu approached within 1 mile of Qianyuexia, and used the magic concealment method in the yellow sand all over the sky, Qianyuexia couldn't find Long Yu. Balanced control, blocking perception. Hiding from the gods, shielding the naked eye. When the two aspects are added together, unless Long Yu directly sticks to Qianyuexia's body, it is impossible for the other party to discover his existence. Of course, it is impossible for Long Yu to expose his own strength now. He is very clear that there must be many people watching his battle now, and the most of them are his enemies. Such a heaven-defying secret effect cannot be known to others. It only needs to give others a sense of mystery. Soon, Long Yu approached Qianyuexia less than 100 feet away, and with a flip of his hand, the nether dragon blade swept out, piercing through space. The murderous aura erupted in an instant. Qianyuexia was already waiting in full force. She couldn't find Long Yu, so she simply waited for Long Yu to arrive. When she felt Long Yu's sneak attack, she just waved her hand, and a divine script defensive barrier appeared in the void in front of Yolongblad. She didn't think Long Yu's long-range attack method could kill her. However, the next moment, the defensive barrier she had condensed shattered in an instant, causing her to turn pale with fright, and subconsciously activated the King's Fate card. With only one move, Qianyuexia was forced to admit defeat, but Qianyuexia was unable to test out any new methods of Long Yu at all. Everyone only knew that Long Yu's concealment techniques had become stronger, but they didn't know what was going on. Long Yu only made one move, and the powerful penetrating power of the nether dragon blade directly forced Qianyuexia to admit defeat. If it was a little later, Qianyuexia would be instantly killed by Long Yu. For Long Yu, Qianyuexia is just an existence of the same realm now. If Long Yu needs to use the second move against opponents of the same realm, wouldn't it be too inferior? When he dealt with Gongsun Jiaxing in the early stage of King Realm when he was in the supernatural realm, he always killed him with 2 moves. Against opponents of the same realm, he never had to use a second move. Of course, this is for ordinary people. There is no doubt that although Qianyuexia's strength surpasses many late King realms, she still belongs to the ranks of ordinary martial arts and does not pose the slightest threat to Long Yu. Long Yu's body was once again surrounded by the divine light of the white space, and then returned to the resting courtyard. It's too powerful, kill in one move. As soon as Long Yu appeared, many people cheered. Long Yu smiled casually, and didn't take it seriously. Instead, he turned his attention to Feng Haofeng, because Feng Haofeng's opponent in the first battle has already come out. The opponent's name is Wei Ming, and the note is from the Shenluo Empire. This is what Long Yu is concerned about, the Shenluo Empire, but a country that has a deep hatred with him. Haofeng, be careful yourself, there is one thing you must do. Long Yu said solemnly, don't say anything to this person, no matter how he provokes you, don't pay too much attention to it, and don't fall for his aggressive tactics, promise not to use the King's Life card, you know? Hearing Long Yu's solemn words, Feng Haofeng, who had just stepped into the late stage of King Realm, nodded calmly, Brother Long, don't worry, I just entered the late stage of King Realm, and my strength is not very strong. If I can't beat it, I will definitely admit defeat. Remember? Long Yu asked again. Feng Haofeng nodded heavily, and then his body was transported to other levels, ready to fight against Wei Ming. Long Yu immediately began to observe the battle scene of Feng Haofeng. It was above an ocean, the sea water was extremely deep, no one knew what was in the sea water, there was a high sky above the sea, there was no cloud for 100 miles, and the end could be seen at a glance. Feng Haofeng appeared near the center of this space, while Wei Ming of the Shenluo Empire appeared 20 miles away. The two flew over the sea and saw each other at a glance. Everyone in the Shenluo Empire is in the courtyard. Situ Liuli was comforting Qian Yuexia, who had just been defeated by Long Yu's move. Until now, Qian Yuexia's face was still pale. Long Yu's move just now was too fast and too strong, making her completely unable to resist. If it weren't for the King's Life card in such a competition, she would have been killed by Long Yu long ago. Don't worry, Yuexia, look, Brother Wei Ming is fighting Feng Haofeng now. Do you know who this Feng Haofeng is? Situ Liuli tried to divert Qian Yuexia's attention. Never heard of that. Qian Yuexia shook her head. The remarks of Feng Haofeng are from Tianyu Manor of Beishua dynasty, do you know? It is the faction that Long Yu belongs to. Situ Liuli's eyes were full of hatred. Although we are not the opponent of that Long Yu, Wei Ming's strength is very terrifying. Now let that Long Yu see, my friend was killed, let's go. Killed? Qian Yuexia was a little stunned when she heard this. Isn't there a king's card in this game? As long as there is the King's Life card, as long as the mind moves, you can save your life while admitting defeat. Brother Wei Ming is quite strong, but it is still very difficult to kill the other party before the other party has a thought, right? You know, even Long Yu couldn't kill her with one move, but let her come out alive. Look well, Wei Ming's father was framed by Long Yu, and his life and death are still unknown. How could he let Long Yu be at ease? He should also taste what it feels like to lose a friend. Situ Liuli's eyes were full of anticipation, she couldn't wait to see Long Yu in pain. In the arena, Feng Haofeng and Wei Ming approached each other directly. The strong flying speed of the late King realm was extremely fast, but after dozens of breaths, the distance between the two sides was only a few hundred feet. This distance can be said to be close at hand. Wei Ming stopped above the sea and looked at Feng Haofeng with a warm smile like a spring breeze in his eyes. You are Feng Haofeng, who are you from Long Yu? Feng Haofeng has no intention of stopping to talk to him. He is very prudent, since Long Yu has warned him, then he will definitely obey what Long Yu said and strictly implement it. There is no possibility of any conflict of will. As soon as Feng Haofeng raised his hand, the divine script of the earth element condensed in his hand, instantly fused into a large stone, and threw it directly at the opponent Wei Ming. Wei Ming's expression changed, but there was still a warm smile on his face. It seems that you don't want to talk to me, but it doesn't matter. It seems that we still have something to fight. Your strength is not bad. After saying this, Wei Ming directly raised his hand, condensing the power of the divine script of light, forming a barrier of divine script of light attribute, blocking the boulders coming from Feng Haofeng. The big stone and the light attribute divine rune barrier shattered in response, and the momentum of the two turned out to be evenly matched. This scene undoubtedly gave Feng Haofeng some confidence. It seems that there is still hope for his first battle. After all, he still practiced the Star Series martial arts of the Great Desolation level, such as Tianqian footwork, Tianquan Star Shield and Tianji Star Boxing. These three martial arts are quite good in combination, both offensive and defensive, and very fast. If the opponent's basic strength is not much different from his own, these three martial arts moves are very likely to win. In particular, Feng Haofeng has also comprehended these three martial arts to a perfect state, and their power is quite tyrannical. Immediately, the two began to fight on the surface of the sea. The divine script of light and the divine script of earth element came and went, the sky shone brightly, and the sand and rocks flew away. At first glance, the fight was extremely fierce. After the two sides fought for 10 breaths, Feng Haofeng was already familiar with the opponent's basic strength, and was about to launch a more violent attack, but at this moment, a dangerous aura rushed towards his face. Careful! Long Yu and the others couldn't help shouting, but it's a pity that they shouted in the courtyard, and it was impossible for Feng Haofeng in another space to hear them. The next moment, a blood-red light pierced towards Feng Haofeng like a poisonous snake. Long Yu and the others could see it clearly, but Feng Haofeng, who was fighting, couldn't feel it exactly. Because of the previous 10-breath battle, he felt that he was on par with Wei Ming, so he didn't activate the King's Life card to save his life immediately, but when he remembered Long Yu's warning, it was already a step too late. That blood-red light directly pierced Feng Haofeng's entire chest. Although it didn't directly pierce the heart, but this blow directly disabled Feng Haofeng. At this time, Feng Haofeng finally activated the King's Life card, which emitted a soft light to protect him, but this time at this moment, the fatal injury has already been caused. Even if the King's Life card is used to activate it, it will not help. All the people in the courtyard where Long Yu was located suddenly sank. The scheming called Wei Ming was really too serious. He even fought with Feng Haofeng's basic strength first, and after Feng Haofeng got familiar with it, he suddenly burst into a one-hit kill. Just a moment of hesitation caused Feng Haofeng to be seriously injured, even dying. Hateful! Xu Chan, Qin Yaxuan, Yu Hanqin and the others saw what Wei Ming was thinking right away, and at the same time felt that this person was really despicable, to use this method to kill Feng Haofeng. The next moment, Feng Haofeng's body was protected by the barrier of the King's Life card and returned to the courtyard. Long Yu and the others ran over at the first time, and found that Feng Haofeng was already in a state of arrogance at this time. The blow pierced through his chest, causing him serious injuries. Poisonous. Long Yu's heart sank, and he directly took out a healing pill from his bosom. Leader Shui Wu, I'm sorry to trouble you, take care of him first. Now we may be selected to join the battle at any time, so only you in the Imperial Realm can take care of him. Long Yu stuffed the healing elixir into Feng Haofeng's mouth, then heaved a sigh of relief, and said to Yu Shuiwu, the head of Shuiwu Legion. Of course Yu Shuiwu obeyed Long Yu's order, but her complexion was very bad. Lord Long, with all due respect, such a serious injury also contains a poison that we don't know about. Your brother may rest assured. Looking at the dignified expressions of everyone in the field, Long Yu smiled. The curative effect of my elixir is very good. Haofeng will be fine. You just take care of him. If there is no accident, as long as one in time he will wake up and be back to his full strength. It is not without reason that Long Yu said this, because the elixir he gave Feng Haofeng just now was an ancient supergrade healing elixir, which is especially effective against severe poisons. At least in the world of Shenwu, there is no poison that this elixir can't cure, the Death Envoy himself said so. Moreover, after taking this elixir, it can also strengthen the physical body to a certain extent. For the current Long Yu, this physical enhancement is useless, but for Feng Haofeng, this elixir can at least double his physical strength. Immemorial grade pill. This is something that other people have never heard of in the entire world of martial arts, let alone taking it out for others to take directly. That's why Long Yu didn't say it clearly. Although everyone present is his own, it's better to keep this kind of thing secret. After hearing Long Yu's words, many people present had strange expressions on their faces. After all, that Feng Haofeng had already been pierced through the chest. Although he didn't hurt his heart, he was seriously injured and dying. Just cured it? They also said that they would fully recover after an hour, but they had never heard of such a good medicine. Of course, some people believe in Long Yu unconditionally, while others have great doubts about Long Yu's words, but it's hard to say it now. But there is one thing that everyone is the same, that is, everyone hates Wei Ming, who seriously injured Feng Haofeng. Now, Wei Ming will treat Feng Haofeng like this, which means that Wei Ming will treat the rest of them like this. As long as they are related to Long Yu, they will all be targeted. A total of 260,000 people participated in the Strongest King Realm competition. Among so many people, the probability of being randomly selected to fight Wei Ming is very low, so even if Long Yu and others want to avenge Feng Haofeng, they can't do it for a while, they can only wait for the opportunity. But no one expected the opportunity to come so quickly. Less than an hour after Feng Haofeng was seriously injured, Long Yu and the others saw Wei Ming's name again. This is Wei Ming's second appearance, and his opponent is Xiang Wu. When Xiang Wu revealed that her opponent was Wei Ming, everyone turned their eyes to her, everyone was full of anticipation. After all, everyone knows that Xiang Wu has been practicing with Long Yu for the past year and has made rapid progress. Its strength is definitely not weak. If there is anyone here who can win against Wei Ming, Long Yu is one, and so is Sunset Dance. Be careful. Long Yu nodded solemnly to Xiang Wu. Although he has confidence in the Sunset Dance, he is still a little worried because he doesn't know what kind of tricks Wei Ming has. Of course, the little girl Sunset Dance wouldn't take it too seriously. In fact, under the teaching of the Death Envoy, her combat awareness was very good, not even inferior to Long Yu's level, and it was impossible for such a thing to underestimate the enemy. The Death Messenger said, "Don't underestimate any opponent, because any opponent may kill you." Even in the face of a seemingly weak person in the secret realm of tempering the body, one cannot take it lightly. Maybe this person is a super strong person who hides his cultivation. Of course, Wei Ming can't be super strong, but his strength is still a mystery, and Sunset Dance will definitely not be careless. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Sunset Dance accepted the battle and was directly teleported to the battlefield. This is a grassland covered with thick fog. Even with the eyesight of a martial artist in the late stage of the King Realm, the visibility is no more than 10 feet. To fight in such a place, everything can only rely on one's own perception. If there is no better detection ability, the result of fighting in such terrain will only be lost. Long Yu entered Wei Ming on the King's Life card, and saw Wei Ming also appear in this foggy grassland. The spectators could easily know anyone's movements, but they couldn't tell their friends who were fighting. That's it for now. Long Yu and the others could see Wei Ming's movements, but they couldn't tell Xiang Wu about it. However, Long Yu was not worried at all. With Xiang Wu's current strength, if he couldn't even defeat Wei Ming, it would be a waste of the teaching of the Death Envoy up. But the others, seeing Xiang Wu and Wei Ming appearing on the stage, suddenly became a little nervous. Although they knew that Sunset Dance was not weak, no one had ever seen Sunset Dance in battle, so no one knew her specific strength, and they were a little worried after all. But since Long Yu and Xiang Wu were quite confident, they held back and didn't make a sound, just watched quietly. However, after looking at the screen for a while, everyone suddenly became angry, because they saw that in the screen of Wei Ming watching the battle, Wei Ming showed a warm smile like a spring breeze, and suddenly said a word, "Long Yu, I know you are here. Look, what do you think of the gift I gave you before? That kid named Feng Haofeng, I'm afraid he can't do it now. Since you don't think it's enough, I'll give you another gift. This one is called Sunset Dance." She came back alive. Provocative. This is Wei Ming's extremely arrogant provocation to Long Yu. Although Long Yu was confident that nothing would happen to Feng Haofeng, a cold light flashed in his eyes when he heard this person say that. This person seemed to be smiling, but in fact he was extremely sinister, and it was not easy to deal with. Even if Sunset Dance really has the strength to defeat Wei Ming, when Wei Ming directly pushes the King's Life card, it is impossible to win him. Long Yu and the others were particularly upset, but the next direction was out of their control, and everything depended on how Xiang Wu would deal with it. Garden of the Shinra Empire. Situliuli and Qianyuexia were watching the field nervously. Since Feng Haofeng was seriously injured by Wei Ming's attack just now, and he was also suffering from terrible poison, even if he was teleported out, he would have no choice but to die, so now Situliuli and Qianyuexia are in a good mood. Even the mood of the rest of the Shenluo Empire was very good. Everyone looked at Wei Ming in the field and cast admiring glances at him. I didn't expect Big Brother Wei Ming to be so powerful that he played Feng Haofeng to death. Just thinking of Long Yu's expression now, I am satisfied. Qianyuexia smiled. This is not over yet, we will eventually kill everyone around Long Yu. Situliuli was full of killing intent, and there was a sense of revenge in his eyes. The eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire has also come here now. He is wearing a purple gold robe, looking at the battlefield of Wei Ming and Xiangwu in the field, and there is a little pleasure in his eyes. Long Yu, before you trapped my father in the ancient ruins, and brutally attacked and killed my third brother, did you ever think that today will happen? This competition for the strongest king is definitely your death. The eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire thought in his heart, looking forward to Wei Ming's meritorious service again and killing that little girl named Xiangwu. But he never thought that Long Yu didn't take the initiative to deal with his father and his third younger brother at all. Long Yu just wanted to visit the ancient ruins, and the ancient ruins happened to be within the territory of the Shenluo Empire. The powerful emperors of the Shenluo Empire are trapped in the ancient ruins? It's all what they asked for. Long Yu has never thought of taking the initiative to seek trouble, and troubles have always come to him. However, the eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire naturally wouldn't think this way. No matter what, he couldn't let go of those who framed his father and killed his third brother. In the arena, Wei Ming and Xiangwu are getting closer and closer to each other. The two flew quickly in the foggy grassland and approached each other. Obviously, both of them had mastered some kind of good detection powers, and they were able to detect the other's position. Soon, the distance between the two was less than 200 feet, and Wei Ming was the first to speak out. Xiangwu, you are from the Tianyu Manor of the Baixue dynasty, so you are Long Yu's friend, right? To deal with a guy like Wei Ming, there's no need to talk too much, but Sunset Dance obviously has her own plans. Although she was separated by thick fog and couldn't see where Wei Ming was, she could clearly feel Wei Ming's direction. When she heard Wei Ming's words, she smiled lightly and said, "Yes, I am his friend. Can you defeating Feng Haofeng with one move is very powerful, but he is too despicable. No matter what, I will avenge Feng Haofeng." Yeah? Wei Ming chuckled, since this is the case, how about we make a bet? We all throw away the King's Fate card. In this way, life and death can be decided. No one can activate the life-saving barrier of the King's Life card. How about it? Okay, I'll count to 3 and we'll throw it together. Xiangwu said lightly, 1, 2, 3. When she counted to 3, she felt that Wei Ming had indeed dropped the King's Fate card and was still on the grassland, so she also dropped the King's Fate card. Both of them are very confident in their own strength, and the reason why they threw down the King's Life card is undoubtedly to kill each other. Although Wei Ming used tricks to kill Feng Haofeng before, the same method cannot be used twice. This time, Xiangwu will definitely not be fooled. If she wants to kill Xiangwu, the only way to kill her is to let her lose the King's Life card. In this way, when the two sides are under fatal threat, they will not be able to activate the life-saving barrier of the King's Life card, and they will really die when they face death. Although the King's Life card is thrown away, they can all feel where their King's Life card is, but in the battle, they will definitely not have the opportunity to retrieve it, unless they have the upper hand, but if they have the upper hand, why bother to pick it up? King's order? Kill. As soon as the two of them threw down the King's Fate card, Wei Ming immediately started to do it. A burst of blood-red color came out from the thick fog around Xiangwu, spreading towards her place continuously. Blood poison divine script, It seems that you have indeed entered that ancient relic and obtained its inheritance. Xiangwu squinted her eyes. Now that she feels it for herself, she can see the methods used by the other party at a glance. She has a solid foundation in her heart. She has been practicing with the Death Envoy for the past year, and has become a personal disciple of the Death Envoy. Of course, the Death Envoy said many things to her. Blood poison, divine script, is one of them. This is a source-level divine script with an extremely sinister nature, a mixed attribute of life and shadow, and it is not easy to comprehend it. It can be seen that Wei Ming also has talent. And the blood poison divine text, in the world of Shenwu, only exists in the only ancient relic. That ancient relic was built by a prisoner of the Joyo Dragon Emperor, and left his own inheritance in it. Now it has finally seen the light of day. If he was against any other late King Realm person, Wei Ming's chances of winning would be very high, and he might even step into the top 10 of the strongest King Realm competition, but unfortunately, he met Sunset Dance. Sunset Dance is not only very strong, but most importantly, she has some understanding of the blood poison divine script. Unfortunately, the death script is one of the nemesis of the blood poison divine script. Since the blood poison glyph is a mixed attribute of life and shadow, it contains the power of life, which happens to be restrained to death by the death glyph. When the blood poisoning divine rune spread towards the sunset dance, the sunset dancer remained motionless, and the death divine rune enveloped her whole body, forming a defensive barrier, and flew towards one of the directions to break through. At this moment, a bloody saber light descended from the sky, chopping down towards the setting sun. Ancient level top-rank warrior, not bad. Sunset Dance's eyes lit up, and she saw the opponent's method at a glance, an ancient high-grade warrior, and displayed an ancient low-grade martial skill. This bloody blade was extremely powerful. It seems that Wei Ming is planning to defeat Xiang Wu with one move. After all, he still wants to deal with Long Yu himself in the future. Of course, the less exposed the better. Unfortunately, this time his calculation was completely wrong. Wei Ming regards Long Yu as his mortal enemy. Of course, he has investigated Long Yu beforehand, and he has also investigated other people around Long Yu. He has seen the information about the Sunset Dance. All along, there is nothing outstanding about the Sunset Dance. The only thing to pay attention to is, Sunset Dance has never appeared this year. Others, such as Shu Chan, Qin Yashuang and others, would appear in the holy city of 5 emperors from time to time, but Sunset Dance did not. Wei Ming is cautious. Although he has great confidence in himself, he still doesn't underestimate Sunset Dance. This is a battle of life and death. Wei Ming's strongest move came crashing down. The blood poison divine runes that he had released before had the effect of shielding the space divine runes, making it impossible for Xiang Wu to dodge this move. However, he didn't know that Sunset Dance didn't need to dodge at all. The lamp of misery, cross the sea of misery. As soon as Xiang Wu raised her hand, she held a dark underworld lamp in her hand. This lamp released a dark and deep jet black light, which was very conspicuous in the dense fog, and instantly embellished the whole scene extremely gloomy. Match the apocalypse. In just 1 year, Sunset Dance and this lamp of misery have reached the level of apocalypse. From resonance, to psychic and then to apocalypse, the speed of fusion between a practitioner and a warrior is definitely very slow. Even Long Yu, now, and the Nether Dragon Blade has only reached the level of Tianqi. But in just 1 year, Sunset Dance was in harmony with the ancient high-grade soldier of Misery Lantern, and used the means of crossing the sea of suffering, covering the entire audience in the dim light of Misery Lantern. The blood and poison divine script that had enveloped the entire audience quietly disappeared without a trace, while the Misery Lantern of Sunset Dance rose up, directly blocking the opponent's bloody saber light. This is a head-to-head contest between the two sides. Wei Ming didn't know the details of Xiangwu, and he smiled when he saw this situation, thinking that Xiangwu must die, but soon, his eyes revealed a look of fear. Unbreakable. His strongest sword light couldn't cut through the ghost soldier. Ancient level high grade. Wei Ming could see right away that the underworld lantern warrior in Xiangwu was at the same level as the long knife in his hand, and not only that, but the divine power that Xiangwu had comprehended seemed to be against his blood poison god. One is somewhat restrained. 7 Blood Sea Crazy Knife Moves. The first move. Wei Ming didn't think too much, and directly swung the blood-colored saber light towards Xiangwu again. This time the saber light was divided into 4 parts, and swept towards Xiangwu from 4 directions. Wei Ming's swordsmanship and martial arts are extremely violent, and they are extremely poisonous in the violent, extremely vicious. Once injured, even if it is not a fatal injury, it will be very troublesome. Now very few people can detoxify, even if they are not dead, they will be harmful to the body. Cause great damage. The inheritance of the person who mastered the blood poison divine script is extremely vicious. If Wei Ming was not a vicious person in the first place, he might not have been able to obtain such an inheritance. The misery lamp emitted 4 dark rays of light, which directly blocked the 4 blood-colored saber lights, but immediately afterwards, 9 more saber lights swept over from all directions. This is the second of the 7 moves of the Blood Sea Crazy Saber. There are 9 sword lights in total, and the power of each sword light is extremely terrifying. Even if it is against a strong man in the early stage of the Imperial realm, it can be completely suppressed. It's a pity that Sunset Dance is not an ordinary person. Seeing that Wei Ming was not easy to deal with, she immediately changed her position. Ancient martial arts, Dance of Death. This is an ancient martial skill taught to her by the Death Envoy. As a personal disciple, the Death Envoy is not stingy with Sunset Dance. The most important thing is that the martial skill of Dance of Death is especially suitable for Sunset Dance, not for Longyu. After all, what Longyu majored in was not Death Oracle, but Sunset Dance only practiced Death Oracle. After performing the Dance of Death, phantoms of Sunset Dance began to appear in the audience, and these phantoms were exactly the same as the real body in the detection perception, which was more difficult to distinguish than Longyu's ancient afterimage. Under such circumstances, Wei Ming's face suddenly sank. What kind of martial art is this, so strange? On the foggy grassland, the visibility was not high, and the setting sun dance displayed such a phantom martial skill, which made Wei Ming feel quite tricky. Fortunately, he has a large range of innate supernatural powers, and he has comprehended it into a high-level supernatural power. At this time, he did not hesitate to use it, and the blood poison divine script spread towards the surroundings in an instant, covering the entire space with blood. In this bloody color, the penetration of the blood toxin divine script has been greatly enhanced, and the phantoms of the Dance of Death stained by this blood are immediately infected with the poison of the blood toxin divine script. Give me corrosion. There was a gloomy look in the depths of Wei Ming's eyes, but on the surface he still had a warm smile like a spring breeze, making it impossible to feel his gloominess at all. But soon he was dumbfounded. His thick fog of blood poisonous divine script can directly corrode opponents even in the early stages of the Imperial realm, but now, these dense fog of blood poisonous divine script has infected the phantoms of Sunset Dance. It doesn't work at all. Even hallucinations are so scary? Wei Mingzhen's complexion changed, from the very self-confidence at the beginning, to the slight fear later, to the vigilance in the heart now. He found little by little that the little girl in front of him is definitely not easy to deal with, even extremely difficult to deal with. Blood Sea Frenzied Saber 7 moves, the third move. A total of 16 saber lights spread towards the surroundings, and each saber light cut towards a phantom of the Sunset Dance. However, seeing each of the phantoms of Xiangwu raised their hands, they actually raised a dark lamp in their hands at the same time, blocking all these saber lights. Then, this batch of phantoms disappeared, and another batch of dozens of phantoms reappeared in different positions, and they kept approaching Wei Ming. This is the Dance of Death. There are countless phantoms of sunset dance in the audience, each of which seems real, and each of them even has an ancient high-grade warrior in their hands. How can this be fought? Blood. See Frenzied Saber 7 moves, the fourth move. 25 streaks of blood-colored saber light swept out, but it was still useless. Wei Ming's face became more and more gloomy, watching countless phantoms of sunset dance approaching him. The breath of death continued to penetrate into his body, causing him to have a psychological shadow. Blood. See Frenzied Saber 7 moves, the fifth move. 36 streaks of blood-colored saber light blasted out, which could destroy the world. Even a strong man in the early stage of the Imperial realm could only die in the face of such an attack. However, there are still so many clones of sunset dance. Wei Ming's situation is extremely bad, but among those who can understand the situation on the field, there is only one Long Yu among all the spectators. Even Yu Hanqin is frowning at the moment. She can't understand the sunset dance now. What's going on with this trick? The figure of Xiang Wu keeps dancing, disappearing, and appearing again and again. Each one looks fake, but each one is real. This feeling is more incomprehensible than facing Long Yu's ancient afterimage. When Long Yu used the ancient afterimage, Yu Hanqin could easily tell the truth from the fake, but now watching the sunset dance battle, she couldn't feel it. Perhaps, it's because I can only see with my naked eyes, but I can't feel her breath? Yu Han thought in his heart, and immediately looked at Xiang Wu with admiration. The strength of this little girl is really surprising. Only Long Yu squinted his eyes when he saw Xiang Wu perform this move. Of course he had competed with sunset dance in this year's training, so he was familiar with the move of Dance of Death. Everyone would think that this was a move that condenses illusions, but only Long Yu knew that it was actually a move. Spiritual attack martial arts. The Dance of Death is only dancing in everyone's mind, but in fact, the real body of sunset dance is rapidly approaching the target, but the other party can't feel it at all. What the other party can see and feel is all fake, and they are all deceived by the power of the death divine script that has affected the spiritual level. The reason why this move is an ancient supergrade martial skill is because of this. The Dance of Death can not only confuse those who fight with it, but also confuse all spectators, even if those spectators are not around him. Even Yu Hanqin was unknowingly infected by the Dance of Death and failed to see through the essence of this move. When Long Yu was sparring with Xiang Wu at the beginning, he was almost caught, and at the last moment he broke the shackles imposed on him mentally, so the whole illusion collapsed on its own. But now, Wei Ming is obviously not as good as Long Yu. In fact, sunset dance has approached Wei Ming, but Wei Ming didn't notice it at all. The illusion of the sunset dance, but he didn't know that those illusions didn't exist at all, they were completely imagined in his mind. Death, assert. The sunset dance was within 10 feet of Wei Ming, but Wei Ming hadn't noticed it yet, but if he got closer, the other party might be able to notice it. So sunset dance stopped moving forward and directly used her ultimate move. High-level supernatural powers, death assertion. A burst of death divine power was generated out of thin air, covering Wei Ming's whole body, but he himself didn't realize it. When he realized something was wrong, the death divine power had penetrated into his body. After 3 breaths, the power of the divine script of death erupted instantly. Wei Ming's entire body, flesh, and blood vessels were corroded and withered by the death script at this moment, as if he had become a single person. Death came so suddenly that he was completely unprepared. At the last moment, his eyes widened, and he wanted to use the final means to deal with Long Yu, but found that he was already dead, not only the death of his body, but also the death of all the gods and powers in his body. Even his inner world has dead, without any vitality and strength. His whole body is up and down, and now only his consciousness is alive. However, even the last remaining consciousness was quickly swallowed up by the power of death's assertion, and finally made him completely lose all vitality. The death assertion is a high-level supernatural power that Xiang Wu has now comprehended. It can erode the death aura into the opponent's body, but it takes 3 breaths of preparation time. It is difficult to take effect under normal circumstances, but with the death dance martial skill of Xiang Wu, if you confuse the opponent, this trick is very easy. Wei Ming never thought that he would die like this. When the death script first invaded his body, by the time he realized it, it was too late, and death had already fallen on him. When Wei Ming's body fell into the foggy grassland, Sunset Dance didn't let it go easily, but went straight forward, using a kind of attack magic power displayed by the death script, to corrode Wei Ming's body, nothing left. Immediately afterwards, she found her King's Fate card again, and then the King's Life card sent her back. Wei Ming lost, and it was a disastrous defeat. He didn't even know how he lost. Even Yu Hanqing didn't know what was going on, let alone the people from the Shenluo Empire, who were waiting for Wei Ming to kill Xiangwu, Situliuli, the 2 daughters of Qin Yuexia, and the eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire. People, at this moment, everyone froze on the spot. Died? How can it be? Wei Ming possessed ancient high-grade warriors and practiced ancient high-grade martial arts. How could he just die like this? Moreover, his death was so miserable that he didn't even know the cause of death. They didn't see any tricks used by Sunset Dance, but Dance of Death created countless illusions in the arena, dancing and approaching Wei Ming. After a while, Wei Ming's whole body seemed to be sucked dry. Withered down, death came. The various methods of the Sunset Dance are completely unaware, killing people invisible. Everyone in the Shenluo Empire turned very ugly. Even though Wei Ming killed a friend of Long Yu's, Feng Haofeng, he was also killed by Xiang Wu. No wonder that Xiang Wu was so confident in throwing away the King's Life card. The reason for coming to a decisive battle with Wei Ming is because he has nothing to fear. In fact, before the war started, both sides had confidence in themselves, but unfortunately, Sunset Dance's confidence was real, and it came from the Death Envoy, an old-timer who had existed for countless years. What's more, the Death Envoy knew everything about the characteristics of the blood-poisoning divine script. What Wei Ming was proud of was something that Xiang Wu dismissed. The blood-poison divine mantra was very strong, but it was completely restrained by the Death divine mantra, and could not exert half of its original power. In addition, the technique of Sunset Dance was extremely special, so Wei Ming had no ability to resist at all. I lost. Situliuli's face turned pale. She didn't expect that the Sunset Dance, beside Long Yu, would be so powerful. Doesn't this mean that if the Sunset Dance met her, he could kill her directly? Situliuli thinks that she is not Wei Ming's opponent, and she has no idea about Xiangwu's methods. If she faces Xiangwu, she will probably have a dead end, unless she directly admits defeat. Don't worry too much, we still have a lot of whole cards. Although you can't beat Sunset Dance or Long Yu, if you meet other people, you still have a good chance of winning, such as Feng Haofeng. The eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire forced a smile, walked over and hugged Situliuli in his arms, and said comfortingly. Right. Situliuli had no choice but to think this way: if I meet Sunset Dance or Long Yu, I can abstain directly, but if I meet other people, I still have the strength to fight. It's just that those who participated in the first round of the Strongest King Realm competition, there are 260,000 people, and the possibility of confronting them in the future is extremely slim. It doesn't matter. Anyway, with your strength, there should be no problems in the first 5 rounds. The eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire said, but a look of regret flashed in his eyes. What he regretted in his heart was naturally Wei Ming, who had just died at the hands of Xiang Wu. If Wei Ming hadn't died now, even if he just lost to Xiang Wu, it is absolutely possible to win another game, enter the next round, and finally become the top 10 in the Strongest King Realm competition. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. Now that Wei Ming is dead, the Shenluo Empire can be said to have lost its greatest combat power, and it has become very difficult to compete for a place in the Strongest King Realm. In the courtyard where Long Yu and others were, The return of the sunset dance was unanimously welcomed by everyone. This result was unexpected by everyone. Of course, except for Long Yu. Long Yu knew all the methods of the sunset dance, and he also knew that now the sunset dance he didn't use all his strength. Death's assertion is only one of the high-level magical powers that Xiangwu displayed. In fact, 3 of her innate magical powers have reached high-level magical powers. The strength of sunset dance is no less than that of Long Yu a year ago. Of course, compared with the current Long Yu, she must be no match. Even the gap is very big, but this does not make Xiangwu feel depressed, because she has always admired Long Yu. No matter how strong Long Yu is, in the heart of Xiangwu it's all very normal. When the sunset dance returned, it was almost an hour after Feng Haofeng was injured. At this moment, Yu Shiwewu finally brought good news, and she came out with Feng Haofeng after an hour. Feng Haofeng really recovered completely, and his physical strength was even stronger than before, doubled. This shocked countless people. Many people thought that Long Yu's statement that Feng Haofeng could fully recover was just to reassure everyone, but they didn't expect that what Long Yu said turned out to be true. Feng Haofeng really got rid of that serious injury and poisonous state, and recovered as before, and even the physical body has become stronger. Brother Long. Feng Haofeng was brought over by Yu Shiwewu, with guilt on his face. I was too careless. It's not your fault, but the Wei Ming who hurt you was killed by Xiao Wu just now. Long Yu smiled and said, I think, if the Shenluo Empire knows that you are not dead, I'm afraid they will be so angry. We won this round of confrontation. That's good. Feng Haofeng nodded solemnly. He was quite dissatisfied with his own strength in his heart, and thought that he must go out to practice in the future, and only by going out can he have stronger power without being helped by Long Yu. Otherwise, if he wants to become stronger, he can only rely on Long Yu. As a man, Feng Haofeng can't accept this. Previously, he was under the pressure of Tianyu Manor, so he didn't dare to let go, but after going through this battle, he made up his mind. Soon, Feng Haofeng fully recovered from his injuries and continued to participate in the first round of the Strongest King Realm competition. When you are inconvenient, you can choose to pause from the King's Life card. The entire Strongest King Realm competition lasts for 3 days, and you can pause up to 3 times, each lasting 2 hours. When Feng Haofeng was injured, he subconsciously paused, so he didn't get any games during this period. When he recovered from his injury and cancelled the timeout, 10,000 layers of space immediately arranged for him his next opponent, who was an ordinary mid-kingdom martial artist. Wushou is still more likely. In the next round, the martial arts in the middle stage of the King Realm were basically eliminated. At this time, many people from the Shenluo Empire began to watch the battle. They kept inputting the names of the people from Long Yu's side, wanting to see how the other people around Long Yu were fighting. Someone subconsciously entered Feng Haofeng, and then shook his head with a disdainful smile. He thought that this person had obviously been killed by Wei Ming. Being able to kill opponents under the protection of the King's Life card, Wei Ming's strength is really outrageous. Unfortunately, it was still killed by others. Just when this person thought this way, a scene suddenly appeared in front of him. In this scene, it happened that Feng Haofeng used his supernatural powers to defeat a Wushou in the middle stage of the King Realm, and thus won the victory. This person from the Shenluo Empire was startled and thought he was dazzled, but upon closer inspection, it was really Feng Haofeng. That person is not dead. This person shouted immediately, attracting the attention of other people in the Shenluo Empire. The eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire, Situ Liuli, Qian Yuexia, and others all looked over and were stunned. Feng Haofeng, who was seriously injured by Wei Ming and poisoned by the terrifying blood poison, did not die. Everyone in the Shenluo Empire saw this scene, and everyone's heart seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. In the next battle, it will not be so coincidental to meet other enemies. Long Yu also fought one more time and won easily. He played out the opponent's King's Fate card with one move, and the opponent directly conceded in horror, allowing Long Yu to easily enter the second round. After 3 days in a row, the first round of the Strongest King Realm competition ended. Long Yu's side basically all won this round, and most of them were promoted by 2 victories, stepping into the second round. The King's Life card shows that there are a total of 120,000 wuxiu who entered the second round from the first round, and the remaining 140,000 people were all eliminated in the first round and lost more than 2 games. This kind of random lottery method is generally very fair. Those who are eliminated can only blame themselves for their lack of strength, and they don't feel that they are unlucky. Immediately after that, the second round begins. The rules of the second round are exactly the same as the first round. Everyone's opponents in this round are much stronger, but for the real strong, this second round is still it's easy. For example, Long Yu and Xiang Wu and others directly won 2 more victories and advanced. The second round of competition lasted for 2 days, followed by the third round, which also lasted for 2 days. Long Yu, Xiang Wu, and others have successfully entered the fourth round. According to the statistics of King's Life card, there are a total of 35,000 martial arts practitioners who have entered the fourth round, and now the rest are all relatively powerful practitioners in the late stage of King Realm. People around Long Yu have already been brushed off, such as Finghao Peak, Sihan Mountain, Yuqingsha, and so on. Even if it's just the top 10,000, it's not that easy to get in. Otherwise, Jing Tianqing of the Beishua dynasty wouldn't have been bragging for so long after getting in the top 10,000.